Hey guys, so for this video, I'm going to be showing off a pro-level practice routine that I promise you will actually make you better at Fortnite. I haven't made a training guide video in like 8 months or so, partly because I was using the old guide, but I think we can all agree it is time to update it. Basically, what I'm going to do is lay out a 4-step improvement plan that I picked up from some of the top pro players in the entire world. It'll hone in on your aim, your piece control, your in-game and realistic fighting. It'll even work on your movement. Beware though, this is not a warm-up routine. You can technically make it one, but I suggest doing whatever you normally do to warm up, then transition over to this practice program. So make sure to drop a like if it helps you out, and without further ado, let's get right on into it. Alright, so we're going to begin in the Creative Hub, and the first thing in our practice routine plan thing is to do what Tayson does by loading up a free build map. I'm going to make one, and I suggest you guys do as well. I'm going to choose the Meadow Island, I'll rename it free build, and we'll just load it up. This is not really the average or normal free building you guys might do. You'll see why in a second. This is what your map should look like. It's literally what Tayson, 3 times FNCS winner, uses. Let me go to my island, and all I'm gonna do is make sure there's no time limits. I'll also change the time of day just to the afternoon so it's nice and bright, and we're gonna start. That's it. No weapons, no anything. Now most people probably think it's to get better FPS, but it's not. The whole reason you want a free build in such a blank and kind of basic, boring map is so you can focus not only on the builds, but on blueprint editing. Please tell me you all know what blueprint editing is by now. Whenever you go to edit a certain structure like a wall, you're gonna press your wall keybind. That way you have your blueprint out. You can do it from farther away, up close. If I was going to edit this ramp, I would press my ramp keybind. Now I can edit it. That's the basics of blueprint editing, and it's why Tayson's mechanics are so dang good. Rarely will you see him swap to your pickaxe, which I actually do a lot. It's a bad habit I'm still trying to break. And all you're going to do is practice random retakes, random editing sequences like I am. You're going to practice piece control, which Tayson does a lot. I always see him drop down, box, Drop down again. Box. Everything he does is made better solely because he's so good at blueprint editing. Like, just think about it. If you go and drop down on someone and you whip out your pickaxe like I just did, then you edit the wall and piece him up. That is one extra action that you did not need to take because you swapped to your pickaxe. You should just leave your blueprint out like that and box it up. There should be no swapping to your pickaxe. And like I've been saying, that's how Tayson wins so many fights. He's so good at piece control. Straight up because he practices on a blank map with no weapons, only using his blueprints. I think Tayson does this for like at least an hour, which is probably a little overboard for a lot of you guys. I would suggest anywhere from 15 to maybe 20 minutes. I should probably do it a lot more. Again though, if you are used to free building with weapons and 1v1ing your friend, do not do that. Swap to this map, or at least create it yourself. Focus on blueprint editing, I promise you. Oh, I just ripped out my pickaxe! Focus on blueprint editing like Tayson does. That is the first step of my improvement guide. Yeah. Second part of the improvement practice routine, you will need someone else. What? Why'd you go in there? Anyways, you're going to load up Raiders 1v1 Aim Trainer. I'm pretty sure this is a new map. It's essentially an updated Aim Duels map, but it's really, really good, as you will see. There's actually matchmaking in case you do not have friends. I don't have many corpses. But you can just skip the matchmaking and 1v1 other people. It's a really, really cool feature that most other aim training maps do not have. I'm going to kind of go off of what Jerky, the EU FNCS winner, does. He usually goes for 10k HP, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to do 2k. Unlike the other Raider maps, the guns are not actually in like the lobby area. You have to shoot on one of these, and then that's where the guns are. The way this map is divided is there's box fight duels, there's the SMG tracking, the shotgun training, then there's the classic aim duels, which you guys all know. It's like a 1x1 cone, a 1x1 with no cone. There's also the ADS tracking AR section, which we will do. We'll start with shotgun flick training, 1x1 cone react. Oh, here we go. You basically, oh my gosh. You get pushed by bouncers. Oh my shotgun aim. And you have to flick onto your opponent. It's not like you can track them in the original aim duels, which is why I love this so much. I think Forbes' aim is worse than mine. I think I should win. Yes, sir! 600! Hey, you suck ass! Jerky will do that at 10k HP, like I said.
Oh, are you entitled?
Oh, which you're not. Oh, I gotta go do something real quick.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
Apples are better than sandwiches.
No.
Yes.
Why do you do this?
Nope. No,
Yep.
The
you're
fucker
wrong.
wanted an apple sandwich.
That's gross.
Yeah, apple sandwiches.
Facts.
I mean, a
Sandwiches
compromise,
themselves
but
are
not one
gross.
that's necessary. It would just be.
Black Widow. Anything I watched since Space Jam, but that sounds kind of No. They're like words. Wait, this was 50 years ago. No, I didn't watch it. But yeah, so the two movies both started about the same time, so maybe if they wanted to watch that, or they want to I know there's another statement sleep because of the video. I just woke up I woke up here and there and checked it out. Still bored. What's at 9? No, I should know. Good job. Oh God, how much? What are you looking at today? Breakfast time? No, it's funny because Chloe asked me to sign her picture so that she could do a drawing or whatever, and I sent her one. And she's like, he used to be chubby. I said, he was not. What do you mean? I said, no, he wasn't. His face was just not all sunken in. It was different. That's okay. Because you eat food now. She'd be like, oh, so you just walk around like. No. No, that's the beauty of not having to speak that way now. So make all the goofy ass faces I want. Just have to store it up here. I know. Some things are better forgotten, but Stop. No. Yeah. All of it. Yes. Anyway, I don't know what we're talking about, so. Toothbrushes in the room. Anyway. I don't know how we got there. Let's go something else. I don't know what you're talking about. I do, kinda. I don't care, Sean. Oh. I don't remember. No. That's so I don't know, like it. Okay. No. I don't really remember. That's really weird. That was not my fault. Right, you're just going along with it, like, thanks. And I'm like, no, this is honey bag. You might think about this in the time. Like, no. Definitely hit the I don't know. I have to look into it now. I think 750. So close to 8 near the last house, so probably about 7. Like, yeah, these go up. I've got a kid over there sleeping, I've got a kid up there sleeping, and just pockets or I carry them. I don't know. If I carry a purse, like, I really am not good at remembering, and I'll leave it places, and then I'll lose all my shit. So I put like my cards in my pocket, and then consequences like really good. Yeah, it's still like it's heavy because then I put everything in it. Because I can't just put two things in there. I gotta carry the whole life. No, the bag is okay. But dude, the bag's to me what you're gonna do Walmart bags. Right, it doesn't matter. Then the better we will be stopped to the kitchen. I don't think they are. I don't know. It's, I think it's expensive for the clothes business. Why do you think that was? Why do you think that was? But why? I was mad. I was shaking mad. Like, no, because she came up and walked out, talk shit to me. I'm like, oh, I'll fucking kill you first of all. Don't do that. You didn't come get me. I have children in the car. Yeah, well, I'm not much to do with it. She's like, well, I had kids in the car and I didn't know where your kids were, so. Exactly right. Now. Or I'm leaving you here. No, first she said let me talk crap, and I'm like, I think I might have told you a little bit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Throat punch. Throat punch. Just remember the throat punch, okay? I know. Right. Yeah, tell them what I'll do. Okay. Anything else? Hello. What's happening? Boy. it. That's a question. Why? I don't like it. Shut. Just don't sit by it. Sit up. Sit up. You just hang out with her all day yesterday. You didn't even fight with her. Ready. I'm not ready. Ready. Yep, you're ready. I'm gonna wake up your sister, Tony. I don't care. More shorts. More shorts. Yes, it's like cold.
Alright, I'll wake the mean man up. Mean man, wake up now. Alright, there's no, the mean man's going to do. I'll just already there.
Get ready, okay? Oh, it's them telling me. Hello? Hi. You need to put some clean clothes on and get ready. I need you to put some clean clothes on and get ready. Will you hang up so that I can get phone away from you?
See, it will be.
Let me see Black Widow.
What?
Let me see Black Widow. Black Widow is a Marvel movie. Get ready. Put your clothes on.
You're tiny. I'm pretty sure I could cut you
Hi, son. Daniel.
You're literally built like a shrimp. A literal shrimp. But that's a good thing. How can one be built like shrimp, though?
Why are you wearing one shirt, Alex?
Monster's alright. I was just making sure that you don't.
So you'll get mad at me later if I put it on.
I'm smart. Huh?
Put it on backward.
I don't believe in myself, and you don't want me to do it either. If we don't have the result of the death of many, many people. Not just me. They're all dummy.
This is how many views. That's not good. Not good, not good.
Yo.
yo, 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 yiggity yo, yiggity yo. Welcome to the space track. Hey, Mom. Isn't Black Widow like my uncle movie at this point?
They say that for every movie. I swear actually trailers were last year. Me too, I swear. I do too.
Is it just COVID messed with her brain?
It's gotta be, or probably because COVID was messing up the movies. Oh, Black Widow is cool. Yeah, they're not even accepting passes anymore. Like, it's an old movie, they accept movies. Stop. Why do you even watch Space Jam?
Enough to knock on it. There is no way. I am convinced that she's just targeting me to harass because she's weird and she saw an opportunity. There's no way. Potato? Would you like a potato or a booty? Oh! What in the world did they do? Psycho. Psychos. This. Come on. What's up? Did I just say step pig? Oh, pig step. I like our mighty. How rare is pig step anyway? Easy. Is it rare? You can just make. Darn it. Wait, Havoc's here. Huh. Shoot him.
Why would you shoot Havoc?
Not shoot Havoc. Why is there? I thought it was a snowman for a second. We've drained a little bit of the ocean.
I believe you drained way more than that.
A little bit.
I'm not even gonna ask why. Actually, I am. Why?
Not.
Why?
Why not?
Why would you waste your time of day just to do this?
Why
You could
would
be doing so much other stuff.
Like what? Like solving world hunger or something?
Exactly.
Who wants to do that, though?
It would probably take less time to do that than it would actually drain 2 ocean monuments.
I mean, I'm solved world hunger here. Carrot farm. Feeds everybody on the server.
And you're not gonna give away potatoes, aren't you?
Potatoes are for XP. The baked ones I don't really care about. I eat carrots because I ain't a broke bitch. Like you. It's like the Irish. We don't, us rich people, we don't eat the potato. We give you the potato to make you think you're important. When you're not. We just don't like you at all. Oh yeah, Alex. Would you like a Never Gonna Give You Up book or a Pumped Up Kicks book? I have a lot of them.
What?
I have a lot of Pumped Up Kicks and Never Gonna Give You Up books. A lot of Never Gonna Give You Up. I've got a shulker box full, basically. And some of the things...
Can you give me them so I can crash the server?
That kind of book.
I'm gonna do that soul sand trick you taught me.
It doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't?
And I know how to stop it.
Oh.
Maybe the world would be better off without you. These were words I never expected to hear from my therapist. Up to that point, she'd always been on my side, despite the many flaws that made up my character. I had fleeting thoughts of suicide, but it was never something I intended to act upon. Sharing them with Dr. Cottonwood was usually a comfort, something that a soothing voice and wisdom could easily dispel. Reciprocation never even occurred to me. What? I asked in confusion. She reached into her desk and pulled out a pamphlet, of which she handed to me. People don't understand you, Jack. You're special. Let them live here in their ignorance. There's a better place for you. It's time to move on. It was a brochure of sorts. Next World was a paradise of the afterlife, equipped with a beautiful, otherworldly charm and happy community that put even heaven to shame. At least, that's what the pictures and descriptions made it seem like. I was baffled, but intrigued. What is this? I asked. This is your solution. A place where you can live without fear or worry. She pulled out an envelope from the drawer and emptied it into my free hand. It contained a sharp, silver utensil. Leave tonight, Jack. Use this to do it. The portal will be opened, and you will travel into the next world. Trust me, it's for the best. Dr. Cottonwood never looked so serious, but she didn't need to. Between my admittedly fractured psyche and the intense trust we developed over the years, I had an unhealthy attachment to her. Whatever she told me to do, I did without question. She could have told me to jump off the nearest bridge, and I would have, just to appease her. I was a broken man. Okay, if you say so. No further words were spoken. She simply gestured for me to leave, and then turned around in a chair, facing the wall. I would be lying if I said our strange conversation hadn't shaken me, but I still agreed to her terms and left, once again putting my life in her hands. Rational thinking was a luxury I hadn't had in many years. That night, in a zombie-like stupor, I prepared. I sent the appropriate, vague goodbye messages to what family I had,
and sent my pet cat Harvey outside to roam free with the strays in the area. With that, I ventured to my bedroom, turned the lights off, laid down in my bed, and got to
Turn
it.
the lights down low.
I won't spare you the details of the act itself. Just know, it was far from pleasant. I was laying there in a pool of warm liquid, waiting for my eternal slumber. I noticed something. My vision was beginning to blur, but I could see a figure at the foot of the bed. It was a man, cloaked in darkness, a shadowy statue painted into the room by an unseen brush. A single ray of moonlight outlined his form, allowing me a glimpse at some of his features. He had grey hair and looked to be around 50 years of age. Covering his body, a suit you might see in the closet of an esteemed professor. Across his face, a wicked grin that stretched from ear to ear. Though on the verge of death, I was still frightened, jarred by his presence. The pounding in my chest was the only movement I could muster in my wounded state. I was forced to watch in agony as the man turned his head upward and opened his lips as wide as humanly possible. From his eyes and mouth, white light was expelled into the ceiling. The blast broke through the roof and more than likely cut a hole in the night sky. The house around us shook, and all at once, our environment transformed. I was no longer laying in bed. I was now in a white room, healed of my self-inflicted scars. Then, pulling myself to my feet, I surveyed my surroundings. Before me was a white table. Behind it, 2 doors on either side. Standing opposite me was the man, his head still tilted. The light was now dissipated. After a moment or two, he lowered his gaze to mine and smiled. Sorry to scare you. It was necessary for the transition. Please, take a seat. The man motioned for me to sit at the table. I obliged, but remained cautious. He sat down across from me. We are here to determine eligibility. When a mortal is killed with a next world artifact, they move on without issue. However, when it is done deliberately to oneself, a judgment is needed to complete the process. Makes sense? I was amazed. Dr. Covenwood was speaking the truth. The next world was real, and I was ready to take my place inside, hopeful for a better existence. I nodded. Good. We can begin. The man handed me a blank sheet of paper and fountain pen. Answer truthfully. The paper will know if you're lying. To my astonishment, the questions appeared on the page. I would write out my response, the ink would vanish, and the next query would present itself. Some were normal, asking for mundane personal information, while others probed for answers about my actions in deeply strange scenarios, such as, if given the choice, would you rather have your skin removed or your soul? If like an exam, I could never have studied more for. When all was said and done, I handed the paper over. The man put on a pair of old-fashioned spectacles and looked it over, as if what I wrote was still there. Oh dear, this is not good. Not good at all. I looked at him, perplexed. What's wrong? I asked. You were referred by one Elizabeth Covenwood? Yes, I said. Is there an issue? Well, Dr. Covenwood has recently been brought to our attention for violating one of our sacred rules. She's what we call a collector. I was confused. Collector? Yes, she sent many a patient to the next world in hopes of easing their pain. Collectors are usually malevolent by nature, killing the innocent with our artifacts and feeding off the energy expelled from the act. She's different. Her intentions are morally sound, but her actions still conflict with our code of conduct. She's even gone so far as to pass around non-sanctioned printed material revealing privileged information about this place, as I'm sure you've seen. What does this mean exactly? I asked. The man bore a heavy look of disappointment. Unfortunately, given the unique circumstances of your departure from Earth, you are considered non-eligible for residency in the next world. You will now be escorted to the other world instead. The world? Where's that? Will I be okay? The man offered no reply or consolation. Within a matter of seconds, I was lifted from my seat by an unseen force and pinned to the surface of the table. The man stood up from his chair and pulled a strange-looking dagger out from within his jacket. I tried to break free, but it was no use. The sharp point gently caressed my skin, forming an X on my torso, just below the heart. In a flash, I was lifted again, and then pushed into the door at the right-hand side of the room. It was swiftly shut behind me. I turned back, but the door was gone. Around me, an endless black void. I ran, desperate to find even a sliver of light in the darkness. And this endeavour was unfruitful. No direction offered any dissonance. The only thing that broke up the landscape was the occasional shadow in the corner of my eye, slightly darker than the canvas behind it. I would glance over in an attempt to catch it in my field of view, but it was too fast. Before I knew it, I was pinned in place again, sprawled out on the floor beneath me. Shadowy figures loomed overhead. With them came the voices, 3 distinct whispers in the dark. It's different than the rest. You say that about every human. They're all different. Shall we learn from it? I'll prepare the fragmenter once the examination is complete. Why do we even bother with that thing? They can't die here. It's just torture. Don't forget your training. Anguish is the energy that powers the next world. It is a payment we make in exchange for studying these creatures. I suppose that makes sense. Who would like to make the first incision? May I, Overseer? It would be my first. If you slip, its form will fragment too early, and we will have to wait 1,000 years for it to reconstitute. I can't even begin to fathom what this type of being would experience in that time. I'm aware of the risk. I believe I'm ready. Very well. We may begin. When the shadows reached me, I screamed as loud as my lungs would permit. The fear had fully set in. I no longer wished to be dead. This was not what I signed up for when I pushed the silver metal into my flesh. I was blindly fulfilling Dr. Covenwood's wishes. That much is true. Still, I secretly hoped the afterlife would offer me some solace, a peaceful existence, free from the thoughts and memories that plagued me back on Earth. This was something far more sinister, a truth I never wanted to know. Before the shadow could make contact, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Faint voices filled the room. He's lost too much blood. I was in and out of consciousness for a while. Should we get the paddles? My vision was fuzzy. There were forms all around me, but I could not make out anything discernible. He's back. We have to keep going. I couldn't hold on any longer. I had no choice but to succumb to the weariness and drift on. I came to in a brightly lit room. It was spinning, but eventually stopped, revealing its design. It was a hospital room. I looked down and saw bandages all over me, covering the marks I had made with the tool Dr. Covenwood gifted me. It seemed I was somehow alive. Was it all a nightmare? The nurse came in to greet me. Good, you're up. You're one lucky man. We nearly lost you last night. It's a good thing we have some of the best doctors in the world at this hospital. I nodded a half smile. This is going to sound strange, but can you please tell me? I'm alive, aren't I? This isn't the afterlife? She chuckled. No, of course not. You survived your injuries, but just barely. I guess that means you're stuck here with us for a while longer. She smiled, but then bore a look of concern. It's not my place to bring this up, and you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I have to ask. The wounds look so sporadic and uncontrolled, which is common in these types of cases. So... She hesitated. Yes, I asked. She let out a sigh before resuming her query. I really shouldn't pry, but why did you carve an X into your chest? Every town has its legends and superstitions. The further out into the countryside you go, the deeper the myths seem to be embedded in the minds of the people who live there. Old-timers who tell stories with a wistful look in their eye, trying to convince you that what they're recounting is God's honest truth, as they tell you about a friend of a friend's second cousin twice removed who actually saw the beast or spectre or being dang near took him off this earth if he hadn't winged it in Winchester. Well, I ain't no old-timer, and I ain't nobody's second cousin twice removed. I know for a fact the thing that the kids in my town tell campfire stories about is real. And I'm going to tell you it's flesh and blood. To tell you the truth, I don't know what it really is. All I know is that my brother's gone, and he isn't coming back. I grew up in this town. It's not bad, so I decided, why leave? City life doesn't appeal to me. Too much concrete, too few trees. Even the trees they do have out in the city don't feel real. They feel like they were placed there to look real, give people the feeling of real, but they ain't. The only way you can see real trees is going out to the forest. Old growth. Those trees give you a sense of magic as you walk amongst them, but they know the secrets of a world, the kinds of secrets you can't tell, the kind you just have to feel. Walking through the trees around my house fills me with the same sense of wonder now as when I was a kid. In the forest here, you can walk the same path for 30 years and still feel like you're stepping out into a new glen with each hike. I'm never scared out there amongst the trees. It feels like home. Then, there's the lake. The lake has always reminded me of the city trees. It looks real, idyllic even, as the forest gives way to the emerald green water at the shore, which deepens the dark blue, almost black at the centre. When you step in, the water feels real. Suns here can get pretty steamy. The lake is always cool, beckoning sweaty hikers to take a dip. Why not swim out? See how far you can go. There's a reason townsfolk don't go out into the lake. The place isn't off limits or anything. People still go there, especially during the summer, to paddle or fish or barbecue by the shore. But everyone knows not to go out past the green. Never swim out to where you can't stand. The kids stare at each other to see how far they can make it before they get scared and swim back to shore. The tourists call it superstitious mumbo jumbo as they splash about in the safety of the shallows. You don't need to read the signs posted around the edge of the lake to know the danger. The place exudes it. How often do you find a lake that animals refuse to go near? It's almost like the trees themselves send out their own kind of unspoken warning about the place, beseeching other creatures to stay away from the water. Animals pick up this kind of language far better than us, but you can still feel it. That uneasiness you can't quite put your finger on, like you can feel eyes watching you. You're right on the edge of panic, and you can't imagine why. The trees know. Pretty much once a year, someone disappears around here. Usually a tourist, but every so often it's one of the younger townsfolk. There's a search party and an inquiry, but we all know they're gone. It's chalked up to them not knowing the terrain and getting lost, falling down some hole, maybe even getting carried off by a wild animal. Happens everywhere, right? People go missing all the time. The one everyone around it knows about is little Danny Becker. His story is the one the mothers remind their children of every time summer rolls around. The one the gruff old-timers tell to all the hikers and campers who come to traverse the hills. The kids giggle about it in their close circles, and the tourists roll their eyes at the earnestness of the craggy storyteller. But when they get to that lake and look over the water, feel the ambience, that story comes back. Then, it doesn't feel so ridiculous. Little Danny Becker was 12 years old when he disappeared. I was a kid when I first heard the story. Well, my dad said he just got out of high school when it happened. He was part of the search party, and we were looking for Danny. For 8 hours, in the forest with that little boy, calling out his name into the trees, searching every crevice, under roots and in the ferns. They brought in surge dogs and tried to descent. The dogs tracked the body through the forest, all the way to the lake. There, at the water's edge, pointing out towards the centre, a pair of sneakers, heel to heel, white socks neatly rolled up and stuffed inside. The police dredged the lake, expecting to pull up the drowned corpse of that little boy. All they found were his t-shirt and shorts, both torn straight down the middle. It wasn't until a week after the search had been called off that the other boys came forward to piece the story together. Danny was a quiet boy, a good student, well behaved and polite, but he didn't have many friends. In a tearful interview with a local newspaper, his mother lamented that the boy who had been so keen to impress the other boys that fateful evening at the lake. The 3 boys who came forward told the police they'd been playing soldiers around the lake when they happened upon Danny sitting by the shore, apparently lost in some kind of daydream. Then, he said he would be shy when he approached, nervous even. The boys asked Danny if he wanted to play with him, and he said yes. They told Danny that if he was going to be a real Marine, he needed to pass the training first. Danny said he could do it. He was brave enough to be a Marine. Out of the 3 boys, none could remember whose idea it had been to send Danny out into the lake. It would be easy to blame them, but you have to remember, they were only children themselves. They told Danny that a true Marine must be able to swim across the whole lake. That generation heard stories about the lake, so they knew the danger. But that kind of thing is always somewhat lost on boys, especially when they're in groups. Danny said he could do it. He took off his shoes and socks and waded into the water. The boy said they would meet him on the other side and watched as he went out past his depth and began to swim. He was making good progress at first. The other boys were very impressed by the kid's guts. He was clearly determined to join in with their game. As Danny got in the centre of the lake, he stopped. He drank water there for a while, looking around himself. The boy said as he started swimming again back to shore, back the way he had come, much faster now. All of a sudden, he stopped again, though his arms and legs kept thrashing, spewing up water around him, miraculously swimming in place. The boys watched in horror as Danny was wrenched back towards the centre of the lake, whirled around like a leaf in a storm drain, all while howling, screeching and gurgling as the water went over his face. The black water of the lake churned white, and Danny was finally whipped beneath the surface, and all was silent. Blackness settling over the lake again. Next to the police, they stood there for a while, unsure about what they had witnessed. They made feeble attempts to call out Danny's name, half-heartedly discussing going in after him. In the end, they decided to go home and never to tell anyone. They felt like it was their fault Danny had died, that no one would believe their story, and they would ultimately be blamed. People theorized about what could have caused Danny to be pulled into the lake like that. Some of the more rationally minded people said a giant alligator was to blame. It could have been someone's pet that got too big and was discarded into the lake. Some said a kind of rare snake, or maybe an overgrown pike could have dragged poor Danny to his death. If those were the case, why had this creature never been seen before? In all the time since, someone would surely have seen something. Some of the more superstitious said it was a monster, a creature of legend sent straight from hell, which called the lake to its hunting ground. The scientist was called in to try and find a cause with sonar. He came up with his own conclusion. Though he discovered no monster or giant alligator beneath the surface of the lake, what he did find when mapping on the bottom was an opening, about 4 feet in diameter, right at the deepest part of the lake. The scientist said he'd used the sonar to detect that the opening was the start of an underwater cave system which stretched out beneath the lake. Said there was no way of telling how vast it was. His hypothesis was that unpredictable variance in underwater currents caused by this cave system had caught Danny and sucked him into the hole, into a labyrinth of network tunnels. The force had been so great that it had ripped the boy's clothes clean off his body. Accidental drowning was the cause of death, officially logged into Danny Becker's file. Case closed. But not for the townsfolk. No one really believed underwater currents were at play in the lake. The surface was always so calm, the level never changed. Stories circulated that the cave system was where the monster lurked, its nest. Whatever the creature was, it lay there in its cave, waiting for little girls and boys to swim over it. Then, when its unsuspecting prey had ventured too far from the shore to possibly get back, it would strike and pull them down, down into its lair, where it would feast on them and wait for another foolish child to brave its depths. Sounds crazy, right? Another overcooked campfire story drifted so far from the reality of the situation that it had become more fiction than fact. Just a way to stop kids from swimming out past their depths and drowning. I guess a part of me used to think that. My brother, too. The part of the Danny Becker story that always stuck with me was the cave. It was intriguing to think that there was an undiscovered part of the place I called home down there. A mysterious maze never seen by any human.
And I'm coming.
Where I was interested. My older brother, Mike, was completely obsessed. His fascination must have rubbed off on me when we were kids. Growing up, Mike and I spent a lot of time in the forest around the lake. We would walk around there together, look out over the lake, and come up with goofy ideas about what was really down there. Mike was convinced that there was some kind of treasure down there. Blackbeard's booty, Inca gold, the Ark of the Covenant. The two of us would draw out plans in sketchbooks, how we were going to find out what was down there, all the equipment we would require for our mission, the training we would need to go through first. We drew pictures of ourselves descending into the cave, finding grand atriums filled with lost cities, treasure beyond our wildest dreams, bizarre deep-sea creatures and mermaids. That obsession was undoubtedly the reason Mike left for the coast as soon as he was old enough. He was always so driven. He had this way of setting his mind to something, then just doing it. I always envied that in him. I'm more of a dreamer, but Mike was a doer. By the time I'd finished high school, Mike was already living out his dream of being a fully trained professional scuba diver. Our dream, I guess. He sent me postcards from all around the world for the years that followed. Mexico, Brazil, Australia. A few times a year he came back home. He'd regale me and my parents with tales of his adventures, the places he'd been, incredible things he'd seen. It turned out he'd been come to be known as quite the specialist amongst the diving community. Bet you can guess in which kind of diving he specialised. Cave diving is one of the most challenging and difficult extreme sports out there. You're navigating pitch black tunnels, sometimes hundreds of meters beneath the surface, squeezing through tunnels so narrow that you might even have to take your gear off and slide it through first before you try to wedge yourself into the opening and out the other side. All the while you're aware that one wrong turn, one mistake, and you might run out of oxygen and never reach the surface again. My parents hated that Mike was into cave diving, but Mike being Mike, he did it anyway and excelled. I'm not going to go into all the advanced dives Mike had under his belt. If he was still here, he'd tell you about them. I couldn't do it justice. Needless to say, if you hear of a dangerous cave dive this side of the equator, Mike has probably done it. I guess I always knew what he was leading to. His quest to become the ultimate cave diver. Sure enough, that summer when he showed up with all that equipment in the back of his truck, a wide grin spread across his face. I knew it was time for us to live our childhood dream. Mike wanted us to become the first people to ever explore the caves under the lake. He wanted us to spend that summer mapping out the tunnels as far as we could. Said if that scientist was to be believed, it could be one of the most incredible freshwater dive sites in the world. And we would have full naming rights to it. Could even start a business taking others down there. Like I said, Mike was driven. Enough time had passed since moving away from Mike that he'd all but forgotten the stories about the lake, the dread we felt as kids as we looked out over the black water. The dread we felt as kids as we looked out over the black water had faded for him, to the point where all it felt like was unfounded childish fear. I was far more nervous about the whole idea, but Mike had just had this way about him. He was my big brother. I trusted his judgment, his confidence, his certainty in himself and his own ability. It made me believe too. Besides, he wanted me to be part of his adventure with him, and I didn't want to let my brother down. It was around noon, midweek in June, so there wouldn't be anyone else around when we drove the ATV, pulling the little wagon loaded up with all our equipment to the edge of the lake. Whilst Mike was busy himself unpacking and preparing the equipment, I just kind of stood there, looking out over the water. It was so still, not a ripple breaking the surface, like a giant mirror reflecting the dark doppelganger of the forest and blue sky above it. I felt that childish fear creep up my spine. Noticed there wasn't so much as a bird tweeting in the trees. Silence. Mike mocked me for being lazy. No time for daydreaming, kid. Threw me my dry suit and told me to gear up. We put on our suits and equipment without saying a word to one another, like we were getting dressed for a funeral. Mike had this grave look across his face. At the time, I wrote it off as a deep concentration, but looking back, I think he was second-guessing himself. First time for everything. We went over the plan again. Mike would send the line down, and we were never to let go of it no matter what. At the first sign of trouble, however small, I was the signaller with my flashlight, and we would abandon the exploration for the day and resurface. This was the first of days of what could be months of exploring the tunnels. No point taking unnecessary risks. I had scuba dived with Mike a few times before, so I already knew the basics. Even so, he took me through everything again. He had me ream off the checks I needed to do, what to do in an emergency, decompression stops when resurfacing. He gave me one final piece of advice. If something happens to me down there, don't be a hero. The words rang in my ears as we did our final checks on each other's gear. Then we just stood there for a while, staring out over the lake together. I'm not even sure how much time passed as we waited there. Not sure if we were waiting at all. Maybe just delaying the inevitable. All of a sudden, without warning, Mike snapped out of it, lowered his mask and set his respirator in his mouth and waded out into the lake. I followed. Being under the surface of the lake, approaching the actual bottom of it, filled me with a sense of wonder I don't think I'd felt since I was a kid. It was so serene, peaceful. The underwater landscape was utterly still, as if petrified in time. There wasn't so much as a weed in the place, let alone fish. No life whatsoever. It felt as though there were two astronauts floating above the surface of the moon. Then we saw it, the mouth yawning open beneath us. The feeling of serenity was obliterated when I saw that black pit that was the entrance to the tunnels. A powerful urge overtook me, my body trying with all its might to turn from that hole and force me back to the surface. The only thing that kept me down there was Mike, forging his way ahead, straight for the opening. As we pulled up to the side, I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. I could feel it coming on strong. I knew if I lost it at this depth, I would drown. I had to keep my composure, follow the plan, just breathe, breathe. Mike removed the weighted line from his bag, wedged the anchor into place, sent it sinking down into the abyss. Instantly lost in the total blackness. Mike looked at me, gave me the OK symbol with his fingers. I hesitated. He gestured towards me, questioning with a circle of his forefinger and thumb. I returned the symbol. Satisfied, he gave the thumbs down. I took hold of the line and vanished into the cave. I felt utterly hopeless watching my brother disappear into the blackness. All I wanted at that point was to somehow call out to him, tell him I'd changed my mind, ask him to take me home. But he was already gone. It was too late. Just breathe. I gripped the line as tight as I could, swam down into the pitch black. The tunnel maintained the same diameter all the way down, it seemed. I shone my flashlight around myself to get a good look. The walls were strangely smooth. Little ripples in the surface blighted what could have been processed granite. It should have been beautiful, but for some reason, it just made me feel nauseous. I could see Mike's flashlight ahead of me, reflecting off the walls. It dipped out of sight as he followed the bend, came to view again, curved away. Each time I lost sight of him, I went through an internal battle, trying to convince myself his flashlight would disappear again. I rounded another corner, and up ahead, a dim green circle appeared, surrounded by black. The line went straight into it. I swam for it, the end of the tunnel. The tunnel opened out into a grand chasm. It was just as Mike and I had imagined as children. An atrium so vast, my flashlight failed to find a wall in any direction. The water there felt different to the lake. Where the lake felt devoid of life, this place had an energy about it, a terrible kind of power. I caught myself allowing Mike to get away from me, though I could still see his light way off down the line. I hurried after him, unthinking, down into the belly of the hall. What happened next almost felt inevitable. It was over so fast, but I still remember each moment with crystal clarity. The line jerked, firstly soft, then so hard it ran like a saw blade through my glove, into my palm as it rushed past me into the chasm beneath. Before I could register what was happening, the line was gone, leaving me floating in a growing cloud of blood from my hand. Panic consumed me. How would we find our way out? The roof was huge. There was no way. I was halfway through swimming back up when it hit me. Mike. Where was my brother? The thought sobered me. I frantically swung my flashlight around into the infinite space around me. A glimmer beneath my fins, way down in the blackness, moving away. I swam down, at least the direction I thought was down. I was completely disoriented by the darkness, my feeble light only managing to illuminate about 10 feet ahead. A lump had formed in my throat, my mask filling with tears. Where was he? Something whooshed past me to the left. I stopped dead. Mike? Then it was from above me, below. My light caught it, something black, feeling out for me. From behind, an otherworldly red light, so bright it illuminated the entire cave around me. I saw the things around me, black tendrils, poised like snakes made of ink. I forgot my terror in the confusion, gazed around to see the countless holes which riddled the walls of the cave, turned to the source of the strange light. An eye, glowing red, the size of a Ferris wheel, set straight into the wall, staring, eternal. An awful calm overcame me. Acceptance. I looked into the eye, and it looked into me. I began sinking. Something opened beneath me. A chasm, infinite blackness. The eye winked the cave into darkness again. Terror. Next, adrenaline. I bolted for the roof, swimming as hard as I could, legs sprinting, arms thrashing. I felt the tendrils coming to life around me, whipping past me, hitting into me, buffeting me around. One swiped the mask off my face and plunged me into blackness. I slammed the roof. My flashlight was gone. I helplessly slapped my hands into the stone, begging for an opening, totally blind. Anything. One of the tendrils wrapped around my left fin, ripped it off my foot, then the right. I swam hard into the roof again. By some kind of miracle, my head and shoulders went through a hole. My tank wouldn't fit. I took one deep breath, unclipped my tank, squirmed out, squeezed into the hole, pulled myself through the opening, arms out ahead, feet scrabbling on the rock. I was certain I would get stuck. Better than being caught by whatever was in the cave behind me. I pushed, came out into a tunnel wide enough for me to swim. I felt my breath tightening, like my lungs were going to burst. With everything in me, I charged the tunnel, swimming for my life in total blackness. The tunnel was a straight shot. I'm certain if there had been a single corner, I would have brained myself and drowned. But I broke the surface. I was still in complete darkness, but there was air. I gasped in it. I felt around for the walls, found one, then a ledge. I heaved myself out of the water, skittered away from it as fast as I could, unsure if the tendrils were still following. Found the wall of the chamber. It took a moment, trying to gather myself. I was too devastated to even cry. I didn't know what to do. Unsure about what had just happened, without any gear, without my brother, alone in the pitch black. I think I passed out there on that ledge for some time. Guess the adrenaline wore off and left me exhausted. I have no way of knowing how long I was out for. When I woke up, I decided to save myself. I was not going to die there. I felt around the walls of the cavern, making my careful way around, unsure if I was just moving in circles, about to fall back into the water. A breeze caressed the side of my face. I followed it, gratefully sucking down the fresh air. Soon enough there was light, dim but real. I ran. An opening, a cave curtained by roots. I burst through, and I was back in the forest. I collapsed beneath the trees, and then did I cry. I wept hard, for my brother, for myself. The weeks that followed were a blur of police reports, inquests, testimonies. I told them what I had seen down there. The police told me I had most likely experienced nitrogen narcosis, a type of poisoning from too much nitrogen in the bloodstream. They said it had caused me to hallucinate, panic. I know what I saw. Against my protests, they sent rescue divers down into the cave to retrieve Mike's body. The rescue team never came back. Their disappearance too was written off as another accident and a notoriously dangerous activity. The decision was made to block the opening at the bottom of the lake to stop any of the would-be adventurers from going down there. Whatever the thing I saw down there was, some flimsy grid is not going to stop it. I don't know what it was, frankly. I don't want to know. I just want to forget it. But every night, that eye peers at me in my dreams, pulling me into the depths. I'm kind of a celebrity around the town now. My story is part of the mythos, part of the campfire stories the kids tell each other as they dare one another to go into the lake. To most folks, I'm that probably brain-damaged guy who spends his days walking around the forest sealing up holes with explosives. Probably making stories up for my reasons for that too. Sure, they all feel bad for me and my family about what happened to my brother, but they give me a wide berth, as if nitrogen narcosis is contagious. Either way, nobody swims in the lake anymore, not even in the shallows. But it's still there, serene as ever. Most days, not so much as a ripple on the surface. As I slowly regained consciousness, I felt a wave of dullness wash over my fractured mind. I couldn't move, much less remember what happened before I passed out. My eyes burned as I opened them. I'd spent too much time in the darkness to quickly adapt to the incessant flow of light. "Hello?" I tried to call out, but what emerged from my lips was merely a whisper. Once I could finally see, I took note of the room I'd awoken in. The walls, floor and ceiling were all covered in weird, sound insulation foam. I tried to get to my feet, but my legs refused to cooperate. They weren't atrophied, but had weakened significantly. That fact, alongside my groggy mind, made me realize I must have been drugged. "Is anyone there?" I asked, a bit louder this time. No response. I tried to think back, clawing at my own memories, hoping for even the faintest scrap of information. I'd been heavily sedated, that much was clear, but why they'd placed me in a soundproof room, I didn't know. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to pull myself onto my feet. Still feeling wobbly, I started to look for an exit. Alas, everything around me was perfectly sealed in that ridiculous foam. I collapsed back to the floor, still exhausted from sleep. That's when I truly realized how quiet it was. The room wasn't just keeping sound in, but it kept everything out as well. No people talking, no traffic, not even the sound of water pipes built into the walls. It was deafening. I held my breath and pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. All I could hear was my own heart beating and the sound of my intestines churning away at whatever I'd eaten the day before. What seemed almost fascinating at first quickly became my worst nightmare. Within the room, I was the only source of sound, and in the absence of any external stimulus, the silence got louder. "Please, let me out of here," I begged. Then I remembered something. Nothing more than a faint hint of a distant memory, a glance into time long since past. It was a meeting, a conversation I'd had with a man I couldn't recognize. "Why are you here?" the man asked. "I'm sorry, sir. This isn't a good place, Ryan. You're young, healthy. Shouldn't you be out there in the real world? Maybe find a wife?" I had one. The brief memory was cut short by a paper floating through the air. While distracted, someone had delivered a note through the ceiling. "Hey, what the hell is this? Let me out!" I called as I looked for whatever hole the note had come from. Without a response, I picked up the paper. It was oddly soft, producing almost no sound as my fingers brushed over it. On it was a single line of text. Day 1. Listen. "Listen to what, assholes?" I called out. I started running around the room, desperately trying to pry the foam off the walls in search of a way out. It was a futile task, and before long, I collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. The drugs still lingered in my body, and I couldn't think clearly enough to form a coherent escape plan. There was a significant difference between being deaf and living in absolute silence. Same goes for being blind versus being put into darkness. With functioning sensory organs, but no input, your mind takes it upon itself to come up with stimuli. Anything even remotely audible gets amplified 1,000 times over. As my mind drifted away, another memory greeted my shattered brain. "So, that's it?" the man asked. "You lost her, and now you're here." He paused. "What happened to her?" "I killed her," I responded with a trembling voice. Once I awoke, I was immediately assaulted by the sounds produced by my own internal organs. "God damn it, shut up!" I yelled at myself. There were no echoes within the room. Each word I spoke simply vanished into the insulation foam. I had to constantly keep talking to myself, just to keep my own bodily sounds at bay. That's the first time I noticed how desperately I needed to use the bathroom. "What if I need to take a pee then?" I asked out loud. With that, one of the foam panes popped up from the ground. Beneath lay little more than a small, foam-covered tunnel. Even my own stream of urine fell silently down into the darkness below. Once I finished relieving myself, another piece of paper fell from the ceiling. Alongside it, a stream of water appeared. It hit the ground almost without producing a sound and was immediately absorbed by the foam. Nevertheless, I dove under it, parched from a day without liquid. After the stream stopped, I picked up the second piece of paper. Day 2. Do you hear them yet? It read. What the hell are you talking about? I yelled to no one in particular. Still, no response. Not that I expected anything else. I spent most of day 2 investigating the room. With the drugs cleared from my system, I could finally think. Though despite being clear of mind, my memories remained hazy. There was no way out. No cracks in the horrendous facade. I was alone in an isolated room. The churning sounds of my intestines, the only thing to keep me company. I tried lying in different positions to muffle the sounds, but it felt as if they just grew louder. Confused and trapped, I had another memory flash by. It's an anhedonic chamber, the quietest place in the entire world. A concrete block resting on a spring plate, isolated with soundproof foam to make sure not a single sound can get in nor out. While one exists in all field laboratories, this one is special, one by my own design. The man said. It must have been expensive. What's the point? I asked. To make people hear the truth. On the third day, I didn't wake until I heard the faint sound of water hitting the foam. I shot to my feet and started drinking from the short-lasting stream. That time, they even dropped down some weird loaf of bread. It was heavy and packed with strange bits of vegetable and seeds, some kind of Nutriloaf. A note also dropped down alongside the food and water. Day 3. Accept it, it read. It felt like pure ecstasy to hear the bread tear apart as I bit into it. Finally, an audible sound that didn't come from my own guts. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. As soon as the bread had been eaten, I was once again plunged into absolute silence. I tried to keep myself preoccupied by talking, but my voice could only keep going for so long before my throat dried out. I realized then that they were purposefully keeping my water supply limited to prevent exactly that. I'd be too weak to fight back, too weak to keep talking, but healthy enough to remain conscious. There I sat, listening to my own organs work. I hated them. Disgusting pieces of flesh that produced squishy, sickly sounds that never ceased. Then I heard something new, a faint voice hidden beneath the sound of my beating heart. Please, just make it stop. I can't take it anymore, the voice said. It belonged to that of a woman, oddly familiar, yet so strange. Hey, where are you? I called out. It hurts so much. I don't deserve this. Why is this happening to me? There was no discernible location for the sound. It almost felt as if it were coming from nowhere and everywhere, all at once. Come on, I need to know where you are if I'm going to help you. Ryan? It hurts so much. Please help me, she begged, before the voice vanished into thin air. Linda? Oh my God, I called out, praying her voice would return. It had been my wife, the voice I'd longed to hear for so long. I almost couldn't believe it. Through the immense silence, I heard the love of my life, and she was suffering. I cried as memories of her flowed back, how she had died. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. But she wasn't real. She had to be a figment of my imagination, or a hallucination brought on by the quiet room I'd been living in. As I sobbed into the foam floor, my mind wandered involuntarily back to my most recent, partially intact memory. How did she die? The man asked. Why are you asking me these questions? I already signed the damn papers with Project Orcus. Because you might be able to talk to her again. The fourth day arrived, and another piece of paper dropped from the ceiling. Day 4. Don't ignore them. They are as real as you and me, it read. I tore the letter apart, not out of anger, but to enjoy the barely audible sound it produced as I ripped it to pieces. I made sure they were only thin strips, keeping it going for as long as possible. I savoured every moment of it before I was forced back into silence. No sooner had the silence returned before I started hearing whispers all around me. At first, they were just incomprehensible sounds, voices that didn't make any sense. But among it all, I heard Linda call out for me. Ryan, stay away. It's not safe here, she begged. But she wasn't the only one. There were dozens of muffled whispers all around me. I tried to filter them out, focusing only on my wife's beautiful, haunting voice. But as time passed, they kept getting louder. Day 5 arrived. I was on the brink of total insanity. The whispers had kept me awake for hours, only to vanish when the next paper quietly hit the ground. The voices will set you free. It was a temporary relief. After I'd torn the paper to shreds, the voices immediately returned. Each hour gone made them louder, and I could do nothing to block them out. Day 6 came and went in the blink of an eye. The voices had fused together. The mess of sound that came from all around me just never ceased for a single second. Even as I shouted with my hoarse voice, they just kept coming. The only real thing I remember from the day is the note that fell from the ceiling. Keep quiet and let them guide you. Once I'd lost my voice completely, I sat back and surrendered. I let the voices overrun my mind, still growing louder and louder and louder. That's when I realized they weren't whispers at all. They were screams. Each of the 1,000 voices that haunted me were cries for help. The people, wherever they came from, were in perpetual, unrelenting pain. They were begging me for a way out, but I could do nothing save listen to their infinite suffering. In the midst of it all, I still heard the voice of my wife. I don't know why hers was louder or clearer than the others. I'd been clinging firmly to the idea that it was all in my head, but my sanity couldn't prevail for much longer. Soon, I'd have to give in. Let me get the hell out of here, I shouted as loud as I could with my hoarse voice. My mind was deteriorating rapidly. Day 8 was a haze of broken thoughts, and day 9 didn't fare much better. I stopped reading the notes. The screams kept going. Among them, I could hear discernible words and phrases, but it wouldn't be until the 10th day before I could finally understand them. Help me, please, a child cried. You're not real, none of you are. But you can hear us. You're nothing but figments of my broken mind. You're all in my head. That doesn't mean we're not real. I can prove it. How? The last note that fell from the ceiling. It's a list of names. I glanced over at the paper I still hadn't checked. As I picked one up, I realized he was right. Henry Jones, Peter Dawson, Alex Morse, David Lawrence. I dropped the paper and picked up another. The same list, same people, but no instructions. Who are they? I asked. They're the people you're supposed to find, the child responded. I'm one of them. My name is Alex. What happened to you? But it was too late. His voice had faded away, replaced by the continuous screams of torture. I kept my eyes fixed on the paper, and as I read the names one more time, another memory flashed by. Do you know what to do? The man asked. Yes, sir. We need to sedate you, and you'll undergo electroshock therapy. It's the only way you'll be susceptible to the environment. I understand, I responded plainly. It's dangerous. I don't care. It also means you'll be extremely disoriented when you wake up. You might have forgotten who I am, or even who you are. That's why it's of the utmost importance that you keep the mission in mind. Don't forget it. Let it be the only thing you remember. For the next day, I sat in a corner, barely drinking or eating. All I did was repeat the names on the list, hoping the mystery would somehow unravel itself. Henry Jones, Peter Dawson. Who the hell are you guys? I mumbled to myself. Then, as if a switch had been flicked on, I suddenly understood. The screams, the whispers, the voices, everything I'd heard for the past 11 days made sense. A veil had been lifted from my mind, and I could understand everything they'd been trying to tell me. Ryan? My wife called out for me. Linda, you're still with me, I responded with a hint of joy. I don't have much time. It's hard to keep focused, she said, clearly struggling. What's happening to you? It's not important right now. I just need you to know that it wasn't your fault. Her words of comfort hardly masked the pain she was in. Yes, it was. Before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted by more deafening screaming. It's time for you to leave, she said. Wait, are you okay? I mean, where are you? She paused. No, none of us are. I'm sorry, she said with a trembling voice. With that, she vanished for the last time, and a final paper fell from the ceiling. Day 12. Did you find them? I took a moment just to listen. There, among the pain, I heard them call out for me. They'd been a part of the same project as me, and had since died. Yet, they held the instructions I needed to get out of the room. There was something scattered around within the phone. 7 buttons that had to be pushed in a certain order. Based on the voices, I could easily open the door. Just the act of finding them was a feat on its own, so deducing the correct sequence surely meant I'd make contact with the other side of life. I stepped outside. For the first time in almost 2 weeks, I saw another human being. Welcome back, Ryan. You made it, the man said. I didn't respond. I just walked past him and traversed the long hallways towards the end of the anodinic chamber. Once outside, I just collapsed to the ground and listened to all the insignificant sounds around me. Water flowing through pipes, the silent hum of fluorescent light bulbs, footsteps shuffling around the facility. It was all equally heavenly. Once I'd gotten used to the real world, the man joined me. He was my boss. I could remember that much. But my memories still remained hazy due to whatever treatment I'd been given before entering the chamber. Are you ready to talk? he asked. I sat down by the table, listening to the chairs scrape against the solid floor. The names, he said. Do you remember them? Henry Jones, Peter Dawson, Alex Moore, David Lawrence, I responded without skipping a beat. And you're aware of what happened to them? I nodded. Tell me. Henry Jones, age 75, passed away from 4th stage lung cancer. He signed up for the AUKUS project about a month before his death. Payment was supposed to be sent to his family. Go on. Peter Dawson, age 32, diagnosed with ALS and immediately signed up for the AUKUS project. David Lawrence, age 56, passed away from heart failure. And Alex Moore. He wasn't part of the project. He was a child. I still don't know what happened to him. Neither do we, the man said as he smiled at me, a smirk born from completion of self-intentions. Good work. And how are they doing now? He continued. I thought back to everything I'd heard. Through the screens, I'd been given mostly bits and pieces. It took me a moment just to put it all together. They're in pain. They say the last moment of consciousness they ever experienced is what they've been going through for every moment since their passing. There's no safe haven on the other side, no paradise, only the everlasting pain they felt before death. He scribbled down some notes onto a piece of paper. A smile still occupied his face, as if his theories had been confirmed. Thank you, Ryan. We at Artifacts owe you a great debt for your services. This marks the end of our partnership. As agreed, you'll be well provided for, he said, as he gestured for a couple guards to take me away. They escorted me towards the exit. My boss gave me a final glance. Enjoy the rest of your life, Ryan, he said. I packed the few belongings I had. There were still multiple holes in my memory, spanning over the past year, but I suppose that's why they let me go. I know nothing about the people in charge. Even my knowledge about the AUKUS project is scanty. Once I returned home, I started to remember the life I'd left behind, the rough memories of my dead wife. I'd signed up to get away from my failure to keep her safe, and when the man first told me I could talk to her again, I was ecstatic. It was a mistake. Because even now that I'm 100 miles away from the anhedonic chamber, I still hear them screaming. They never stop. They're in so much pain. And once we die, we'll all join them in their misery. It was about 1 in the morning when I got a phone call from my son. He sighed loudly and picked up the landline. My son was a bit of an asshole, in a kid way. He liked to tease and make fun of me, but I understood. I also understood his college antics as well. It's not like I was the most well-behaved person in my college. "Hello, Jack," I said, as warmly as I possibly could. His line sounded busy. It seemed like he was in a crowded area or a party. It made sense. I heard that college parties lasted for days. "Dad?" he shouted. I didn't expect him to be so loud, and I jumped at the volume of his voice. "Dad, where are you?" he yelled. He was slurring his words and didn't seem to realize that he was shouting. "At home?" I replied. My dog, Bear, woke up at the sound of my voice. I heard the clicking of her paws come down the hallway from my bedroom to the kitchen. "Jack, is there something wrong?" "Didn't you hear? A friend said there's a big thunderstorm coming tonight," he exclaimed. Dad, you literally only have a dog. What if you die? I smiled to myself. At least he cared about his family. He was sweet in that sort of way. Are you drunk? I asked, laughing softly. Bear licked my hand as he trotted over to a water bowl. Yeah, kind of, he replied, seemingly embarrassed. Get one of your friends to drive you back to the dorms. It's late, I said, yawning in the middle of my sentence. Huh? Jack asked, and before I could answer, he screamed a goodbye and hung up. I chuckled again, and Bear looked at me. I sometimes wished I was a dog like her. She didn't have to deal with hammered stepchildren on the phone. I watched as she stretched and walked around before I saw her go to the sliding glass door. She whined a little bit, and I sighed. I was already awake, so it would be fine for her to romp around in the backyard for a little bit. She was an energetic dog to begin with. I unlocked the door and slid it open, and she immediately burst into the backyard. I had a pretty large backyard, mostly because I lived in a pretty secluded house. There were just bare fields for miles around here. Bear did her usual thing, running around, sniffing the ground, before she started barking, loudly. It wasn't her playful barks, but a much more aggressive one. I tried to ignore it. Maybe she saw a squirrel or something. I heard a small clap of thunder, and Bear barked even louder. Huh? I said, with a small note of amusement. Jack was right. I probably stood there for another few seconds when I felt a few water droplets land on my head. Here it was. It was best for me and Bear to just head inside. I called Bear back, but she didn't move a muscle. Instead, she was sniffing something on the ground. Odd, I thought. Bear was a ferociously obedient dog. She knew what command I was giving even before I gave it. I stepped off the deck and walked over to where she was, to possibly see what was distracting her so much. Bear, what? I cut myself off when I saw what Bear was sniffing at. It was a baby bird, dead on the ground. I grimaced at the sight, but tugged at Bear's collar to make her move away. I felt the tension in her body when I touched her, and a low growl was starting in the bottom of her throat. Bear, let's go, I said, louder than my usual voice. She was not going to make me stay out here and get soaked in the rain. Bear finally looked at me, her ears perking up, and she seemed to have snapped out of her stupor. She ran over to the deck and bolted inside the house. I didn't want to pick up the bird, but I covered it with a nearby leaf, just in respect. I began to walk towards the house, when I saw something fall right in front of me, 2 feet away. Curious and a bit nervous, I took a closer look and saw that it was another bird, dead. I nudged it around with my shoe, but it didn't move. It was very dead. Did it die on impact? I couldn't tell, but I was creeped out. I picked up my pace and jogged to the deck, shutting the sliding glass door when I got inside the house. Bear was waiting for me, as happy as day. Suddenly, a thud. Something hit the sliding glass door. I glanced outside and saw the body of a bird on the outside of the door. Bear began to growl again, but I rubbed her head to quiet her down. I was wondering whether to open the door and take a look at the thing when I heard another thud. Again, it was a bird. Was this the storm Jack was talking about? I waited for a few seconds, as still as stone, when a crow crashed into the door again. Blood was splattered at each spot the birds crashed into, and the drops slowly flowed down the glass. I quickly dialed Jack's number. I got his voicemail, so I called again. He wasn't picking up. I looked at the window again, and I jumped when another animal crashed into the door. This one was huge. I looked at the ground where it fell. It was a hawk. There were now cracks in the glass. "Bear, come on," I said gently, trying to urge her to follow me. I wanted to just stay in my bedroom till this passed, or call animal control or something. Bear followed me, but her ears were set back. She was frightened. I grabbed my phone book and headed to the bedroom, Bear in tow. Bang! This one was louder than any bird. I froze and put Bear and the phone in my bedroom and quietly walked over to where the sound came from. The front door. I carefully glanced out the side window by the door, and to my horror, I saw a deer. The deer, it was a female, and it was smashing its head against the door. I could only see the whites of its eyes as the deer pummeled its skull against my house. With the little light I had, I saw blood trickling down its head. It didn't even seem to care that it was crushing its brain. It kept on pounding against my door, again and again. It didn't make a sound, or nothing that I heard of. After 3 minutes, it began to slow down, and the pounding got quieter. I caught sight of a male deer coming up to the door. It was stumbling and walking awkwardly, as if it didn't have control over its own body. The rain was a heavy downpour. The lightning struck at the exact moment to see the buck's eyes were slivers of white as well. A crash came from the back sliding glass door. The house was small enough for me to see what happened quickly. A hawk, glass stuck in its body, flopped on the kitchen floor, blood smearing with every movement. It seemed to have deadly interest in me. Even if it had shards of glass in its skull, it crawled to me. Its eyes rolled to the back of its head as it attempted to bite me. I jumped back, and it let out the most horrendous screech I ever heard in my life. It stopped moving after it screamed, and blood began to pool quickly around its body. I glanced at the broken door and saw more birds flying towards it, calling that same blood-curdling shriek. My heart was pounding so loud that I couldn't hear anything else. I just ran to my bedroom and locked the door. Bear was hiding under the bed, pawing at her head as if she had an itch. I tried to reach for her, but she snarled at me, and I instinctively flinched. She seemed to have trouble hearing, and she was shaking her head repeatedly. Bear wasn't like this. I didn't understand what was even happening. With all the animals, with Bear, I just crawled over to the connected bathroom and locked myself inside. I feel awful now, abandoning my dog like that, but I don't know. She really didn't want to move, and I couldn't get her out from under the bed. I just hid in the bathroom, the lights blaring against my eyes. I didn't know what the hell was happening, but I heard more crashes and more things breaking in the house. There was a small window in the bathroom, and I decided to take a peek outside. Birds were flying towards my house, along with another line of animals from the darkness of my backyard. Then, something else caught my eye. It was lagging behind the birds. I couldn't make out exactly what it was till it got closer. It was coming for the window I was looking out of. It was slow, and its movements were sluggish and unstable. I realized it had a humanoid appearance. It was standing on 2 legs and seemed to have 2 arms. The skin seemed to be pulled back, and I could see the thing's gums as clear as day. Its mouth was gaping open, and I could see a row of human-like teeth, except they were all yellow, black and chipped. If I could make a guess, it seemed to be 8 feet tall and as slim as a stick. It was heading for me, and I remembered that the lights in the bathroom were on. I let out a slew of curses and ran to switch off the bathroom light. I hid in the corner where it couldn't see me, and I trembled with fear. Its footsteps were heavy. I could feel the vibrations of its treads from the ground. After a few seconds, the steps stopped, and I nearly let out a sigh of relief before a tapping was heard at the window. I didn't dare look up, but I heard heavy breathing, and it scratched at the window. "Hello?" The voice was deep, gravelly, and terrifying. My breath caught in my throat. I want something to eat," it whined. It had the tone of an impatient child. I prayed to every god I knew that the thing would just leave me alone, or that I was dreaming. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. "Is someone here?" It groaned, holding out its words with despair. "I can't take it anymore. I'm starving." I curled myself up tighter into a ball. I could nearly feel the tears falling from my eyes. I just wanted this to be over. I just wanted this thing to leave me alone. I didn't make a single sound. I didn't make a squeak. You're so tasty." It clawed at the window. It didn't bother breaking the glass. I just heard its nails drag up and down, up and down. I covered my mouth with my hand so it couldn't hear my breathing. After 10 seconds, I heard it fiddling with the frame of the window, as if it was trying to find a lock to open it. "Nobody else can have you. Nobody else saw you. Only me," the thing said, its tone getting more excited as it continued to mess with the window. A crack. It broke a piece of the frame. It let out a groan. It sounded like it was in total glee. The thing started to knock on the glass, the pounding growing louder and louder. Oh God, the thing was going to find me. I felt a few tears fall down my cheeks. I still refused to make a single sound as the window began to seem like it was more and more likely to break. "Your doors were so hard to open. This is better. Hopefully, I don't have to search your house for long." It still didn't know where I was. It still couldn't hear me. Suddenly, Bear started barking and scratching the outside of the bathroom door. I held in the will to scream at my dog to shut up, but it was too late. That thing heard it. "Oh," it murmured. It sounded disappointed to hear Bear. "Only a dog." The pounding and the scratching stopped from the window, but Bear continued to bark. "He's not home. Where is he?" the thing said, in a slightly irritated tone. "I can't. No one sees him. I can't see him." I didn't even take a breath in the next minute as the thing stayed there, motionless. A shame. Footsteps began to recede, and Bear stopped barking. I couldn't hear anything except my heart pounding so unbelievably loud. I stayed in that bathroom for the entire night, not moving from that corner. I eventually fell asleep a few hours later. When I woke up, I carefully unlocked the bathroom door and peeked outside. Bear was asleep on my bed, but she woke up when she saw me. Her tail wagged and she ran over to me to greet me. I haphazardly petted her head for a second before stumbling to the bedroom door, and, looking outside, I expected a mess, with all the crashing and clashing that I heard in the bathroom. But everything was fine. Bear was following me, but raced to the glass doors, basking in the sunlight that shone through. It wasn't broken like I saw it. It looked the same as normal. There weren't any dead birds, there wasn't a hawk, and there weren't any cracks. Was everything a dream? There was no chaos, no nothing, till I retrieved my phone from the bedroom and checked to see that Jack had called me at 5 a.m. I decided to call him back. He picked up right away. "Jack?" I asked, leaning against the kitchen counter. Bear was impatiently waiting for breakfast, but I wanted to get through my call first. My nerves were still a little on the fritz, so I must have sounded panicked. "Dad?" Jack replied. He sounded groggy, as expected of a hangover this size. "How are you doing?" I asked, finally giving in to Bear's pleading eyes for some food. I reached over for the kibble that was in the cabinet, my hand shaking. "I'm good. Are you okay? You're acting kind of weird." "I'm fine," I reassured him. "It's just a few animals decided to go crazy and mess up the house, I guess," I said. "Yeah, that..." Jack's voice was cut off. I stared at my phone, confused, even more so when I saw that I had no signal. Bear started to growl again and wouldn't stop when I petted her or when I put her food down. She was just staring out the glass door. I tried to see what she was looking at and spotted a deer standing right in the middle of the yard, not moving. It was just staring at us. I couldn't see it that well, but I did realize in a few seconds that the whites of its eyes were the only things visible. My fear got the best of me. The memories of the previous night came rushing into my head, and in an instant, I grabbed Bear, my wallet, my keys and my phone. We headed to the car, and I just drove. I didn't care. I was driving for my life. I've been on the road for a while, and I'm mostly staying in a hotel till I learn what to do with the house. I just know that I'm never stepping foot in there again. I've always been overly protective of my daughter, Charlotte. As soon as I laid my eyes upon her for the first time, I knew I would do anything and everything to keep her safe from harm. With that being said, I hope that you can understand why I'm doing this by the end of my story. 2 days ago, on Wednesday evening, I sent my daughter out of the house. The tail of her black cat costume bounced as she ran down the driveway to meet her friends, who waited patiently on the sidewalk. Charlotte had just recently turned 13. She was a teenager now. My wife, Samantha, had always been a bit more open to letting our daughter live her own independent life. Sam, with Charlie's help, convinced me that she was ready to travel around the neighborhood on her own for Halloween. I wanted to keep my daughter safe, yes, but I'd always been conscious of how overbearing I could be. In an attempt to make up for my overprotective tendencies, I agreed with them this time. We lived in a great neighborhood anyway. I had nothing to worry about. In our town last year, trick-or-treating occurred on the night before Halloween, October 30th. It was a last-minute decision by those who were in charge of that kind of thing. A massive rainstorm was coming through the night of Halloween. The storm would have ruined the holiday for these kids, so I'm glad that Charlie got to have that experience while she could. Sam and I sat on our front porch, waiting patiently for another child to make their shy journey up our driveway. "It looks like it's going to rain tonight after all," Samantha said, leaning forward and looking up at the sky. "Charlie's been out for almost an hour now," I said, glancing at my watch. "Even if it does rain, I imagine she won't be that disappointed." Sam scoffed, shrugging. "It's like you don't even know your own daughter," she said, laughing. "That girl can down candy like it's nothing." I smiled, turning my attention to the end of the road, A small boy, no more than 4 years old, waddled around the corner, his body surrounded by a large pumpkin costume. His parents walked slowly behind him, chatting quietly as the son moved down the road. "God, look at him," Sam said, a pang of sadness in her voice. "He's so adorable, Ryan." I smirked. "We could make a hell of a pie out of him." Sam ignored the joke, turning towards me. "We should have another kid, Ryan." I sighed softly, sitting up in my chair. We'd had this conversation many times before, but several months had passed since we'd talked about it last. "Don't you think it's a little late for that? I mean, if the gears are still running," she started shrugging. "I don't see why we shouldn't. It's just, Charlie's getting old so fast. She'll be gone soon." "We still have plenty of time, Sam," I said, rubbing my wife's arm slowly. "She's not going to college tomorrow, you know." Sam hummed softly, looking out towards the driveway. The little boy was moving up our yard, his bucket of candy in hand. The boy began to walk slower than before as he noticed that he was being watched. "Wow, look at you," Sam said, leaning forward in a chair as the boy approached. The parents smiled politely at my wife as the boy stood, silent. "What do you say, Lukey?" the mother said, looking down at her son. "Trick or treat," the boy said, hardly getting the words out. "Well, we just gave out our last trick," Sam said, repeating the same joke she'd used for most of the night so far. "So I guess we'll just have to give you a treat then." The little boy smiled, stepping towards me. I leaned forward, holding the large orange bowl of candy out towards him. His tiny hand reached into the bowl, taking out a single, fun-sized Snickers bar. The pumpkin took a step back, dropping the candy into his pail. "Oh no," Sam said, laughing. "You have to take more than that." The boy looked back to me for a moment before stepping forward once more, reaching back into the bowl. I couldn't help but smile as the boy began to rummage through the candy. He clearly had his favourites. Footsteps sounded from up the street. It sounded as if someone were running. Sam looked up at the parents from a chair, starting a conversation as the boy continued to pick through our candy. My eyes moved down the road as the footsteps grew nearer. Charlotte was running down the street towards our house, her pillowcase in hand. I was on my feet within the next second. The boy stared up at me in confusion as I set the bowl up on the table next to me. "Charlie, what's wrong?" I called out, ignoring the staring eyes of the parents to my left. My daughter ran up our yard, clearly in distress. The eye makeup that she and her mother had worked on just a few hours earlier was now running down her cheeks, black tears staining her pale skin. Charlie ran up to me, throwing her arms around my waist. Sam was now standing, confusion in her eyes. "Charlie?" I repeated, rubbing my daughter's back. "What happened?" Charlie took a step back, rubbing her eyes. I got scared." I couldn't help but become slowly angry. "Why? Was someone messing with you?" "No, Dad," she said, shaking her head. I don't know." Sam stepped forward, standing beside me. "You can talk to us, honey. What happened?" Charlie sighed, looking nervously at the family on our driveway as they began to walk away. "There was a man at one of the houses." "Okay. What did he do to you?" I asked, just about ready to go inside and grab my gun. "Nothing," she said, wiping away her tears once more. He told us a scary story, that's all." Sam nodded, sighing softly. "Well, you're safe now, Charlie. It's just a story." "Who was it?" I asked, nodding slowly. Sam placed a hand on my arm, attempting to calm me down. "It was that old guy," she said, shrugging. The one who moved in, like, a week ago. I clenched my teeth. Alright, well, I'm going to go talk to him. Charlie began to chew on her lip as Sam shook her head. It's fine, Ryan. Don't bother. It's Halloween. You're supposed to tell scary stories, she said, looking towards her daughter. And it's just fine that you got scared, honey. Scary stories aren't for everyone. No, I'm going, I said, shaking my head. Who makes a little girl cry like that? Dad, it's fine, Charlie said, sighing. It was just a stupid story. I'm okay. Don't worry, Charlie, I said. I just want to talk to him, that's all. Charlie rolled her eyes, heading towards the front door. Well, I'm not going back there, she said, pushing open the door. That guy is creepy. I remained outside with Sam for a moment, rubbing my chin. Ryan, you don't have to bother with doing this, Sam said, sighing. You saw her, Sam, I said, pointing towards the door. That creep should have known what was too far before she ever got to that point. Sam nodded slowly, seemingly accepting that I wasn't going to give in. Well, I'm coming with you then. I grunted, already beginning to walk out towards the street. I'd already made up my mind anyway. I knew exactly which house Charlie had been talking about. The man had only moved in 5 days ago. I knocked on the front door of the man's house, glancing over my shoulder at Sam. My wife looked slightly nervous. I didn't blame her. I usually kept my temper under control to give myself some credit, but some people just rubbed me the wrong way. There wasn't much I could do about that. The door creaked slowly open. An older man stood in the doorway, his scalp almost completely bald. His skin was extremely wrinkled and looked as if it were dry. The man had certainly not aged well. You seem a bit old to be looking for candy, the old man smiled, chuckling. I ignored his joke. Hey, did my daughter come through here earlier? The man frowned. I'm afraid I don't know your daughter, sir. I nodded. She wore a cat costume. You told her a story, apparently, I said, narrowing my eyes. She just came home to me crying. The old man sighed, turning away briefly. Ah, yes, he said, nodding. She did come by. What's wrong with you? I asked, crossing my arms. Why did you think it's okay to make a girl cry like that? Sam placed a hand on my arm as the old man stared into my eyes. I didn't know that the girl would cry. I'm truly sorry. What did you tell her anyway? I asked, moving Sam's hand gently away. I was calm. The man laughed softly before sighing. Oh, I imagine you wouldn't want to hear the story. No, you're going to tell me, I said, taking a step forward. I was calm. The man stared at me for a moment before speaking. I told your girl a story that my family has been telling for years, centuries even. I nodded, leaning against the wall. Well, get on with it then. The man nodded, clearing his throat. In a small town out in the middle of the country, a few hundred years ago, there lived a young boy and his friend. The boy and his friend liked to play out in the woods outside of the town, fighting one another with sticks or swimming in the river. I listened intently, feeling Sam as she stepped up beside me. The man continued. One day, the two of them heard a rattling somewhere out in the woods. The friend turned to the boy and said, I think I just heard a deer. The boy turned to his friend and said, No, I think it was a dog. I turned to Sam, frowning. You sure this is the story you told my daughter? The old man ignored my question. The boy and his friend began to argue. eventually deciding that they would move deeper into the woods in an attempt to find the source of the noise. Sam smirked, seemingly amused by the man's story. What did they find then? Deep in the woods, the boy and his friend found a man, he said, a disturbing smile crossing his face. He was quite unlike any man the two had ever seen before. He stood nearly 8 feet tall and wore dark clothing that covered every inch of his skin. A hood shielded his head from view. No matter how hard the boys looked, no matter how close they moved, they could not make out the man's face. I hate to admit it, but the man's story was beginning to make me feel uneasy. Why were you saying this to my daughter? The man is good, my friend, the old man said, smiling. Let me finish my story, please. I nodded, sighing loudly. The old man spoke. The man introduced himself to the boys and explained his situation. The man is tall. He needs to eat. Once a day, the man picks a name from his list and travels to their home. When his meal is not looking, he sneaks into their home and hides under their bed. When the meal falls asleep, the man makes a small cut in the meal's skin and sucks the blood from their body. I frowned, disgusted. What the hell is wrong with you? The man continued to smile. You don't like the story? You're sick, I said, shaking my head. In what world is that a good story to tell a child? Ours, he said, his eyes unblinking. Don't you want to know how he makes his list? Sam groaned, unsettled. Ryan, let's just go home, please. The man adds those who hear his name to his list, the old man said, his grin growing even wider. No, Sam, I said, looking back at my wife. This guy needs to understand that what he is doing is wrong. Would you like to hear his name? The old man asked, his eyes locked under the back of my head. I turned back to the man, my hand held up. Enough with your story. They call him the Bloodletter, the old man said, beginning to laugh. The man was starting to tick me off. What the hell is funny to you? I asked, taking another step forward. Is making a little girl cry funny to you? The old man did not respond. His laughing cut off by a pained fit of coughing. Without another word, I reared back my fist and punched the man. Sam gasped behind me as the old man fell to the floor. The man grunted in shock as he hit the ground before falling back into a fit of laughter. I shook my hand slowly, groaning. Let's go, Sam, I said, avoiding my wife's eyes as we walked down the man's driveway. Charlie was watching TV in the living room when we got home. The three of us ate a late dinner and headed to bed. Charlie still at school the following day, after all. I kissed my wife goodnight, and that was that. I woke up the next day, Halloween morning, to find Sam next to me, dead. Her neck had been slashed open. No blood stained the bed around her corpse. Her skin was paler than it used to be. My poor, beautiful Sam. The first thing I did was check on Charlie. She was, and is, okay, thank God. The police found the old man's house to be empty. There are apparently no records of anyone having lived there within the past year. The smart ones among you may have already noticed what I have done. If so, I'm so sorry that it had to be this way. If you still have yet to realize what I've done, I'll spell it out for you. You've now heard the old man's story. You now know the man's name. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Perhaps that asshole I talked to on Wednesday was the one who killed my wife, but I can't stop thinking about his story. Do I want you to die? No, of course not. No, I want Charlie to live. And it seems that the more people that know of the man's story, the better her chances are of surviving. You are now on the man's list of names. So am I. So is my daughter. And so is the name of every other user who has heard this story. So, now what? How do you increase your chance of survival? Tell the man's story to those you know, to those you hate, to those you love, to those you don't know. I couldn't give a damn, really. I just want Charlie to be okay. I hope you can forgive me. It isn't personal, of course. I don't know your stories. I don't care about who you are or what you've done. To me, you're just a name. A name that lowers my daughter's chances of being murdered by this bloodletter. I'm taking Charlie far away from here. I'm not going to mention where. I'm beginning to fear that there is no point in trying to run. It's only a matter of time before the bloodletter reaches Charlie's name. I don't even know how this damn list works. For all I know, Charlie and I are next. Maybe I've killed you all for nothing. Who knows, really? Please, share this story to as many people as you can, or as many people as you want to. Hell, I don't even mean this YouTube post specifically. Tell them the story. Tell them his name. If I'm lucky, the bloodletters list will grow. If I'm lucky, maybe I can put off Charlie's death by a few years. I've already told almost 100 people this story in person. That's potentially another 100 days of life for my daughter. That is, of course, unless the bloodletter picks randomly. I hope I've made you understand why I've done this to you. I hope you will join me in spreading his story. I'm so sorry. Chronic insomnia has its advantages, believe it or not. Sure, I haven't slept through the night since I was a teenager. Yes, I sometimes start to hallucinate after being awake for more than 72 hours. But on the plus side, when I go to the gym at 4 AM, at least I don't have to worry about anyone watching me. I've been doing this for a couple years now. Workout at the witching hour, my friends call it. It's oddly soothing to be productive at a time when most people are in deep sleep. It distracts me from my inescapable feelings of exhaustion, and it's a good chance to clear my head. This year, I decided to try something new and add some jogging to my workout regimen. I've always been afraid to run in public because I'm afraid of the general public staring at my scrawny chicken legs and shorts. But I figure that at 3 in the morning, I'm not liable to run into anyone in any position to judge. Plus, I live in a sleepy little suburb, so I figure the streets are safe at all hours of the night. Safe, sleepy. That's what I thought, at least. Until this week. Until something happened on my Monday jog at 3:30 in the morning that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. Did I mention that I haven't slept a wink since then? Or that I've been too scared to leave the house? I start out pretty slow on my Monday runs, just going a mile or two around the nearby neighborhoods. I've gotten into a pretty good routine at this point, and can pretty much run the routes with my eyes closed. That can be a useful skill for an insomniac, because I'm liable to fall into a stupor mid-run and go several blocks without even realizing it. My body has gotten pretty good at jumping into autopilot when my mind starts to fail it. On Monday, though, I was feeling very alert. That weekend, I had actually gotten several hours of quality sleep. I think I might have even dreamed. And I felt like I was looking around my neighborhood with a newfound appreciation. The towering, ancient coral trees with trunks like rhinoceros' skin. The tidy little lawns in front of quiet houses. their darkened windows protecting slumbering families inside. Most of all, I enjoyed the silence that followed through the empty streets, as if I was the only person in the whole world. I closed my eyes and breathed in the smell of flowers and dewy grass. I heard some crickets chirp. Total bliss. My peace was shattered as soon as I opened my eyes and saw a figure in the distance, several blocks ahead, walking towards me. Walking isn't quite the right word though. He had a funny way of moving, pushing one leg forward and then dragging the other behind him, stepping sideways, then almost falling over himself, steadying himself against trees and telephone poles. No two paces were the same, like each limb had a mind of its own, or like they were being controlled by two bickering puppeteers, each one trying to trip him in a different direction. Somehow though, no matter how clumsily, he moved ahead. I shivered and slowed my pace a bit. It's not unheard of for me to encounter someone else on these late night runs, but it is pretty rare. Occasionally, I see a grouchy, half-asleep dad in his pajamas taking his dog out for a late-night pee. Once or twice, I've seen other runners with the same nocturnal habits. We give each other a nod of mutual recognition, then go our separate ways. For the most part, though, I'm alone on the streets, and that's the way I like it. I was getting a bad feeling about this guy. Something about the irregular, shambling way he was moving, as well as the alarming pace at which he was approaching me. It gave me the creeps. Instinctively, I crossed to the other side of the street. There was a side street 1 block down the street, and I hung a right down it. I felt bad if I offended the guy, but my sleep-deprived 3 a.m. brain wasn't ready to take any chances. After a few minutes, I was back in my groove, falling into the rhythm of a steady pace. If that had been the end of it, I'm sure I would have never even thought of the man again. I probably would have laughed at myself in the morning for being so skittish. But that wasn't the end. Far from it. Less than 10 minutes later, I slowed to a walk in order to take a water break. I happened to glance behind me, and I nearly spat out a mouthful. There he was again. The same man, walking in the same frightening shamble, less than 2 blocks behind me. I swallowed my water too quickly and almost choked on it. I started running again right away, this time at a faster, less responsible pace. My mind was a flurry of rationalizations. It's not so weird to see the same guy twice, I insisted. It doesn't mean he's following you. He probably just lives around here. It would be more suspicious to see a second person out at this hour. Stop being so paranoid. So what if he walks with a limp? That's not his fault. You're being a dick. All of this sounded perfectly reasonable to me, but none of it was convincing. It wasn't just that he walked kind of funny. I couldn't explain it. Every step he took seemed like it was the first one he had ever taken. Every flail of his limbs looked like a different approximation of what human movement was supposed to be, but each one was wrong in a different, horrible way. I ran even faster. For the first time since I started these nighttime jogs, I felt an acute sense of terror. Why the hell did I go out running at this godforsaken hour? Nobody knew where I was. If anything happened to me, there was no one around to see. The thought of meeting some unspeakable fate on my own neighborhood streets turned my blood to ice. I broke into an all-out sprint, determined to head straight home and never leave my house again. I bolted ahead several blocks and rounded another corner. My heart was beating like a drum, but I barely noticed. I was running on pure adrenaline. Again, the rational corner of my mind fought for control. Are you really going to let one late-night walker scare you off your own streets? To which the other part of my brain, the louder part, screamed back a resounding reply. Hell yes I am! I looked behind me once more. and saw the figure shuffling around the corner, now in the same block as me. Damn it. I was running as fast as I ever had. How was it possible he was gaining on me? I found another well of energy somewhere deep inside my chest. I ignored the screams of pain from my lungs and sprinted 3 blocks in 10 seconds. I made one more right turn, remembering something I'd been told in a safety class. If you think someone is following you, make 3 right turns. If they're still behind you, that means they're going in a circle. If that happens, run. As I made the last turn, I could hear him just a few yards behind me. Before he even rounded the corner, without even thinking, I dove behind a nearby hedge. As I made the last turn, I could hear him just a few yards behind me. Before he could round the corner, without even thinking, I dove behind a nearby hedge. There I lay, on a stranger's front lawn, my face buried in the hedges, my whole body covered in thorns. My heart was beating so loud that I swore the whole neighborhood could hear it. I didn't have much of a plan beyond hiding, I have to admit. If the man was really following me, it wouldn't take him long to find me here. I've always wondered if I was a fight or flight kind of guy, I thought to myself. I guess now I know the answer. Right at that moment, my pursuer finally caught up. From my angle on the ground, I couldn't see anything but a small patch of sidewalk directly in front of me. But the sound of uneven footsteps stopped as soon as they rounded the corner. Evidently, he was confused not to see me. He made a strange, nasally sound, something halfway between a snort and a congested whine. It repeated, and he started to move again, more slowly. Every few steps he paused, and I heard the sound again. With horror, I realized what the sound was. He was trying to sniff me out. My skin crawled. He got closer. And then, he was upon me, standing directly in front of me on the sidewalk, nothing but a row of hedges between us. I didn't dare breathe, though I was sure he could hear my heartbeat loud and clear. There was no way out of this now. He slowly approached the hedges, once again making that hideous, phlegmy slurping noise. I noticed that he was not wearing any shoes. All I could see were his feet and ankles, bare, pudgy, and totally hairless. They were like rolls of fat. I could barely make out his toes. He did not so much walk on them as slide, like someone pushing jello across a countertop. I heard a rustling mere inches above my head. He was feeling the top of the hedges with his fingers now, groping around for me. Could he not see me by the light of the lamppost? Could he not hear my thunderous heartbeat, or smell the sweat clamming my hands? Apparently not, as he felt his fingers all through the hedge, just barely missing my face. I got the sense that he still wasn't sure where I was. I silently prayed that he would just move on. He let out a raspy, frustrated howl, a horrible sound, like someone screaming and gargling at the same time. But it also seemed to indicate, mercifully, that he was giving up. He scraped his feet across the sidewalk and moved out of my line of sight. I let out an undetectable sigh of relief, not ready to celebrate until he was gone around the next block. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I gasped, falling backwards out of the hedges, rolling across the lawn, chanting in my head, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Whoever you are, just shut the hell up right now." They didn't get my message. The voice came again, louder, more insistent. "Hey asshole, I'm talking to you. Get the hell off my lawn. I've already called the cops." I groaned, then looked up at the front door of the house I'd made my refuge. A tired, middle-aged woman with her hair in a ponytail, wearing a fluffy pink bathrobe, was standing in the doorway holding a shotgun. My mouth dried up. I've always hated guns. "Listen, lady," I said, as quietly as I could, putting my hands in the air. I can explain everything, but you just need to quiet your voice and get back in your house right now. I looked around frantically, hoping to God that the man had already left the neighborhood. The lady laughed at me. She reached into a bathrobe pocket, pulled out a couple shotgun shells, and loaded them into the gun like a pro. Jesus, I thought. So much for peaceful suburbia. I'm going to give you to the count of 3, she said, as she aimed straight for my heart. And if you're not halfway to Tuscaloosa, I'm going to make Swiss cheese out of you. I rose to my feet slowly, hands still in the air. Look, I told you. I can explain. 1, she said, taking a few steps forward into the yard. In the distance, I heard a horrible sound. The rapid approach of unsteady feet on pavement. 2, she said, holding the gun up to fire. For the love of God, listen to me, I yelled at her. We're in danger. The footsteps were unmistakable now, coming directly behind me. But I didn't dare look away from the gun pointed right between my eyes. 3, the lady smiled, tightening a finger around the trigger. And then she stopped. Her smile fell. Her mouth slowly opened into a perfect, shot circle. Behind my head, I could feel something rushing towards me through the night. And I ducked, dove onto the grass, and somersaulted backwards. She was not so lucky. The man's trajectory took him straight through the air and on top of her, knocking her to the ground. The shotgun clattered to the ground, unfired and impotent. She screamed. I stepped back, unable to take my eyes from what was happening. Did I say he jumped on top of her? I'm sorry, that's not quite right. Maybe into her works better. His pale, pink body, totally naked, totally smooth, like an unformed lump of fleshy clay, flowed around her like a pure liquid. He poured into her mouth, her eyes, through her pores. She was only able to scream for a few seconds before he had filled her up completely. I shuddered to my bones, but still, I could not move. It was not possible what I was seeing. It was not real. It couldn't be. It made no logical sense. And yet, there it was. This was the thing that had been following me. Its every step a nightmarish miracle of conscious meat, its moist flesh rippling and stretching before my eyes. On the yard in front of me, as it absorbed and penetrated this unsuspecting trigger-happy suburbanite, it seemed to lose its shape entirely. It was pure, mindless mold, skin without bones, hunger without end. It was making quick work of the woman with the ponytail. She had been totally covered by the pale form now, reduced to a lump within some larger flesh, and as it did its work on her, it repeated with an encore of sounds I had heard it make earlier. A wet slurp, bones crunching, skin stretching, something dying, and something else being born. At last it finished. The wet, hideous noise died down to a low rumble, like a minor bout of indigestion. Idiot that I was still there. It turned. Don't ask me how I could tell which part was the face, but it looked at me. In the midst of its swirling, bubbling body, eyes and ears and fingers began to float around, finding their proper place. A long, fleshy appendage crept through the grass towards my feet like a snake, the end of it already beginning to resemble a human hand. That was it. I broke out of my stupor in a snap, feeling the night air on my face. I am not dying tonight, I shouted inside my head. I turned around, slammed my feet against the pavement, and let my body take over the rest. I don't remember getting home. I don't remember outrunning the thing. I don't remember anything. I guess my survival instincts took over completely, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on my bed, rocking back and forth and crying softly. Trying as hard as I could to forget the ways her eyes had looked as they were taken from her. The way her arms and legs had wriggled and turned to mush before they were slurped up into the hole. But no sleep came. That was 4 days ago. As I told you, I haven't slept or left the house since. I'm not taking any calls, not answering any emails. I don't care if my friends think I'm dead or if I've been fired from my job. Once you enter fight or flight mode, I found, all of that becomes quite trivial. I entered it on Monday morning and haven't come back since. I don't know what my long-term plan is. I'm starting to starve in here, and I'm starting to see things too. Hallucinations from malnourishment and lack of sleep. Monsters walking through my kitchen in the dead of night. Horrible, nightmarish visions. But ones that are familiar to me. I've been there before. I know that all those monsters are just in my head. It's the things outside my house that scare me more. Because, although I haven't left since Monday, I have a big picture window in my bedroom that looks out over the neighborhood. I stare out of it all night long, looking over the quiet, peaceful street that I've always been so proud to call my home. Now, everything looks different. My neighbors, once so friendly, are hiding something beneath their empty smiles. I look at the neatly trimmed lawns, and all I can think are of the worms crawling underneath them. I look at the shuttered windows across the street and wonder, what's hiding inside of you? And once a night, without fail, something else comes through the neighborhood, stands on the edge of each lawn, sniffs the air, and reaches its obscene tendrils across the grass. It has no eyes, but I know it can see me. No mouth, but I know it's hungry. Its shape is a little different now. That is, when it's trying to look human. Instead of a single man walking alone at night, it is two. He has been joined by the woman with the ponytail, but they can't fool me. She is always holding his hand, the point where their fingers meet fused together. One body becomes two, two becomes one. Their faces are blank, and I know that there are no eyes behind them, no bones or innards or cavities. It is flesh all the way through. Yet still, I swear it is like they can see me. They stand on my lawn each night, impeded by something that would not let them cross my door, waiting patiently for me to join them, for the two bodies to become three, and for three to become one. How long do you expect to keep this up? They seem to ask me, not unkindly. I wish I knew the answer to that question. I wish I could say forever and tell them to get lost. But I'm not so sure. I've been so afraid for so long. I can see them outside my window, standing closer than before, a little closer each night, and I can feel the weight of my eyelids pulling down, coaxing me patiently into a long, deep sleep. When I was growing up, I used to be really active in my local church youth group. The one at our church was mostly run by guys and girls in their early 20s and placed more of an emphasis on bonding and having fun than anything else. Sure, there was still talk of scripture and a focus on God, but you can only retain a teenager's attention for so long with that kind of talk. The youth group put on all kinds of events, like pulling all-nighters at the church, attending concerts, geocaching, among countless others, and was far and away a better option than the regular church service, at least for me. One event, which eventually became reoccurring due to its popularity, was something we called the trade game. the youth group would divide up into teams of 5 or 6 kids and 1 counselor. Each team would be given a single number 2 pencil and dispatched into the local neighborhoods. The object of the game was simple. Try and acquire the coolest item possible using only the pencil as trade collateral. Each team would go door to door to attempt and trade the pencil for an item of equal or greater value with a homeowner. Rinse and repeat for the allotted 1-hour time frame. It was a simple premise, and on the surface, you may not expect it to yield anything too valuable. But you'd be wrong. Previous escapades of this game had yielded things like couches, go-karts, a slushy machine, a giant gumball dispenser, a 54-inch box television, among many others. Most infamously was the occasion where a guy was on the brink of trading one team his Hummer H2 for a DVD player. Clearly the guy was loaded, but unfortunately for the team, the man's wife stepped in and shut down the transaction. The game was meant to be a simple exercise in negotiation and interaction with the local community, but more than anything, it was meant to be fun and engaging for the players. At the end of the game, the youth group would gather and vote on which team acquired the coolest item. The winning team would be given candy, and the items collected would be used to decorate the youth group classroom so everyone could enjoy them. That 54-inch TV sat in the lounge with a Nintendo 64 surrounded by beanbag chairs and lazy boy chairs, all of which had been acquired from the game at some point in time. I had never been on the winning team, but I remember the night that changed. We split into groups as per the norm, and once again set off into the neighborhood to begin. Not long after we arrived at the first house, when one of the kids knocked on the door. A middle-aged man answered soon after, and one of the kids explained the rules of the game to him. The man chuckled. "Oh yes, I've seen you guys come round before. What do you got to trade this time?" he asked. We showed him the pencil, and he appeared to ponder it a moment. He then smiled and excused himself back into his home before returning with something in hand. "How about this?" he asked, holding out a toaster in his hand. We jumped at the opportunity and accepted his offer right away. We thanked him, took the toaster and handed him the pencil. The team was buzzing as we knew we were off to a great start, but we hadn't seen anything yet. We repeated that same process probably a dozen times after that. We traded that toaster for a blender, the blender for a Leatherman multi-tool, the Leatherman for a lawnmower, and the lawnmower for our holy grail, a brand new original Xbox. This was the early 2000s, and our team of teenage boys thought that an Xbox was pretty much the coolest item we could have possibly hoped for. Time was winding down by that point, and we were satisfied with our new treasure, but decided to hit one more house before returning to the church. I knocked on the old wooden door, and our team waited in silence. A few moments later, and the woman answered the door. She was an elderly lady, mid-70s, if I had to guess, and greeted us with a warm smile. We greeted her and explained the rules of the game to her. I then showed her the Xbox and asked whether she wanted to participate and offer a trade. The woman pondered a moment and smiled warmly. "I have just one thing for you. One moment." She shut the door and returned inside. We waited for a minute or two before the door opened once more. The old woman then stepped onto the porch, and we eagerly awaited what she had to offer. "How about this?" She opened her wrinkled hand to reveal a single silver key. It looked unusual, possessing no teeth marks of any kind. It just looked like a rough key before a keymaker cut it into the right dimensions. There was a symbol on the hilt, but I didn't recognize it. "What's this for?" one of the kids asked. The woman smiled. "Everything." Our team exchanged a few perturbed glances. "So, you're offering just the key to trade?" I asked, trying my best not to come off as rude. The woman nodded. Yes, my child, but this isn't just an ordinary key. The key can be used on anything. We just stared at her a moment. Anything? I asked. She nodded again, possessing an odd gleam in her eye. Any door, any lock, anything that needs a key can be opened or activated with this key. I glanced at the team, but they didn't appear convinced. I wondered whether the woman was right in the head. Not to be mean or anything, but her claim was quite extravagant. I'm no key expert, and certainly wasn't at the time, but something like that is impossible, right? A master key can't exist. The team was reluctant to part with our treasured Xbox, and in the end, we thanked the woman for her time and politely declined her proposal. The woman just smiled, in an odd look which is hard to describe. It was almost like someone bidding farewell to a loved one. The team turned to leave, and I turned to follow when the woman gently grabbed my arm. I looked back to her, now somewhat uncomfortable. I want you to take it, she said. I glanced at the key in her other hand once more. Thanks, but that's okay, I replied, trying to slither away. Her grip bolstered. I don't want your gaming doohickey. Goodness sakes, I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. But I want you to have this. She offered the key again. That's not really how the game works. I'd have to trade you something. The woman then released the grip and thought a moment. By this time, our counsellor had paused in the street, wondering whether something was amiss. Well, how about this? I don't get many visitors nowadays, so let's just say that you traded your time for this key. There was a subtle aura of sorrow in her eyes, and I didn't know why. I also didn't know why she was so insistent on me having the key either. After all, if it did what she claimed, then why did she want to give it up so badly? It may have been a loophole in the game, but I decided to accept her offer. She placed the key in the palm of my hand. It felt unusually cold, like it had just been taken out of the freezer. Oh, and one more thing, the woman called from behind me as I was leaving, now bearing a stoic demeanour. Don't ever use it on something you haven't opened before. The woman and I maintained eye contact for a moment, but in my mind, I was rolling. I thought for sure that she was some eccentric woman and didn't place much weight on what she said. I agreed to a warning, thanked her again, and rejoined the rest of my team down the block. I put the odd key in my pocket and pretty much forgot about it after that. The team was on cloud 9, and after all the teams had gathered in the main room, we all showed off the treasures we had acquired. The other teams had some good stuff, but after the votes had been tallied, it was clear that our team's Xbox was the coolest item. We won the game for the first time, but little did I know that the true prize was something I barely paid attention to. Years went by after that, and I pretty much forgot about the odd little silver key. Looking back, I honestly can't justify how exactly I managed to forget an item like that, but I guess my teenage mind was focused on other priorities. I was preparing to leave for college years later and cleaning out my room for the big move. In the deepest crevice of my closet, I stumbled upon something I had entirely forgotten about. The odd silver key. It felt as cold to the touch as it did the day I had received it, like it had been kept in cryo storage for all those years. The memories of my encounter with the woman suddenly all came flooding back. I decided to test it, and went outside and locked the front door of my parents' house. I then pulled the silver key and placed it into the slot, feeling a little ridiculous that I was actually trying something like that. To my utter disbelief, it clicked. I turned the knob and the door opened. I could hardly believe it. but the woman's words appeared true. Still not entirely convinced, I tried the same thing on my dad's safe. I unlocked it using its original key, then relocked it again. After putting the silver key in the slot, I was met with the same result from before. The door opened. I knew I truly had something special then. From that point on, I carried that key with me wherever I went. I must have used it thousands of times for hundreds of different purposes. It worked in my dorm room, all of my classroom doors that I tried, and even turned on my crappy '98 Civic. In time, it was clear that the odd silver key worked on every single thing I tried it on. I still don't know how to explain it, or whether there is even an explanation to it. More than once, I thought about sharing it with someone to have it tested, but I was always worried it would end up being confiscated from me. After all, a master key that can literally open any lock would be absolutely priceless. Who knows what damage could be done if it were to fall into the wrong hands? I figured the safest place it could be was with me, so I kept it on me at all times, and kept my secret to myself. During my college years, I ended up getting a job as a night shift janitor at a local building complex. It was one of those multi-use buildings with many different businesses operating out of separate rooms. The businesses there were a dentist, lawyer's office, insurance firm, therapist clinic, among a few others. Since I was the janitor, I was given keys to all of the rooms in the building. Now, of course, I didn't need all of them, but it's not like I could tell anyone that. Once more, my little silver key proved to work on every single door in the building. Made my job a heck of a lot easier, but if anyone found out, I'm sure they wouldn't have exactly been thrilled. I had just finished up cleaning for the night, and as the sun began to rise on the horizon, I went around to ensure all the doors were locked. Right as I was about to head home, I noticed something odd. In the main hallway of the building, I found a door I had never seen before. It was a simple wooden door, but that's not what made it unusual. All the other doors in the building were metal. Not only that, but that door in particular also used to be metal. It was a utility closet, but I'd never seen the wooden door there before. I wondered if maybe the building's landlord had replaced it for some reason, but I was usually informed whenever any renovations like that had occurred. I tried the key that was designated for that closet door, but it didn't work. I tried all the keys I had in my chain, but none of them worked. I'm sure you've already figured out where this is going, but before I could use the master key, the woman's words from years ago suddenly flashed in my mind. After her claim about the key's ability proved true, I knew it'd be wise to consider her warning. But then again, I had technically opened that door before, even if it was a different door that was mounted there. Plus, I had to open it, because it was my job to ensure all rooms were clean before I left. I found myself chuckling as I slid the silver key into the lock, figuring there would be nothing to be concerned about. I mean, after all, it was just a closet door. But as I turned the key, heard the tumbler click and twisted the knob, my heart skipped a beat. Instead of a bland utility closet, I was met with the sight of a far larger room than I remembered. The floor was entirely grey, appearing to be constructed of steel. All around the room was a collection of dozens of odd sculptures. Most looked like strange pieces of abstract art, constructed of various geometric shapes in what I can only describe as a brutalist architecture aesthetic. One in particular caught my eye and was just off to the right. It was a sort of spiraling vortex design with 6 arms constructed of segmented blocks of diamond-shaped links. On top of the spiral was a small obelisk that looked somewhat like a rock stacking sculpture, but fused together in pitch black. The thing had to have been at least 10 feet tall. Needless to say, I had never seen anything like it. I'd been in that utility closet dozens of times before. Not only was there never anything like those sculptures in it previously, but It didn't even seem possible for them to be in there at all. The utility closet was wedged between two offices rented by separate tenants. That sculpture room was far too large in both width and height to have even fit in the building. And yet, there it was, right before my eyes. A cold chill swept down my spine as I realized I had no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I stared at the key in my palm, and it felt colder than ever before. I knew it was a bad idea, but I had to see what else was there. I stepped through the doorway and felt my foot clap against the cold grey floor. A scent of chemicals, like paint thinner and diesel, lingered heavy in the air. My breath turned to visible vapour as it left my lips, and the cold air felt like an ice cream blanket onto my skin. There were more odd sculptures of every shape and size you can imagine. There had to have been several dozen of them at least. Most were of the same vein as the first I described, consisting of odd geometric formations. There were a few that possessed a bit more human qualities, but the resemblance was minimal. The first I saw consisted of a large mound of hardened clay. Various appendages, like hooves, tentacles, pincers and claws, sprouted from the bottom at varying intervals. The middle portion contained eyes, mouths, ears, and other, less definable orifices. On the top of the mound were two semi-humanoid creatures facing one another on their knees. They both appeared to be female, and both had their faces pressed together, appearing as though they had been fused together. The whole thing looked like Donatello took a massive dose of acid and tried sculpting something out of an H.P. Lovecraft story. It was deeply unsettling, but clearly whatever disturbed hands had carved it had done so with incredible skill and finesse. There was another piece that caught my eye because it looked more human than the others. It was rather simplistic compared to the others, looking only like an incredibly lanky humanoid. No facial features, nor hands or feet, just a body elongated like it were made of black Play-Doh. It looked like Gumby had some unwanted love child with Mr. Fantastic, and I felt somehow deeply unnerved by it. I felt incredibly drawn into the macabre museum and stared in wonder at the multiple iterations of twisted effigies. There were more there than I could describe in a reasonable amount of time, and they weren't even the main oddity. After sifting my way through the gallery for a minute or two, I spotted a window on the far wall. This window was massive, expanding tens of feet upward to the ceiling. Its frame had these elaborate swirls like something from a Greek pantheon, but stained black. As I stepped in front of the window, I felt all possible explanations disintegrate in my mind. The first thing I noticed was the green ring. Outside in the sky was a massive green ring that glowed like some enormous emerald halo. Its hue bathed the landscape in its verdant light and illuminated things I have yet to explain. I was high up in elevation, no question about it. The landscape stretched on for miles, revealing mountains, forests, lakes, and other less describable things. From my vantage point, I assumed I was in some sort of tower, one that had to have been several hundred feet tall. There was no denying it anymore. Not only was I clearly not in my same work building anymore, I don't even think I was on the same planet. Hell, for all I know, that wasn't even the same universe anymore. I still don't know how to explain what I saw. I was torn in that moment between my desire to continue exploring and the instinctual dread that had been creeping up my spine. After gawking at the impossible landscape for a while, I finally decided to leave. I figured the silver key was my ticket to coming back, and I could do so at any time. I had to show someone what I had found. I continued oogling the sculptures as I made my way back towards the door, marveling at their uncanny vestiges. As I was nearing the door though, something caught my eye. I wasn't quite sure, so I turned back. That's when my heart sunk like a lead weight. That odd Play-Doh man sculpture wasn't there anymore. The hairs bristled on the back of my neck, and I suddenly felt very much in danger. I ran back towards the door and heard something moving behind me. Once I got through the door, I attempted to slam it shut, but something prevented me. In a split second, some amorphous, obsidian thing wriggled its way from the other side of the door. It was far too strong, and it knocked me flat on my back. I stared back in horror as the faceless thing from that sculpture lunged at me with a blinding speed. I screamed and tried to crawl away, but the thing outmatched me in every physical capacity. It flipped me onto my chest, and I felt its cold, almost squishy appendages curl around me. Things turned into a flurry as I thrashed about to escape the grip of the vile fiend. I thought I was as good as dead, but the thing then suddenly stopped and released me. It then slinked away, holding something up to its eyeless face with its fingerless arm. It then darted down the hallway, crawling on all fours like some hideous fusion of spider and octopus, smooth yet clunky. It was gone before I could even get to my feet. The only thing I could think to do at that point was run. So, that's what I did. I didn't even bother putting my cleaning cart away. I just got the hell out of there as soon as possible. Once in the parking lot, I was certain that the thing was waiting to ambush me. But as I reached my car, I saw no sign of it. I fired it up and gunned it out of there. My heart was pumping furiously, and hands shaking like leaves in the wind. I thought I was going to have a heart attack, and even considered driving to the hospital. I think I was so petrified that I blacked out the entire drive home, because the next thing I really remember was cradling myself in my dorm bathroom. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was in the midst of a psychotic break or schizophrenic episode. I don't know how those things work, and I've never been diagnosed with any mental disorder like that, but it was the only explanation. I had to have hallucinated the whole thing. There's just no way I actually had a key that opened a door to another dimension, right? That's when I realized something even worse. I didn't have the key anymore. I looked everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. I even thought about going back to work to look, but exhaustion and fear prevented me. Questioning your own mental state is one of the scariest things I've ever been through. But now, I think the truth may have been even worse. For the rest of that day, I only managed to keep my sanity intact by ironically convincing myself I was not in sound mind. I rationalized that the key I'd used for years to open my dorm, start my car, and just about every other usage imaginable was nothing more than an extraordinarily complex and persistent hallucination. I told myself I would check myself in to get the help I believed I needed as soon as possible. By the time my heart finally stopped racing several hours later, I was struck with a wave of exhaustion, like a club to the face. I fell asleep right there in the bathroom, and was woken up to the sounds of knocking several hours later. It was my roommate, Chris, and he looked quite worried. "Dude, are you alright? You've been in there all day." I did my best to dissuade his concern, claiming I had been very hungover and fell asleep in the bathroom whilst between sessions of vomiting. He laughed at that. "Oh, thank God, man. I was worried you got caught up in that stuff in your building." I peeked an eyebrow at him. "What are you talking about?" I asked, causing Chris to mirror my confusion. "At the Zenith complex downtown. That's where you work, right? Did you work last night?" I nodded, replying yes to both questions. "Did you hear what happened?" My heart sunk as Chris pulled out his phone. After a few seconds of typing, he turned the phone to face me. On his screen was an article from a local news outlet. "Two dead in a horrific and bizarre attack late last night," it read. I grabbed the phone from him and furiously scanned the pages with my eyes. the article revealed that 2 women were killed in a way that no one could fully explain. They found one woman who was a secretary for the insurance firm cut in half, with the lower section solidified in some kind of stone material, while her torso remained flesh. The other woman was a dental hygienist and had been decapitated, with a headless corpse sprawled in the hallway and a stone replica of her head laying a few feet away. Whether that stone was actually her head or not, I still don't know, and I don't think anyone does. Paranoia and crippling guilt surged into my gut like never before, and it was so abrasive that I collapsed to my knees. Once again, I questioned my own sanity. Was it me that did it? Did my mind simply concoct an illusion to convince me otherwise? I don't know if that explanation would have been worse or better than the truth I now know, considering the attack happened well after I had already left. I've been holed up in my apartment ever since that happened earlier today. I know it's a matter of time before cops come to interview me. But what am I even supposed to say? I didn't do it. I'm sure of that now. But I can't explain what really happened. Either way, they'll haul me off to a loony bin for sure. No one will believe the truth. The only person I could think to turn to for help was the same person where this all began. The old woman who had traded me the key. I searched online, and after scouring through all sorts of eulogies, articles and census reports, I finally found her in the worst place possible. It was a police report, and it was even more worrying than I could have imagined. Sandra Elmsworth, 83, had suddenly and inexplicably gone missing almost 10 years ago. Police found no sign of a struggle in her home, and no indication she had left of her own volition. The woman suffered a myriad of physical ailments, including an injured hip, and likely couldn't have left her home unsupervised even if she wanted to. How does an elderly woman just vanish off the face of the earth like that? Police suspect foul play, but after all this time, they've yet to identify a witness, suspect, motive, or even an explanation of what exactly happened. The only thing they noted being out of the ordinary was that her house seemed unusually cold for the August season when they conducted their investigation. I don't know what all this means, and I don't know what I should do. That thing attacked me. That thing hid in that strange world beyond the door. I let it out, and now I think it has the key. I don't think there's any question to it. Whatever it is was responsible for the deaths of those 2 women. Why didn't it kill me? What even is it, and what was that place it came from? How does the key work? After all this, it seems I'm left only with endless questions. Questions I may never get the answer to. There's one which really worries me more than all the others though. How many other doors are out there? And what if that thing decides to start opening them? For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. I saw my neighbour across the road, an old man in his 80s, reach into his mailbox, only to pull his arm out to reveal his hand suddenly gone, the wrist now ending in jagged, yellow bone poking from blackened flesh. I watched on from my front window, where I had been lazily staring out as I sipped my morning cup of coffee. I often would see my neighbour come out to check his mail, then get the newspaper at the end of his driveway, as our little weekend morning rituals happened to coincide. On this Saturday, however, he never did get around to grabbing the newspaper. Bill Doherty stared at his nub for a moment. He seemed to study the exposed bone with only a mild interest, as if it were nothing more than a pesky paper cut. Then he peered into the mailbox, retrieved his detached right hand with his still working left, and started back for his home, the dead hand still clutching to a few pieces of mail. I rushed into my kitchen and told my wife what I had just seen. When I said it out loud, I realized just how insane it sounded, but I was adamant about what I saw. Sarah looked up from a bowl of cereal quizzically. His hand fell off. One corner of her mouth turned upward in a slight smile. Yeah, he reached in the mailbox, then pulled out a broken knob. She paused for a moment, then laughed and shook her head. I don't get it. Is this why you don't joke around a lot? You're not very good at it. I'm not joking. Her smile was replaced with a look of concern. Actually, you look pale. She stood and felt my forehead, looked me up and down. Are you feeling okay? I'm fine. I mean, I don't know. The world started to yaw slightly. My head felt light. I sat down. Sarah stared at me while biting her lip, something she often did when she was thinking carefully. Normally, I found it endearing and unbearably cute, and just 2 years into our marriage, it still made my heart flutter a little when she did that. But at that moment, it only bothered me. I knew she was considering the possibility that I was going insane. What? I snapped. Nothing. It's just... She started rubbing my shoulders. Relax a little. I think your eyes might have been playing tricks on you. You just woke up and you're still half asleep. I mean, people's body parts can't just fall off for no reason like that. I didn't say anything. Here, have some breakfast. You can't live off coffee, no matter how much you try. I picked at the bowl of cereal she poured out. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see her studying me and biting her lip. I kept thinking about Bill and his hand. I wish I'd been seeing things. I wish it had been some trick of the eye. But it wasn't. I knew what I saw. That was empty space where Bill's hand should have been, and that was bone sticking out of what looked like decaying flesh. The next morning, I stood, staring out my window, waiting for Bill and his ritualistic mail check. I could not get what I had seen the day before out of my mind. I would have gone over already if I didn't think it would concern my wife so much that I might be going nuts. But I needed to see Bill again. Would he come out with his hand this time? Had I been seeing things after all? Or would he come out with a bandaged knob? One question kept playing in my mind though. One that had caused dreadful nerves to sink through my stomach. Why had he been so unnervingly calm about losing his hand? I checked my watch. Bill would be out at any minute. I shifted my weight from foot to foot nervously. Bill's next door neighbour, Gary Nemechek, was already outside, watering his lawn. The Nemecheks, Gary and Natasha, were a secluded couple, both curmudgeons in their early 50s. Gary was a short, pudgy man with no neck. Natasha, on the odd occasion I saw her, was a nasty-looking woman with a perpetual scowl on her face. They had managed to get on the bad side of most people in the street. No one had a nice thing to say about them. Sarah and I had a not-so-pleasant run-in with them ourselves during our first week in town. The morning after our housewarming party, we had found a scathing letter from Gary and Natasha slipped under our front door. They said they were reporting us to the Homeowners Association and that the next time we threw a party until, quote, all hours of the morning, they would call the police. That's the shorter and nicer version of what they said, with less expletives. A bit over the top, considering our party was relatively tame and over before midnight. Bill's door opened and snapped me out of my thoughts. He walked down his drive towards his mailbox, both hands where you would expect them. I shook my head. It couldn't be. I still had no doubts of what I'd seen. There's no mistaking something like that. I had to speak with him. I had to suss out what happened. I hurried outside, pretending to check my own mailbox. As Bill looked over, I gave him a wave and he flashed a big smile back. Bill and Angie couldn't have been more different to Gary and Natasha. Angie had cooked us a whole week of delicious dinners when we first moved in. "We've moved plenty in our lives," she told us as she delivered a stack of full Tupperware containers. "I know cooking after a long day of moving, unpacking and settling in is the last thing you want to do." And Bill had helped me fix up the front garden beds after the last owner had left them in a state of disrepair. Bill had quite the green thumb, and thanks to his help, we had a great looking garden instead of a total mess. "Nice morning," I said to Bill as I crossed the street. "Sure is. Glad to see us warming up after winter went a bit long. I see your flowers are blooming nicely." "That they are," I said. "Thanks again for all your help." "You've thanked me plenty enough." I quickly glanced at his right hand. He was wearing long sleeves, despite it being a warm 82 degrees. Even so, I could see a bit of gauze wrapping around his wrist poking from under the sleeve cuff. That alone got my heart racing, but it was the hand itself that chilled the blood. It was deathly pale, like it hadn't seen sun in years, if ever. A stark contrast to his other hand, tanned and liver spotted. Not only that, the hand hung limp and unmoving, as if it were a prosthetic. Not even the slightest twitch of the fingers. "You alright, pal?" Bill asked. "Huh? You look a bit sick all of a sudden." I swallowed nervously, my throat suddenly dry. "Yeah, just a bit of reflux is all." I tried to laugh, but it came off as a nervous chuckle. Bill's eyes narrowed on me with a suspicious gaze. I suddenly wanted to leave, badly. That pale, dead hand hanging at his side really did make me sick. Something was terribly wrong with him, and his piercing gaze had all my instincts telling me to run. Just as I was about to make an excuse to leave, Bill looked over his shoulder at Gary, then leaned forward, leaning on his mailbox and lowering his voice. "Look who's trying to eavesdrop," he said. Gary had moved closer to us, standing at the border between his lawn and Bill's, right at the property line. He was facing away from us, but it was a thinly veiled attempt to make it seem as if he wasn't trying to listen in. "They're always so paranoid that people are talking about them," Gary continued. "Not surprised, really. People talk about those who are nasty as they are. Did I ever tell you about the cat incident?" I shook my head. "Well, a few years ago, before you and Sarah moved in, another family lived there. Not the same family you bought the house from, the one before them. They had a cat, an outdoor cat, and, well, you know how they are. They have a tendency to crap all over the place sometimes, don't they? Well, it seemed that this cat had a hankering of crapping in Gary and Natasha's garden. Now, I can sympathize with how frustrating that can be. Cat poo is rank, but that don't excuse what they did." "What happened?" Bill leaned in further, lowering his voice more. Gary was still watering that same patch of grass for an oddly long time, but I doubt he could hear what was being said. "They poisoned the cat. It dropped dead one day, blood leaking from its little snout, those assholes. I saw them in the grocery store early that week too, and they happened to have some rat poison in their shopping cart. Well, I didn't think anything of it at the time. Not until that poor cat died." "Jesus, did anyone do anything about it?" Bill shrugged. "What could anyone do? We can't absolutely prove it was them, and the cops have better things to do than chase up a case like that. But everyone knew it was them." He shook his head sadly. "Those poor kids were devastated. They loved their cat. It was a friendly thing too, not like some of those insane cats that'll swipe at you for no reason. Well, anyway, That family moved out shortly after the incident. I don't blame them. Of course not. That's terrible. Sure is. They really are nasty pieces of work. He leaned in even further, close enough that I could smell tobacco on his breath, and something else even more unpleasant. Something like rotting meat. But don't you worry, Bill said. They'll get what's coming to them. There was a troubling viciousness in that tone of his. Sarah was waiting for me when I got back home. She had her arms folded. She was biting her lip. Ben, you didn't go ask Bill if his hand fell off, did you? She asked. No, but he did have a gauze on his wrist, Sarah. So, he might have cut it. Awfully coincidental, don't you think? You don't really think is... I know what I saw, Sarah. I'm telling you that something strange is going on. She shook her head, exasperated. I suppose if the roles reversed, I would be too. It really was an insane conversation we were having. I really hope you aren't losing it, she laughed, but it was a strained laugh. She turned away, spinning her index fingers around her temple, the universal sign for you're a cuckoo. But 3 days later, she'd have a strange interaction with Bill's wife, Angie, and we would come to the realization something terrible was happening to our friendly neighbors across the road. They were decaying, rotting away before our very eyes. It was 2 days later. Sarah had come home from work late and walked in pale as a ghost. When I asked her what was wrong, she could only stammer. I got her to sit down and gave her a glass of water, which she took with shaking hands. I ran into Angie outside, she said. I saw her on a veranda when I pulled into our drive. What you had seen the other day popped into my mind, and I was thinking I'd go over and ask if everything was okay. I assumed she would say everything was fine, and it would help put your mind at ease. So I went over and... It's okay. I tried to calm her, brushed the hair out of her clammy forehead and tucked it behind her ear. She took a sip of water and gulped it down. And when I got close, she had her back to me, and I saw she was spreading a line of salt around her house. I was confused, so I asked her what she was doing, and she started muttering. Preparations, she said. Keep the seeking souls out. She said it a few times, and her voice sounded strange. It was hoarse and gravelly. I asked if she was okay, but she didn't answer. So I tapped on her shoulder, and she got a fright like she didn't know I was there, and she spun around and... Sarah moaned and covered her face with her hands. Oh, it was awful. It's okay, honey. What happened? Her eye. It was gone. Her eye was actually gone. Maggots were crawling around in the empty socket. There was also a big hole in her cheek. I could see her teeth. And the stench. She groaned again. I almost screamed when I saw it. I told her she needed an ambulance, but when I got my phone out, she grabbed my wrist to stop me. Did she hurt you? No, but she wasn't exactly gentle. She said she was fine, really, and I needed to trust her that everything would be okay. But she was adamant about me not calling the ambulance. Told me it was very important not to. She made me promise that I wouldn't, and I just wanted to get out of there by that point, so I promised I wouldn't. Jesus, what the hell is going on over there? I don't know, but you were right. It's something very strange. I should go over there and try find out what the hell is going on. Even though the thought of confronting them in their state made me sick, I felt I had to. They had badly scared Sarah by now, and that sent a streak of anger and frustration through me. My first instinct was to try and protect her, to figure out what was happening, to fix the situation. But Sarah gripped my hand and squeezed it. No, don't. What if they're dangerous? And what if they're not? What if they're just sick and need help? Then why would they let me call an ambulance? I don't know. They're scared maybe? In denial? Sarah bit her lip. What if it's contagious? Then it's a bit late for us. We've already been exposed. Her head dropped. Look, I'm sure we'll be okay, I said. But I think I should go over there and find out what's happening with them, and maybe try to convince them to call an ambulance. I don't think it's a good idea, Ben. And it probably isn't, a voice in the back of my head said. Something beyond your comprehension is going on here, something you should stay out of. But I ignored it. I wanted to get to the bottom of this. Needed to. For our sake. For our peace of mind. I can be very convincing, you know, I said. After all, I convinced you to marry me. She gave a short laugh. Your jokes really are terrible. She said it with a smile, and I was glad to make her feel a bit better, if only for a moment. I then wriggled free of her grip, and, against my better judgment, and hers, went over to the Doherty's house. The sun had just set, the light was rapidly fading, and the house across the road looked darker than ever. The curtains were pulled shut, the veranda lights were turned off, and even the automatic security light didn't trigger. The street light to my right flickered with an electric buzz. Screeching birds, dotted against the twilight sky, flocked their way west. Behind the Doherty house, in the distance, a storm approached. The dark clouds seemed to rise malevolently from behind their home, framing it with a sinister backdrop. Occasionally, the clouds flashed with brilliant bolts of lightning. Thunder rumbled, the trees rustled as a cool wind picked up. I shivered as I approached the front doors. I knocked. No response. I looked back at my house. My wife's silhouette watched from our window. I knew she would be biting her lip, all the possibilities that might unfold running through her head. I gave a quick wave, and she gave one back. I knocked again. A strong gust of wind dislodged a branch from its tree somewhere. I heard it clatter against the roof. From inside came a groan, a bang as if a chair had been toppled over. Shuffling feet neared the door. When it opened a crack, the hinges whined, and a dark figure appeared in the small opening. Yes, Ben? It was Bill. His voice was strained and hoarse. His breathing was laboured, that of rank sweat and decayed roadkill. I almost gagged. Bill, are you okay? Me and the wife. Oh, we're a bit worried about you and Angie. He laughed a dry, hacking laugh. A laugh like a man stricken with lung cancer. I peered in, trying to get a better look at him, but it was dark, and my eyes were still adjusting. I know I don't look it, he said, but we're okay. We'll live. Please, don't worry about us. And now, the horrid sight started to come into view. I stepped back and resisted the temptation to gasp, but my mouth hung open in shock. His face appeared to be melting. His cheeks sagged low, a chunk of flesh hung from his chin, the bone beneath exposed. His nose was gone, a dark, hollow opening in its place. Oh my God, Bill, we better call an His hand shot up to cut me off. His fingers were black and rotting away like they were frostbitten. On his index and middle finger, pale bone jutted from the tips. I appreciate your concern, Ben, but this is something you can't and won't understand fully. We are fine, and you are going to have to trust me on this. I have a lot more experience than you, young man. more than you could possibly imagine. So, believe me when I say, you better leave it alone. He coughed. Something dark and viscous dislodged from his throat, fell out of his mouth, and landed on the floor with a plop. He paid no mind to it. "Don't make us do something we will regret," he said. "Bill, what the hell is going on here?" I managed to get out. "Go. Now," he said. "You have nothing to worry about, and by tomorrow morning, you'll understand a little better." He shut the door in my face. His warning replayed in my head. "You better leave it alone. Don't make us do something we will regret." The words struck me deep, and I shuddered. I stood there, feeling small and useless. Any confidence I had had in confronting him evaporated in an instant. I could feel the underlying aggression in his words, in his tone, and though he may look as if he were weak, old, and somehow decaying like a dead man, I felt power there, radiating off him like heat. A strange, uncanny power that made me want to run and hide and never come out. I may not have understood what was happening, but there is one thing I did know. I would heed his warning. Sarah and I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. How could we? We stayed together in bed while the rain fell in drenching sheets, watching a random show on Netflix that I'm sure neither of us were really paying attention to. Sometime during the night, through the sound of heavy rain and thunder, I heard what I thought was a muffled scream. I immediately turned to Sarah, and the look in her eyes told me she had heard it too. We got up from bed and nervously made our way to the front window. Peering out, we could see the Doherty house was no longer pitch black. Instead, orange candlelight glowed in the windows. A bolt of lightning flashed right over their house, so close the thunder cracked instantly. Then came another muffled scream, longer this time, desperate and pained, and they were coming from the Doherty house. There was another 2 flashes in quick succession, but these were no lightning strikes. They came from inside the Doherty home, their windows lighting up in a brilliant white for fractions of a second. Thunder still cracked. Then the house went dark, the candlelight extinguished. Their house stood there, under the drenching rain and in the muted glare of the streetlight, dark and still. In that instant, with the way the dark windows seemed to peer back, with the way the trees framed the house and reached out with jagged branches, with the way the front gate had become unlatched and swung back and forth in the wind, the house looked evil. "What the hell is going on over there?" Sarah whispered, her voice wavering. "I wish I knew." We kept watching for some time, but nothing else happened. The storm started to subside. We retreated to our bedroom, wondering how this happened to us. Life had been so normal. Our marriage was going great. Our new home was amazing. The neighborhood was, mostly, friendly and safe. Now this had threatened it all. We stayed up, letting the TV drone on in the background, too shocked to sleep, until eventually the darkness turned to light. The last of the rain faded, and the birds started to sing their morning songs. That was when the knock at the door came. We knew it was Bill and Angie. Who else would it be? Sarah and I went to the door together, dressed in our PJs, our eyes darkened by bags, and our skin the pale complexion of those who had not slept in over 24 hours. I wondered if Bill and Angie would be recognizable by now, or if their rot would leave them as little more than living husks. But what we saw was the complete opposite. Shockingly, they were vibrant. They looked healthy. They greeted me and Sarah with warm smiles. All their signs of decay had disappeared, and not only that, they had become younger. And it wasn't just that they looked younger by virtue of a good night's rest. They were younger by a good 25 to 30 years. They almost looked like totally different people. "We wanted to thank you for being so understanding," Angie said. Her skin was smoother, clearer. Her hair had regained its colour and volume, and her eye was back. "Yes, we are very grateful for you not impeding our work," Bill continued. He had short sleeves on, and I could see his right hand was normal and moving. He was no longer completely bald, though still balding, and like Angie, his old skin had become smoother, the wrinkles less numerous and not as deep. "We should not have let you see us like we were," Angie said. "I suppose we got a bit sloppy, didn't we, hun?" "Yes, it happens sometimes. Every now and again, we become a bit complacent. It happens when you've been around as long as us." Bill winked as he finished that last sentence. "You two have been so nice to us since you've moved in." Angie smiled a big, warm smile. Her teeth were natural, not the dentures I was used to seeing. "You know, when you first moved in, we thought you were going to be our sacrifices. So young and healthy." My heart froze. Sarah leaned in a little closer. Sacrifices? What were they talking about? "But you were just too nice," Bill continued, "while others around here are not so nice." Angie nodded her head in the direction of the Nemechek house. "Yes," Bill said, "and while they might not have been the best sacrifices, being older..." Sacrifices, I thought. That word again. It kept playing in my head. "They were the most deserving," Angie said. They both laughed heartily. My wife and I couldn't even muster a nervous chuckle. We were speechless. "Anyway, we must be going now," Angie said. "As you might imagine, you won't be seeing us around anymore. It wouldn't be safe for us to stay, you know. The questions might start piling up. And we hope you won't be talking to the police about us, correct? Or anything you've seen." There was Bill's more aggressive tone again, the one that had filled me with dread. Sarah and I shook our heads. "Good," they said in unison, and they both smiled. It was hard to tell if it was a friendly smile or a threatening one. "We'll keep you in our thoughts," Angie said. "We know you two will raise a wonderful family together." And with that, they turned and left. We plopped on our couch, totally gobsmacked and unsure of what exactly they were talking about. We were speechless for some time. "Keep the seeking souls out," Sarah suddenly whispered. "What?" "That's what Angie said while she was pouring the salt that night." She turned to me. "And they kept talking about sacrifices just now. I think she meant she wanted to keep the other souls out of the house in case they stole the sacrifices." Things started to click. "And their sacrifices were the Nemecheks," I said. "Yes, look at them now. They look the same age as Gary and Natasha. They sacrificed them, didn't they? Sacrificed them to stop their decaying, to reverse their aging." And then, all the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place in my head. Their decaying turned to sudden age loss, their talks of Gary and Natasha as deserving targets, their eerie candlelight from their home, the screams, the two strange flashes of light. They had sacrificed Gary and Natasha to take their relative youth so that they could stop their unnatural decay and keep living. And who knows how many times they had sacrificed before, or how long they had been on this earth, or how long they would keep going. Like vampires, living for centuries, only they rotted, whatever they were, rotted like the ancient things they are. until they sacrificed. Jesus, Sarah, I think you're right. She bit her lip and stared blankly at the shut-off TV for a moment. Whoever they are, whatever they are, they found the secret to eternal life. She looked me dead in the eyes, as serious as ever. And we can never tell anything to the police, or they'll come for us. I nodded. Already ahead of you on that one. We never saw Bill or Angie again after that morning. Later in the day, a plain white truck came, and strange men piled Bill and Angie's belongings into it and drove off. The house was left abandoned. It's been 2 months. The Nemecheks are missing. Have been since that stormy night, of course. Detectives have come around, asking us and the neighbours if they've seen or heard of them. We, of course, said no. They asked us if we knew what happened to the Dohertys, or why their house was suddenly empty without them selling, or why they had seemingly vanished without a trace. We, of course, said no. The detectives told us to contact them if we see or hear anything, and we told them we would. But of course, we lied. My wife is right. Bill and Angie were nice enough to let us go once, but they might not be so kind if we started blabbing to the police, even if they don't believe us, and who would? I don't think it's a good idea. We'll respect the Dohertys' wishes. Sometimes it pays to be nice. My name is Finn. Growing up, I was always the quiet one. I did my own thing, but had solidified myself in a friend group. None of us were popular, none of us outcasts. I took this with me into college, and it was there where I truly realised the part of my life I was missing. The friends I made there had an abundance of crazy stories and adventures that could silence a room. Mainly Lexi. She'd travelled the world, mostly by herself, which opened her up to meeting some really interesting people and getting herself into some really crazy scenarios. I wanted that. Was it out of my comfort zone? Absolutely. But that's where we thrive, right? So, after college, I asked her for some advice on how to organise a solo trip. I wanted to backpack, live it rough, stay with host families or in hotels, like she had done. She asked where I wanted to go, and we got talking about my possibilities. I chose to travel Asia. It's somewhere I'd never been, and the ranging cultures from country to country, city to city intrigued me. I loved the way Lexi had spoken about each country: India, Uzbekistan, Thailand, Vietnam, South Korea. So she'd put me in contact with people she'd met along the way, people to house me or offer me jobs, and I planned my route. Lexi set me up with places to stay in most instances, despite the occasional hostel. It brought out a side of me that I knew I had, but rarely showed. I was talking to strangers, trying to speak to locals in their respective languages, embracing the culture of wherever I was. I lived day to day, from sleeping on packed buses to hitchhiking with strangers who soon became new friends. I stayed with an array of host families, all providing me with different experiences, and I am now on my way to stay with a final one before the end of my trip. I pulled out the itinerary that Lexi and I come up with months prior. This last family I'm staying with was one of the few that required me to be on time. They lived in an isolated village in the mountains of Japan, and were expecting me on a certain date at a certain time. Whilst Lexi hadn't actually stayed with this family, she had planned to. Her trip had been cut short due to personal circumstances, and she never got the chance to meet them. She had communicated with the family through a mutual friend, as the family didn't have much access to the internet and apparently spoke very little English. All the information I had was the name of the village and to go to the main square, where I would be greeted by the family. and that's basically all I knew. That's what makes this so exciting. I also knew the name of the family, the Nomura family. The journey here was exhausting. I had taken a ferry from South Korea to Honshu, Japan. From there, I'd taken a series of buses before having to walk for about 30 minutes up a small dirt road through the trees. Thankfully, the bus driver knew where the village was, because when I got off in the middle of nowhere, I would have been useless with just my map and my very limited Japanese. He pointed me in the right direction, but the journey was worth it. The village is beautiful. It is large, situated on a grassy plain that rests alongside a small mountain which overlook the traditional wooden houses. As I walk the streets, most people smile and nod. I'm guessing there haven't been many outsiders that visit this place. I feel privileged to be one of them. The houses are made of wood and clay, providing a complementary rustic appearance against the bright green grass below. Some boasted large front doors, while others opted for the more traditional sliding doors. I walk the streets in awe of the hustle and bustle going on around me, contrasted by the natural, overwhelming beauty of the mountain above. I soon see an area that is clearly the main square of the village, a clearing in the middle of wooden houses with a beautiful statue standing tall in its center. I go to inspect the statue when a girl approaches me, I guess mid-20s, and smiles. "Finn?" she asks, focusing on pronouncing my name correctly. "Yes, hi," I respond. "Are you the Nomura family?" Yes, she excitedly replies. "Welcome, I am Ren." "Hi, Ren," I introduce myself. "My name is Finn. Thank you so much for agreeing to have me." Her English seems very good. I felt comforted that I would be able to speak with someone and be shown around, as I was under the impression that there would be a language barrier. "Please, it's fine. We are very excited," she says. "Would you like to come with me?" Of course, I agreed. I am excited to see where I'll be staying during this last week of my trip. On the way to her house, Ren tells me that her family doesn't speak English, except for her mother, who she is teaching. Ren says that she learned English when she moved out of the village to Kyoto, where she was able to take classes. As we walk, the houses around me seem to grow larger and further apart. Ren says that her house is situated just outside the village, and essentially that we are in the area where the richer families live. All in all, her house is about 20 minutes from the village square, down a beautiful green path overhung by shrubs and flowers. It is more isolated than the houses in the village centre, which I'm happy about, as I'd be able to get the most out of both the village life and the natural beauty that surrounds it. Ren's house is beautiful. Intricate designs dance to the light brown rooftops, looming above its large front door frame. The wooden walls of the outer house pristine, as if newly made. The isolation of the house enhances its beauty, as there are no distractions to take you away from its bold presence. I've hit the jackpot here. Ren opened the front door and welcomes me inside. The house is split into two parts, the main area with the dining table and kitchen, and an area with bedrooms and bathroom. The two sections of the house are connected by a small walkway that takes you outside, providing a stunning view of a flowery garden below. The main area hosts a dining table that lays close to the ground. Just off that, a kitchen area and an area with what looks like instruments. In the far corner of the room, a small house shrine. Across the connecting walkway, the sleeping area. A long, wide corridor hosting rooms either side with a traditional sliding door made of what I think is rice paper. Ren shows me to my room, the third one down. My room is simple, a mattress laying on the floor and a small table perched below an open window too high to see out of. Like the rest of the house, the walls and floor are made of wood. I set my bag down and unpack before going to meet a family. I meet the rest of the Nomuras over dinner. Ren has a sister, Hina, who is quiet. She is younger than Ren, around 17, and I feel she was shy around me. Ren's mother, Saiko, is very sweet. She tried to use what English she had to make me feel welcome and offered me more food than I could handle. Ren's father, however, seems less welcoming. He is a serious man, speaking only to his wife throughout the meal after greeting me with a slight nod. Strangely, I am told to refer to him as Father Nomura. Whilst I didn't expect this, I won't question it, as they were doing me a favour by letting me stay here. I assume it's a sign of respect. Dinner, however, is lovely. Saiko has clearly put a lot of effort into it. I'm already starting to feel comfortable when Ren pulls me aside when we all part from the dining table. Finn? She grabbed my arm, locking eyes with me. The last room in the sleeping area, that's my grandparents' room. The room at the end of the corridor. You aren't allowed to go in there. Oh, I didn't even realise your grandparents are staying here too, I replied, having not seen them. Yes, they are, she says, and you must make sure you don't go near their room, okay? Okay. I find that weird. Obviously, I'm not going to be going into anyone else's room, but if she was going to warn me about that, why only warn me about the grandparents' room? I am just back from a walk around the village. Ren and I went. She gave me a quick tour, best she could before it got dark, before we headed back to her house. I didn't see any of her family on the way through the main area or in the corridor housing my bedroom. I thank Ren and say I'd see her tomorrow. Exhausted from my long journey, I lay down to sleep. I wake to the sound of a whisper. The whisper is a harsh, long one. I can't make out what is being said. I think it's in Japanese. It's a fast whisper. Sounds like a chant. Someone is repeating something. I sit up and peer through the darkness at my sliding door. It's coming from the corridor, almost as if right outside my room. It starts to speed up even more, repeating the same incoherent phrase over and over. What the hell? What's it saying? Suddenly, the whispering stops. I sit there in silence, waiting for something to happen. Footsteps. From the end of the corridor, the sound of the footsteps increase as they quickly approach my door, before passing it, seemingly heading for the exit. As they pass my door, I make out a silhouette through the paper. It moved fast. Weird. I get out of bed and edge toward the door. I slowly slide it open, peering into the dark corridor before me. It's empty. I look down one end. Nothing. Then down the other. Also nothing. I'm about to close the door and head back to sleep when I see wet footprints. They appear to have come from the room at the end of the corridor and lead all the way out to the connecting walkway outside. I can clearly see that whoever made them was barefoot. Some of the footprints are so clear that I could count each toe. I begrudgingly follow them. Just as I'm about to open the door onto the connecting walkway outside, I hear the door of one of the bedrooms behind me slide open. It's Ren. Ren? I stutter. Someone just ran by my room. She hushes me. It is grandmother, she whispers. She has a problem at night. She runs into the village often at night. Father will get her. I figure she means night terrors, or sleepwalking, or something. Spooked, I apologize to Ren, and head back to my bed. The cold air wakes me up the next morning. The light streams through the open window above as I sit up in bed. I have no idea what time it is. I could have slept for ages after all that travelling. I should probably get up and see what's happening. I roll out of bed and sit on the floor whilst I go through my suitcase. I get changed and turn towards the bedroom door. I'm freaked out about last night, but it's my first time here, so I'm definitely not going to bring it up. I walk out into the corridor, and as I take one last look at the room before sliding the door shut, I notice footprints. They are the same barefoot, wet footprints I'd seen in the corridor last night. My heart flutters and I scan their route. These were different footprints. Like last night, these came out of the room at the end of the corridor, but instead of leading to the exit, they led into my room, toward my bed. I see 2 wet footprints planted on the floor at the foot of my bed. Ren's grandmother had been watching me sleep. I decide not to talk to Ren about the footprints in my room last night. If they have a grandmother with these types of issues, it must be very hard to control, and they must be aware that this kind of thing happens. Although I am on edge, I'm not really the kind of person to completely wave something off like this. Call it overthinking, but I always feel like something more sinister is going on, even where it isn't. So, whilst I'm not going to forget that it happened, I'm also not going to bring it up to Ren, especially not after my first night here. It might not even happen again. Ren is taking me around the village this morning. It's just as beautiful in the early light as when I had arrived, the mountaintop glistening in the still rising sun. However, I do notice something is different. The people. When I arrived in the village yesterday, they were smiling, waving, greeting me. Now, they look in shock of my presence. A man who I clearly recognized as one who waved at me the day before just looks at me, then at Ren, then back at me, almost as if in fear, before turning back to his family. Ren isn't speaking to anyone, and they aren't speaking to her. Surely, in a village this size, everyone is friendly with everyone, or at least Ren would recognize some of the people around us. But apparently not. We've been walking for around an hour, mostly talking about my life, when a man bursts from his house and grabs me. His hands grip my shoulders, and he stares into my eyes with an alarmed look on his face. He is speaking fast. His tone is one of urgency, frantically speaking to me, volume slowly rising. Ren quickly pushes him away. I was too in shock to even react. She speaks a quick sentence back to him before grabbing my arm and leading me away. He stays by his house, still shouting at me from afar. "What the?" I exclaim. "What was that? What was he saying?" "He is trying to sell you something," Ren replies, eyes front as she continues to lead me away from the scene. "Sell me something?" I ask in shock. "Why would he... What? Was that even a shop? It is nothing." She seemed different, sterner. "He is trying to rip you off because you are not from here." What the hell? That's an aggressive way of trying to achieve a sale. Almost unbelievably so. The first interaction I've had with someone else today was that. I look back toward the man just before he disappears from my view. He's on his knees, pointing at me, still shouting. We are just back from the village, and I'm going back to my room to show Ren a book I had told her about. I enter the corridor of bedrooms. At the far end, I see Father Nomura with a very elderly man, Ren's grandfather. The old man is frail, with strands of grey hair on his head and tired eyes. Father Nomura appears to be helping him into his room, one hand on his shoulder, the other hand locked in his. Father Nomura looks up at me, so does the grandfather. Father Nomura shouts something at me in Japanese, waving his head to the exit behind me, as if telling me to leave. He seems angry. I freeze in my tracks. Do I continue to my room? Is he actually telling me to go back the way I came? My eyes dart to the grandfather. He's staring at me, eyes wide now. His mouth is moving. He's muttering something. I can't quite hear what he is saying over the shouts. Not that I'd understand anyway. I turn to leave as Father Nomura's tone gets more agitated. As I turn, the grandfather speaks up, although still a rasp whisper. He is repeating something. He is repeating the same phrase I had heard outside my room last night, over and over. I shut the door behind me and stand on the walkway, staring blankly at the flowers below. I have just finished dinner. Other than Ren and Psycho and the weird exchange with Father Nomura, I have seen none of the family today. Dinner was quaint but delicious. Psycho continued to force food on my plate throughout the entire meal. Ren and I are sitting in the garden outside, teaching Psycho some English phrases. It's been quite a strange day. I've been shouted at by a random guy and by Father Nomura, but it's been a really nice day too. I can't sleep. Last night is replaying in my head, freaking me out. I'm nervous that as soon as I fall asleep, someone's going to come into my room or something. I've been lying here for a few hours and haven't heard a peep outside, but I'm still on edge. My brain won't shut up. In fact, my thoughts are so loud and overwhelming that I almost didn't notice my door begin to slide open. It opens very slowly. Someone in the corridor is sliding it quietly and carefully, as if trying not to make a sound. I am frozen. I stare at the doorway as more of the dark corridor is exposed. It's almost as if the darkness pours into my room, bringing with it fear and uncertainty. The door is soon fully open, but I see nobody. Just darkness. I hear nothing, see nothing. My door just opens, that's it. I'm not moving. I lay in bed, on edge, ready to spring up at any moment should I need to. But nothing has happened. It's been open now for a few minutes, and nothing. I build up the courage to go and shut it. I stand up, slowly and quietly, and edge towards the door. Curiosity takes the better of me as I reach it, and I quickly peer down both ends of the corridor. To the left, towards the exit, nothing. Darkness. To the right, a light at the end of the corridor. A faint light coming from the open door of the grandparents' room, although the room is side on, so I can't see inside. The light is clearly candlelit as it flickers in such a way. Screw that. I start to slide my door shut. Notice the footprints once more. Wet, bare footprints. They lead from the grandparents' room to mine, then go back the way they came. Had the grandmother come to my room, opened my door, then gone back to sleep? I was so in shock, engulfed by both the fear and the overwhelming darkness, that I almost missed it. The opposite wall of the grandparents' room had a faint shimmer of light reflected onto it through the open door. As well as light, a shadow is reflected onto the wall. The shadow of a figure, a person standing just inside their room. It's just standing there, completely still. I feel like it is facing the corridor, but I can't tell for sure. All I know is that someone is standing right by the entrance to their room, barely inside it, but far enough that I can't actually see them. Are they waiting for me to investigate? Do they know I can see them? They're so damn still. I quietly slide my door fully shut and get back into bed. It's around 3 AM now, and I haven't slept. I don't think I will. Well, sleep must have taken me last night. Although I don't know when, I sit up in bed fast, in a panic, looking around my sunlit room. No footprints, My door is shut. Bag seems untouched. Wow. I'm so thankful for that. Although, I am damn scared. I'm scared about last night. I'm scared about tonight. Hell, I'm scared about even getting up and out of bed right now. Tonight, though, I'm going to set my phone up, maybe in the corridor, and film what is going on. I'm going to hide it in the corner, perhaps in one of the protruding rafters. I'll make sure it's difficult to see. Nobody will see it. I want to find out what happens here at night. So, here's my plan. Firstly, I'm going to tell Ren I'm exploring the village alone. Except, I'm not going to explore the village. I'm going to hike down to where the bus dropped me off and hope that at the bus stop there's some sort of schedule. I tried to find bus schedules on my phone, but couldn't see any information. I'm freaked out right now, and will feel more at ease knowing there are ways that I can get out of here should I need to. The Nemoras have been nothing but kind to me. Well, Psycho and Ren have been. But I still feel I need to have an exit route, just in case. I'm not going to tell Ren where I'm going. I don't want to offend her, but a part of me also doesn't trust her. I don't want her to get suspicious. Secondly, the camera. I've downloaded an app on my phone that's used for overnight recording. I think it's advertised toward parents watching over their children's rooms or something. I'll set it up and see what happens here at night. If I see anything I don't like, I'm out of here. I'm almost at the bus stop. Earlier, I had eaten breakfast with Ren and Psycho before telling them that I wanted to explore the village on my own. Ren insisted she join me, but I assured her I'd be alright and that I want a day to myself. My walk through the village was similar to yesterday's. Nobody smiled at me or even acknowledged me. The only difference was that nobody tried to sell me anything today. I reached the bottom of the hill. It's been about 45 minutes since I left the Nemora's house. I've been walking fast. I see the rusty old sign that the bus stopped at when it had dropped me off, and pace toward it. Squinting my eyes to read through the rust, I see only 2 time slots. Both the times are on the same day I was dropped off, separated by an hour. Damn. The next bus out of here is the bus I was planning on taking anyway. This was for nothing. There are no buses out of this place for days. I pray I won't need one. Fully fed, I sit on my bed after dinner. Other than finding out there are no buses out of here, it's been an uneventful day, but I'm dreading the night. I open up the recording app, turn my phone on silent, turn its brightness down. I don't want it to be seen. Everyone has gone to bed, but I still hear people occasionally walking around. I'll wait for everyone to be asleep before setting the camera up. It's been silent for an hour. It's time. I quietly get out of bed and tiptoe over to my door. I slowly open it, looking down the corridor. Empty. I know where I'm setting this up. The far end of the corridor has a rafter I can prop my phone up on. It's the only place that'd work. The rafter by the front door would be too easy to spot by anyone leaving. I creep down the corridor, passing a series of rooms, including the grandparents. Softly as I can, I jump and grab the rafter, pulling myself up and propping the phone so it films down the corridor. Awesome. I slowly lower myself back to the ground. I'm quite proud of myself for being so silent. When the grandparents' door starts to slide open, I freeze. I'm just beyond the door, at the end of the corridor. I don't move, hoping I'm not seen. Father Nemora and Psycho walk out of the room, shutting the door behind them, deep in discussion. They don't see me. They hurriedly walk up the corridor before exiting onto the walkway at the other end. That was so close. Had I been walking past the grandparents' room when they exited? The walkway door slowly opens once more. They're coming back. Damn, I have no other choice. The only place I can get in fast enough without them seeing me is the grandparents' room. I quickly open the door, slide myself in, and shut it behind me, just as they re-enter the corridor. Stairs. That's what I see. A staircase going down. This isn't just a bedroom. On the edge of each step is a dimly lit candle. I can't see beyond the bottom of the staircase. Father Nomura and Psycho's voices are now getting louder. I think they're coming back towards the grandparents' room. I hear their footsteps louder and louder, their hushed voices now right outside the door I had just come through. I move down the stairs, finding myself in a room with 2 sliding doors. Nothing else. Just a small, square, wooden room with 2 traditional sliding doors on either side. Nowhere to hide. I have to choose a door. As I stare at each door, I see movement. A shadow. Through the door on the right. My choice is made for me. I go through the door on the left, shutting it behind me. I get swallowed by darkness. Shaking, I'm pressed up against the door I just went through. I hear Father Nomura and Saiko making their way down the stairs. The room I chose is completely dark. I try to quickly scan it for somewhere to hide in case one of them comes in. But I can't see anything around me. I don't want to venture further into the room unless I absolutely have to. I can't see and might knock something over. I hold my breath. Footsteps. Father Nomura and Saiko have just reached the bottom of the staircase. To my relief, their quiet steps and hushed conversation lead to the other room, and I hear the door slide shut behind them. I am still frozen and want to wait a second before making my move, but I can still hear something. Something behind me. No longer disrupted by the sound of Father Nomura and Saiko, I can now hear something in the room with me. I hear slow, quiet breathing, exasperated, rasping breaths coming from behind me in the darkness. Every breath sounds as if it's causing incredible pain. The breathing is quiet, but the anguish that comes with each breath is clear. I'm not finding out who or what is in the room with me. With no second thought, I open the door, shutting it behind me, and bolt up the stairs to my room, careful with every step. I tried to stay awake after what happened. I tried to be on alert, but I was exhausted. I had fallen asleep shortly after sneaking out of the grandparents' room. I'm beyond freaked out. I'm trying to tell myself there's an explanation for last night, that I'd simply heard one of the grandparents breathing, but I couldn't convince myself that what I heard was normal. Something about it terrified me, made me feel cold. Every breath was laced with pain, with suffering. I could almost feel it myself, and if I'd been in the room with the grandparents, what did I see through the screen of the other room? There's something happening in this house. I go to collect my phone. Even in the morning light, it was almost impossible to see it. I had hidden it well, and I quickly grab it and bring it to my room to see if anything had happened during the night. Skimming through the recording, the bright green filter or night vision provides a creepy view of the corridor. The shadows in the corridor dancing as the moon makes its cycle through the night. Father Nomura and Saiko left the grandparents' room late, going back to their room. Nothing out of the ordinary. I reach 3:54 a.m. and I see movement. Simultaneously, all doors slide open, all but mine and the grandparents. In sync, each of the family members step out. Hina stepping out of the room next to mine. Ren, the room opposite. Both parents also step out of their room at the same time. All in unison. Furthest from the camera, Hina walks down the corridor first towards the end. As she passes Ren, she walks by her side. The parents then follow suit, walking behind the sisters. None of them seem to speak or acknowledge each other. They gather around the grandparents' room. Father Nomura opens it, and they enter before the door is slid shut. I fast forward, 4:40 a.m. Movement. The door of the grandparents' room is opened. The family walk out in the same order they had entered, sisters side by side, parents side by side behind them. Father Nomura shuts the door behind them. They walk toward my room. They surround my door. Their mouths are moving, as if they are chanting something. They stand at my door, staring at it, for exactly 23 minutes. Father Nomura then moves. He opens my door, slowly, carefully. The family enter my room in the same order they had maintained throughout, completely in sync. The door is shut behind them. My heart is racing. What the hell did they do in here? I look around my room. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. I even feel around my body. Nothing feels different. I fast forward. Exactly 23 minutes later, my bedroom door is slid open and the family exit, parting ways. They go to their respective rooms, shutting their doors in unison. I'm leaving. I don't know where I'll go. Maybe I'll seek refuge in the village, or even brave the wilderness. I don't know. I just have to get out of here. I quickly pack my things and open my door to see Ren on the other side. "Finn?" she says, a nervous look on her face as she looks at my fully packed bags. "Where are you going?" I stutter. Laundry." I don't know why I said that, but it works. "Finn?" she calmly nods. "Father wants to speak with you in the main area." "Oh, why?" My heart is beating out of my chest. I might just run. "He wants to talk about something," she replies. "He knows you went to my grandparents' room last night." Father Nomura stands with his back to me. I'm in the main area of the house, backpack on, ready to run. The entire Nomura family surrounds me, suffocating me. The only one doing anything is Saiko, who's fiddling with something in the kitchen. The sisters, however, watch me. Father Nomura turns to face me, then speaks. He sounds calm. Once he's finished, Ren translates. "He is unhappy you went into Grandfather's room," she calmly states. "Grandfather is very sick and should not have been disturbed." "Tell him I'm sorry," I stammer. "I didn't mean to go in. I got scared because of your grandmother's footprints. She came into my room and..." Father Nomura starts to speak again. Ren hasn't translated what I said. Does he understand me? "He tells me you have to behave now," Ren explains. "He says he will not punish you this time, but you must behave. As for grandmother, I am sorry you are scared. She is old and sick." I couldn't be sorrier," I plead. "Tell Father Nomura it won't happen again." He nods, then leaves the room onto the walkway. The door shuts loudly behind him. Hina then does the same, moving as soon as Father Nomura had left our sight. I turn to Ren. "You must eat," she smiles. "It is okay. Mother made you food to make you happy." My attention turns to Saiko. Sure enough, she had made a lot of food. She places the final plate on the table and invites me to sit. I had offended the family once. I won't do it again. I don't want to be punished. But after this, I'm leaving. I don't trust this family. I wipe my plate down, and the first chance I get, moved towards the exit. Nobody saw me leave. I am quickly pacing along the path, heading into the village. I don't know my next move. Maybe try and find the man who was selling me something. Try to determine what he was actually saying. I reach the village. I know roughly where the man's house is. Suddenly, my legs feel weak. I stumble, but keep my balance. Just. What is going on? My steps get wider, my legs harder to control with every step. I fall down to one knee, but I can't feel the ground beneath it. Help, I stutter. Help me. I look to the villagers around me. They are all staring at me in shock, but they are not helping. In fact, many are moving away. Hushed conversations and distant whispers surround me as I fall to the ground and black out. You are sick. Please, eat. My eyes open. I am back in my bedroom, back in the house. Saeko kneels beside my bed, holding a small plate of food, still piping hot, steam rising. What happened? I ask. I'm dazed, confused. You have fell, Saeko says. Please, eat and rest. My mind is in a haze. I can't think straight. I eat some of the food as Saeko places it against my lips. I'm not sure why I do it, but it tastes so good, and I'm so hungry. As my eyes shut, my cloudy vision becoming blurrier by the second, I notice something. Over Saiko's shoulder, my door is slightly open. Peering through the gap, a tall, elderly woman looms above, smiling as she watches me eat. I wake to the sound of my stomach churning. Hunger owns me. I need to eat. It's dark, but I get out of bed and slide my door open, heading to the kitchen. The cold night air on my skin doesn't faze me. I only want food. To my surprise, there is a meal on the kitchen table. I stride over to it, then devour it. It's delicious, but I'm still hungry as I head back to my bedroom. I sit upright on my bed and eat away at the bits of skin dangling from my fingertips. I wake once more. It's still night, only now I'm myself again. I think back to earlier. Had I really gone into the kitchen and eaten all that food? Why was it even there in the middle of the night? Was that a dream? I look down to my fingers. Blood and loose skin cloak them. My fingernails almost completely gone. My fingers bitten so much that blood now stains my mattress. What is happening to me? I have to get out of here. I get out of bed. I can't see my bag or phone, but I don't care. I slide open my door. The hallway is empty, so I make my move. I quickly make it to the door connecting the two areas of the house and go through it with ease. Soon I find myself in the main area. I hurriedly move towards the front door, almost breaking into a run. Once outside, I do run. I am almost at the village. I can't see the path in the darkness. My bare feet are cut with every stride, colliding with the thorns and branches below. I should have reached the village by now, right? The house behind me is no longer in sight. Where's the village? Light. I see light ahead. I'm almost there. It must feel further in the dark. I am relieved I've made it. It's the house. I'm looking at the house. But how? It's a straight path. I haven't made any turns off of it either. I turn to run the other way. The cold air hurts my lungs. I continue to run. Again, I reach the house once more. What's happening here? What is happening to me? I stray away from the path and run into the surrounding trees. I need to get away from here. I must be turning around in the dark, accidentally taking the same path back to the house. I see it again, through the trees ahead of me. This doesn't make sense. How am I back here? I can't seem to escape this place, so I grab a sturdy branch to use as a weapon and carefully move towards it. The main area is empty. I scan for my bag, but see nothing. I walk across the wooden floor and open the door onto the walkway. Also empty. Crossing the walkway, I am struck by the cold night air. I open the door to the corridor ahead. Darkness. Either side of me, all doors are slid shut. The house appears undisturbed from when I left it, as if everyone is still asleep. Strangely, as I tread down the corridor, careful not to make a sound, the air gets colder. With every step, I feel a chill crawl across my skin. As I reach my room, I slide open the door and peer in. I see only my bloodstained mattress and the small table. I'm still missing my bags, my shoes, my phone. Without more clothing, I'd freeze outside. I peer down at my feet, battered from my escape attempt earlier, and knew that if I wanted any chance of escaping here, I'd need my things. Most importantly, I need my phone to call for help. They're somewhere here, but I can't wake anybody up. One by one, I slide the doors of their rooms open. Hina lies asleep in a room decorated with a weird symbol I don't recognize. A circular symbol with a horn-like figure in its center. A small shrine stands in the corner of a room, the same one from the main area. The moonlight that shines through a window makes it easy to quickly recognize that my bag isn't here. Ren lies asleep in a simpler room. She turns as I peer in, but doesn't wake her. The table holds books, a lot of them. I make out a small shrine in the corner of her room, but no bags. Her parents' room. My hand is trembling as I slide open their door and peer in. Similar to Hina's room, it's decorated in that symbol. Multiple shrines are laid out against the back wall, each with a candle in its center. The parents are asleep on a mattress that lies in the middle of the room. Father Nomura grunts in his sleep and turns towards his sleeping wife, but doesn't awaken. This room is much larger than the two daughters. There is no bag here, and I slowly slide the door shut. There's only one room left. I open the door and walk down the staircase. The candles remain lit along it. This room is the coldest of them all. As I reach the two doors, I opt again to go through the left one. I'm going to grab a candle and quickly scan the grandfather's room. He was unable to make a sound last time, so even if I wake him, I feel I won't get caught. I move towards the door and slide it open with a creak. The smell hits me as soon as the door opens. It is putrid, a combination of rotting fruit and feces. I turn away and hold back a gag. Taking a deep breath, I turn back to the room. It's completely dark. I get low with my candle, illuminating only my surroundings a few feet ahead. I slowly crawl into the room. The smell is rancid, only getting worse the further I delve. I'm holding the candle ahead when I see a strap to my left. Oh my gosh, my bag. I carefully reach across to grab it and soon realize my phone rests comfortably on its top. I just need my shoes, then I can get out of here. Drip, drip, drip. What is that sound? I need to hurry. I can't hear any breathing. I only hear a drip. Maybe I just quickly turn on my phone light and find my shoes. I don't think the grandfather is in here. Drip, drip, drip. I'm going to do it. I'm going to quickly turn it on, then back off again, just so I can establish where I am, where my shoes are. If my phone and bag are here, my shoes should be. I need to hurry. And it's too quiet for someone to be sleeping in here. My heart beats in harmony with the drip. Drip, drip, drip. Screw it. I flick my phone's light on. I look up. I wish I hadn't. Thin chains hang from the ceiling. At the end of each chain is a large hook. Above me, the hooks hold up a body. A man. They puncture his calves and the upper, fatty bits of his arms. There is one large hook that wraps around his spine, pulling it partially out of his back. He is naked. His head droops lifelessly. Carved into his chest, the symbol I'd seen in Hina in the parents' room. I see no blood. It's almost as if it's been cleaned up or drained. My eyes turn to the dripping sound. From his nose and mouth, saliva or something slowly drips. But his face... As I look up at him, hanging lifelessly above me, I recognize this man. It's the man who had pulled me aside and shouted at me in the village. I hold everything back. Tears, gags, screams. I need to get out of here. I need to not make a sound. My eyes lock with the dead man's as I leave. They are wide but lifeless. I notice parts of his flesh are missing, as if they've been ripped out randomly. His fingers look as if they were chewed to the bone. I feel a strong sense of guilt as I slide the door shut and lose sight of him. He had died because he warned me. That was his breathing in the room with me nights ago. He was dying, and I didn't help him. But it's too late now. I sneak up the stairs. The corridor looks undisturbed since my last venture, and I quietly shut the grandparents' door behind me. I'm going to go into my room, quickly get my gear on, and try to contact help. I enter my room and turn to my phone. Frantically, I type out the following message. It's Finn. I need you to come help me. I'm not safe. I send it to all of my contacts, followed by the name of the village I'm in. Someone has to help me. The messages are sending slowly. I'll check again when I'm outside. I'll also try to call someone when I'm in a place that I'm safe and able to speak. My shoes are on. I have proper clothes. I'm getting out of here. I sneak through the corridor into the main area and reach the front door with no hassle. I'm quiet, very quiet, and feel I've managed to get through the house once more without waking anybody. Now I just have to find the villager. The silence is broken as the sound of footsteps ring through the house. Wet, fast footsteps emit from the sleeping area, and I hear the door leading onto the walkway open. The steps slap against the wooden floor, approaching the main area. Approaching me. Grandmother. I propel myself through the front door and into the darkness ahead. I run into the nearby tree line, hide behind a large trunk, and turn back to look at the house. Standing just outside the door, a figure. A tall, spindly, frail shape towers over the frame of the door it had just come through. I can only make out its shadow in the night, shaped like a human, but proportionally wrong. This thing must be at least 7 feet tall, despite its hunched back. Long, skinny legs hold it up, and its thin arms stretch down its side, its hands just beyond its knees. I make out very large hands. Long, bony fingers take shape in the dark as my eyes adjust. I stare in horror. It appears to be wearing a gown of sorts, although I can't make it out clearly. The sole feature I can make out from its head are a few strands of hair protruding from its scalp. It stands for a second, then breaks into long strides down the path toward the village, hunching its back further as it runs. Is that the grandmother? I'm about to turn my attention back to reaching safety when I see a second figure exit the house. I can clearly make out the figure of Father Nomura as he stands by the front door. He does not move, just watches the creature run into the night. His stance is one of impatience, annoyance. I fear that whatever that thing is, the grandmother, is looking for me. I run through the trees, frantically trying to call someone. The police, my family, Lexi, anyone. The messages I typed out earlier had all sent, but I now lack signal. I find a large tree, climbable. I reach its top easily enough. I ignore the branches that pierce my skin and draw blood. I just have to get out of here. Still, no signal. But I see something else that gives me hope. I see the village. I can make out the dimly lit houses and see a section of the main square. I know which direction to move in. Just as I start to climb down, the grandmother runs below my tree. I freeze. I watch as her unnervingly long body passes my tree below. She doesn't see me, but I see her. She is old, very old. Her skin wrinkled and veiny, almost discoloured. Her grey strands of hair sporadically dangle from her scalp. Her eyes are wide, although I can't make out their colour. Her mouth wide open as she runs, as if she was screaming with no sound. I see no teeth, just reddish-black gums. She wears a white gown, which appears to have been ripped short just above her knees. Each fast step is a lunge. Her arms reach out in front of her, grabbing the trees as she passes them to move swiftly through the wooded area. Her head darts around. She's looking for someone. For me. As soon as she passes, I lower myself down. I move from tree to tree, but don't see her again, before soon reaching the village. I run to the first house I see and knock on the door. I don't want to be too loud. Grandmother is still nearby. A confused, cautious Japanese man opens the door. He looks at me up and down, questioning my state, visually wary. Help me. I need help. I pant. He speaks back, unsure what he says. He starts to shut the door. No. I put my hand firmly on the door. Help me. Help. After some back and forth, he lets me in. He leads me to a room toward the back of his house and points to a chair for me to sit. His family stand cautiously by, a woman and a child. They do not speak to me. The man gestures for me to wait, and he leaves the room, shutting me in. I try my phone again. Still no signal. His wife soon enters the room and gives me a glass of water. I drink it fast, and she gets me another. The man comes back into my room, and through a series of gestures, assures me that help is on the way. There is a lady, a monster. I try to warn him, but as I speak, his calm demeanour assures me that he has managed to get help, and that I am safe here. I am thankful, and he leaves me in the room once more. Just as my heartbeat begins to slow, I hear the familiar voice of Father Nomura at the door. I stand up, panicked. Father Nomura, the man, and 5 or 6 other villagers enter the room. No! I shout, pointing at Father Nomura. This is him! Help! I can't... Father Nomura says something. They walk toward me. No! What are you... Stop! Help! Get your hands off me! I continue to scream and resist as they hoist me onto their shoulders and, against my thrashing, carry me back along the path toward the Nomura household. They carry me into the house, where Ren, Hina and Psycho wait. On the table, a feast of delicious-looking food. My struggles against them are useless as they sit me by the table and begin to force the food into my mouth. Psycho looks on, almost in sorrow. Father told you to not misbehave. Ren calmly speaks from somewhere behind me. Now, eat the food Mother kindly prepared for you. I wake in the night. I am hungry. Ren's grandmother stands in the corner of my room. Her hunched body blocks the moonlight from the window, and she looks at me with a toothless grin. Her iris is black, eyes wide. I stare at her, and I feel safe. I am hungry. I bite into the tips of my fingers, drawing blood. I am desperate for food, for substance. As I begin to eat, the woman in the room with me whispers a chant. The little chunks of flesh I tear from my fingers taste good. I continue to bite until I feel bone, then bite down some more. I shoot awake. I'm still in my room. I scramble off my bed, away from where the grandmother stood. But she's not there anymore. In her place, the same small shrine I had seen around the house. My fingers throb with pain. I look down and see the damage I caused. Most of my fingers look as if they'd met a shredder. There is flesh missing, bitten into it, dangling down my hands. My bones visible. Many have slight cracks on their surface from where I bit down onto them. What is happening to me? I stumble up, desperate to escape this place. I open the door. There are candles placed along the corridor. As I stagger to the door, leading onto the walkway, I see that most of the rooms around me are open. Nobody in sight though. I try the main door, and it won't open. It has been blocked from the outside. I push hard, through the pain of my hands, but to no avail. I turn back to the corridor and walk down it, peering into each room. I see nobody, but each room has changed. There are no beds in Ren, Hina, or the parents' room, just lit candles, and the same shrine in the room centre. But it is too small to fit through. There's no use. I go back into the corridor, and that's when I notice a large red X has been drawn on the outside of my door. Whatever was used to draw it still looks wet, but it is a clear X. There are red droplets from my door down the corridor's floor. I follow the droplets, which lead to the last room, the room at the end of the corridor. It gets colder as I approach. The candles are my only light. The door is shut, but there is something drawn on it. It is drawn in the same red substance. On the door, a large red O. The grandparents' room had been drawn on for a reason, and I'm not entering it, not unless I'm armed. I quickly scour the empty rooms along the corridor, but only find the small shrines and candles. As I'm about to leave Hina's room, I see a lifeline. Through a small window stands a low-hanging tree. I hoist myself up, and with some struggle, manage to pull off a sturdy branch. This one is even more solid than my last. Despite the pain in my fingers, I hold a tight grip. I leave a room and sit down against the walkway's door. I stare down the long, candlelit corridor, waiting for something to happen. It's been over an hour. No sound. I've tried the walkway door a few times, and tried again once more as I decide to move towards the grandparents' room, but no luck. I walk down the corridor and reach their room. Holding the branch high, ready to swing, I quietly slide the door open. Candles are lined down the stairs, and I can tell from the dim glow that there are many more on the floor below. I tread down the stairs carefully, alert. At the bottom of the staircase, candles are lined up along the walls, highlighting the two doors I have faced before. The door on the left has a large red X drawn on it, whilst the door on the right has a red O. What kind of sick game is this? I move towards the door on the left, the room I'm more familiar with. I press my ear against its frame and listen. Upon hearing nothing, I slide it open. Inside, the same symbol I had seen in Hina in the parents' room, the horn-like figure in the center of a circle. The symbol is everywhere, drawn in red all over the walls, the floors, the ceiling. At the end of the room, a small table holds a book. I cautiously approach it, opening the book, which reads from right to left. The book has drawings, two per page. Page 1. The village. It is the village square, although much more old-fashioned. People are smiling, children playing. The characters are all drawn wearing traditional Japanese clothing. The next drawing is of an old woman who appears to be in the woods, watching the village square from afar. She looks normal and wears a white kimono. I flipped onto the next page. Page 2. The woman is now in the village square, conversing with the children. The next image, they are following her into the woods. I turn the page. Page 3. Villagers are on their knees, pleading to the old woman. No children are in sight. The old woman is smiling, her lips now red. The next drawing is identical, except the villagers bow to her instead. They are worshipping her. Page 4. The next page, people feasting at a long table. They look young, although they aren't children. The old lady is watching from afar, smiling. The next drawing is of the same people, but they appear to be much fatter after the apparent feast. Page 5. I turn the page. This page has one larger picture. The drawing is of the old woman biting into one of the people from the feast. Behind her, the children she had taken, scratched into their chests. The symbol. They look sad, frightened. I jumped away from the book as I heard a child laugh behind me. A quick, innocent giggle breaks the silence. Almost as if the sound were the cause, the candles around me all extinguish at once. I plunge into darkness. Shaking, I stare across the room and out toward the staircase. I hold my branch high, ready once more to swing. I slowly walk towards the room's exit and see a child quickly run into my view before disappearing up the staircase ahead. I edge out the room, my eyes slowly adjusting to the sudden dark. I am at the bottom of the staircase now, and turn my head to see where the child has gone. Standing tall in the darkness at the top of the staircase, the grandmother, the creature that had chased me into the woods, now looking right at me. Behind her cowers a child wearing a white kimono, his chest exposed. Scratched onto his chest, the symbol. He looks frightened, hiding behind the tall legs of the grandmother as he looks at me. The grandmother appears to be eating something. She's holding something up to her mouth, although I can't see it beyond her large hands. She chews excitedly. The wet sound of her food makes my lips ring through the otherwise silent house. She stares at me as she eats. The sound of a quick chewing soon stops, and she drops a meal. It tumbles down the stairs, violently bouncing off each one on the way down. As it lands by my feet, it lets out a weak cry. It's a baby, carved into his tiny chest. The symbol. I look back up at the grandmother in terror. Her hands no longer cover her blood-soaked mouth, and instead stroke the hair of a young boy by her side. I take a step back. To my side, more people, young men and women, children, all looking at me. They look sad, frightened, and each have the symbol engraved into their chests. I back away from them as they begin to close in on me. I feel the door behind me and slide it open. It's the door with the red O. I shut it behind me and turn to see the Nomura family. They wear traditional white kimonos and are spaced around the walls of the wooden room. The candles in here are lit, 2 by each family member's feet. The grandfather stands at the far end of the room, staring at me, wide-eyed. His lips are red, a remnant of blood. I'm unable to speak as I scan the family members, each looking at me, lips red. Psycho holds a plate with small cuts of meat on it. The meat looks to be drizzled with blood. They begin to quietly chant, the same chant I've heard throughout my visit. Psycho steps towards me. With a rush of adrenaline, I hit her as hard as I can with a branch. It splinters upon impact with the side of her head. She falls fast. The plate of meat clatters against the floor. As I open the door to run, I notice the rest of the family quickly moving to pick up the meat from the floor, ignoring Psycho. I turn to run, but the grandmother stands tall in front of me. She puts a cold hand on my head. Her large fingers wrap around my skull. She whispers something, and I fall unconscious. I wake, drowsy. I lie nude on the wooden floor, resting in the center of a room. It is the same room I did Psycho with the branch in. Father Nomura, Ren, Hina, and the grandfather stand around me. They whisper the chant. I am weak, almost completely unable to move. Father Nomura kneels by my side and draws a short, sharp knife. With a swift, expert-like movement, he grabs some of my excess fat and cuts it from my stomach. I briefly thrash, but he's already done it. I lie on the ground, disoriented, weak, in agonizing pain. I'm unable to properly move my body. My movement after the cut was brief. Father Nomura stands, clutching the cut flesh, and Hina hands him a large, Japanese chalice. He holds the meat above the chalice and squeezes it. My blood drips from the flesh and into the cup, some oozing down Father Nomura's arm. The chanting continues throughout. He takes a sip from the chalice before passing it to Ren, who does the same. She then passes it to the grandfather, who calmly drinks before moving to kneel by my side. He lifts my head and presses the chalice against my lips, pouring my own blood into my mouth. Too weak to resist his grasp, my desperate coughs are not enough to stop some of the blood pouring down my throat. He then stands and passes it to Hina, who drinks. They continue to chant. Father Nomura wraps the flesh he had cut for me with a cloth and hands it to Hina. Hina leaves the room with a chalice of my blood and the cut of my flesh. The family stop chanting. Almost as soon as this happens, I feel unable to move. Adrenaline hits as Father Nomura kneels by my side to speak to me, his face close to mine. Fear me. His voice gruff. I whip my elbow into his nose as hard as I can. He kneels back, but not before I grab the knife. I quickly sit up, screaming in pain as the pressure pounds on my wound, and I thrust the knife towards whoever is closest to me. It cuts through the back of the grandfather's knee, who screams and collapses backwards. I stand up, holding the knife, threatening to cut whoever moves next. The family stare at me in silence. Even the grandfather chokes back his cries of pain. I leave the room and run upstairs, clutching my stomach to slow the bleeding. The candles are all lit up here. In my state of panic, I grab one and set them at the shrines that are placed throughout the rooms. I don't know if they're connected to all this, but if this family worships them, I definitely don't. In each shrine is a small canister of oil that I was not aware of. This helps the fire, and it quickly spreads onto the wooden floors. I run to the walkway door. Smoke fills the corridor behind me. Finn! I hear Ren scream from below. She needs your life, please. I ignore her and barge through the door which, thankfully, is no longer jammed shut. Across the walkway, knife in hand. It is still night. I enter the main area. Psycho and Hina are by the table and look up at me in surprise. Psycho is bleeding badly, cut from where I'd hit her. I can tell she has drank from the chalice, her lips red. I say nothing. Holding a knife up toward them, I notice Psycho is holding my flesh in her hand. She holds it above the pot in flame. She is going to cook it. My eyes don't leave either of them, and I move toward the shrine in this room, the largest one in the house. I quickly set it alight. As I reach the front door, Hina notices the flames from across the walkway. She shouts something at her mother, and they both run to help their family. I burst through the front door and run into the trees. I dart into the woods as the house lights up behind me. I run for no more than a minute and turn around to see how far I've gone. The dim glow of the fire illuminates through the foggy night, enhancing the shape of the trees around me. I'm not far enough away yet. I turn to run and hear a screech from the house's direction. It's a long, high-pitched shriek, full of anger. I know that doesn't belong to a human. It echoes through the woods, bouncing off the trees around me, ringing in my ears. I keep running. I see children. To my left, a young boy in a white kimono stands, pointing at me from the fog. To my right, a young girl in the same attire points at me from behind a tree. There are soon children all around me. Every few steps I see one pointing at me from the darkness. They're showing her where I am. They all whisper. The sound of their chant is carried by the wind, quietly reminding me that this is not over yet. Amongst the sound, a baby's cry comes from deep within the woods. This is too much for me. The whispers of the children, the crying of a baby. I'm panicking, yet I continue to run, nude and bleeding, gripping the very blade that caused my wound. I leap over fallen branches, through sharp bushes, and away from the cries and eyes of the dead children. I see light in the distance. I don't know how. This place is a way of turning me around on myself. But it's the village. I see the town square. It looks as if the entire village has gathered there. Men and women surround a central figure. I realise I've seen no children in the village, and I now know why. In the square centre, standing elevated by its stature, Father Nomura. His voice bellows from his half-burnt face as he speaks to the residents of the village. A spit flies from his lips, skin slowly drips down his face. He is angry, and the people appear to heed and agree with his every word. I'm behind a tree. A row of houses stand between me and the square. This is my chance. With everyone occupied by Father Nomura, I can sneak into a house, steal clothes and maybe some money. I pace towards the closest house. Blood drips with every step. The wound is opened up further. Dirt and leaves stick to my body. My blood acts as glue. I open the front door and enter the house. I see two doors toward the back and assume they are bedrooms. I enter one, and sure enough, I am right. I find clothes. Ironically, a white kimono. I scrounge together any money or valuables that may help me escape. Blood drips onto the house's floor, and I leave and move on to the next. In the next house, I do the same. I've acquired a decent amount of money, but I'll keep stealing more just in case. I sneak out the second house, and I'm halfway to the third, when I notice Father Nomura point towards the trees. A section of the villagers run in that direction, disappearing into the tree line. Father Nomura points in another direction, the same thing. Villagers move towards the trees. He then points in my direction, although he doesn't see me. I won't have time to make it to the next house, or back to the one I came from. I'd be seen. I turn and run back into the trees. The villagers have been sent, I'm guessing, to find me. They are faster than me. They haven't seen me yet, but they will soon. I reach the tree line and feel my only option is to hide. I'm bleeding too much to outrun them, coupled with my exhaustion and lack of proper clothing. I no longer see the children or hear the babies' cries. I trudge into the woods before seeing a climbable tree nearby. Jumping up to its low-hanging branches, I hoist myself up. I hold back screams as my wind presses against the wood, my insides sandpapered. My white kimono soon takes the colour red. I keep climbing. I pull myself up one more branch, just as the villagers enter my sight line. I pray that I'm high up enough that they don't notice me. The first few pass without trouble. They look scared. They look guilty. But I know they are not on my side. I hear a shout from the direction of the village. They definitely found something. Either my trail of blood, or they've realised I looted their houses. Soon, the area around me swarms of villagers. Every few minutes, one emerges from the fog and passes my tree. Finn! Ren's voice echoes. Finn, we found your blood and know you're near. I freeze. She couldn't be more than 40 feet away. She's close to me, somewhere in the fog. Finn, a voice booms. Father Nomura's. You must come out to us. Ren shouts. You must let us explain. Father Nomura bellows from beyond the fog, surprising me with his English words. I feel my blood start to drip. It soaks through the kimono, now drips onto the ground below. I try to cover it with my hand and move my wound further above the branch so it leaks onto it. Yet, it continues to drip down the side of the branch. Someone emerges from the fog as I struggle to stop my blood leaking from the branch's edge. Hina. She looks scared. Her arms are bound. Yet, she shakes in the cold night air. She walks slowly, nervously looking around. I quietly try to contain the dripping, but it continues to steadily drip down. Hina moves under my tree, and a drop of blood falls onto the shoulder of her white kimono. She doesn't realise. She stands under my tree. Another drop lands on her shoulder. As she turns to leave, a drop of my blood falls in front of her face and slightly clips her nose. She looks up slowly and sees me clinging to the branch above. She stares at me in disbelief. It feels like it's been minutes. We continue to stare at each other. She begins to quietly mutter something under her breath. I begin to beg. Hina, She turns her head and shouts loudly in the direction of the village. I have no choice. In one quick movement, I brandish the knife and push myself off the branch onto the one below before jumping onto Hina. She falls to the ground under my weight, groaning as we both hit the dirt. I feel a warm liquid around my hand oozing from the knife. I've stabbed her. The knife cuts into the upper side of her stomach at an angle that looks like it slid under her ribs. As I let go of the knife, I feel it is stuck in place. She is silent, looking at me in shock. I wonder if I got to her in time. I wonder if Father Nomura heard her yell. Villagers emerge from the trees, followed by Ren. I am encircled by people. Father Nomura, soon one of them. My eyes briefly lock with his before he looks down at his daughter that I had just killed. He is frozen. His face slowly turns to one of despair. Tears well up in his eyes. He swallows loudly and clenches his jaw. He does not move. The first villager begins to quietly chant, dropping to his knees as he does so. The rest soon follow, including Ren. Soon, the villagers surround me, quietly chanting, bowing down. Father Nomura stands still, staring at his dead daughter. He is yet to move. From behind him, movement. Children emerge from the fog. The same children who had once been hunted by the grandmother, and who had hunted me earlier tonight. I counted around 15 of them, all huddled together. 2 of them approached Hina. The rest watch from the woods. I move away from her, scurrying in the dirt. The young boy and young girl are the ones I had seen when running. Each grab one of Hina's feet and drag her towards the other children. Father Nomura's eyes follow Hina as she is dragged past him, his head turning so that she doesn't leave his sight. I notice he now whispers the same chant as the rest of the village. His whispers are the quietest here. A tall, foreboding silhouette of the grandmother slowly emerges from behind the children. Hina's body rests in the dirt, her feet out of sight, immersed in the fog. As I make out the figure of the grandmother, Hina's body suddenly is jerked deep into the woods, a fast and violent motion that pulls her out of sight completely. The children and the grandmother fade into the night beyond them. I am frozen. One by one, the villagers stop bowing, stop chanting, and leave. Soon, Ren leaves, quietly saying something to her father as she passes. She does not look at me. Father Nomura and I are the last 2 here. He remains standing, still quietly chanting. His eyes haven't left the spot where Hina's body lay before he was pulled into the night. I stand and slowly back away from him. His whispers change. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. I spent last night by the road. The bus just arrived. I'm almost surprised when I see it. I'd been in and out of consciousness so often that I hadn't realized how many days it had been. Upon seeing my blood-stained clothes, the driver asks me what happened. I ignore him and give him the stolen money before taking my place in the back of the bus. Police soon stop the bus. I'm guessing the driver contacted them about me. Fair enough. I tell the police everything. About the village, the Nomura family, the fire, the grandmother. Obviously, they don't believe me. They take me away in their car. It's been a few days since I escaped the Nomura family. The police tell me they located the burnt remains of the Nomura household, but none of the family. They say the villagers tell them that the Nomura family were the richest in the village, and that they had taken me in, but have no idea what happened to the house. They deny any acknowledgement of any Yamaoba terrorizing the village. Although I hadn't actually mentioned the grandmother being a Yamaoba, I just told the police that there was a creature who mimicked an old woman. I only have just found out what a Yamaoba is, and it fits the grandmother's description. I fear that even though the Nomuras are gone, the creature isn't. I fear the villagers are still under her control. I've tried to call Lexi hundreds of times. Her number isn't even in service anymore. I don't know if I'll have another update. Probably not. But as I lie in hospital and go through the photos from my trip last year, I recognize the Nomura family. I see photos of her smiling with them, laughing with them. As I reach the final few photos of her trip, I see a picture of her with a young boy. He is full of life, smiling as he hugs her. In this white kimono.
And I'm going to close the barrier. Now we are sealed in for deals. So this is a patented chest that will allow you to put all the things that you want in it. So you look through here and you find this. Oh, look at this! No, Tango, no, back up here. This is a mobile shop. Hey! No, Tango, no. Oh, no.
Missing persons case file number 9363446. Audio transcript of hypnotherapy session. I can only describe what happened. I don't know if I can tell you what happened. You get it? When the snow starts to fall, we go up north to the cottage. The usual crowd is coming. 3 couples, 2 others. I'm in the other column. Me and Marcus Stover, Stoveman. Called him that since we were kids. He's the 3rd generation of men who sell wood-burning stoves to the cottages up north. So, Stoveman. Stoveman and his family do really well. The cottage could fit 20 people comfortably, but I packed the tents anyway. If the temperature holds, Stoveman and I will tent outside. I better hold. I can't be inside. Don't want to be inside. It reminds me of her. Daryl and Joanna, DJ, are already waiting, the 2 of them hugging and leaning against their hatchback, when Stoveman and I park at the end of a long gravel driveway. DJ, because they're practically inseparable. 10 years together and still attached to each other wherever they go. Daryl is annoyingly handsome. The type of tall, beefy jock you hate immediately when you meet him, but then love 5 minutes later. Fiercely loyal, and once you get him rolling with laughter, it's hard not to join in. He's got one of those high-pitched giggles, and he laughs at almost anything. Joanna, the J of DJ, is short, muscle-toned and whip-smart. She eyes me carefully. I'm trying to hold it together, but everything around here reeks of her. Literally. I smell it when I step out of the car. Pine. The towering evergreens dominate the thick forest we're in, and I do what I can not to look at them. Daryl comes in for the hug, as he always does, while Joanna simply nods and extends a hand. She's still the only woman I know whose handshake crushes yours, no matter how hard you go in. She throws me a casual smirk when I try, unsuccessfully, to hide the tingling pain in my hand after she lets go. After the greetings are done, we all turn to stare up at the cottage. The front door is at the end of a long, narrow, 100-meter-long pathway that can only be traversed on foot. As the dense forest creeps in on both sides, the front door is at the end of a long, narrow, 100-meter-long pathway that can only be traversed on foot. As the dense forest creeps in on both sides, the cottage itself sits embedded into a massive, man-made grass hill, so the basement is really on the ground. The main floor has a deck that faces the small lake that sits tucked between the trees. We've all been coming here every winter for almost 15 years, but something about the way the cottage sits in the middle of this encroaching, thick sea of trees makes me realize how alone we are up here. No one around for miles. Even the newly erected cell tower does little to penetrate the canopy of evergreens. Usually, the isolation and privacy is a comfort. Usually. Paul and Alan are next to arrive. Paul's a military man from a military family. A military man. That's the extent of what we know about Paul and what he actually does every day. We just don't ask anymore, because the answer is always the same. A simple shrug of the shoulder, a sly smile from the corner of his mouth. He's always watchful, analysing everything you do, everything you say. Don't ever play poker with Paul. Alan's nice enough, but we barely know anything about him.
Super awesome, and I can't wait
He's
to
the
do
kind of
some
man
stuff with
you
those
lose
in
at a
the
party
future.
within 5
Now, I'm
minutes.
not 100% sure if
But
that's the
he's
right
Paul's.
spelling for the
Sorry,
swaggin,
he's
so
ours
let me know
too.
in the comments. I know the 2 G's is
When
the
Paul
British
stepped
way
out
of
of the
saying it,
car,
so it sounds
we all
more fancy.
tackle him,
But anyway.
yelling and cheering and hugging
We've got
and
our
showboating
reputation
because
for our
we all know how much
customers
Paul
here,
hates
and
that
we
kind
got
of thing.
Doc, we got Cleo,
I can
we got
practically feel
Tango,
his displeasure,
and
this
we got
show of
suspicious
emotion.
characters like
But
Creed.
I don't
haven't seen
care.
that guy in like 2 days,
We're
and all of a
lucky
sudden I
if
hear
we
this
get to see Paul
click,
once a
click,
year.
click behind me. I'm like,
It
what
doesn't
the
matter
heck?
what kind of person he is to the
It must
military.
live on my
To
territory.
me,
My
he'll always be the
customers,
kid
but,
who pulled me off the
yeah,
ground
I
in
want
grade
to
school
expand
after
out
Joseph
the
Menson,
Swag and
the
Garage
resident
here. We've got
hothead,
some
threw a
plans for this,
shoulder
so in
into
the
my back.
comments, I've got some ideas. Should we work
There's 6
on
of us
our
now,
next wagon,
standing in the
which
driveway,
is gonna be our
front door to the
trader
cottage
wagon, or should
beckoning,
we
100
expand
meters
the
away.
Swag and Garage
But none of us
and
go
make it
towards it yet.
Jacko, why are you looking at me
We
like
all
that?
know
Yeah,
what's
turn
ahead of
around.
us,
There you are.
which is a
Should we
wait.
expand the Swag and
Probably
Garage
a
here
long
to
wait.
be bigger? So if you made it to the
Brian
end
and
of the
Cheryl
video,
are
in the
next.
comments,
But
make your
they're
voice heard on
always
what I
late.
do in my next episode.
Always.
Expand the garage here.
They
or
arrive
build
20
a
to 30
massive,
minutes after
crazy,
whatever time you
villager
tell them to
trader
meet up.
wagon, reminiscent
We
of the
pull some
Winchester
money
Mystery
together
House
to
or the
guess the
Weasley
exact
house or
minute
something
their
like
headlights
that.
will dot the horizon.
Yeah,
My
what
guess
a
is the
crazy
closest when they
episode
arrive.
today. I hope you're
And
excited
now
as I
I
am
got a
for
fat
the
stack of
Swagin,
cash to barter
and,
when
have
poker
fun
rolls
hanging out
around.
with the Hermits today. It was an
Hopefully, Paul
absolute
goes to bed
blast. It
early
was
enough that we can get a
surprising.
game
It was
in
a lot of
before the
work
sun
trying to get
comes
the
up.
Swagin rolling and all that
Seriously,
stuff, but
never
I
played
had
poker
so much
with
fun,
Paul.
and once again, thank you guys for watching.
Stoveman and I
until
have
next
another
time,
bet
it's been
going on the
good times
side,
with Scar and I. Oh,
trying to
spoiler
guess
for
the
you guys.
date
Taking
that
the time to
Brian and
watch
Cheryl
videos,
will
and
finally
if you leave
break
videos
up.
of rating, that would be much
We
appreciated.
love them
And
both,
until next time,
but
we'll see you
separately.
later. And don't subscribe.
Together, they
Just
create an
become
unbearable tension that builds throughout the night,
Oh,
only to
well, that's
predictably
rather
blow up
embarrassing.
when Brian finally
didn't know that
annoys
you could
Cheryl
die
for the
from-
last time.
Well, falling off a ladder.
Brian, quiet, stoic Brian, is the polar opposite of the life of the party Cheryl. I tell you, opposites attract, but I've yet to see opposites last. 8 of us now. Finally a full party. I grab a couple bags from the car. DJ are locked in a vomit-inducing embrace. Paul is staring out into the forest, Alan behind him, while Brian and Cheryl are not so silently having a whisper fight as they pull bags out of the back of their pickup truck. Stoveman makes a long walk up to the cottage and opens the front door, walks inside, and starts turning on lights, opening up windows. Everyone but me follows behind with bags in their hands. I am still at the car, struggling to maneuver the tent bag out. I'm hoping to set up before the darkness arrives. I open the back seat and reach inside when Stoveman comes back. I hear the crunch of gravel as he steps behind me. His god-awful cologne practically knocking me out. Give me a hand. He doesn't answer, but he chuckles softly. What's so funny? I turn around, and there's no one there. I mean no one. I feel my insides plummet, turn to race. I run around the car, hoping to see him hiding on the other side. I call out for him. No answer. Then I see him on the deck, at the cottage, 100 meters away. Impossible. I don't know how he did it, but Stoveman's always been good at pranks. That had to be it. I laugh to myself, try to brush that cold feeling away. Nice one, I scream up at him. He simply waves. Dinner the first night. Spaghetti. A whole heap of it. I try not to feel sick when I see how much Brian is putting away. He's always been on the heavier side, but he'd never say that to his face. He was a wrestler and boxer in college. If our friends ever had to fight to the death, Paul and Brian would be the last two standing. There's probably 15 different ways Paul knows how to kill someone with just his hands, but Brian and his ham-sized fists could smash a face in like a rotten pumpkin that's been thrown off a roof. DJ are actually sharing a strand of spaghetti laid in the tramp style, and we all groan in unison. When their lips meet, Daryl starts getting with the giggling, and soon we're all in on it. Even Alan is laughing, which is the first time I can say that's happened since I've met him. When he gets up to go to the bathroom, I mention it to Paul, who gives me a weird look. Alan's downstairs, he says. In bed, he says. Doesn't feel well, he says. I jump out of my seat, literally jump, and run to the bathroom, yank open the door. Of course, there's no one inside. The small window has been opened slightly, and I can hear a howling wind tearing through the trees. I try and suppress the shiver that crawls up my back. What the hell? Stoveman asks when I come back. He sees the look on my face and shuts up. The two of us clear the dishes while DJ go to pick the game we'll play tonight. Paul goes downstairs to check on Alan. In a whisper, Stoveman asks me what's wrong. What the hell do I tell him? In the end, I say nothing. DJ comes back with categories. Great, I think. I'm mentally placing bets on how long it'll take Brian and Cheryl to argue about whether an answer is acceptable. Stoveman reads my mind and flashes his hands out twice, indicating 20 minutes. I mouth, "You're on," and flash my hands once. 10 minutes. Cheryl's on a third glass of wine now. The decibel level of her voice rises exponentially with each alcoholic drink. 5 drinks and she'll start challenging people to slap fights. 7 drinks and she's out on the couch for the rest of the night. DJ start to tickle each other, and that's my cue to leave. Paul comes back up and is on the deck, looking up at a full moon. The pale light casts a long dark shadow of Paul on the deck boards. Alan must be feeling better because he's standing beside Paul. The two of them are talking intently about something they don't want anyone else to hear, because when I slide the patio door open, they cut off mid-conversation. I catch the tail end of it though, and I'm not really sure how to process it. I need more context. As soon as I come up to the two of them, Alan excuses himself. I won't say that we don't get along, but to me, Alan has always felt like someone standing on the other side of the glass at an aquarium, watching us swim around. I asked Paul what I heard the two of them talking about. What did Alan mean when he said, "Bodies piling up"? Paul casts out one of his trademark smirks, and you just know there's a whole ocean of things beneath his surface that you'll never see. Alan likes his metaphors, is all he's willing to offer. Damn him. I'd hate Paul if I didn't love him, if you get my meaning. I offer him one of my cigarettes, but he declines and goes back inside. I'm alone on the deck, looking out to the glassy reflection of the shallow lake a few hundred yards out. I hear splashing. Try to focus, cut through the infinite shadows that the moon is casting out. I go to light the cigarette, and I freeze, hand trembling. Someone is standing in the water. I think. I can't tell exactly. Could be a small tree, could be anything, but it isn't. It's a damn person, standing in knee-high water that must be freezing at this point, because I can see the breath spilling out of my mouth. It's coming out in small, quick gusts as my breathing picks up. From the way this person is standing, I just know they're staring at the cottage, staring at me. I'm glued there. The shadows swim across my vision, the silhouette of whoever is in the water shifting with the breeze. A laugh from Cheryl. On a 6th drink now, I wager. Cuts through the air, and I'm pulled out of the trance I was in. I look out at the lake again. No one's there. I laugh to myself. Who would do that? Stand out there. I hear the sound of the door to the basement opening up. Someone's walking on the stone patio below the deck. They stop right beneath my feet. Paul? No answer. Then I hear Brian's voice through the deckboard cracks. At least, I think it's Brian. Cigarette? He asks. Is it him? It sounds like Brian. And yet, it doesn't sound like Brian. His voice sounds strained. Sure, I say, and start towards the stairs that lead off the deck. No! He shouts. I'm startled by the intensity of it. 2 fingers shoot up to the deckboards beneath my feet. layers of dirt beneath the nails. They're like tongues as they clamp around a cigarette. I try to ignore my own hands shaking. What's wrong with me? Everything okay, Brian? I can't bring myself down to peer through the crack between the deckboard. Why am I worried? It's only Brian. Right? No response. The hand draws away quickly, like it's being pulled. Brian? No answer. I take a deep breath, get down on my knees, and dare a look. There's no one there. First night, can't sleep. Stoveman and I ditched the tent idea. I don't want to go outside, not after what I saw in the lake. My eyes keep darting to the doorway. It's open to the hall, a sliding pocket door that's broken and won't come out. The hall is pitch black, save for the faint orange glow from a night light that seeps out to the bottom corner of the doorframe. I think I'm dreaming when I first see the leg tiptoe out, bending like a spider foot. Then, a man slides into place, like a dead body reversing to an upright stance, straight as a damn arrow, completely covered in shadow. It came from the direction of DJ's room. It had to be Daryl. No other rooms in that direction. Then, it starts giggling. High-pitched laughs like a hysterical hyena. It's Daryl. But it's not Daryl. It's not Daryl. It's not Daryl. No. I scream and shoot my arm out to turn on the light when the not Daryl stops. Cut off like a power failure. His mouth is wide open, like it's splitting his whole face in half. Then it twitches, a spasm, like a seizure, and quickly moves back towards DJ's room. I'm up and running and screaming, ripped straight for DJ's bedroom and crash through the closed door. Then the lights on, and everyone's yelling and hollering, and Daryl's in bed. He's in the bed under the covers, not in the hall. But as soon as I tell Daryl there's someone in the cottage, he's up and puffing and all out for like. He takes the lead as we search the whole place, waking everyone up, checking every dark corner we can think of. Nothing. We all group together in the living room. Joanna asks me what the hell all that was about. What can I tell them? The truth. When I explain every weird thing I've seen since we've got here, they all sit there with frightened looks, and my stomach plummets again. I can feel the room getting colder. I'm not the only one with a story. Surprisingly, Paul is the first to speak up. The guy's like a lockdown, 6-foot-tall presidential bunker when it comes to sharing. He looks at me and says when they were bringing their bags inside, he saw me standing outside the deck. No, I wasn't. I was getting the tents out of the backseat of my car. Paul just nods his head. I walked out and no one was there. I couldn't make sense of it. Then I heard you yelling something and saw you standing at your car. It's been a long few weeks and I'm pretty sleep deprived. I just chalked it up to that. I'm dumbstruck. I know I saw Stoveman on the deck. Everyone's quiet. I pretend, along with everyone else, that we don't hear branches breaking somewhere out in the black. Cheryl speaks up next. Brian looks like a corpse beside her. She tells us that before bed, she went out into the back porch to follow Brian, who'd gone out for a smoke. Found him just standing there. Brian, she called out. No response. Cheryl started towards him, and that's when he hunched over, started spewing out this long moan of a sob. Right, strung up, and Brian started bawling out on the spot. I went over to hug him, threw my arms around him. My Brian, I'm sure of it. Because then, she turned her head and saw Brian standing right here in the living room, helping Stoveman light the fire. Then Cheryl screams. On the porch, then in the living room now. We all hear the tap water turn on in the bathroom. Joanna draws in a loud breath, as if she's been dunked into a lake of ice water, because she's next to figure out that everyone is already right here in this room. So, who the hell turned on the water? I'm up in a flash, my reflexes guiding my hand to the light switch because I want as much light as possible. But the light is already on, and I plunged us into darkness. The bathroom light is the only thing we can see. I can't move. All of us frozen to the spot. The water stops running. Then a figure creeps into view, bathed in shadow. Just this shadow in the doorframe. I take a breath. 2. Then it speaks. The words creak out of its mouth like the sound of a branch twisting in the wind. Kill you. No one says anything. I don't even breathe. Then it throws back its head and screams. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. And it won't stop. It won't stop. It doesn't stop. I scream and finally manage to turn on the light, and of course, there's nothing there. Nothing. Cheryl's crying, like a screaming crying, but we all saw it. We all know, and take one look at each other, and in a hurry, we group together and turn on every light in the cottage, room by room, never letting one another out of sight until the whole place is lit up like an IKEA showroom. I'm sure I'm not the first to think of ditching right there and then. Screw the clothes and the food and sprint to the car. But after that creeping leg and the wide open mouth of that not Daryl cackling and whatever the hell was coming out of the bathroom, I didn't want to put one foot outside in the black. Not a chance. I know I'm not the only one. But when I see Paul's face, his impossibly wide eyes tearing up, the damn I could kill you with every object in the room Paul, crying and screaming because he had just seen Alan outside with his face pressed up against the window, and Alan had been laughing and stabbing himself in the eye, and everything inside him was sliding out the window, but Alan was sitting right beside him. When Paul couldn't be consoled out of the fetal position as Alan held him, and DJ were praying together, and Bryce was hugging Cheryl, and Stoveman was talking with Kelly, I just knew we had to stay and wait this whole thing out. We couldn't leave. We had to stay and wait this whole thing out, and we couldn't leave and... Wait. What the hell? Stoveman had been talking with Kelly? Kelly? No. I scream at everyone to freeze, and they all look at me, turn their heads all at the same time. I tell them I just saw Kelly. My Kelly. She was right there. Like an explosion, everyone is shooting out of their seats. We have to figure out how to get to the cars. They seem so far away now. 100 meters might as well be 1 million in this darkness. Do we sprint? Daryl suggests we all just sprint as fast as we can down the driveway. 20 seconds and we could all be in the cars and driving the hell out of here and never talking about it again. Ever again. Tell no one. 20 seconds in the blackness. Even if we all had flashlights, the darkness would be... We wouldn't be able to see jack all. But I don't care. None of us do. We don't want to spend another minute in the cottage. We have 4 headband flashlights and spread them out. We link arms in a circle. Kumbaya, we are the world style. Like some massive circular starfish slithering against the bottom of the ocean. None of us will let go until we're in the cars. The circle is like this. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, Joanna. Then we're off. Every crunch of gravel under our feet, every exhale of breath makes me pucker up tighter than when I go over the hill in my car, momentarily airborne, and my stomach is doing somersaults. 20 seconds feels like an hour. I'm staring out of the black, walking backwards, face towards the cottage. I don't want to look at it. I'm too afraid the front door will start to open and that damn leg will start to creep out again. I turn my head and reveal the sickly shapes of trees in a narrow beam of light coming from my headlamp.
Fantastic.
They
Now,
look like people.
when you look at this chest doc, when you
An
envision
eternity
all of these
later,
things,
we
you're
reach the first car,
making contraptions.
DJ's
Some
hatchback.
money here and there.
We
Those
debated
shulker
going in
boxes.
separate cars for about 2 seconds.
As an
I
individual,
shove
it
myself
doesn't
into the
solve
trunk,
it to you.
and I'm the last to get in. DJ are up front. Daryl turns the key.
Yeah, any of it.
Should
any
have
of it,
seen
any
it
of it and
coming.
everything.
Should have never come outside. The car won't start. The goddamn car won't goddamn start, and we're all yelling at Daryl to, what, fix it? Try it again? Damn, we have to get back. I'm not going back. No way I'm going back up there, to the cottage. No way. No goddamn way. But then, Daryl can't move. He's frozen in place. We're all yelling at him, and he doesn't move a muscle. I'm the first to see why. The headlights are spraying out in front of the car. If the headlights work, why won't the car turn on? I can see gravel, weeds sticking out, grass, woods, people. I can see people. All of us. Not in the car. No, not in the car. We're all standing in the woods. We're all looking at each other. Why are we outside? We're in the car. I wake up. We're all in the living room. The first shed of sunlight is creeping in through the window. Sweet, merciful light. I don't remember walking back from the car. Why can't I remember? BJ are wide awake on the couch. Brian and Cheryl are sitting across from each other at the kitchen table. Neither speaks. Stoveman is stoking the last dying embers of the wood. 2 small pieces of black charcoal, the final corpses, each breathing out a final orange glow. Paul and Alan are at the table, saying nothing. Paul is... Alan. Then it hits me like a damn sledgehammer. Crushes my face in. 2 of them. 2 of them. 2 of them. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, Joanna, Paul, Alan. Where the hell were they? They never came out with us. Never. They weren't there. No way we fit 8 in the hatchback. Now they're sitting in the kitchen table, looking across at each other. Were they always there? Did I? Damn. No way we fit 8. No goddamn way. Of course, the cards worked in the morning. We open up a call between us and remain in constant contact till we've gone far enough that I can breathe again, that we can all breathe again, and the sun is over our heads, and we drive for hours. We must have been driving all day when we finally stop, and when we get out, we all realise it then and there. Paul and Alan never came with us. I don't know how we missed it. They were just gone. You know the rest. The searches, the interviews, the interrogations, military police, investigators. No, I never went back. I'm never going back. Because when we drove out of that place, I felt a force tug at me I hadn't felt since the last time I saw my wife. The ocean. I felt a terrifying current pull at me when we drove away from the cottage. Exactly like the day Kelly was ripped away from me, and no one ever saw her again. I'll never go back. I'll never go back to the cottage.
Not only do you get all of this stuff here, Doc, I'm gonna throw in a few extras just because you were my first customer. 17 dispensers.
Hitting rock bottom doesn't mean you have to stay there. A quote by Michelle Parsons. That was the reason I found myself in front of a small, mundane office building in the outskirts of Berlin. It should have been the greatest mistake of my life, even more so than all the stuff I'd pulled before. To make a lengthy story short, I had amassed a serious debt. Let's just say, I thought I was far smarter than I was, and made a few questionable investments. I tried to find a way out. I did. but there weren't many options available for a university dropout like me. Before long, I scoured the less reputable parts of the internet for ways of making a few quick bucks. Nestled between shady offers and medical trials, I found one that piqued my interest. Company searching for beta testers of new virtual reality technology. I'd skimmed the article, but the moment I read they'd pay me €100,000, I laughed and told myself it was nothing but a hoax or a scam. After a few phone calls, half a dozen exchanged emails, and a bit of research, I learned that the company and their offer were genuine. Why they offered to pay that much, I didn't know. But damn could I use it. To be honest, I expected to find a high-tech building, the type that consisted of nothing but glass and steel. The reality, as so often before, proved to be different. The moment I entered, the young woman behind the reception desk greeted me. "Welcome. May I help you? Are you here for the beta test?" "Yeah. Yes, I am." I handed her the invitation letter they had sent me, and after giving it a short look, she nodded. "Great. We still have a bit of time, so please have a seat in the waiting area over there." She pointed at the compact room to my left. There was nothing inside the room, apart from a few lonely chairs. Everything here gave me the impression of being quickly put together. The walls were bleak and empty, almost sterile. Was this really the office of some high-tech company? I took out my phone and went to Magicom's website again to see if I'd somehow messed things up, when I heard a door opening. A well-groomed man in an expensive-looking suit walked up to me. "Mr. Perlow, welcome to a Magicom. It's a pleasure to finally meet you," he said, and shook my hand. "My name is Gabriel Brandt. I am responsible for the beta test. We're stunned to have you with us," he said with a smile that was so typical to business people. He'd probably perfected it over many years. "Likewise. Now, just a question. How come you're paying that much money for a test like this?" His smile didn't waver for even a second, but I could see a slight squint of the eyes. "Let's discuss the details in my office. We've got quite a few things to talk about anyway." I thought about pressing the issue, but I might as well listen to the rest of his proposal. "Sure, lead on." He led me through a short hallway, as bleak as the rest of the building. It seemed we were the only people there, apart from the reception lady. Before I could look around though, Brandt opened the door and led me into his office. The room looked different from the rest of the building. It was almost completely white and seemed far more modern, almost futuristic in design. A sleek white table filled the center of the room, and one wall was nothing but a giant wall display. Brandt motioned for me to sit down on a chair. Once he'd taken a seat opposite me, he pressed a button somewhere below the table, and a video started to play on the display. It started with the catchline, "Magicom presents the most immersive virtual reality experience ever." The video showed a quick succession of various photorealistic environments from a person's point of view. Then, the system itself was showcased. It differed from anything I'd ever seen. There was no bulky headset, no gloves, nothing like that. Instead, it showed a pair of connectors placed on the person's head, a sort of membrane one wore over the face, and a small black box responsible for connecting to Magicom's cloud. "So, what do you think?" Brandt asked me once the video was over. "Is this real? It looks like something from a science fiction movie." Brandt smiled, but for the first time, his emotions seemed to be genuine. There was an edge to his expression, however, something sharp. "Well, Mr. Perlow, reality isn't so different from science fiction anymore. So, if this is a beta test, I'll get to use one of those things, right?" Somehow, I wasn't convinced. This seemed way too advanced. To be honest, I expected the video was nothing but a marketing ploy to get some investors. The actual system was probably way different. Indeed. You will be the very first person to test our new system. Outside of your company, I assume? Naturally, he answered. And once more, he showed me his trained smile. Now, let me ask you again. Why are you paying such an exorbitant amount of money? Brent pressed another button, and a small touch display activated on the table in front of me. Well, to be honest, I'm only responsible for scheduling the beta. You can find all the other details in the contract forms in front of you. Please take your time to read through them and sign them. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I started to read the first form. It was a simple non-disclosure agreement. The second one handled the eventuality of damaging the system itself, while the third one was on the company's terms and conditions. The fourth was another non-disclosure agreement, this time about the virtual environments. It was the fifth form that discussed the payment. It was a new revolutionary system. The compensation was so high because they required absolute secrecy about the system itself and the virtual environments showcased. Here and there, details about the payment popped up, but there were dozens of these forms. I read the first few carefully, but before long, I started to skim. Then, I only took a few looks and eventually signed them without so much as reading the title. It still took me more than an hour to work through all of them. Well, that's that. All done, I said, after signing the last one. Perfect, Brent said, and the display in front of me vanished again. A moment later, a similar one appeared in front of him. Let me just cross-check everything. It should only take a few minutes. After a little while, he pressed another button. Cynthia, something to drink, please. How about coffee? He said out loud. A few minutes later, the reception lady entered the room and brought us each a hot, steaming cup of coffee. She barely put it down when I took the first sip. God, I was tired. They'd scheduled the test to start at 8 in the morning. Not such an unusual time, you might say. The problem was, I had to make it to Berlin first. The company offered to book me a train ticket and pay for it, but it also meant I had to get up 3 in the morning if I wanted to make it in time. I finished the whole cup in a matter of minutes, but it didn't seem to help one bit. I sat there, drowsily, while Brand took his time going through the documents. Well, Mr. Perlow, he said, and brought me back from my half-asleep state. It seems everything's in order. We're happy to start with the examinations right away. Examinations? It's all standard procedure. As explained in Form 32, Section D, you're required to pass a few additional evaluations. Please, follow me. Before I could so much as frown, he pressed another button and the wall behind him slid open, revealing another hallway. I hadn't even noticed the sliding door until now. This part of the building was much more modern. The walls were pristine and stainless, the complete opposite of what I'd seen so far. It felt like we weren't even in the same building anymore. For the first time, I saw other people apart from Brent and Cynthia, the reception lady. There was a group ahead chatting next to a futuristic vending machine, and others hurried up and down the long hallway. I was about to ask Brent about the company, but we'd already made it to the examination room. Hello there, I'm Dr. Kitagawa. A man in a lab coat introduced himself. He followed it up with a lengthy list of honors and explained he was an expert in neuroscience. Brent gave him a brief nod before he turned from the room. The evaluations lasted almost the entire day. They started with a detailed assessment of my general health and fitness. It was to make sure I didn't suffer from any serious health conditions like respiratory or cardiovascular problems. After that came several brain scans. Kitagawa explained that certain brain conditions could influence our perception of reality. A certain percentage of the population wouldn't be able to discern between the real and the simulated reality. For those people, the possibility of actual injury existed, even in a simulation. The most common one was hurting or overstraining your muscles. The second, rarer one, was nerve damage because of the brain believing that a simulated injury was a genuine one. To avoid any of those, there to make sure I didn't suffer from any of those brain conditions. I don't even know what sort of brain scans they did. Kitagawa threw around so many terms, half of which I hadn't even heard before. CT, MRI, MRA, MRS, you name it. Once those were done, it was time for the last part, the psychological evaluation. The questions were all standard. Did I suffer from depression? Had I been diagnosed with any mental illnesses? Did I have any mental condition they might want to know about? The only condition I could tell them about was the ADHD I suffered from and sometimes used medication for. They didn't linger on the topic for too long and assured me it would be no problem. What they seemed to linger on, though, was phobias. General fears and anxiety. After they'd asked me more than a dozen questions on the topic, I spoke up. Kitagawa assured me it was all standard procedure and important for the design of the simulation and a smooth run of the beta itself. So, I explained I suffered from slight bouts of anxiety because of my situation. As for phobias, I told them I suffer from arachnophobia, but I also added, embarrassingly, that I wasn't fond of the dark, confined places either. Once the psychological evaluation was over, it was already early evening. I realized I'd been here more than half a day already, and the test hadn't even started. Still, I was exhausted, and apart from a quick lunch after the first half of the examination, I also hadn't eaten a damn thing. Thankfully, the company had prepared for all that. I'd expected them to have booked me a hotel or some other accommodation. Instead, they led me to what they referred to as my private quarters for the duration of the beta test. The room was as modern as the rest of the complex. Half of it was made up of a bed that looked more comfortable than anything I'd ever slept in. There was also another one of the giant wall displays opposite the bed. Before I could even ask, they informed me that my dinner would be served in a few minutes. It was juicy. Tender pieces of beef with a side of vegetables. After eating nothing but fast food and microwaved meals, it felt like heaven to me. Once I was done with the meal, I threw myself on the bed, activated the wall display, and switched through the available media. Most of it was long videos about nature with low, relaxing background music. For a while, I watched colourful fish and stunning coral reefs before I felt myself dozing off. When I woke up again, I couldn't feel the soft bedding anymore. Instead, I lay on a cold, damp floor. It took me a few moments to realise that I was somewhere different. I jerked up, confused, and when I looked around, I noticed I was in an empty, dark room. The surrounding walls were damp, dirty, and covered in moss. A quick check revealed that I was still wearing my clothes, and my phone was still with me. The screen showed that it was already long past midnight, and that I didn't have a signal. Once the shock was over, I used the phone's flashlight to illuminate the area I was in. Old brown stains covered the floor, and a pair of rusty chains dangled from a wall behind me. A few meters ahead of me was an opening that led into a tunnel. There was no other light source apart from my phone. Damn, what the hell was going on? How did I get here? Had I been kidnapped and put into some sort of torture dungeon? Had it all been a farce to lure me here? But why go through the effort to... No. Wait. Think, Andre. That's not it. This room. The tunnel ahead. I realized as fear washed over me. It was a dark, confined space, wasn't it? I remembered the evaluation, the questions about fears and phobias. As I realized, I grinned. They must have waited till I fell asleep and started the test. How I hadn't woken up through that ordeal was a mystery to me. Still, where I was right now had to be a simulation, and I was sure they wanted to see how I'd react to the simulation I found myself in. Well, you got me, I said, to no one in particular. So, what now? You want me to explore or something? No answer. I crossed the room and put my hands against the walls. They felt cold, solid, and musty. If I hadn't known I was in a simulation, I wouldn't have believed it. As a fresh surge of anxiety washed over me, I took a deep breath before I entered the tunnel. Now, here's the thing. You might know things aren't real and that you're in a simulation, but it doesn't help a single bit. However much I tried to convince myself, things felt and looked way too damn real. With each step, the sound of my footsteps reverberated through the gloomy tunnel ahead, and I couldn't help but cringe. The only other sound was the slow dripping of water from the ceiling. It didn't stay like that for too long. After only a minute, I heard other, weirder sounds. The distinct rattling of chains and the sound of shuffling feet made me shiver. There's nothing here that can hurt you. None of it is real. I repeated those two lines over and over again, like a mantra. I considered going back, to retreat to the room I'd come from. But then what? Wait till they turn the damn thing off? And how long would that take? Slowly, another thought crawled into my mind and scratched at my sanity. It was the stupid, impossible thought of what if this was no simulation after all? Calm down, Andre, calm down, I told myself, and pushed the thought back into the back of my mind. Still, this simulation was too damn real. They'd explained before that they were simulating all sorts of central inputs and transferring them into the brain. That's why it felt so real. Once more, I reached out a shaking hand to touch the wall next to me. Cold, damp, and solid. If this wasn't real, I shouldn't be able to... Suddenly, a hand jerked from a hole in the wall I hadn't seen before. Damn! I called out and cringed back. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the outstretched hand. Who's there? I called out in a quiet voice. But all I heard was the rattling of chains from behind the wall. Whoever was behind there was panting, moaning, and after a few moments, the hand retreated. I stood there, frozen, afraid, and as I illuminated the tunnel ahead, I saw dozens of similar holes. Then, further ahead, I could make out a sturdy, wooden door. As I stood there, more chains rattled. I heard the shuffling of feet and bodies. More hands reached out, clawing at the walls, and wordless screams seemed to be directed at me. Oh my god, I cursed as I hurried on and pushed past all of them, repeating my mantra like before. Get away from here, I told myself. Get away and reach the end, wherever that was. Right at that point, a distant, lonely light started flickering at the end of the tunnel. My steps got faster, passing hole after hole. But then I heard something, a growling ahead of me. Then someone screamed. There was a loud bump, the creaking of wood, and then the sturdy door I'd seen before was pushed outwards. For a moment, dust and wood splinters filled the air, but then I saw it. A giant, bulging figure pushed itself from the doorway and into the tunnel. When I cursed up in surprise and shock and the figure turned towards me, I cringed back a single step, then another, before I turned and ran back down towards the room I'd awoken in. Behind me, another scream cut through the air before I heard heavy footfalls from behind me. I ran with all the strength I could muster, but I didn't make it far. A giant paw of a hand came to rest on my shoulder. I was ripped backwards, saw a terrifying grinning face, and then all light vanished. I screamed and struggled against something on top of me. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the same bed I'd fallen asleep in. What I'd struggled against were the bedsheets. My heart was beating hard against my chest. As I lay there, my eyes darted around the room, afraid to find the giant figure lurking somewhere inside of my room. You can calm down now, Mr. Perlow. There's nothing to be afraid of. It was all part of our simulation, a friendly female voice said. What the hell was that? I screamed. Are you crazy? What if I'd gotten a heart attack? That thing was... I can assure you that your heart is fine. As you might recall, during the examinations, we informed you that the simulation won't put you in harm's way. The chances of you suffering a heart attack from the previous simulations were evaluated and deemed to be 0. God damn it, I cursed. I didn't sign up for this surprise stuff. You did indeed, Mr. Perlow. In Section 2D on Form 54, you gave full consent to be subjugated to simulated inputs of any sort without proper... Yeah, I get it, I said with a sigh. Have a good night, Mr. Perlow, the friendly voice said, before she disconnected with an audible click. A good night? Yeah, right. Damn, what was this about Form 54? Then I remembered how I'd not given any of the later forms so much as a glance. Damn, how could I have been so stupid? How many of the freaking things had I signed? Hey, I've got a question. Can you hear me? Nothing. Damn, guess they won't even talk to me anymore. I cursed once more. If things got out of hand, I should be able to tell them I was out, right? There are rules to these things, aren't there? Annoyed and slightly worried, I turned back to the wall display and turned it on. The fish in the ocean depths were gone. Instead, the display showed a beautiful beach and a similarly beautiful woman walking through the sand. Well, better than nothing, I thought, and leaned back to listen to the quiet, relaxing background music. As the video continued, the woman approached the camera, getting closer with each step. The moment I could make out her face, I noticed that she was crying. "Help me," she spoke up. Alright, what the hell? While I searched for the display's small remote, she repeated it over and over. "Help me, Andre," she suddenly said, emphasizing the name, my name. When I looked up again and found her eyes resting on me, I felt goosebumps all over my arm. "You have to," she said once more, her face growing harder. "What the hell?" I pressed out, confused. "You dare not to help me?" she screamed at me. I finally found the remote to turn the damn thing off, but whatever I pressed, there was no reaction. Instead, her face grew angrier and angrier, becoming a distorted version of her former, beautiful self. And then, to my horror, she got even closer. By that point, her face filled out the entire display. A moment later, she pushed her giant head through, not against the display, but out of it, right in my direction. I screamed, jumped off the bed, and hurried for the door, but it didn't open. When I turned around, I saw in disbelief that a giant head was inside of my room. It dangled from a long, stretched out neck that vanished somewhere in the depths of the wall. "You dare to ignore me?" the creature screamed again, and my ears rang because of a belling scream. I pushed my hands over my ears and threw myself against the door. Once, twice, and then, when I did it a third time, the door sprang open and I pushed myself outside. What the hell was that? The answer popped into my head right away. I was in the simulation. I had to be. There was no doubt about it. The moment I'd woken up, there had been no connectors, no facial mask, nothing at all. They must have ended one simulation and plunged me straight into the next one, a simulated version of my private quarters. They tricked me, complete with the call of an assistant to tell me the simulation was over. No, wait, that wasn't correct. She'd never said a word about it being over, had she? As I stood there, in the hallway, the same woman spoke up again. "Mr. Perlow, if you please continue down the hallway to room number 34, please take a seat there so we can continue with the test." I looked up, but there was no sign of where the voice was coming from. For a moment, I looked around before I started on my way down the hall. Everything looked the same as when I'd arrived here. The walls, the doors, only the people were gone. But I was in the simulation, I told myself. When I made it to room 34, I saw that it was the examination room I'd been in before. I looked around for a moment, but and I was alone. Eventually, I popped down in one chair. Right away, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I jerked around to find Dr. Kitagawa standing next to me. "Mr. Perlo, are you alright?" I looked at him, confused. "Wait, why are you..." I broke up and shook my head. The man stared at me for a moment before he frowned. "We were finishing your MRI when you passed out." "Yeah, sure I did. Hilarious. This is nothing but a simulation." His frown deepened and a worried expression replaced it. "You haven't entered the simulation yet, Mr. Perlo. Your tests are all scheduled for tomorrow and the day after. Today we're evaluating your mental and physical capabilities." I laughed a little bit. "Well, whatever you say. So what sort of test is this going to be?" "Mr. Perlo," he started again, his voice serious. "Do you often suffer from episodes such as this one?" "What episodes? Oh, you mean this? No, I've never before entered the simulation." His face still showed a worried expression. "What I'm talking about are the episodes of prolonged memory loss, distorted memories, vivid daydreams or hallucinations." I didn't react. Instead, my eyes scanned the room. "Can you come here for a moment?" I got up and stepped over to one of the monitors. "What you see here is a small swelling in your visual cortex. It's not necessarily anything malicious or dangerous, but, as I said, it might lead to various problems related to your memory. I'm asking since what you're talking about might be an indicator for..." "Alright, is this a sick joke?" I called towards the ceiling of the room. "Did you put this into the simulation because of my stupid ADHD?" "Mr. Perlo, please calm down. You're disturbing the rest of the personnel. Now, please tell me what you remember about your trip here to Munich." "What the hell are you talking about? You arrived here at our Munich facility this morning to test our new immersion rig." With that, Dr. Kitagawa pointed at a different contraption, one I'd never seen before. It looked almost like a giant wheel a person could be strapped to. A variety of gadgets, a visor, a headset, and gloves were connected to it. "You signed up for our beta test for compensation of €1,000. This test is scheduled to last between 2 and 4 days." "Wait, hold on, that's bull." I laughed, but it came out more nervous than I'd hoped for. "I'm still in the simulation." People who suffer from damage to their visual cortex can often suffer from a different perception of reality. This can not only lead to false interpretations of what's in front of you, but can also lead to distorted memories. It's often influenced by the person's subconscious beliefs and wishes. Alright, very funny. First of all, the equipment I used was totally different, and I was offered a compensation of... But I broke up. Distorted memories influenced by personal wishes? When I thought about it, would anyone really pay $100,000 to test some piece of technology? For now, I'll have a look at the test results and see if what I found might impede you from joining the test. Depending on those results, it might be better to reschedule an examination at a nearby hospital. For now though, we should start on the general physical examination. I nodded and smiled, but I couldn't shake off the weird feeling that flooded over me. This was the simulation, wasn't it? They were just trying to mess with my brain again. There was no damn way I could have imagined any of the stuff that happened before. Alright, Jesus Andre, don't fall for their shenanigans again. You're in the simulation, and none of this is real. Right, I said to Kitagawa. Let's go do the stupid fitness test then. The man frowned at my answer, but nodded. The test was simpler than before. Kitagawa led me to an exercise bike in the back of the room and tested my heart rate and general stamina. Nothing else. The same was true for the psychological evaluation. He just asked me a handful of questions, and that was it. Once it was all over, he called an assistant that led me from the room. When I stepped outside, I stopped for a moment. The hallway was different. There weren't any pristine white walls. Instead, it looked like any other office building I'd seen before. Nothing about the place screamed high-tech or fancy. The same was true for my private quarters. It reminded me of a room in a simple hostel. There was a bunk bed, a small nightstand, and an old cupboard. The assistant who led me here excused himself and hurried away. Once he'd left, I'd slumped down on the bed and took out my phone. I opened up WhatsApp and had a look at my messages. The last one was sent to my best friend, telling him about the beta test in Munich I would take part in. Yeah, it's not a lot of money, but at least I won't have to just eat ramen for a month, I'd written to him. I frowned at that. It sounded like me, exactly the way I'd talk about myself. But I didn't remember writing that message. Hell, I had told no one about the amount of compensation I'd be paid. This is bullcrap. With that, I dropped the phone on the bed next to me and leaned back. None of this was real anyway. A few minutes later, I got up and hit my fist against the wall. I don't know why I did it, but the result was as expected. The resulting pain felt real enough. I picked up the phone again and had a look at my emails. It was all there. The instructions, the compensation for my travels, everything. Only the details were all different. While I read through the emails, someone knocked against the door. I opened it, and a nervous man stood outside. His eyes were wide and darted left and right before he pushed himself past me. "Hey, what are you—" "Quiet, close the door." I laughed and did as he told me. "All right, what now?" "Listen, I know this will sound weird, but everything that's going on here is not what it's supposed to be." "Yeah, no duh," I said. "This is all just a simulation." The man's face turned grim, and a wordless curse escaped his mouth. Then he leaned forward, putting his face right in front of mine. "All right, you're not in a simulation. They're trying to make you believe you're in one, but that's not what's going on here. The whole damn thing has got nothing to do with any new virtual reality technology. Did you inspect the damn rig and all those gadgets? Why do you need all of that for virtual reality? It's all a front. They'll run you through test after test after test, reschedule them before they tell you they found some anomaly. Let me guess, your brain or your heart, right?" When I looked up, the man smiled knowingly. "Where do you think you're at? Where's that simulation you're in taking place?" "Berlin," I said, in a quiet voice. The guy grinned. "Mine was scheduled in Dortmund. We've got someone here who say they're in Hamburg. Another guy just 2 rooms further down said he went to Munich. So, where the hell are we?" The guy laughed. "Don't you get it? No one knows. We all think we're in different locations. You might think you're in Munich or Dresden or Hamburg, but that's not where we are. Did they give you anything to drink when you arrived? Coffee, water, maybe a soda?" I nodded once more. They spiced it with something. Some new, messed up drug that scrambled up your memory. Once you're in here, you won't have a clue anymore what's real and what's not. It's all because of that damn drug. None of the participants here have any clue what's going on. I went back to bed and picked up my phone. Once more, I went over the emails. That's when I noticed something else was wrong. The dates. I talked to them for almost 2 weeks. So why were all the emails from the beginning of this month? Then I checked the date on my phone. I stared at it, confused. Wait, why was it on the 4th? I got here on the 12th, didn't I? The WhatsApp message I'd sent to my friend yesterday was dated the 4th. If this was... That's how they get you. The guy cut me off. It was right at this point that the door opened again. I recognized Brandt by his trained smile right away. "Mr. Perlow, it's nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Zimmer, the CEO of Imagicom. I can see you've already met Mr. Schuster, one of our other participants." Schuster's face changed, and for a moment, an expression of pure terror was visible. He fought hard to suppress it before he turned to the supposed CEO. Mr. Zimmer, I better get going. I'm sure you have, things to talk about with Mr. Perlow here. With that, he gave me and Zimmer, a nod and hurried from the room. All right, Mr. Zimmer, I started and emphasized the name. Where's Mr. Brandt? Brandt? We don't have anyone working here by that name. I'm not sure who you're referring to. I'm talking about the man who showed me the introduction video and... Ah, Dr. Kitagara. His first name is Satoshi, in case you're wondering. Brilliant man. He informed me about the anomaly he discovered during your brain scans. However, he already said it doesn't seem to be serious. If we make a few changes to the simulation, there shouldn't be any problems with the beta test. He continued to ramble on about the test and what was to come, but I didn't listen anymore. My head was throbbing. This was all too damn real and way too strange. Would anyone even go through all this effort and create a simulation like this? Why? As I stood there, I thought about what you're supposed to do when you find yourself in a dream and want to wake up. Would something like that even work in a simulation? Damn, I had no clue. Until then, you're at your leisure, Mr. Perlow. We'd like you to stay in your room if possible, but we understand if you're interested in the project itself. If you need any additional information, our promotional manager, Mr. Witch, in room 14B, would be more than happy to have a talk with you. Well, I got to leave now. Thanks again for joining our beta test. Please be ready at 4 to continue with the schedule. With that, he left the room. For a moment I stood there, trying to figure out how to prove what was real and what wasn't. As my eyes scanned the room, I noticed something. It was small and partway hidden behind the ceiling lamp. I could only see it from a certain position. Was that a camera? Why was it up there, and why was it hidden like that? Were they spying on me? I stared at it for a while before I turned away. Was this really a simulation? Would they put all those details in? Damn, this entire thing was driving me insane. I couldn't stay in this room anymore. The longer I sat still, the more confused I got. A few moments later, I was outside again and started to walk down the hallway. A lot of other people in their office attire flocked to the hallway, going through their normal workday. Yet somehow, when I passed them, they all looked up, watching me, and whispered to one another. It made my skin crawl in the worst way possible. Something was definitely wrong here. As I continued, I wondered how big this place was. It felt like the hallway went on forever. I passed room after room and other identical hallways. For a moment, I felt disoriented, as if I was trapped in a maze. I was about to follow down a different hallway when I bumped into Schuster. He looked up at me with a serious expression. "We've got to get out of here," he whispered to me. What? I saw what they're going to do. Good God. He shivered before he got a hold of my arm and pulled me after him. Schuster walked normally, trying his best to make a bit of small talk. As he dragged me along, I saw how sweaty he was and how much he fought to keep the anxiety at bay. "What did you see?" I asked him again. I don't know. There are people strapped to these things, but they're bleeding and..." He broke up again. There was yet another group of office workers ahead of me that eyed us with curious intent. Schuster seemed to be as disoriented as I was, his eyes darting left and right as he chose his directions haphazardly. Finally, though, we arrived at an enormous glass door. Schuster pushed it open, and we entered a giant lobby. The moment we got there, the woman behind the desk looked up. "Mr. Perlow, Mr. Schuster, can I help you?" Schuster didn't say a thing. Instead, he hurried towards the building's entrance door. He pushed, then threw himself against it, but the door didn't budge. For a moment, as I looked at the receptionist, I could have sworn I saw a smile on her face. Mr. Schuster, we've been over this before, she started in a warm, friendly voice. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to leave the premises until the end of your clinical trial. No, screw your trial. I'm getting out of here. You're all insane. This entire thing here is insane. When Schuster beat against the door with all the force he could muster, the receptionist pressed a button. A few moments later, 2 men in suits appeared in the lobby. When Schuster saw them, he freaked out, screamed obscenities at them. The men didn't waver, walked up to him, and restrained him with next to no effort. Mr. Schuster, everything's all right, one of them whispered at him while he struggled against their grip. It's just the after effects of the new medication. Everything is all right, the other chimed in. As they said this, Schuster was screaming, still struggling, while they dragged him back through the glass door. What the hell's going on here? I yelled at the receptionist. I'm very sorry about that, Mr. Perlow. Mr. Schuster is part of a different test group, a test for a new type of medication against certain mental issues. Unfortunately, some test subjects suffered from mild cases of reality distortion and paranoia. I assure you, though, it's normal and no reason for concern. No reason for what? He was screaming. What the hell are you even... You know what? I'm out of here. It doesn't even matter if this is a messed up simulation or if this is real, but I'm out. It's all standard procedure, Mr. Perlow, she continued. Might I remind you of paragraph 5 on form 27? Unless there's the immediate danger of brain damage or circular arrest, the beta test will continue. Now, of course, you're free to end the test here and now, Mr. Perlow, but we will pay no compensation in that case. Furthermore, as paragraph 11 on form 41 states, should a person quit the beta test after giving their official consent, Imagicom will be forced to take legal action, which might include fines of substantial height. I stood there and listened as she rambled on about some damn legal matters. What the hell are you talking about? What's that about those damned forms? You can't just... But I broke up when the 2 men that had taken Schuster away appeared again. We can assure you, Mr. Perlow, we can indeed. With that, the 2 men got a hold of my arms. I struggled against their grip, but soon realized that they were much stronger than me. They dragged me back towards the hallway. They whispered the same calming words they had at Schuster before. They didn't even react when I called them out in their BS. I thought they'd bring me back to my room, but they dragged me back to the examination room. Kitagawa was already there, waiting for me, smiling. Excellent news, Mr. Perlow, he said with excitement. We've just got confirmation that you're eligible to take part in our test. Kitagawa's face transformed, twisted by a sadistic smile. The hell kind of test are you? I couldn't keep talking anymore, because one of the men pushed the gag into my mouth. Well then, why didn't you take Mr. Perlow down to Hall B? I think Model 13 should be free at the moment. With that, they dragged me outside again, down the hall. A few office workers who were still around watched the entire ordeal with excited faces. You should be honored, Mr. Perlow. You'll be contributing to the advancement of human society. Kitagawa rambled on. I wanted to say something, scream at him, and call him insane, but the damn gag didn't allow for any of that. All that escaped my mouth were muffled, indistinguishable sounds. It wasn't long before Kitagawa pushed open the door to another room, much bigger than I'd been in before. The moment we entered, the iron smell of blood reached me, and I could hear the low moans and muffled screams of the other participants. They were all strapped to one of the wheel-like contraptions Kitagawa had called the new immersion rig. The moment I saw them, I fought against the grip of the 2 men once more. The first participant was twisting and shaking against the restraints of the contraption. A gag covered another's mouth, but I could see the blood that streamed from the visor. I could hear his muffled screams. Yet another's teeth were grinding against one another before they started biting at his lips and leaving them a tattered, bloody mess. And then, way further down, in the last contraption, I saw Schuster. He was barely recognizable anymore. Blood leaked from his mouth, the visor and the headphones. His arms and legs looked different, twisted as if the joints had popped and his tendons were snapped. He dangled there, almost lifelessly, only twitching once in a while. Kitagawa's eyes wandered to the man. "Well, guess Model 17 is available for a new participant already," he said with a smile. I stared at the man, wide-eyed. "Oh, don't worry about you, Mr. Perlo. It's all standard procedure. There's not a thing you've got to worry about." As the two men started to strap me to Model 13, I inhaled sharply, mustered up all my strength, and threw myself forward. One restraint snapped open, then another, and I was free. Adrenaline rushed through my veins, and I could somehow avoid both men's outstretched arms. In an instant, I was out in the hallway. I heard Kitagawa scream after me, and a second later, the two men came running after me. All I could do was run. I pushed on, down one hallway, then another. I ran left, then right, almost crashed into a group of office workers before I changed directions again. Where the hell was I even going? I had no idea where the damn lobby was. Everything looked the same. The walls, the room, even the people. I hurried around another corner and threw myself into the first room I saw. With shaking hands, I took out my phone. I dialed the number for the police, but nothing happened. Damn, I realized. I didn't have a signal. I scanned the room and instantly saw the glass paneling that separated me from the outside world. If nothing else, then... I picked up a chair, standing in the room, and hurled it against the panel. The chair crashed against the glass right as my two pursuers stormed into the room. They were still smiling the same smile, still uttering the same reassuring words. I avoided the first man's grip, threw him to the ground. Right at that moment, the second man tackled me. His body crashed into mine, and I was thrown backward. I felt the impact as my body crashed against the glass paneling. Then, there was the sound of shattering glass as the surface exploded into 1,000 pieces. For the blink of an eye, I was weightless. There was no impact, though. Instead, I lay in the soft grass. I freaked out, jumped up, but felt no pain. There was no damage, no blood, and no glass. When I turned around, though, the office building had vanished too. It had all been fake, a farce. It had been nothing but another one of their damn simulations. As I sat up in the grass, I realized that it had all been fake. The entire second reality, the insane Kitagawa, and even the supposed brain damage I was suffering from. It had all been another part of their simulation. I grew angry before rage overtook me. "The hell do you think you're doing? This is messed up. I thought it was real. I thought... This is insane. Why don't you just get me out of here right now and... Mr. Perlo, I'd like to inform you." A voice popped out of nowhere. "In Form 48, Paragraph 4, Point C, you specifically agreed to..." "Yeah, well, get lost," I screamed in answer. This time, the voice didn't say anything else. I stood up and looked around. I was in a meadow, and further ahead was a small lake. The moment I saw it, nostalgia washed over me. I knew this lake. It was the one that had been right next to the village my grandparents had lived at. I let my eyes wander around, and I recognized the old cherry tree nearby, the dirt path that led from the lake to the village, and even the distant forest. How in the hell had they created this? Had they researched my past, or had they somehow scanned my memories? Was something like that even possible? After a while, not knowing what else to do, I began walking up the path that should lead me to the village. I was stuck in here anyway, without a way to end the simulation myself, and I had to admit, I wanted to see the old village. I'd barely taken a few steps when I found an old bike lying in the grass. I noticed the black-red metallic colour, the old dirty gears, and the rusted bell. It was the mountain bike I'd owned as a kid. The memories of childhood returned to me, and I saw myself racing down dirt paths and forest tracks. I couldn't help but smile. Things were so different back then. For a moment, I considered picking up the bike, but I was way too tall to drive it anyway. The path from the lake led to a tiny hill, and once I made it up there, my eyes grew wide. I couldn't believe it. Once more, I wondered how they'd created all this. For a while, I stood there, marveling at the sight below. There was the huge old farmstead. Here were the holiday homes at the edge of the village. Further away was the major part of the village, with a church in its centre. In front of me, though, was the part that my eyes rested on the longest. It was the lower part of the village, which consisted of only a handful of houses. One of them was my grandparents'. It had been over 15 years since I had last been there. As I went on my way, I couldn't help but be impressed by how real everything was. I felt the grass against my legs, the sun on my face, and I smelled the fresh summer air. You could almost forget you were in a simulation, I thought. No, I reminded myself. Don't fall for it again, you idiot. Not a second time. Hell, not a third. My steps led me to my grandparents' house, almost an autopilot. It was a small house with a barn next to it. They'd been farmers for the better part of their life. When I was born, though, they'd already abandoned the old trade and adopted for a more relaxed way of living. The closer I got, the more memories returned to me. I felt goosebumps on my arm when I saw a cat in the grass nearby. It eyed me curiously, and when I noticed the brownish, grey stripes on its back, I knew it had to be my grandma's old cat, Leo. The cat watched me for a few more moments before it came over to me, purring and rubbing itself against my leg. "Hey, little fella," I greeted it and leaned down to pet it. I wondered how they got everything right up to the smallest detail. Then I wondered if this was really what Grandma's cat had looked like. What if they'd created a vague image of a cat and my brain made the necessary connections that weren't there and filled in the gaps? Was that how they did all this? Providing nothing but a vague framework for the rest of the brain to work with? While I stood there, petting the cat and thinking about this, the sky suddenly grew dark. Within moments, thick clouds had formed and blocked out the sun before it began to rain. It wasn't long before the rain had turned into a full-on downpour. Sure, it was a simulation, but I still felt myself getting wet, and I felt the cold, gusty wind. Within moments, I was freezing and hurried to open the front door of the house. I watched as the downpour continued and saw Leo rush away to the barn. They'd done it all, to the minutest detail. As I stood there, I wondered why they'd throw me into a simulation like this. Why my grandparents' house? Then something crawled back into my mind. As I stood there in the small entry hall, I shivered as a memory came back to me. The memory of the single worst day of my entire childhood. I'd never told them about that day. Hell, I buried it so deep in my mind, I hadn't even remembered it until now. So how did they know about it? No, I told myself, I wouldn't go in. I wouldn't enter this house. They couldn't make me, could they? I rushed back outside. All care about the downpour or the cold had vanished. I'd make it to one of the other houses or just over to the barn. I don't know what I was expecting if I thought I could actually do anything. What I wasn't expecting were the spiders that suddenly swarmed the ground. At first, there were only a few, but soon there was hundreds, thousands. They covered the grass, the trees, the barn, everything. Everything but my grandparents' house. For a moment, I closed my eyes. If I don't see them, they can't hurt me, right? None of this was real. It was a simulation. Just run, you damn idiot. Run and get away from here. Yet, I'd barely taken a few steps when I could feel them crawling all over me. They made their way up my legs, my back, and even my arms. I shuddered and tried to ignore it. But finally, I screamed, opened my eyes, and swatted them off me. I was shaking, and as I looked ahead, I saw that the entire village, no, the entire outside world was covered in thick, heavy spider webs. This whole simulation had become an arachnophobic hell. When I couldn't fight it anymore, when my phobia kicked in with full force, I rushed back into the house. I didn't want to go there again, but my body didn't seem to listen to me anymore. Still, I knew why they forced me back here. This time, they couldn't make me. No, I wouldn't move. I'd stay here, next to the front door. Once more, the dreaded memory pushed itself into my head. I lost my balance and started shaking and sweating. "You goddamn sickos! Screw you!" I screamed up at the empty, quiet house. The last time I'd been here was a few days after my grandma had died. After that day, I'd never been to that house again, and I'd never wanted to return. My grandpa had died when I was 10 years old, and after his death, my grandma had lived on her own. She died 1 year later. I shuddered thinking about the day I found her. I sat down on the ground and didn't do a damn thing. All I did was breathe slowly and steadily to keep the panic at bay as I watched the spiders outside. "Mr. Perlow, we have to inform you again that you are required to participate in the simulation. We are aware that you know where you're supposed to go. Should you remain here without continuing, we are forced to—" "Shut the hell up! I'm not doing it! I'm not going there!" I screamed again, without moving a single inch. I tried. I honestly tried. But how can you fight something that you've got no control over? What can you do in a world that can become anything and do anything to you? I sat there, unmoving. But after a short while, the spiders outside grew restless before they rushed towards the building. I could barely throw the front door shut, but I could feel it. The pressure of thousands of spiders trying to force their way in. Then, I heard it. The sounds of spiders crawling and skittering all over the walls outside. As I desperately pushed myself against the door, I saw the windows, the glass, the cracks. A moment later, the glass gave way, and a flood of spiders made its way inside. They weren't crawling inside, they swept into the building. It was nothing but an endless wave of 8-legged horrors. Within moments, they filled the entire first floor of the building. In my panicked state, I picked the only direction that wasn't covered in them, the stairs to the second floor. The spiders were coming after me, chasing me. I could feel them on my legs, my arms, felt them tearing at my skin and biting into my flesh. In a panic, I ripped them off my body by the dozens before I threw myself into the only room that wasn't infested with them. I was a shivering, shaking mess. Bloody bites covered my arms and legs. Tears streamed from my eyes, and I was too exhausted to even curse. It was only after a few minutes after I calmed down that I'd noticed the sweet, disgusting smell that wafted through the air. I realized where I was. In a state of shock, I turned away from the door to take in the sight in front of me. It was my grandma's bedroom. She was right there, lying in a bed and moving, the same as she'd been when I was 11 years old. This time, though, I knew what was in front of me. Right there, between the sheets, was the decomposing body of my grandma. She'd been dead for almost 4 days when I found her. Back then, my parents and I lived in a small town only a few kilometers away from her. One day, on a whim, I decided to go visit her. After Grandpa's death, she'd become a lonely woman and had isolated herself from the rest of the world. Still, I loved my grandma, and I thought she'd be happy to see me. When I didn't find her outside, I searched the house and finally found her up in her bedroom. A wave of a disgustingly sweet smell hit me when I opened the door. The same smell I'd known from bad, rotten apples. I remembered walking up to my grandma to wake her, telling her there must be some apples that had gone bad. It was only at this point that I saw the state she was in. Her face was not that of my grandma anymore. Because of the summer heat and the stuffy air inside the room, it had become a bloated, mushy heap of flesh, covered by maggots and flies. I remember screaming and running from the house, only to be found by a neighbour. It was he who called the doctor and the mortician. For years, the memory of a rotten face and the sweet smell of a rotting body had stayed with me before I'd been able to bury it. It was this same sweet smell that now crawled up my nostrils. I froze, unable to move or do anything. Suddenly, I was 11 years old again. I was not Andrew Perlow, the 27-year-old man in a virtual reality simulation anymore. No, I was little Andy, a scared 11-year-old boy in his dead grandma's bedroom. After the initial shock was over, I turned back to the door of the room, but I couldn't see it anymore. Where the door had been was now nothing but a solid wall. I looked around, confused, but there were no hints of it anymore. The door had vanished. I went forward, hitting and beating against the wall, hoping to find a way out. With each passing second, the smell of rot grew more and more intense. I gagged, pushed myself as far away from the bed as I could, back into the corner of the room. I cried, I screamed and pleaded with them to end the simulation. The money didn't matter anymore. Nothing did. All I wanted was to get out of the simulation. As I sat there, rambling on and on, I heard a different sound. At first, I thought it was the spiders again, but then I heard it again. A quiet, wet squishing. I almost vomited when a fresh wave of the rotten stink hit me. My eyes watered. I blinked once, twice, and then I saw it. In front of me, between the sheets, Grandma's body was moving. I thought it was a reaction because of the decay, but it wasn't. In sheer and total horror, I watched as a rotten corpse got up and a bloated, mushy face focused on me. Her lips were gone, her eyes were tiny, shriveled up like dried raisins. The worst, though, was the maggots that now fell from it in droves. I screamed, scrambled back against the wall, began beating it, throwing myself against it to get away somehow. But it was futile. "Oh, my dear little Andy," I heard a distorted version of her voice. The words were barely distinguishable from one another, but not much more than a wet gurgle. "How nice of you to come visit your old grandma." The bedsheets parted, and I could see the full, disgusting horror of a rotten body. The bed was almost a sea of body fluids, and she was nothing but an amalgamation of wet, mushy flesh. Her body was torn open, revealing her insides. As she pushed herself to her feet, something big and wet burst from her abdomen and into the bedsheets below. For a moment she wavered, almost collapsed into herself, but then she moved, crawled towards me. "Oh, how Grandma missed you, little Andy." And then, as she touched me, as I felt a wet, squishy hand on my shoulder, despair overtook me. The world stopped existing at this point. My mind broke, and I clawed at the wall. I ripped at the wallpaper, dug into the plaster and brickwork below, until my fingers were nothing more than bloody stumps. My consciousness retreated and became an audience to my perils, and I could do nothing as I mutilated my body. At first, the only sounds I heard was the scratching of my flesh and bones against the plaster. But then, the same wet gurgling started again. Grandma was singing an old nursery rhyme, the one she'd sang me when I couldn't fall asleep. As I lay there, as I couldn't go on any more, she closed her rotten arms around my crippled, mutilated body. I don't know how long the embrace lasted. Every second felt like an eternity, and a song seemed to go on in endless repetition. All the while, her body decomposed further and further as she held me. I can't tell you when or how the simulation ended. I only remembered struggling against the grip of other people. The details are nothing but a blur. There were security personnel, an ambulance, and finally, I awoke in a hospital in Berlin. A plump nurse was checking my vital signs and looked up in surprise when she saw I was awake. As she rushed from the room, everything felt different. it was my head, my brain. As the memory of Grandma's rotting body came back to me, I screamed again. They gave me a heavy dosage of sedatives, and once I calmed down enough, one of the doctors explained what had happened. After the test, some electronic device had gone horribly wrong. They had brought me here. Apart from a few bruises, there were no visible external damage. Most of the injuries I'd suffered were related to the brain and the nervous system. Shock washed over me, and I tried to push myself up, but my hands and fingers didn't react. I tried again, but I could barely move them. Couldn't even ball my hands into a fist. As I stared at my almost useless appendages, tears streamed from my eyes. The doctor stood there, an expression of misery visible on his face. He spoke, but I barely listened. Full recovery was out of the question. Partially functional might be possible. Various approaches, therapy, and on he went. Somehow, though, I could tell that I was damaged beyond repair. I knew, and I cried. The brain damage I'd sustained was more severe than originally thought. I had trouble to recall certain memories, and anything beyond simple math problems was impossible for me. I don't know if I'd ever been smart before all this, but I knew I wasn't anymore. The most serious issue was the complete loss of my sense of smell. The doctors don't know why, but I know the reason. I know that while the rotten corpse of my grandma held me, the smell must have been too much for my psyche. My brain must have cut off my sense of smell. I stayed at the hospital for months. Once I could leave, people urged me to sue Imagicom. I went to a lawyer, explained my situation, but it was not even a week before he got back to me. There wouldn't be a case. Imagicom was a subsidiary of a huge international conglomerate. They had all the money in the world to bury any case against them. Even worse though, they'd provided him with all the forms I'd signed, and in them, I'd agreed to pretty much anything, even the eventuality of lasting damage to my body. There was nothing that could be done. It's been more than a year since the entire thing happened, but I've only been able to write it down now. It was a long and arduous process, with only the 2 fingers of my left hand that remained functional after all this. But there's one last thing I have to mention. The funniest, most messed up thing about all this. The day I was released from the hospital and had gotten back home, I checked my bank account. I laughed for hours when I saw the huge 6-digit number of 100,000 euros that had been transferred to my account the day the beta test ended. They'd gone and paid me. They'd paid me in full, just like they'd promised. I have enough money now, enough to get rid of my debt. I'd gotten a second chance in life. Only now, as damaged as I was, I wouldn't be able to make anything of it. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No, one more time. That wasn't right. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No! Tap, tap, pinch, tap. Come on. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. There. Perfect. 4 tries to finally get it right. It's all part of my requisite ritual that I perform multiple times a day. Whenever I get that feeling, I have to tap the bottom of my forearm, precisely right behind my wrist joint twice with my right hand, making a sort of karate chop-like gesture. Next, I have to tightly pinch the skin around the same area on my forearm with my right thumb and index finger. After that, I have to make one more hand tap, and I'm usually good. Keep in mind, this all happens within seconds. Whether I'm at work, a crowded bar, or even driving, it's something that must be done as soon as I sense the aforementioned feeling. It's hard to describe, but the feeling is most comparable to an intensely eerie tingling and queasiness that permeates throughout my body. It's comparable to when the hairs on the back of your neck stand from sensing people standing closely behind you. and is always accompanied by a sense of anticipatory dread, like you know something bad will happen if you don't act fast. Every tap and pinch must be precise, have the same sound, apply the same pressure, make sure the time in between each one is exactly the same or recurrent in some way. I occasionally have to repeat the ritual until it feels right, which can take anywhere from 3 to 4 to over a dozen tries. Sometimes the taps and pinches have to be so hard it's caused bruising and bleeding. I occasionally have to use other objects in lieu of my hand to complete the ritual. Once I used the TV remote and slammed it on my wrist so hard I couldn't move it properly for about a week. I've done it so many times over the years, feeling when it's right has become instinctive. It's the sense of relief after each tap or pinch, like the momentum gained from performing a combo of moves in a fighting video game. The tension and dread steadily dissipate and are replaced with that relieving sense of having a massive weight lifted off your shoulders. I definitely have the willpower to fight off the feeling that engenders this methodical urge, but willingly succumb to the overpowering allurement. If I try resisting, there are serious consequences. That's when he appears. I don't know how it started or why he condemned me to endure this cyclical burden. I called him the Quarterman for 2 reasons. Everything from the number of taps and pinches to his number of appearances is tied to being done or occurring in units of 4. And the first time I ever saw him was ironically in a shipyard. He stands well over 6 feet and towers over my 5'10" stature. He's very slim, with ghostly, whitish-greyish skin containing a sickly, mottled greyish tint. Large, ovular, empty black eye sockets are where his eyes should be on the Quarterman's long, narrow face. His thin, black lips rounding out his distinctive blank, yet menacing expression. Whenever I look into those 2 large, gaping voids, the feeling is magnified to the point where it rattles me to the bone. Like his sinister gaze burns a hole through me that deteriorates my psyche. His appearance inflicts pure, unfettered fear, the kind that puts my stomach into knots if I so much as think about his ghastly face. His head is covered with long, scraggly, greasy black hair, and he always wears the same clothes: a tattered dark grey long-sleeve shirt, cargo pants, and worn black shoes. Since I was the only one who seemed to notice him, there were a few times I tried convincing myself he was just a vivid figment of my imagination. Whenever I tried abstaining or prolonged my ritual, the Quarterman gives me 3 chances, which are signified by each time he appears. I'll initially spot him at a great distance, where I can just barely make him out, usually partly obscured by something or peeking around a corner. He'll get closer the second and third times, across the street or my backyard, and then the other end of a hallway or inside the same space, like a restaurant or a store. Whether it's coincidence or not, I also seem to get plagued by a string of unpleasantries when I try fighting the urge, from car or cell phone trouble to accidentally injuring or utterly humiliating myself. Obviously, these incidents appear to worsen as my attempts at abstaining from performing the ritual elapsed. On occasion, I think I'd catch a glimpse of the Quarterman during or after some of these instances, but was never fully certain. He always manifests behind me the 4th time, and by then, it's always too late. I never physically see him, but always sense his towering, looming presence. I feel his hot, humid breath when he whispers to me, the message always cryptically pertaining to something disastrous and tragic that will happen to myself or someone around me, which I usually figure out after the matter. When I first tried overcoming this spell, the feeling struck me while I was at work. I was unusually confident that day, telling myself it was all in my head and something I could beat through sheer willpower. It only worsened as the day progressed. I first spotted him in the meeting while peering through a window, watching me intently, peeking out from an alleyway across the street. I still stuck to my guns, even when I saw him later that day while walking back from my car across the parking lot. He appeared the 3rd time when I stepped outside for a cigarette, standing about 20-25 feet away from me, in between 2 vehicles. was while driving home, I felt him manifest behind me. He slowly leaned in until his lips were an inch or so from my ear, after which he whispered a single word. Me. Thankfully, I was stopped at a light, because I literally sprung out of my car, only to see the back was empty. The quarterman's messages always incorporate 4 of something, whether it's a 4-lettered word, 4-word sentence, or 4 syllables. I didn't know what it meant until the next day. Still convinced I was beating the impulses to perform the ritual, a co-worker and I were running late from lunch, and about to rush across the street, separating us from our office. A protruding tree limb had gotten tangled with part of the intersection traffic signal pole, and it was especially gusty that day, so it shook noticeably hard when the wind picked up. My co-worker, who was ahead of me, bolted across the street without hesitation. Just as the traffic signal pole jolted so hard, it emitted a loud, croaky groan. "Joanne!" I called out to my co-worker, thinking the entire pole was about to fall on her. But it didn't. Joanne stopped after I called her name and was pivoting to face me, just as a car sped down the road. The driver slammed on their brakes, but the vehicle's bumper struck Joanne directly in the knees, literally bending them backwards. A high-pitched snap rang throughout the intersection. Joanne sprawled across the car's hood before her legs literally folded inward, causing her to collapse like a card castle. I'll never forget Joanne's agonizing shrieks and hollers. She screamed inconsolably until the paramedics arrived, eventually passing out from the pain. I didn't physically see the quarterman when this incident happened, but felt his piercing, malicious stare, closely watching every gesture I made. It was at that moment I realized what the quarterman's message foretold. Knee. Joanne broke her knees when she got hit by that car. It was all my fault because I distracted her, or got punished for not performing my ritual. After that incident, I was torn between convincing myself what happened was an unfortunate coincidence, or the quarterman and the ritualistic urges I associated with him were now over. Of course, I was wrong, and they continued without skipping a beat. The second time I resisted happened a few months later. I was using the restroom at a friend's house when the feeling hit. I was actually halfway through performing the ritual. Tap, tap, pinch, when my phone rang. The show my friend and I were watching was returning from its commercial break, so I got distracted and scrambled back to the living room. I actually didn't see the quarterman that evening, and thought yet again his hold on me had lifted. When I spotted him the next morning while leaving for work, standing just inside the tree line of some woods down the street from my home, I shrugged it off and went on with my day, despite being encompassed by the feeling. Although I shrugged it off upon reaching work, I froze when I saw the quarterman standing directly in front of my building's front entrance, staring fixedly at me while others entered and exited. Anyone else in the vicinity paid no mind to him, despite walking within inches of where he stood. How does anyone else not see him? I thought, while retreating into my car. I really am the only one, forced to endure this torturous process he orchestrates, and suffer the dire consequences of disobeying his game's twisted rules. I called off work and spent much of that day dwelling over whether the quarterman was an actual malicious entity or visual manifestation that derived from my subconscious. The feeling's urge was so strong that day, it made me physically ill. Nonetheless, I refused to concede. After returning from vomiting in the bathroom, I saw him a third time, standing in my living room. He never came into my house before, after which I shrieked and bolted out the front door. Blindly consumed with panic, I wanted to get as far away from him as possible. As soon as I stepped off my front lawn, however, I tripped and face-planted on the street. Still in a daze from the impact, I felt the quarterman appear over me before he leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Curtain." opens. At first, I thought whatever he said pertained to the injuries I sustained from my fall. I had a busted lip, bloody nose, along with some scrapes and bruises, once again foolishly convincing myself I either conquered the quarterman or he would finally move on to another victim. A few days passed, and I was in a meeting with a special friend of mine for lunch. Her name was Miranda, and we met on a dating app. We both were very secretive about our friendship due to our age difference. I was pushing 40, and she was in her early 20s. I wasn't really attracted to Miranda, but appreciated her personable qualities, our mutual interests, and meaningful conversations. We were at a cafe near her college campus, finishing up our lunch. It was unusually crowded for a Saturday afternoon, which I didn't pay any mind to, until Miranda's parents burst through the front door. In front of the entire cafe, her parents revealed they discovered the apps and websites she'd visited, along with the conversations that revealed Miranda's preference for older men. They ruthlessly berated Miranda, calling her a whore, an embarrassment to her family, and saying she should be absolutely ashamed. Miranda's father accused me of being their daughter's sugar daddy and threatened me with all sorts of bodily harm. At that point, however, I was so mortified and genuinely concerned her father would get physical with me that I scrambled to gather my belongings and scurried out of the cafe. That was the last time I saw Miranda, who I learned took her own life a few days after the incident. You can't imagine the smothering sense of painful awkwardness, embarrassment, shame, and trepidation I endured in the following weeks, where I eventually connected what happened at the cafe with the quarterman's message. The curtain falls, I deduced, signified the unveiling of our discreet friendship, which came at my expense. I'm certain that while storming out of the cafe, I caught a brief glimpse of the quarterman's reflection in a mirror. This was a consequence of not performing my ritual, not another tragic coincidence. I was a slave to my ritual after Miranda's death, loyally adhering to performing those rhythmic taps and pinches. It made me really self-conscious after people started noticing and even mocking me for doing something I had no control over, and was impossible to discuss with anyone. I became extremely paranoid, sometimes finding myself doing the ritual even when the feeling wasn't conjured. I became very depressed to the point where I quit my job and started doing drugs and alcohol to suppress my pain. There were a few times where I had enough liquid courage to thwart the feeling, until the quarterman appeared. The mere sight of him was a sobering reminder of the repercussions. I felt so inferior, so submissive, vulnerable, and defeated. The taps and pinches became more brutal as time passed. The simple karate chop-like taps on my wrists weren't sufficing. I started using handheld objects to outright strike my wrist as hard as humanly possible, my pinches literally breaking the skin. There were instances where my entire left hand would temporarily lose feeling in some spots when it wasn't pulsating from the soreness or so stiff it wouldn't even budge. It didn't matter to me, as long as I averted that smothering feeling of tense, anticipatory dread and kept the quarterman at bay. My third time refusing to perform the ritual occurred while I was going through a particularly crippling bout of depression, and my mind was consumed with thoughts of nihilism, despair, apathy, and self-hate. Ironically, I forced myself to get out of the house and booked a beachside resort condo for a few days, just to get a change of scenery since I'd been mostly cooped up in my house for months. While sitting at one of the resort's bars, I met a woman named Sonia, who was experiencing her own hardships. We spent the night drinking heavily, during which I opened up about my ritualistic mannerisms after she noticed my wrists, bruises, and scars. It felt great talking about my demons. I could tell Sonia's sentiments were similar about her issues. We formed an instant connection that made me experience feelings I haven't had for someone in ages. Of course, the feelings struck me while speaking to Sonia. I drank so much, I was able to shrug it off, despite spotting the quarterman watching me from a nearby building window. Despite just meeting her, I felt very comfortable around Sonia, like I could let my guard down and everything would somehow be alright. Sonia asked me if I wanted to come to her condo for a nightcap, and I witfully accepted. Even when catching a glimpse of the quarterman while we were in the elevator, as the doors closed, I shrugged off the creeping consternation. I wanted to ask if she saw him too, but refrained when I felt her hand slip into mine, the one attached to the wrist I incessantly battered while catering to my obsessive ritual. I remember briefly spotting the quarterman while we walked to Sonia's condo. I could just see his outline and groomed facial features while he stood in the darkened laundry room on Sonia's floor when we walked past. One nightcap turned into 3 or 4 more, which led to Sonia and I making out on the couch. I'm not exactly sure when, but I dozed off in my inebriated state. Right before drifting into unconsciousness, I felt him standing closely behind the couch I was sprawled out on, long enough for him to whisper 4 words in that light, scratchy voice. You can't be happy. My eyes instantly shot open, and I sprang upright, my heart pounding and sweat pouring profusely from my pores. I was greeted with a barrage of excruciating head and body aches, one of the most brutal hangovers I ever experienced. Despite feeling like it had happened in the blink of an eye, I knew I fell asleep because it was now daytime. The quarterman's ominous words vitalized me with stomach-churning anxiousness, panic, dismay, and pure, unfettered fear, like I had awoken from a nightmare, but still experienced the fiery escalating terror. The sense of something horrible about to immediately happen consumes my mindset as I scan my surroundings for the source of whatever was provoking this alarming panic. Part of me wanted to burst into the bathroom and save Sonia from whatever morbid, calamitous fate might be awaiting. Between me not knowing exactly what I'd be rescuing her from, along with how it would look by acting on such grave impulse, I took another course of action. There's still time, I mumbled to myself as I began frantically performing my ritual. The feeling hitting me like a head-on collision with a tractor trailer. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No, that's not right. There might still be time. With all my might, I made that chopping gesture on my wrist, pinching my skin so hard I heard the slight cracking noise as previous scars and cuts effortlessly split open. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. Still not right. I grew anxious, especially when I felt the quarterman's looming presence start to envelop me. Tap, tap, pinch. Tap, tap. No, wrong again. Blood streams from the top of my wrist. I frantically and desperately tried every conceivable combination of taps and pinches, unable to abate that feeling, and sensed time was of the essence to prevent whatever was happening. Please, I pleaded out loud, and started slamming my wrist with the TV remote. Just this once, make it stop. Not here, not with her. I promise to never disobey again. From the remote, I tried using my smartphone, slamming the top of my wrist with pinches in between that didn't even feel anymore, since I probably killed all my skin's nerves before grabbing a hardcover book and resuming my barrage. I felt the bone break at some point, but was so determined to dissipate the feeling, I fought through the unspeakable agony. Tap, 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 pinch, tap. Why isn't anything working? I was drawn to the kitchen area, rushing over toward the counter. I held out my limp wrist and started pulling open drawers, grabbing any appliance or utensil I could hold to fulfill my ritualistic requisites. I tried a rolling pin. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No, that didn't work. I tried a serving spoon. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. The feeling worsened. A pair of tongs. Tap, tap, pinch, tap. No. By now, my wrist bone was completely fractured, and my hand only connected to the arm by its muscle and tendons. It was when I retrieved this next and final item that I felt a slight sense of solace and realized what I must do to vanquish this exceptionally unrelenting episode of the feeling. I know. I feel your presence here, watching me. Let this be it. What I have to do. Spare me. Spare her, Sonia. Please don't let anything bad happen to her. I mumbled frantically while holding the large cutting knife over my head. I looked down at my mangled, swollen, disfigured, contorted hand and took a long, slow breath. Chop, chop, pinch, chop. The damage to my hand was so extensive, it couldn't be reattached. Not that it mattered, since I spent the following weeks completely restrained. Sonia was absolutely hysterical when she found me, but I never again saw or heard from her, which I guess is understandable. I'd probably do the same if someone I took back to my room had a massive breakdown and chopped off their own hand. When I explained my reasoning for what I did to the doctors, they naturally couldn't relate or understand, and had me institutionalized. The courtman stayed away for the first few weeks. Even he probably realized I couldn't perform my ritual under restraints. I gained a false sense of closure when first arriving at the sanitarium, convinced I was finally free of this wretched ritual, since I no longer had the hand I always used. Once the restraints came off, however, the feeling returned, like it was patiently waiting all this time. It doesn't occur as often anymore, and I take great pains at concealing when I perform my ritual, but the quarterman seems content if I do my taps and pinches on or around the stump where my hand was once attached. I eventually stopped caring, seeing how this unsurmountable ritual took away anything that gave me purpose. I am presently going through the fourth time where I'm resisting the urge. That feeling is absolutely consuming, but the meds I'm on somewhat help. My doctor is having me type out my account with hopes of it providing some sort of closure. I didn't pay much attention when he explained the reasoning behind this exercise, since it doesn't really matter to me at this point. I've seen the quarterman 3 times in the last day or so, which is how long I've gone without succumbing. As I type this, I can feel his ghastly presence behind me. I tremble while writing this, but I'm staying collected by focusing and trying to type with one hand. He just whispered something in my ear. Your tears will fall. When my wife slunk out to the bathroom in her underwear, damp and rosy from the shower, I let out an exaggerated wolf whistle. The whistle cracked the serious mask of her face into a smile, but something about the peak and valley from the tone didn't sit right with me. My bedroom faded from view. I'm 8 or 9 and staring into the face of another little boy. It's Nolan, my best friend. Our mouths are puckered into O's, and we are both blowing. Who is Nolan? Do I know Nolan? He is pushing a shrill, reedy sound from high in his throat. My breath is nothing but a rush of soundless air. Don't worry, Sam, you'll get it, he tells me. My name's Jacob. Who's Sam? I blinked and it vanished. Poppy crawled into bed and slotted herself into the slice between my arm and my torso. She ran a finger down my bare chest, a prelude and a promise. Pops, I said. Have I always been able to whistle? She frowned at me. Of course you have. You whistled at me just like that the day we met. Did I? I couldn't remember. She crept closer, her hair sweeping my skin, but I was trying to grasp that flittering vision. It's just, I don't think I ever learned to whistle. Poppy pulled herself up, her eyebrows rigid lines. Of course you did. You just whistled, so you must have learned sometime. Why are you worried about this? She leaned forward to press her lips against mine, as if she meant to silence me. I brought my head back and said, I don't know, I'm just a little freaked out. I'm too young to be losing my memory. I meant it lightheartedly, but she didn't take it that way. Her voice swelled with uncharismatic anger. You're being ridiculous. Stop talking about this, she demanded. My wife was one of the most level-headed people I knew. If she told me to drop it, I listened. But the force of her defensiveness unsettled me. I had always ruined the mood, so we went to bed facing opposite directions, our backs rising and falling in syncopated rhythm. When I was sure she was asleep, I rounded my lips and quietly whistled. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought Poppy was having an affair. Ever since I brought up that damn whistling, really, the only time I can remember her raising a voice at me during our otherwise idyllic relationship, she'd been acting oddly. Not when we were together. If anything, her sweetness was sicklier, the tips of her fingers always brushing electricity across my arms, her warm body a luxurious comfort on the couch. But we were together less often. She started working late. She would take calls after hours in the guest bedroom with the door closed. She went in on weekends. One day she arrived home 2 hours later than expected, with our daughter, Hannah, in the back seat. Claimed community theatre rehearsal ran late. I was reluctant to involve Hannah, but I asked her a few careful questions and she confirmed the story, using almost the exact verbiage as if she were parroting it. Any of these things would have been isolated blips, but when plotted on the same graph, like seismic spikes that crested with increasing frequency, they were a pattern. The memory of the little boy who couldn't whistle twisted inside me and told me it wasn't a good idea to address her behaviour directly. After nearly 15 years of marriage, 12 of them ensconced in the mania of raising a child, I had seen a sharp edge to Poppy that she had never revealed to me. I'm sure you can see where this is going. I did the thing that all superstitious lovers do, and snooped through her phone. Normally, Poppy guarded it closely, but the opportunity arose sooner than I'd expected. We were watching television when something crashed in Hannah's bedroom. Perhaps she'd knocked her laptop off the bed again. Perhaps it was something worse. Poppy leapt up and started bounding up the stairs, calling Hannah's name. I was about to follow when I noticed she had left the phone on the table. I'm not proud, but I needed to know. I picked it up and punched in the passcode I had surreptitiously watched her enter. There were no unusual text messages, only calls, regular calls to the same number, 959-544-959. I knew that number. 959. I'm sitting in a room of slate grey. The walls are unblemished concrete. There is no dust in the corners. I'm on a very, very cold metal chair. I'm resting my hands on the table. Something that looks like a hospital bracelet is pinned around my wrist. There are tiny numbers printed on it. A phone number beginning with 959. The room appears to have no door. Then, a section of the wall slides open with a hydraulic whoosh, and I realize that faint lines carve its silhouette. A man steps out into the room. Do you have any questions? Poppy's footsteps begin to descend, snapping the vision in half. Hannah was fine. I placed the phone carefully back on the coffee table, feeling it was crucial that I leave it exactly where I found it. I researched the phone number at work. I didn't want to use my home Wi-Fi. The number was listed on a page, Redevelopment Corp, infuriatingly generic. The page was a mess of buzzwords and lingo that obfuscated any clue as to the purpose of the business. It had a professional finish, all clean lines and staid blocks of texts. There were no images, no links. The contact information consisted only of the phone number and an address in the state adjacent to mine. Google Maps told me that it was about a 3-hour drive. As I closed the browser and wiped the search history, my eyes fell on the picture frame on my desk. Poppy and I on our wedding day. I had my arm around her, and my expression was bursting with love and trust. I wished I could remember that day. I'd been so happy I blacked out, even though I was completely sober, the joy overwhelming my grasp of the details. That happens to everyone, doesn't it? Poppy was extremely suspicious of my claim that I was going on a business trip. I couldn't blame her. She was always more perceptive than most, She read my moods, told me why I was sad or angry or anxious before I could even put a name to the emotion. She knew, obviously, that I was lying, and to try to convince her otherwise would have been fruitless. So, I merely wished her a good few days and kissed her forehead. As I pulled out of the driveway, I could see her watching me from the living room window. She was on the phone. The long stretch of highway that I hit about an hour into the trip knocked loose another vision. I'm in the driver's seat going 75. It's too fast. The limit is 60. But my fiancée seems to enjoy it. It makes her feel alive. So I ease just another notch of pressure on the gas, watching her thrill in the whipping wind. My fiancée is not Poppy. It's Lauren, the light of my life, the girl I've been in love with since I bought a movie ticket from her when she was working at the counter in the AMC. And she said, "I heard they're supposed to be so good." And I said, "Why don't I just buy two and you can come see it with me?" And she unclipped a name tag and left a post, and she clutched at my shirt in the darkness when the shadows flicked at the corner of the screen. The images toppled into each other. I tried desperately to catch each one, any of them, but they dribbled through my consciousness like a sieve. I arrived at the facility as the sun sank below the horizon. It looked more like a prison than an innocuous corporation. The building was a solemn cube nestled amongst farmland, the only large edifice for miles. A chain link fence surrounded its perimeter. Was the barbed wire meant to keep people out or in? I lowered the window and heard the crunch of gravel under my tires as I approached the booth. The guard inside was dressed in a nondescript black uniform, and he was heavily armed. "State your business." "I need to find out why I can whistle." He pulled a lever to open the groaning gate and waved me inside. I was in the back room. The immaculate grey walls, the cold chair, the metal table. I'd been led here by silent men who did not touch me, but marched beside me with their shoulders boxing me in. I sat there for half an hour, my eyes fixated on the cracks in the wall that outlined the door. When it opened, I didn't recognize the man who entered, but he recognized me. "Jacob Sanderson," he said by way of greeting. "I've been expecting you." I stood so suddenly, I surprised myself, the chair clattering to the ground. "Tell me what the hell is going on," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "You know my name. You know my life is not my life. I'm not really married to Poppy, am I? My name isn't Jake. Is Hannah my real daughter?" "You have many questions. I will take some time to answer. Sit down." He motioned at the chair. He didn't move, and for a while, neither did I. Finally, I hoisted the chair upright and sat at the table. He sank into the seat opposite from me, tapping his fingers on the surface. "Mr. Sanderson, feel the skin behind your ear." "Why?" But I did as I was told. I rubbed my skull just behind my left ear. There was a bumpy ridge of skin, a scar like it was sewn together. How had I never noticed it before? "Mr. Sanderson, you are wearing a different skin. You have been implanted with a device that alters your memories. It's not perfect, as you have realized. We offer our deepest apologies for the malfunction." My vision swam. It couldn't be possible. I realized that I had been holding out hope that this would turn out to be a figment of my imagination, a wild conspiracy that I'd cooked up entirely within my own head. Somehow, it was worse to learn that I wasn't crazy. "What the hell did you do to me?" "You have a new life, Mr. Sanderson, a new identity. It has been this way since you were 23. I was gripping at the table so hard, my knuckles were turning white. "What about Poppy and Hannah?" He studied me closely, monitoring my reactions. "Poppy was a volunteer, though I do believe she has come to care for you. Hannah is your daughter and knows nothing about this. I slammed my fist down on the table and stood up again, pacing quickly around the room. Hot blood was rushing to my head. I felt like I was about to pass out. "Why did you do this to me?" I shouted. "Why did you take my life away?" "Because," he said, "you asked us to." I stopped. "What?" He stood as well and got very close to me, his voice almost a whisper. "Something terrible happened. You couldn't bear to continue living. You were referred to this facility after a failed suicide attempt that left your original body deeply disfigured, and you were already planning another. We gave you a choice. We would not stop you if you decided to die by your own hand, but we offered you the chance to forget." "What was it?" I asked hoarsely. "I don't remember. What happened?" "Well, it was your fault." He paused. "Do you want to hear the rest?" I scrambled through my fragmented memories, Sam's memories, my real memories, and I could find nothing that gave the barest hint. I don't know, do I? "I can't make the decision for you, but I can tell you this," he said. "You've been in this room before. Not just the procedure, but thrice after that. The technology was a prototype. We've made advances, but your early model seems to splutter and failure after a few years. We've had this exact conversation several times, you and I, and you have always chosen not to know." I screwed my eyes shut, as though I could claw my way out of this nightmare. The thought of carrying on, knowing that I was incomplete, that I wasn't truly me, loomed large. But what I had done, back before I'd forgotten, the knowledge had been so horrific that I'd wanted to take my own life, and had chosen to excise it from my memory forever. After a moment, I shook my head. "I suppose I don't. I think that's wise." Silence blanketed the room. We looked at each other. Two men who had orbited around each other for decades, one unaware, one always watching. He said, "You have another choice. We could perform the procedure again, with an upgraded product. We have worked very hard to make it last longer. The preliminary results from other subjects are promising. I must emphasize that I strongly believe we have managed to develop something truly permanent. So, the decision is yours, Mr. Sanderson. Do you want to walk away, or do you want to forget?" I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Can I have a few days?" "Of course. You have our number." He cocked his head at me. "You know, it's funny. The thing that brings you here, it's always the whistling." Poppy was waiting in the living room when I arrived. She must have heard my car. There was a feline wariness about her. The sight of her on the familiar couch, in the nightgown she wore almost every night, felt like an anchor, tethering me back to reality. "Jake?" she asked, her voice unsteady. After a moment, I nodded. Her body visibly relaxed in a wave of relief. She embraced me, murmuring in my ear, telling me that my favourite pasta dish was warming in the oven. Was it my favourite? Did she love me? I didn't know. I leaned into her warmth, letting it envelop me and become my world. It's been a few days. In its broadest strokes, life is normal. Hannah is bouncing around in excitement because her birthday is soon. She'll be a teenager. I'm excited too, although it's dampened by the intrusive thoughts that cage me when I'm alone. What have I done? What happened to Lauren? What unimaginable destruction did I cause that made me want to erase my own existence? I made the call last night. I have an appointment for next week, and I've told them that this time they'd better make it stick. Bye, Sam. I don't think I can face you. I suppose in a way, as you wished it to be, I am ending your life. My name is Andrew Small, and I'm a police officer in what has to be the single bizarrest, most otherworldly place on the face of the earth. A small town in the middle of nowhere called Junction Falls. Here are a few of our strangest cases. Annual mystery screenings in the Westbrook Drive-In. June 15th, 2006 was a fairly quiet night, right up until around 9:30. Then, all hell broke loose. We got calls from no fewer than 24 livid homeowners who all claimed that they couldn't sleep because a film had begun to play in the old Westbrook Drive-In. Now, that immediately gave us pause, because the Westbrook had been closed down ever since the multiplex had forced it out of business in 1979. So, any screening there was obviously unauthorized. When we arrived, So Bad It's Good sci-fi/horror B-movie from 1956 called It Came From Mars was indeed playing at full brightness and volume. But we never did find anyone at the lot who could have been responsible. In fact, the only thing there was a single, red, 1950 Crossley station wagon, also empty, sitting in space 21B. But we figured we'd find who put it there and started the film later on. For now, we needed to shut down the movie before all the locals started a riot in their bathrobes and slippers. Now, this is where things get wild. We looked everywhere. In the operations booth, in the old dilapidated concession stand, in that old car, and in any nearby trees tall enough to have an unobstructed line of sight to the screen. But no sound or projection equipment could be found anywhere within a mile radius of the lot. As far as we could tell, the film was playing completely on its own. Luckily, the lot plunged back into its natural dark, silent state the second the movie finished. The Crossley wagon vanished too, but that only left us frustrated and confused. After that, at least, nothing else interesting happened at the Westbrook for a good while. The so-called mystery screening case started to get buried under more pressing work, and as the months dragged on, we began to forget about it entirely. But then, at exactly 9:30 p.m. on July 15th, 2007, the screening began anew, and the same events more or less repeated themselves. Angry locals, an empty lot, the Crossley station wagon in space 21B, and an exhaustive but ultimately fruitless search for the responsible individuals and offending equipment. We were pulling our hair out, and it didn't stop there either. The next July 15th, same thing, and it happened again the next year, and the one after that, and the one after that, and it's happening every year since. July 15th, 9:30, It Came From Mars, Red Crossley, boom, clockwork. As of this posting, we still have no idea how the film is being shown in the absence of projection or sound equipment. But we have discovered some other things about the film since the case began. It Came From Mars was financed entirely by a man named Bill Booth, who also wrote, directed, and starred in the film as his protagonist, Jack Burnley, and who believed the film would launch his Hollywood career. However, production was plagued with setbacks, almost from the beginning. Costs ballooned, 2 actors and the chief editor quit halfway through, thus forcing an inexperienced Booth to edit the film himself, something that he clearly had no business doing, if the final results is any indication, when he paid the rest of his family savings to the Westbrook Drive-In Theatre to hold the movie's premiere on July 15th, 1956. Sadly though, It Came From Mars received overwhelmingly negative reviews from a few critics who attended their own screening, and Booth attended the official premiere alone, as the cast and crew were too embarrassed to be associated with it. Then, Booth's wife left him the following month due to their declining financial situation. Humiliated, painless and alone, Bill Booth drove his red 1950 Crossley station wagon to the Westbrook, parked once again in space 21B, and shot himself in the mouth. A forgotten off-Hollywood tragedy. Now, obviously, none of this explains the physics of how a film could play on its own, or how an old car can appear and vanish the same way the Crosley does every July 15th. So officially, the case remains unsolved. But when the above details were first reported by the Junction Falls Dispatch in April of this year, the story of what many assumed to be that of an old filmmaker's ghost caused a sensation, and on July 15th, 349 people came and joined a red 1950 Crosley station wagon in watching this stupid, tacky, low-budget, wonderful film. Status: unsolved. The Screaming House. Well, before I joined the JFPD in 2005, a large, abandoned, two-story house in the Shelby neighborhood had already carved out for itself a rather macabre reputation. You see, at random times during the night, you can hear shrill and desperate screams and cries for help, seemingly coming from a woman trapped inside. The department dispatched a unit to investigate. Bizarrely though, the officers were unable to locate the trapped woman because the screams themselves always seemed to be coming from a part of the house that nobody was in or near. When the screaming came from the master bedroom upstairs, the officers charged up to the second story and entered that room, only to find it empty and that the screaming could now be heard coming from the kitchen. So they went to the kitchen only to discover the sounds were now coming up from the cellar. And when they went to the cellar, they realized they could hear it, once again, coming from the vicinity of the master bedroom. No matter where they were, the screams and cries were always coming from someplace else. Eventually they called for backup, but even with each room covered by an officer, the team couldn't seem to find the source, isolate the screams, or even reach consensus as to where it was coming from. They never did find that woman either, and each of the 6 men and 3 women who were there suffered at least moderate psychological damage as a result from the experience. As far as the hows and whys, the leading official theory, at least in regards to the bouncing sound phenomenon, is that there is some subtle trick of architecture that is wreaking havoc on the acoustics inside the structure. Not sure if anyone buys that, but at least they're trying. But no one can explain the source of the screams to begin with. No woman has ever been found inside, and would never have survived as long as the screams have now lasted anyway. Priests have given it the all clear as far as potential demonic activity, and the man who built and later sold the house assures us he's as horrified as we are, and most certainly did not build the place with any abnormalities that would mess with the acoustics, let alone with hidden compartments that might have housed the captive woman. The official position of the JFPD? Don't go in or near that place. It still makes those sounds, and we're no closer to figuring it out than we were years ago. Status: unsolved. Mr. Mystery's travelling circus and extravaganza. Sometimes you'll have 2 cases that end up being connected down the road by a single cause and solution. This particular time, the 2 cases were 1. A string of disappearances affecting the local homeless population, and 2. Reports of, and I'm not kidding here, a clown that was allegedly attempting to lure people into the woods. For obvious reasons, we took the former case more seriously. But then, a few weeks into the investigations, a local business owner came by the precinct and delivered to us the previous night's security camera footage, which showed a drugged-up homeless man being led off towards the woods by, you guessed it, a post-vaudeville jester with a ruffled collar and a skip in his step. Eventually, we traced that particular vanishing to a small shack in the woods beyond the outskirts of town, and kicked in the door to find a scene of spectacular and breathtaking brutality. All 6 of the homeless men who'd been reported missing, including the one from the footage, were not only dead, but mutilated, burnt and twisted, hairless and diseased and disfigured. They'd all been experimented on too. One man had his limbs amputated, and each one could be found sewn to the backs and sides of 4 other men who had, like him, died of infections. The last man was intact, and then some. He had been injected with various substances ranging from silicon to cement in order to produce warts and bumps and other unsightly abnormalities of the flesh. We found the clown too, who ended up being an unstable lunatic named Terry Bird, who had claimed he was working on behalf of someone known as the Ringmaster. When pressed for further information, Terry claimed he didn't know the Ringmaster's identity, but was familiar with his plans. Oddly enough, the Ringmaster wanted only to create and host a classic touring carnival called Mr. Mystery's Travelling Circus and Extravaganza. And of course, no good carnival would be complete without a genuine freak show. Terry alleged the Ringmaster had enlisted his help in finding some willing or unwilling volunteers, as he put it. Terry got a life sentence without parole, and we kept up our search for this Ringmaster, but never did find him. And about a year after our homeless incident, the nearby towns of Doolittle and Crosby Springs reported that their homeless men were being abducted too. We did what we could to help, even going as far as to offer Terry a plea deal for information on the Ringmaster. But he simply laughed, and I punched him in the face and got a week's leave, and he said that he, quote, quite liked his cell. It's cozy. As of this posting, any information on the Ringmaster will yield a $10,000 reward. Status: partially solved. Perpetrator at large. Abigail Jones from Stanford Springs. About 10 or 12 miles southeast of Junction Falls, near the hiking trails, you'll find an old ghost town called Stanford Springs. Now, I'm no expert on it. I'm sure the local rangers and tour guides could fill you in if you're interested. But from what I understand, it used to be a tiny little late 19th century community in its heyday that featured a small general store, a clinic, a church, and about 12 or 13 houses. Inside the buildings, you'll still see all the original furniture too, and some clothes in closets, toys in the children's rooms, small animal bones in the barns and coops, and various other indications that the town was both lived in and abandoned in a hurry. Verdict is out on what caused that. It's eerie and creepy and totally cool, and for obvious reasons, it's a popular spot for Halloween hikes and other I dare you type excursions. But here's why I'm writing this. In 2009, a hiker reported hearing cries and whimpers coming from the backyard of one of the houses there. He called it in, and the rangers found and opened a previously undiscovered cellar behind the house, in which a little girl had been staying for an indeterminate amount of time. She was dressed in an old gown and scared to death. After confirming she was okay, the rangers asked her all the basics: her name, how she got in there, where and who her parents were, etc. The girl said her name was Abigail, that her parents owned the house above, and that they'd put her there and gone back inside to get the rest of the children. Under further questioning, Abigail insists it's 1884 and that her parents have only been gone for minutes, not decades. And keep in mind, this girl is maybe 9 or 10, and she's just bawling her eyes out and confused and so terrified she's shaking. So either she's a future Oscar nominee putting on the performance of a lifetime for no reason whatsoever, or she really is convinced she was a resident of this 19th century Stanford Springs. So they take her down to the Junction Falls Medical Center, and she's keeping up the act too, just in awe of the people and technology, mouth agape, and they get her tested. No brain damage, no malnutrition, no other disorders of any kind. She's a perfectly healthy little 9-year-old kid, and she just insists that her parents were Thomas and Elizabeth Jones, 19th century shopkeepers. You can probably tell where this is going. The authorities searched exhaustively for any record of a missing girl matching Abigail's description, and found nothing. No birth certificate, no medical records, no social security number, and no relatives. And of course, other folks who caught wind of the situation through the dispatch's record did some research of their own. And you guessed it, there was indeed a Thomas Jones and an Elizabeth Jones, shopkeepers who lived in Stanford Springs in 1884, and who had 3 children, including a daughter named Abigail. Still no information on what happened to the town. Eventually, they put Abigail with a child placement agency, and I have no idea what came of her after that, but it's definitely one of the weirdest Junction Falls stories I've ever heard. Status: unsolved. Ranjit Singh, explorer of the sewers. Beyond and beneath the standard subsurface level routinely accessed by the maintenance crews, the Junction 4 sewers more closely resembles the catacombs of Paris or Odessa than any functioning sewer system. It's just a labyrinth of tunnels that plunge deep into the earth and stretch on for miles and miles and miles, twisting and turning and circling back around and getting hopelessly tangled. It is a far, far larger network than would even be remotely necessary to accommodate a town of this size, and makes no sense at all from an engineering perspective. In addition, nobody knows how big they are, how old they are. Ancient, we presume, at the deepest levels. What lies within them, who contributed to their construction, or when, or why, or how it's laid out. The department has been slowly piecing together a map, but even the most optimistic estimates put our progress at or near 25%. It's almost certainly closer to 12 or 15%. So, for obvious reasons, we dread when missing person cases involve the sewers. But luckily, between 2006 and 2014, we had Ranjit Singh. Now, Ranjit was a Junction 4's legend, an experienced splunker and outdoorsman who took it upon himself to explore the deep sewers in depth, uncover their secrets, and not only lend his knowledge and help the force whenever asked, but document his findings for his, now removed, blog and the Dispatch. Among the most insane things he encountered and recorded are Pipe Town. I've never actually been to this one, but it's one of his more popular stories, so I'll add it here anyway. A makeshift tent city in the cavernous sewer chamber beneath the North Side projects that was built by and for the city's disproportionately large population of addicts, vagabonds, and at-large criminals. Pipetown has all the cozy trappings of a third-world back-alley slum, too. Tents and shacks, cardboard, aluminium sheets, drum barrel fires, human waste, illegal gambling and prostitution rings, armed trafficking, and so many drugs and related paraphernalia, hence the name. It's a lawless, unorganized, filthy, dystopian swamp, and it is one of the saddest things I've ever seen. A large portion of the sewer-related disappearances either end in, or in some way involve Pipetown or its residents. In a deep corner of the tunnels, only ever accessed by Singh and his camera, Ranjit ran across a naked man with the head of a pointer dog. Luckily, the dog man is harmless, from what we can tell. In the video Singh took, he was clearly aware of Ranjit's presence, but didn't seem the least bit alarmed by it, and made no effort to interact with him at all. Singh claimed he'd seen the creature frequently down there since, and that it never did anything other than sleep, sit in a corner, stare at you, or prance around on all four human limbs. The JFPD's official advice is to not try to feed or interact with the dogman in any way. Clearly, it's getting along just fine without us, and has no intention of causing harm, so there's no need to upset the balance. The door. An old wooden door built by the side of the tunnel that you'll never find in the same place twice. Ranjit is actually not the only person who reported the door, nor is he the first, although he is the only one who have successfully recorded it, since it can pop up in the more accessible near-surface tunnels just as easily and just as frequently as it appears in the deepest, darkest depths of the sewers. As is the case with almost everything in the sewers though, no one knows who built the door, what its nature or purpose is, the extent of its abilities or properties. The only thing we do know about it definitively, and other than the fact that it moves around a lot, is that those who enter it tend to vanish without a trace. In 2013, Ranjit became the first person to find someone who'd been rumoured to have disappeared through the door. Sadly, the poor girl had been dead for some time. He found her corpse months and months after her disappearance case had been shelved, and in a part of the sewers no one could have possibly predicted she'd end up in, given where she'd entered. As far as we can tell from the photos, she entered the door and, an indeterminate amount of time later, found herself in a forgotten tunnel where she starved to death, lost and alone. Horrible way to go. The clock room. Literally just a room full of clocks and other timekeeping devices. cuckoo clocks, standard wall clocks, wristwatches, digital alarm clocks. You'll even find some egg timers there, as well as hourglasses and other. And a gorgeous grandfather clock in the back corner. Singh recorded it all. The room is too far from the nearest sewer access point to be easily explained as some above-ground clock enthusiast stash his or her collection either. We still have no idea what to make of this one. The Stalker's Stash. This one we actually did have to respond to, and luckily it was close enough to the surface that it didn't take a lot of effort to reach. But the reason it was that easy to access is because the stash wasn't paranormal or alien or otherworldly in nature at all. It was just a small, closet-like room not far from Pipetown, filled and covered with pictures of an underage local girl named Emily Fisher, 12 at the time, although some of the pictures there were of her when she was younger than that. All of the photos were clearly taken from bushes, trees, cars, or other places where she wouldn't spot the photographer, and therefore were taken without her knowledge or consent. Some were of her in class, others were of her on the way to and from school, others were of her on the bus, in a bedroom, from across the street, across the restaurant, at the pool, at friends' houses, and countless others. There were several there of her in various states of undress that I will not go into here or anywhere else, and others still where she was happy and in the company of loved ones, and what appeared to be a big party or a family reunion. Those were some of the most disturbing, not only because they were what appeared to be the most recent shots, but because if the photographer was now bold enough to take pictures of her when she was right next to family and friends, he was probably bold enough to make a physical move against her in the very near future. So we called in our findings and got some units dispatched to the Fisher's house to explain the situation and protect Emily. Meanwhile, my partner and I hid around the corner and waited until the photographer arrived. Turns out it was none other than serial violent offender named Davis T.J. James, who we were not aware had been released on bail while he awaited trial on another charge, and who had come to Junction Falls to do his business. Needless to say, we arrested him on the spot. Easily one of the most nauseating and disturbing things I've ever witnessed, and one of the main reasons the Forces loves Rajat Singh so much. Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't stumbled across the stash when he did. Anyway, he has countless more stories if anyone's interested. But the point is, Ranjit is our go-to guy for sewer-related cases, and he never complained when we asked him for help. One day recently though, it became our turn to help him. His girlfriend came to us in hysterics. She said he'd gone into the sewers in search of something called the Presence 4 days ago, even though he said he'd only been gone half that amount of time. Luckily, Ranjit likes to mark his paths with glow sticks and flares, so we were able to track him down to a chamber about 2 or 3 miles down in the sewers. Now, obviously, the sewer network was dark and suffocating, but this particular room was even more so. It was so dark, so suffocating, that it can only be described as harboring a presence, just like he'd said. A faceless, invisible, silent entity that felt malicious in an ancient way. I felt like I was being watched by something that just wanted me to suffer. Even standing right next to my partner did nothing to combat the power this presence had over us, all to divide and isolate. And the further we went in search of Ranjit, the stronger it got. Before long, I could barely see my partners, and after a while, I couldn't see them at all. The darkness was so thick in there that even a powerful source of direct light couldn't avoid being overwhelmed. And when one of us would shout for the others, it sounded distant or obstructed. The presence muffled the sound, and then muted it fully, just like the light. And when it had me, isolated and alone, it began to communicate terrible things, without words or sounds or images. I entered in a place, a blank slate, and suddenly, I just knew things. Awesome and terrible. The essence of infinity and nothingness, the spirit of death. I felt like a child or an insect trying to make sense of man. In a panic, I turned and ran back the way I came. It felt like it took hours or days. In fact, it felt like all time had no power or meaning in that place at all. Luckily, all the officers made it out too, and every last one of us was in the same state, terrified in an existential way, unable to explain the thing, their presence, in any capacity whatsoever. All we know is that it is a manifestation of some kind of evil stuck out of time. Sadly, we never did find Ranjit. The official story is that he died while trying to navigate a particularly treacherous part of the tunnels, which is true, but we didn't go into any detail beyond we weren't able to extract the body. For good measure, we also did not disclose what part of the sewer we lost him in order to prevent anyone else from accessing it on one of the search for Ranjit parties that are popping up on local social media groups and message boards all the time now. But the one thing I can't get out of my head when I'm lying awake at night is this. Time didn't exist within the presents. None. Past, present, future. It felt like it all got rolled into some kind of alien, amorphous bubble of the fourth dimension, which means that even to this day, all these years later, Ranjit might still be alive, sitting up against the wall, basking in and beholding the presence, lost forever in the deep. Status solved. I'm not a vegetarian, but I still feel guilty seeing the vacuum-sealed fetal pig lying before me. Mr. Latter was walking between desks and handing out scalpels, and when he threw down a pair on my desk, I jumped, drawing a laugh from my partner, Ned. I wasn't the only one who'd gone quiet. Most of the class fell into a hushed silence, although a couple still carried on joking around, albeit in hushed whispers. Where do they come from? I asked. Mr. Latter did not stop handing out tools as he answered. The school sources them from the local farms. But, I mean, they aren't killed for this, are they? A few of the kids turned to look, keen to hear the answer. They're dead at birth, he said. He had stopped to face the class, and holding our attention, he walked up to the whiteboard before elaborating. Those who are pregnant and die have the fetuses extracted and they get sold on. Zoos, fertilizer, dog food, schools. Is everyone happy to continue? Carly, do you want me to fetch the wastebasket? All our heads turned to Carly, who sat at the back, frizzy black hair framing a pallid face drained of all colour. Beside her, Alec, her partner, was holding up the pig and grimacing. For a moment, Carly looked as if she was about to speak, but then she suddenly leapt up and went running out of the classroom. There were gasps, and Mr. Latter cried out, Now, no need to worry, it's common. If any of you feel like being sick, you can, like Carly, use the bathrooms, or the sink at either side of the room, or the wastebaskets by your feet. Let's try to avoid the floor, your workshops, fellow students, and definitely try to avoid me. We let out a collective laugh, and Mr. Latter chuckled too. Sounds like this happened to you before, sir, someone cried out. I'd rather not talk about it, but let's just say I considered a poncho. The laughter was raucous, and he played it up for a second or two before just as quickly calming us down, pointing to the whiteboard as he continued. You will start by removing the pig from the sealed packaging and laying it out on the trays you have in front of you. You will be working in pairs, so maybe start deciding on who will begin the dissection, bearing in mind that everyone will have the opportunity to participate in equal measure. Quietly, the door opened and closed, and Carly tiptoed back to her seat. Acknowledging her with a nod, Mr. Latter added, Although this isn't an exercise in torture, if you don't feel up for it, just raise your hand and we'll work something out. Right, remove the pig and beware. They will smell.
I will never do. I'm gonna
He
take it out
understated
my
that fact.
butthole.
The pig felt cold and pliable in my hands as I lifted it from the workshop, and as I probed it through the plastic, I realized that it felt exactly like the cuts of meat my father brought from the supermarket, except this cut of meat had floppy ears, sleepy eyelids pressed tight, and a pink snout barely longer than my thumb. Reaching across, Ned gave it a poke and winced, and we shared an apprehensive look. By some unspoken consent, I wound up opening the packet, and as soon as the scissors pierced the plastic, there was a whoosh of air and a horrific smell rose up. As the other pigs were opened, kids all around me started crying out or gagging or laughing. "No worse than Josh in the changing rooms," Alec cried out, and even I shared a laugh, but it was hard to be distracted by the eye-watering stench. "Come on," Mr. Latter cried out. "I'll open some windows, but it's something you have to get used to. If you need to leave, that's fine, but if you stay, you take it seriously." I opened the packet further, and with the plastic now slack, the pig slumped to the bottom, slipping between the rubbery sheets in a thick overcoat of pale grease. "It's slimy," Ned grimaced. "Should we ask what it is?" "I don't want to know," I replied, and taking a deep breath, I reached in and slid the pig out by one of its legs. It fell onto the metal tray with a wet slap and slowly unfurled in the open air until it lay like a babe on its back. "Right," Mr. Latter cried out, once more commanding all of our attention. "The first incision will be made vertically downwards, leading from the nape of the neck down to the groin. Yes, very funny, groin. Are we still laughing about things like this? You're 16. Now come on, get on with it." I tried to hand the scalpel to Ned, but he held his hand up and shook his head. I was about to try and persuade him into taking over from me, but a girl cried out and dropped her scissors with a loud clatter, drawing all of our eyes. "Sir, mine looks weird." Adding to this, a few others said similar things. "Mine too. This one looks seriously gross. Oh my god, why does it look like that?" "It's perfectly normal," Mr. Latter cried out, his voice straining for the first time that day. "Some may be a little underdeveloped, but you're just not used to seeing them like this. Most of you have probably never even been on a farm." "No, sir," said one of the girls up front, and she slid a tray forwards to show him. "Look." The teacher's face, which was typically plastered with a facetious smirk, was an expression of thinly veiled shock. "Why is the fluid all black?" the same girl asked. Mr. Latter stepped forward. Every single kid took it as a sign that we should get up and see, crowding forward until we were all staring at the strange thing on the tray. "Why does it look like that? Where are its eyes? Why is it so hairy?" Mr. Latter pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. His mouth still hung open, and, noticing us standing there, for the first time he suddenly closed it and collected himself. "Must have been sold a bad one by the farmers. They looked okay in the packets. I just thought it had black colouring." He chuckled nervously. "Still, I expect its insides are the same as the others." "Sir, I don't think that's a pig," I said. "Don't be silly," he replied. "What else could it be?" "Mine's even worse," one girl cried out, guiding us to a desk. "Look at the eyes." Mr. Latter groaned. That's a very good example of a mutation. A surprisingly common one, actually, in farm animals. There's a museum in the town over where some of the farmers have preserved goats and sheep born with one too many eyes or too few." "Yeah, but this is like 6 extra eyes," I said, "and they're not all on the head." "I don't want to touch that thing," Carly said, speaking for the first time since returning. "Sir, it looks infected with something." Everyone recoiled from the pigs, pulling away in a muddled panic or crying out 1,000 different theories and ideas. "Are they contagious? What about radiation? What if they suddenly come back to life?" At the last proclamation, there was a brief pause, and then hysterics. Even I have to admit, a quick look at the slender pink pig on my own tray sent a shiver down my spine. I thought of those wet, newborn eyes opening, and the cold snout heaving in an unnatural breath, and I wound up involuntarily frightening myself. "Be quiet!" Mr. Latter screamed, immediately falling silent as if shocked by his outburst. After a few thoughtful moments, he resumed. Okay, right. How many of the specimens are healthy?" "Ours is," Ned answered. "And mine," cried another. All in all, about 2/3 of the pigs looked normal, and Mr. Latter quickly set about reorganizing us, so we'd be in bigger groups sharing only healthy pigs. One by one, he collected the malformed specimens and put them away in a small fridge at the back of the head of the class. After we were all reseated and calm, he told us, "Now, we all have healthy specimens. The groups are a bit larger, but the plan remains the same. Share the work, get your hands dirty, and if you need to be sick, use a wastebasket or a sink. Don't fight it. As soon as you feel the slightest urge, get a bin. Right, now that all the fuss is over, are we all finally ready to begin?" "Right, well, okay, Jacob, why don't you start?" For some reason, he picked me. Looking across at me from the classroom as if by random, looking down I realized I'd foolishly picked up the scalpel to fidget with as I listened, and in doing so, nominated myself for the grisly task. When I looked at Ned, he merely shook his head. His expression brooked no argument. I was holding the scalpel. Teacher had asked me. "Just start at the neck and make one long incision down to the groin," Mr. Latter reiterated. No one laughed this time as I looked down at the pig. It wasn't as cute now I'd seen the other strange things that had come out of the packets, but it looked at peace, and I didn't want to be the one to violate that slumber. But everyone was looking at me with anticipation, and, accepting my fate, I reached out, pressed the tip of my curved blade at the base of its neck, and pushed hard enough to break the skin. An eerie silence. Thick, black blood welled up in the depression, filling it up before flowing down the ribs like a trickle of syrup. "That's good, Jacob," Mr. Latter said, earnestly trying to encourage me. I pulled the blade down and opened the pig like it was a zipper on a costume, momentarily horrified by just how easily my arm had glided downwards. All of a sudden, screams filled the room, and I realized I'd been unconsciously holding my eyes shut. Opening them revealed the pig's insides unfurling from the chest cavity like expanding foam. "Jesus Christ," Mr. Latter cried, and one by one, the remaining kids stormed out of the classroom, retching and sobbing and screaming hysterically. But I remained, paralyzed by fear and disgust. What had welled up was a frightening mass of glistening, black, tumorous organs, thick and sticky-webbed mucus and translucent membranes. Piece by piece, this repulsive slop fell aside until thin, pale ribs were visible, standing rigid like the spires of a cathedral built in some cult-riddled swamp. "Oh my God," Mr. Latter breathlessly groaned, and if I could have spoken, I would have said much worse. But I was unable to do anything except glare at the strange, gremlin-like arm that had been revealed by the bubbling remains, its knobby fingers weakly quivering in the morning light. Dissections were stopped at my school after that. Our head teacher spoke at an assembly and told us plainly that it was an unfortunate incident where several deformed fetuses had been purchased by accident. She worked hard to dissuade the rumors of monsters, blinking eyes, twitching corpses, and crying pig demons that had spread across the school like wildfire. Even Ned, who I'd been right beside the whole time, started telling belated versions of the story at lunchtime, but I had no appetite to put him down for it. I was the one who had seen the arm, and it had plagued my nightmares for days. But other than one assembly, we were all meant to carry on with our lives as normal, and sure enough, everyone else slowly lost interest in the usual and macabre story, until, after a fortnight, I was seemingly the only one left still haunted by the dissection. Nearly all of my dreams had turned to nightmares, and each night was spent tossing and turning with strange, swine-riddled horrors. Worse still, I was suffering from night terrors for the first time in nearly 10 years, and there were a few occasions when my parents had found me screaming hysterically in the bathtub, ranting about a tiny claw groping at my window. I had no memory of any of this, but whether I remembered it or not, it was all up there in my head, churning away, and the dreams hung over me like a black cloud. I wished so badly that it would soon pass, but found out, to my dismay, that we were having an upcoming field trip to a nearby farm. Mr. Latter wouldn't say if the field trip was linked to the dissection, but when we arrived, a few of us made comments about how it was a free-range farm, looking like something right out of a children's book. Cows, sheep, and pigs roamed on open pastures, and huge swaths of crops dominated the landscape. It felt like it had been deliberately chosen to undo any lasting impressions we may have formed about where our dinner came from. I spent most of the day moping around, and when time for lunch came, I wandered off to sit quietly on a small bucket. Within a few minutes, Mr. Latter found me and asked if I was okay, but I told him I just needed space. Taking a deep breath, he put a reassuring hand on my shoulder and added, "I'll come get you when lunch is over. Don't go wandering off." Left alone, I turned my eyes back to the pen of pigs before me. There were maybe 5 or 6 of them milling around in an endless churned mud pit, their pig snouts working in constant rumble of wet, breathy snorts. They seemed quite happy, all except for one that lay helplessly on its side, panting. At first, I thought it was just sunbathing. It was a hot sunny day. But as the seconds ticked on, my eyes kept returning to it. And then, suddenly, it started seizing. Its limbs thrashed frantically in the thick sop as it let rip a horrendous squeal, an unnatural and shrill scream of pain that sounded just plain wrong coming from a helpless animal. Looking around, I spotted an old man wandering by, one I didn't recognize from the group. "Excuse me," I cried out. "I think something's wrong." The old man saw me and smiled and started shuffling over at a leisurely pace. "Oh, she's just pregnant," he said when he was close enough to talk. "Although she has a month to go, I'd say. Not quite there yet." I skeptically eyed the pig, and once the old man decided to pay attention, he did too. Together, we watched the poor animal scream and writhe as the old man's face grew increasingly concerned. "It's far too early," he muttered under his breath. "Jesus Christ!" I cried, standing to my feet while the two of us recoiled. The pig had been rolling around in increasing pain, and the others in the pen had taken to huddling in one corner when, all of a sudden, something had moved within the swollen belly. A pointed shape pushed hard against the thin skin like a knife breaking through a tent. "Jenny!" the old man screamed, and a young woman came trotting over. "Get your brother," he shouted, "and then go get Dr. Powell on the phone. Go now." But whatever he had planned, it was too late. With a terrible sound, the stomach burst like a water balloon, spilling a greasy clear fluid all over the mud, and the wind quickly carried the smell over to us. I started retching, quickly realizing that I'd smelled the exact same foul odor once before. The pig had stopped screaming by now and lay breathlessly, twitching on the floor as a grotesque black shape slid out of its sagging gut. Whatever it was, it had a few features of a pig. There was a snout, I think, but it was riddled with black, glistening tumors that popped and hissed in the open air. "Oh no," the old man whined. No, not another one." We were told nothing about the exact circumstances of Mr. Latter's death. Vague rumours spread, and we learned enough to piece together the basic outline. He had died on a fishing trip, sleeping peacefully in a tent with his wife, who was apparently also missing, although it was hard to know for sure with all the wild stories going around. For the most part, teachers tried their best to suppress the gory tales of slashed tents and pulped heads and jealous exes and faked deaths for life insurance money. But as long as they refused to tell us what actually happened, there was no stopping the hushed gossip. For me, it had come at the worst time. Ever since the farm, the nightmares had escalated, and now I could remember the terrifying hallucinations, or at least that's what I told myself they were. I started hearing things, seeing fleeting shapes in the corner of my eyes. It was one thing when it was a strange reflection in the window of my ground floor bedroom in the middle of the night, or a grotesque snort coming from the shadows in my room. But when it started happening on the long summer walks home from school, I had a hard time telling myself it was just a figment of my imagination. Bushes would rustle and footsteps would clomp away as I passed the overgrown alleyways between the suburban homes, often retreating into the woods just behind the town. Howling squeals would ring out from deep within the trees and disturb flocks of perched crows, and one night I awoke paralyzed to the sight of a glowing pair of yellow eyes glaring at me from the ceiling. At some point I fell back asleep, and when morning came, I was all too eager to write it off as sleep paralysis. But then I noticed how my chest was slick with a foul, clear liquid. You wouldn't believe what my mom suggested it was, but I had serious doubts about that. A dark idea had wormed its way into my head, vague and shapeless, and every time something strange happened, it kept popping back, even though it filled me with terrible dread. For a while, it was just a feeling, a faint notion of something about those grotesque pig fetuses. But then one day, I was walking between buildings at school when I was distracted by hysterical screaming coming from the art block. These weren't the urgent howls of pain, but there were still a dozen muzzled shouts of hysteria and upset crying. By the time I reached the door, dozens of girls and boys were flooding out of the door, and behind me came Mrs. Carroll, pale as a sheet, her hand pressed to her chest and her mouth wide open. She was speechless, and even when I asked her if she was okay, she didn't even look at me. By now, kids were filtering off to go get help, but I heard a quiet whimper from behind her, and I realized someone was still inside. I gently pushed past the teacher and went in, only to find Carly kneeling on the floor before an enormous canvas. She was distressed, a large sheet of fabric clutched in her hand. I realized that she must have pulled it away to reveal her painting, and, looking at the madness she had made, it became clear why the class had burst into hysterics. It was undeniably familiar. A swirling mass of glistening, oily muscle set against the haunting rendition of the woods. But, unlike the fetuses, this monster did not have the withered, atrophied muscles of a fetus, nor did it possess any swine-like features. It was something else, something I recognized from the subconscious impression left by weeks of wretched memories. A hulking mass of almost humanoid shape. Its outline was ill-defined, but within the cacophony of visual noise, I glimpsed something glorious and terrifying in equal measure. "It won't leave me alone," Carly sobbed. "It won't stop looking." Kids walking down the street cheered when the first trucks came. Big, khaki-coloured things. They rumbled along in a small convoy with their tarpaulin tops rustling in the breeze. We could glimpse nothing of the contents, nor of the people who owned and operated them. There were no military decals or symbols, and they carried no plates. But with great urgency, these trucks passed through the town before peeling off in the direction of a large farm just south of the town. "Where do you think Mr. Latter got those pigs from?" Ned asked. I heard that a farmer down there committed suicide, I replied. You don't think... I don't know, he replied. But come on, it's only an hour or two walk if we can cut through the woods. It was weird that neither of us protested our own plan to go to the countryside alone. Even at the time, I remember feeling apprehension, but I assumed Ned felt no fear, only to later find that, barely half an hour into the walk, he was twitchy and visibly afraid. Should we turn back? I asked. Looking back, we were faced with the endless ash trees that surrounded us, their thick, twisted boughs rocking in silent oscillations. I couldn't escape the haunting sensation that something just over the crest of a nearby hill was watching us, and when a small flicker of topsoil along with the ridge was disturbed and came rolling down in our direction, I had to fight to keep control. No, Ned replied. We'll cut across into the farm's fields. I'd rather be accused of trespassing than stay here. 10 minutes of walking perpendicular, followed by a hasty climb of a tall hedge, and we emerged into an open, wide field of blooming rapeseed, the yellow flowers so bright in the midsummer sun they looked luminescent. The effect was undeniably calming, for we stood in an endless, chest-high expanse of golden warmth that stretched off to a far-off hill where a gloriously large tree rose alone, its canopy reaching far and wide. Without thinking, we started making our way towards the hill, which was roughly in the direction we needed to go. But the relief was short-lived. Not long into the journey, Ned stopped and turned on his heel, his head darting side to side with panicked breaths. "Did you hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" "That sound, like breathing but all wet." "Come on," I said, pulling him by the elbow. "Let's go." We picked up our pace, and I found my eyes furtively probing the featureless sea of yellow around us. The flowers rustled in a cool breeze, their stems bending and swaying in oceanic waves that rolled across the acres. But sometimes the wind would turn and bring with it a gagging, wretched smell, and when it picked up into roaring gusts, my ears would pick up the sound of stomping feet or heavy, gurgling panting. About halfway there, and I couldn't help but turn to look, and when I did, Ned stopped too. Together, we stared into the undulating fields and tried hard to see anything we both desperately wished wasn't there. Suddenly, Ned grabbed my arm, and with wide eyes, he directed me to a patch of distant flowers that didn't sway as strongly in the wind. It was hard to know what he meant, but once I saw it, I couldn't take my gaze away. "What?" I started to ask, but then it changed. It started to move, barely visible like a ripple of water in an ocean, but it was coming towards us, and my heart raced at the implications. "Come on," Ned said, and together we started walking out at first. But when another stolen glance revealed that the distance between us and the moving shape had halved, we both started to run. "Where are we going?" I panted. "Don't know," Ned breathily replied. We ran on for a few hundred meters, only for Ned to slow to a jog. I looked at him and saw him staring at the space behind us. "It's gone," he cried out. "There's nothing there. Look." I saw nothing, and for a brief second, I breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. But the horizon was busy, and we were surrounded by endless rows of diminishing flowers, and I cautiously tugged at Ned's arm. "It was probably nothing," he moaned, unmoved by my gesture. "We're just messing with our own heads." "I don't like this," I said. "We were just..." I didn't hear what he said next. I glimpsed it, a shape hiding amidst the golden flowers. There was a horrifying moment where I simply didn't register what I was looking at. It was so unnatural, so strange, an asymmetrical mess of bone and fur, that my brain simply had no reference. It wasn't a tree, plant, or animal, or at least it bore so little resemblance to anything I knew that my brain rebelled at its failure to categorize it. Instead, a rising crescendo of fear overtook me, and by the time I pieced together the significance of those amber eyes, my feet were already carrying me in a life or death flight. "Where are you?" Ned cried out, but his voice was cut short. I couldn't bring myself to look back, not even as tears filled my eyes and my heart sank with regret. By the time I reached the farm, night was starting to fall. Somewhere along the way, I'd become lost and spent hours frantically running myself ragged in those golden fields. Only after I climbed a hedge and found a lonely country lane did I stop to rest. I found in those desperate, panting moments that much of my courage had dissolved and I was close to collapse. When I resumed my journey, it was a sullen walk along the edges of the road, often having to step aside under grassy thickets when cars and tractors passed by. Initially, I found myself wishing I had a torch, or at least some way to make myself visible to the oncoming cars, but I was thankful for the stealth it afforded after those peculiar trucks came driving by in another convoy. Close behind came the smell of fire and burning meat, and I knew they were leaving the very place I was trying to reach. I found fresh reserves of energy and carried on until, at last, I stumbled through the open gates of a dingy-looking farm. The driveway was unpaved, and without the full moon, it would have been impossible to walk safely. Thankfully, I found a small torch hanging from one of the gateposts that led to the main yard, and used that to light the rest of the way. Close by, I saw animals milling around nervously in their pens, clearly unsettled by the smouldering pile of dead pigs in an adjacent field. The mountain of charred meat rose so high it rivaled the height of the house, and as I approached it, I saw that, while most of the animals looked normal, a few bore oily, blinking tumours that popped and hissed in the blaze. "You're lost," I cried out and dropped my torch, momentarily dousing myself in darkness. Someone was close by, and they turned on their own light and pointed it towards mine that lay in the ground. I took it and used it, revealing a squirrely-looking old man in overalls. "You lost?" he cried out. He looked like a corpse in my light, with puffy eyes and a haunted expression. It was evident he was a man deep in despair. Yes," I stammered. "Sorry." "What the hell are you doing out here?" he hissed. Thinking quickly, I replied, "My friends pulled a prank on me, left me out here on my own." "They ain't your friends then, are they?" he asked. "Clearly not," I answered. "Do you mind me asking, are you okay?" The old man huffed and turned, and only after he'd walked a few steps did he call out, "You coming or what? I'll get my keys and give you a lift. Got nothing else to do now anyway." I followed him to his doorstep and then into his kitchen. It was a terrible mess, and I saw that much of the food left out had spoiled. "I should clean," he grumbled, "but at this rate, I'm likely to lose the place anyhow." "What happened?" He eyed me for a moment before answering. "Infection," he said. "God knows how. So started getting pregnant, but the piglets are all wrong. Started off small, but..." He trailed off and his eyes glazed over. "I saw the burnt animals," I said, pulling him back to the present. "Judging by that look in your eye, you've seen more than that," he said with a dark smirk. "You know, they let me keep the cows and sheep, but fat load of good that'll do me," he grumbled. "Like anyone's ever going to buy meat round these parts again." "This has happened to other farms?" "It's happened to at least 2 others," he answered. "I tried to keep the healthy pigs, but they wouldn't let me. Hell, they even killed the damn boars. Wouldn't even say what it was though. I doubt they knew. No one knows anything like this. So I was getting pregnant without intimation? That doesn't make sense. When I started putting them in for the night, something damn near tore the barn down to get at them. I figured it was a wild boar, but it's something else, I said. You ever hear about Loki getting that horse pregnant? He asked, a strange energy in his eyes. What? Come with me, he said, his voice low and menacing. But then, just like that, he was laughing, the shrill cackle touching my nerves. Come on, boy, I ain't gonna hurt you. Come on, I got something to show you. Quietly, he led me through the house and towards the back. Together, we walked out into the fields behind the house, the stench of burnt meat following us like a ghost. Finally, after what felt like an hour, we reached a small tool shed that looked abandoned. I just kept killing him, he said. You see one, you want to kill it. Trust me. But that's the thing, we were getting wrong. I don't know why I thought of Loki, but something was putting babies in them pigs. They weren't piglets, they were... well, I don't know. But this whole damn time, it didn't dawn on one of us to think that maybe whatever the hell this thing was, it just wanted one of its litter alive. He pushed the door open and looked inside. I kept her, he whispered. Hid her away, the last one. It's been a terrible fight, but I think I've got her to come to full term. It was hard to think that the thing before me had ever been a sow. It was wretched, bulbous and distended, and clearly pained with desperate, heaving spasms. It had swollen to the size of a sofa and lay half broken across the floor, easily 3 times as long as the one I'd saw in the farm. As the light caught its grossly extended belly, I saw that the skin was gossamer thin and translucent, the light of the torch revealing blue veins as thick as my thumb that tirelessly pumped with blood. The light revealed something else, something that stirred in response to the stimulation. Why would Loki impregnate a horse? The old man said, his voice close to awe. But then again, who am I to question a god? You've seen it, or somewhere deep down, you're aware. I reckon it's been chasing up every damn human with a trace of its baby's scent. Suddenly, the sow shuddered and moved belly first towards us. Crying out, I jumped backwards, but the farmer stayed rooted to the spot. Don't shy away, he cried. Look, she's breaching. With the sound of tearing fabric, something broke the thin-skinned stomach, and a torrent of effluent and blood flooded out of the shed, washing our shoes and ankles before draining away into the soil. What remained after the amniotic fluid was gone was a flapping mess of skin draped over a huddled shape that writhed and struggled to break free. Boy, the farmer said, if I were you, I'd kneel. The old man fell and planted his face into the earth in a gesture of supplication. For a moment, I stayed standing, scanning the surrounding fields. And then, in an instant, the shed disappeared in a braying thunder of broken metal and snapping wood. The painting didn't do it justice. My nightmares didn't come close. The sky behind its towering structure warped and broke open like the peeling of a burned film and revealing a bruised and sickening nebula of smoky, malignant stars. I felt as if the ground beneath my feet could give way at any moment, as if the very stuff of reality was crumbling and breaking apart, its mere presence betrayed an unspeakable power, its eyes glittering with human intelligence that felt more like a force of nature. I cannot easily describe the eerie feeling that came over me, except to say that I became distinctly aware of the other. This thing was not human, but it was not animal. It didn't just rival a human, it dwarfed us. It watched as its spawn tore its way free of the womb. It fumbled and fell at first, a grotesque mess of screaming mouths and cracking bone. It was a wretched miscarriage that inspired only pity and horror. Its horrible cries racked with pain and rage. Slowly, the tumors hissed and shifted, and before my very eyes, it started to change. At first, I thought it would stand there, metamorphosing in gut-wrenching agony. But with a startling shriek, it launched itself forward with a single, mollusk-like tongue and fell upon the farmer. He was consumed like a bacterium by a macrophage, heaving liquid flesh, contracting and breaking him open. He opened his mouth, but the creature's flesh probed the orifice with writhing cilia, and, finding it pleasing, pulsing muscle soon followed. He was broken open like a piece of fruit, and his cries were cut short with an abrupt contraction. God, I tried so hard to make my legs move, but I couldn't. I stayed there and watched, even as the monstrous spawn continued its freakish transformation, crunching and snapping into place. Only when its amber eyes fixed on me did my legs obey my mind, and I fled into the night, screaming and crying hysterically. I was found in a nearby field, but of the farmer and the shed, there was no sign. It took days before my senses returned to me, and weeks before anyone would tell me what was found of Ned. Most people assumed we'd been attacked by a maniac and I'd fled in terror, although I wondered if the police really believed this, and I did nothing to contradict these rumors. I didn't have the stomach to relive the full story, and the images of Ned's pulverized corpse the police showed me only invoked guilt and shame. I think of Loki often. Do you know how often those ancient gods supposedly impregnated random animals? Turns out it's a pretty common myth. It's so weird reading about those gods, because so much of their lives are written out as relatable. They betray each other, love each other, fight, marry, break up. But every now and again, they do something almost insane. They turn into monsters, eat worlds, reshape continents, take offense at things that make no sense. I read these stories, no longer as quirky tales of humanoid supermen, but as fragmented accounts, glimpses of something that's almost familiar, something you could almost never piece together to make sense. But beneath them lies a veneer of sheer insanity, something that a human mind can never truly understand. Certainly not as a whole. I imagine it as a balloon, loosely tethered by arteries and veins to the hollow cavity the doctors discovered in my chest. It's invisible and intangible, but I can feel it beating, keeping me alive. When I was small, they did many tests on me, but the state and location of my heart eluded all medical scrutiny. The doctors couldn't see anything in an X-ray or MRI scan, much less explain to my horrified parents how their little boy was still alive and how they could feel a pulse in his wrists. They kept theorizing that I didn't have a heart, to which I told them I did. Right here, I said, pointing to the empty air to the right of where I felt my ghostly heart floating, swaying in the draft coming from the air vents and beating a steady rhythm. When I passed my hand through it, I felt a small warmth echo in my chest. It's floating right here, like a balloon. X-ray scans of the empty air predictably revealed nothing. I grew up a sickly boy, pale and fragile, and never allowed to move the way I wanted to. The further my heart strayed from my body, the colder and weaker I felt. If I ran too fast, I could feel my heart lag behind me until its strings pulled taut, making me dizzy and short for breath. If the car I was in lurched too far, I choked and felt my consciousness flicker. On my first day of kindergarten, the teacher tried to pull me away from my parents as they waved goodbye, and my heart clung to my mother so tightly that I only made it a few painful steps before keeling over to the ground, lost to the world in a death-like sleep. I remember vaguely hearing the sound of screaming and the wail of an ambulance. Despite the ever-present concern for my parents and my doctors, I learned to live with my strange balloon heart and figured out ways to go about my days as normally as I could. Some of my teachers in elementary school would call me precocious, but I was only independent because I needed to be. When I carried myself with self-confidence and a degree of comfort in my own body, my heart followed me more readily, and I rarely had repeats of incidents like the first day of kindergarten. That's not to say I was a solitary kid. A welcome side effect of having self-confidence was that the people around me could look past my ashen face and bony limbs. I made friends who were half curious and half in awe of my invisible balloon heart, in the innocent way little kids are when they really haven't learned to be concerned or sensible about their friends' strange illnesses. They walked to the playground with me during recess because they knew I couldn't handle running too fast. And when Rex, the 5th grade bully, shoved me in the hallway and yelled "Vampire Boy," they quickly intercepted and threatened to call the hall monitor. In short, I found my way around and was fortunate enough to meet people who accepted me. I worked out often and tried to live a healthy lifestyle to make up for my ever-present tremor at the tips of my fingers. I learned to drive and then learned to ignore the angry honking behind me whenever I accelerated too slowly for their liking. Last summer, I graduated from high school and, though my heart wasn't too happy about it, I said goodbye to my family and friends and moved away for the first time to go to college halfway across the country. My parents worried about me at first, but I assured them I could keep myself safe. In the following spring, I fell in love. She sat 2 seats away from me in our chemistry lecture. If I was cold and sickly, then she was like the sun, warm and radiant and full of life. Her fiery red hair tumbled in tousled curls and her mischievous smile was spattered with faint golden freckles. When I first saw her, my heart instantly picked up in a quickened beat. When the lecture was over and we stood up to leave, I discovered that I couldn't move away from her. My heart wouldn't let me. It skipped impatiently, hovering as close to her as it could get, keeping me locked in place until she passed me by and started walking towards the exit of the lecture hall. Then I felt a shock of vertigo as my heart skipped ahead of me and yanked me toward her. It wanted to get to her. It needed to get to her. I lurched forward and my heart kept tugging at me impatiently, like I was some sort of dog on a leash. I stumbled after it, desperately hoping the pulling would stop after the redhead girl left the lecture hall, after she exited the building, after she walked through the crowded plaza and into the street. It didn't. I walked as inconspicuously as I could, but I was sure people around me could tell I was following the girl without her knowledge. When we walked down 3 streets and the crowds thinned to the occasional passerby, and she still hadn't noticed me tailing her, I reached out to my side and grabbed the street lamp out of sheer determination not to unwittingly stalk her all the way home. The painted steel bar was a shock of cold against my clammy fingers, and, not a second later, I felt my heart yank harder against my chest. A sharp pain surged through my body. My vision flickered and I choked. My head spun. The girl kept walking. My heart kept pulling, like it was determined to follow her or kill me trying. Black spots trickled to the edges of my vision. "Please," I coughed with the last of my breath. "Please stop." Miraculously, the red-headed girl paused. She looked around, and then looked at me, as if she wasn't quite sure if I had been addressing her. Her freckles seemed to flicker like fairy lights, and then I felt my knees buckle. When I collapsed, I couldn't feel anything but the cold, empty black. When I came to, she was sitting next to my hospital bed, looking at me with concern in her bright blue eyes. When she saw me stir, she let out a small sigh and sat back in a chair. "Geez, you were starting to scare me there," she said, with more enthusiasm than I could have expected. Then she sat forward again and peered at my face. The doctors say you've got no heart. What's the deal with that? I have a heart, I stammered, taken aback by her straightforwardness. I reached out to point at it. Then I realized she would think I was pointing at her chest, slightly to the left inside her ribcage, where her own heart would be, where I felt my invisible balloon heart hover, nestled like a kitten next to hers. It felt warm. I lowered my hand. It's a long story. A nurse came in and I gave him my doctor's letter, the one that explained everything my doctors from home knew about my condition. The nurse left for a while, came back in, asked me some questions, took my pulse and blood pressure. After a while, the red-headed girl stood up. I need to get going. You'll be okay, right? My heart sank, quite literally, and as she stood up, I almost cried out for her not to leave. But before I could get the words out, she turned to me and smiled. I'll be back in the evening after class. Those words were a miracle cure. I felt my heart relax and float back towards me. Finally. Her name was Leela, and she became half my life. Even after I was discharged from the hospital, she stuck by my side and helped me walk. We met up with each other on the way to and from campus, in our chemistry lecture hall, at the cafe after school, in the student lounge of a dormitory. My heart was happy, pressed up against hers, and when I was by her side, it felt more alive than ever. I could have been mistaken, but I felt a bit of warmth and colour return to my cheeks as we grew closer by the day. We spent moonlit evenings on the roof and danced under the stars. We laid in the grass in lazy afternoons and kissed in the summer rain. Whenever she parted with me, I asked if I would see her again. Her smile and nod were all my heart needed to return to me. Last Saturday was Valentine's Day, and I was going to bring her flowers. I was walking down the plaza. I had roses in my hand and a handwritten card in my pocket. I first heard the ruckus and the police sirens and didn't bother to look, but then the people walking in front of me moved, and I saw the broken glass shattered across the street and the ambulance parked at the intersection. My pulse quickened, like my heart somehow already knew what had happened. Before I could try to get a better look, before I could even see the blood on the ground or spot the streak of fiery red hair hanging from the stretcher, my heart leapt out of my chest and yanked me forward, twisting in pain and leaving crimson rose petals fluttering to the ground behind me. It was an accident, someone was crying. It was an accident, I didn't mean to, oh God. Sirens wailed and people shouted, but before anyone could get her to the hospital, Layla was dead. Layla's funeral was attended by few, just the family and a half-dozen friends. She must have talked about me because they seemed to know who I was. We gathered and watched as the pallbearers lowered a small wooden casket into the ground. I cast the withered remains of my roses into a grave and watched the soil pile up on its leaves. When the service was over, Layla's mother asked if I would join her family for the evening. Before I could answer, my heart gently tugged me back towards Layla's grave. I think I'll stay, I said. Just to say some things I never got to say to her. She nodded, and soon I was left alone in the small cemetery. As soon as the last car disappeared around the bend, my heart tore me from my spot and threw me onto my knees at the foot of Layla's grave. I grasped and clutched at my chest. I know, I whispered, tears streaking down my cheeks. I know, I'm hurting too. I could almost hear it crying. The old tremor returned to my hands, and my body felt as cold and heavy as stone. We sat there and mourned until nighttime fell around us. Then, unexpectedly, I felt my heart begin to pull me again. Instead of making me walk like usual, it sank straight into the earth. The cold, damp soil that chilled my bones and made me shiver. I squatted down and leaned toward the ground, and finally just flattened myself against the earth. But my heart wouldn't stop pulling me downwards. It wanted to get to her. "Stop," I whimpered. It pulled harder. The strain grew from a gentle pressure in my chest to pain. I felt beads of cold sweat on my back. "Stop it," I groaned. "Stop it, she's gone." It didn't stop pulling. Soon I was dizzy with pain, gasping for breath in the cold, musty air coming up from the soil. "Please stop, you're killing me." My heart didn't listen. It didn't seem to care. I clawed at the dirt and my fingers dug into the earth easily. Soft, wet soil that was packed down just this evening. My heart pulled me harder. It wanted to see Layla. It needed to see Layla. She was half my life, my warmth and my light, buried 6 feet under. My shaking hands dug up handfuls of dirt and cast them aside, faster and faster and faster, until my mind blurred and time lost its meaning, and my only cohesive thought was that I had to survive. Bits of silt stung the soft skin underneath my fingernails, and jagged stones cut into my palms, but that pain was nothing compared to the growing tension in my chest, forcing me deeper into the earth, threatening to kill me if I didn't obey. I swear I only wanted to live. I swear. I know that it must be hard to believe that I'm sane, considering you found me in the graveyard, cradling the corpse of Kayla Kinley and crying into a dress. I know that her family must be repulsed beyond measure, and that her friends would loathe me for defiling her like this. I know that. I know that when this story goes public, some people out there will point fingers and say I did it because I don't have a heart, literally and figuratively. But I do. Please, believe me when I say I do. I can't move much in this prison cell, but my heart tries to pull me towards her, even now. One of the guards told me earlier today, with a look of distaste in his eyes, that Layla's family was going to cremate her body and scatter her ashes in the wind, so that people like me couldn't find her ever again. Since then, I can't move away from my door. My heart is trying to yank me out of my cell, but this isn't the loose soil in the cemetery. My body is weak, and my hands are shredded, and I can't dig my way out of prison. I wonder if I'm going to be let out. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm more afraid of. Pleading my honesty when no one believes me until my heart tears free from my body and I finally drop dead on the floor of my cell, or being released into a world where Layla has been turned into a million specks of dust carried by the breeze into the clouds, into streams and rivers, into the lungs of oblivious passerbys. My heart intends to find all of her and bring her back into my arms. I slid the metal in between the wooden planks and pulled them out slowly. Tommy tried to warn me that the spider was closer. I looked up and could see that it appeared to grow more, smaller legs, but it was only a little closer. Shaking my head, I just told Tommy to quit worrying and help me get out of here. He asked me, "Man, does anything scare you?" I just grunted in reply, but really had felt like the house had thrown me a softball. I've never had a problem with spiders before. I get not liking something small crawling all over you, but making it a giant spider removed any fears I might have had. And then, the next strike against the wall produced a thick stream of sunlight. I tore into it greedily, right as the thing above fell down, right next to Tommy. I turned around to tell him not to worry, that the spider wasn't real, but all the words left me. Standing behind us were 4 girls. They were all pretty, wearing white nightgowns and seemed to have their heads fused together at the scalp. They were permanently in a crab position, with their backs towards the floor and only their feet touching the ground. Their arms flopped around as they moved in sync towards Tommy. All 4 girls were sobbing. I didn't wait to see what else they could do. I was terrified. I launched myself at the small hole I had made and squeezed myself out of that house like I was the last bit of toothpaste from a tube. After I popped out, a spray of blood followed. Quarts of the stuff. I tumbled from the roof and my vision was disoriented from the rapid changing direction of my head, the blood in my eyes, and the bright light that seemed to blind me even when my eyes were closed. It didn't matter. I couldn't stop myself if I tried. I fell from roof to eaves to another lower floor, and then again until it felt like I was falling down a flight of stairs, until I hit the bottom and realized I had been falling down a flight of stairs. I was still inside the house. My despair was short-lived, since I also realized I was next to the living room. I crossed it to get to the front door. I only slowed to pause before Mr. Crowther's corpse. I didn't know what he did, how much of this insanity was because of the house, him, or whatever, but I still wished I had bullets in my gun, because I would love to drill him in between the eyes. That's when his grey, paper-thin eyelids opened, and he stared at me with completely white eyes. That scared me pretty good. I grabbed the nearest thing to me and ended up breaking his left forearm and shoving the arm bones into his left eye. I pushed it in hard, trying to hit brain. Instead, there was a squeal of pain that sounded like it came from within the head, and green blood, for lack of a better word, squirted out from behind the ocular fluid. Whether or not that meant he would truly die, I left him still writhing in that chair. I needed to get out. It was almost welcoming to burst open the front door and see the sea of red and blue lights. I found out later that my gunfire resulted in the neighbours calling 911. I didn't mind. I needed the company. Even as they threw me to the ground and handcuffed me, I was happy. At least, until I got paranoid about all this just being another hallucination of the house's design. Now, there's a lot that scares me. Spiders and things that look like spiders scare me. Going to sleep and waking up scares me. Stairs scare me. But I get to stay locked up where it's nice and mostly safe for a long time. They have no idea how I twisted Thor into the pretzel they found, and they never found Tommy's body, so the death penalty is out. Still, it didn't look too good to have all of Tommy's blood covering me. They keep me in solitary because I keep splitting my cellmates' heads open to check for little men that might have green blood, just in case. But at least my insanity defense looks to be strong. I'm hoping I can get transferred to a more comfortable hospital soon. In the meantime, I just have to be on the lookout for any logical inconsistencies. The house isn't going to trap me again so easily. If I'm still there, I need to find out as soon as possible to escape. Wait, it's not helpful to think like that. I must remember I'm safe. Of course I'm out. It's been weeks since I left the house. I think it's been that long anyway. It's really hard to keep track of time all alone in here. Oh, sorry. I'm not thinking clearly. I can just check the calendar on this laptop. But this laptop... How did I get a laptop in solitary confinement? Wait, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I actually cleaned up my act a lot. My memory's still fuzzy on how I got a hold of a contraband laptop, but the guards took it away as soon as I made all that fuss. Anyway, I got a great public defender who was able to save me from the murder charges and even the breaking and entering of the old Crow house. He truthfully argued that we were in there because of a reasonable suspicion of a foul play, and we had rightfully searched the place for survivors after finding Mr. Crowther dead in the living room. It helped that none of the prosecutor's experts could agree as to how exactly Thor died, and they never found Tommy's body. I was still convicted of the assault after I'd been imprisoned, but I took a plea deal and just got 5 years probation, the majority of which I would spend at Oregon State Hospital. Of course, nice as my lawyer was, I never fully trusted him. I had made a sort of peace with the thought that I may have still been trapped in the Crow House. Its illusions and spectres looked, felt, and even smelled real. I can still remember the pain of feeling a dog ripping the flesh off of my arm. So it took a good year before I felt like I could relax. You can only be paranoid for so long. Then you just get tired of all the fear. I decided that if I was in a hallucination, I would just wait and see where it all went. And truthfully, I figured that if the house could create illusions this good, then I was a dead man no matter what I did. Either way, I managed to make life work at the hospital for long enough. Eventually, my memories of the house faded, so I could start to sleep naturally again. I made lots of progress with my therapist about issues that plagued me before the Crow House, and I eventually got a clean bill of health from the hospital. I got a job as a librarian of all things. I'm heavily tatted, but none on my neck or face, so I go to work in a long-sleeve sweater with white gloves. I've always considered myself an intelligent brute, but after a haircut and a shave, I actually looked like I belonged there. I didn't completely let the Crow House slip from my mind though. I used my position to study up on that location and found some pretty interesting stuff. Police reports and newspaper articles revealed that the land the Crow House was built on had been terrorizing people long before Mr. Crowther owned it. Probably the most interesting of which was an incident with the people who owned the land before Mr. Crowther. Only the husband made it out of a house fire that he freely admitted to setting himself. He had a wild tale about moving across the country for his job, only to find his new office was a maze of cubicles that he couldn't get out of. According to him, half his new co-workers were out to kill him, while the others seemed just as scared and lost as him. He said he must have wandered those grey walls for days without ever finding an exit. Instead, he finally managed to find a lighter and set the nearest cubicle ablaze. Of course, he was only trying to get the firefighters to come and rescue, but it was only when the fire had spread too far to stop that he suddenly realized he was standing outside his own home. The rest of his family had been asleep and unable to escape. 3 days after his arrest, he had hung himself in jail, just like I almost did. The fire cleared away for Mr. Crowther to buy the land and build the monstrosity of a house that I had been trapped in. While they didn't have as much trouble as I did, it still took the police weeks before they officially cleared the house of the 4 bodies. Oh yeah, that's also why I managed to get off so light. Besides Thor and Mr. Crowther's body, they also came across the bodies of a couple in the basement. They had both died of heart attacks and were found sitting in the corner, holding each other tight. The couple had died long before Mr. Crowther, and it helped paint him in a bad light, even though there wasn't enough evidence to definitely say what had happened to them. All this news made me feel simultaneously more and less sane. I clearly wasn't the problem going into the house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was forever corrupted by it, even if I really did escape. You might be wondering why, if I suspected I was still in the house, I would trust anything I was reading. Well, I'd never read anything like this before. I figured that when I was speaking to someone, if I was still in the house, then it was like speaking to the house. Same thing with reading. The information had to come from somewhere. True, it could have been the house messing with me, but I thought it was more likely that it would brag about itself. All of it got pushed to the side when I met Sandy. Every day, she would bring a kid in for my library storytime hour. I finally got the nerve to just talk to her. Not only did I think she was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen, but I was worried that she was the trap that the house was building to. I was lonely enough, though, that I just went for it. Illusion or not, she was beautiful, and, as it turned out, very single. We started dating, and suddenly, the world got a lot brighter. It felt more real too. I got to know her son, Mason, and he actually seemed to like me. So, you know where this is all going. First, life got great. Then, Sandy and I married. I won Oregon's Librarian of the Year. I found out Sandy was pregnant with a girl. My life was now perfect. Too perfect. I had never forgotten about the Crow House. It was always there in the back of my mind. When I got angry at Sandy and maybe took it a bit too far, she always forgave me. Too easily. Mason was too good a kid. My work too easy for too much money. I tried to ignore the feeling in the pit of my stomach, and it was easy at first. I guess I really didn't want Sandy to be fictional. But then, a new book, to me, was returned to the library. A history of a tribe that is split from Modoc Native Americans that used to live around here. I started reading it to figure out which shelf it needed to be returned to. Just after the first page were two maps to where this tribe used to live. One was what the land looked like at the time they occupied the area. The other was the same image, but with a current map overlaid on top of it. The second map clearly showed me the Crow House right next to the tribe's main camp. After seeing that, whether or not I was still in the house, I felt like this book was a message for me, so I kept reading. The tribe called themselves Dinega Maglaks, which roughly translated to the Sun-Setting People. They were a sort of cult that had been ostracized from the larger tribe for their beliefs. Basically, they thought the world was going to end soon. However, their leader had once come upon a cave with long, twisting passages, and this man had an epiphany on how to save the world, at least temporarily. He immediately started making sacrifices of the young women in the tribe, and when the world didn't end, his efforts were declared a huge success. He didn't just kill the girls though. They were drugged and then carried deep into the cave with plenty of food and water. When she awoke, the girl would be free to try and find her own way back. However, the author of the book theorized that the whole maze was rigged. Maybe with a stone that covered the entrance. Nowhere could they find any evidence that anyone survived this exceedingly slow execution. Plus, the tribe wouldn't have wanted a survivor. The whole point was to have the young woman to have hope, but ultimately fail. For her to constantly pray for the gods' guidance, and for these prayers to get increasingly more heartfelt and desperate as time went on. Basically, they were trying to wring every last drop of devotion out of their sacrifices. And it worked. Or at least appeared to. They figured the gods wouldn't want to destroy the world as long as it could still produce praise this pure. Either way, using the death maze got so popular that they eventually had to kidnap young women from other tribes and then use people of all ages and genders to keep a steady flow of wretched prayers coming. This led to a war with the larger tribes, and the Dinega Maglaks were finally wiped out. Their conquerors feared the cave though. They thought it haunted with hundreds of lost souls that were still trying to find their way out, so they filled the entrance and stayed far away. At this point, it came as no surprise that the location of the cave was exactly under the Crow House. The book did have one last shock for me though. Immediately after finishing it, I looked at the author to see if I could maybe find them later. The book was written by William Crowther. There was no author photo, but it couldn't have been a coincidence. I practically threw the book away from me. The house was taunting me. Somehow, it had delivered the book to me. The easiest explanation was simply that I was still in the house. I tried to reject that idea once more. I left work immediately and drove home. Sandy was on the phone with my confused boss when I got there, but she was already telling him that I wasn't feeling well. I just went to our bedroom and flopped in the bed to try and think things through. Soon, Sandy joined me and asked what happened. I had never talked to her about my stay in the mental hospital or what happened at the Crow House. She had known about all my other stints in prison, but that's it. So, I finally told her. When it was over, Sandy looked scared, but she told me that she believed that I believed it happened. Then she said she had some good news. My boss told her that it was clear I was having some trouble at work today, so I should go ahead and take tomorrow off too, so we can get a 3-day weekend. Sandy started to say we should use that time to relax together, but I cut her off. I told her something along the lines of, "Don't you see how wrong that is? Bosses don't give you time off if you leave work. They fire you." We argued for a bit more, but I felt silly arguing with the house, because that's who I had to really be talking to. The house was pretending to be my wife. I told her that I was onto her. She had trapped me before, but wasn't going to trick me anymore. The thing that called herself Sandy burst into tears. She told me that I was scary. She begged me to think of her unborn child, of Mason. I almost tore into her head then and there to see if there was anything alien about her biology, but the house head Mason burst into our room while I was wrestling Sandy to the ground. In the end, I couldn't go through with it. Real or not, I don't want to see Sandy hurt. After getting up and all of us calming down, I promised I would get better. She gave me an ultimatum. Our child would be born in about a month, so she would stay with her mother during that time, and I had to use every resource I had to get better by then. Or else, I wouldn't be allowed to be a part of this family anymore, or even see the baby. Like it's actually mine. I just went along with a plan to get some peace and quiet. I tried to think of a way I could escape, for real this time. I finally decided I would visit my father. We have a complicated relationship. The house wouldn't be able to accurately portray my father, given how repressed my own memories of him were. I showed up at his apartment with no warning. I knocked. He opened the door angrily, but just stood there in shock for a moment. Then, he started crying. He sobbed while telling me how sorry he was and how many regrets he had. This wasn't my father. My father couldn't go 5 minutes without hitting me. This was the house, just trying to show me what I wanted again. I pushed him. He balled his hand up into a fist, and for a second, I thought I saw the man who raised me again. Yet, this imposter just dropped his fist and tried to pull me in for a hug. He kept apologizing and asking for my forgiveness. He tried to tell me that he had changed a lot over the last 20 years, probably because the house knew it wasn't fooling me. It had come up with some excuse. I almost believed it. Almost. Instead, I knocked my old man to the ground and pulled my hammer from my waistband. I cracked open his head and searched for anything alien living inside. While I didn't find any, I wasn't sure how this worked. The only thing I was sure of was the bloody mess on the floor wasn't Dad. Not that it mattered to the police. After all, they were just the house too. So was the judge. That's why he was still lenient. He just put me back in the hospital again, this time for life. This house is good at mind games. It's not revealing the charade until it thinks I've let my guard down again. For whatever reason, he decided to let me have a laptop again. In universe, they told me that communicating with others would help me with my delusions. Once again, I'm playing along, but only until Mike, the orderly, stops paying attention. Recounting everything that's happened has just been to keep my hands realistically moving over the keyboard. I know there's no one really out there. It's really taking forever, but Mike can just keep watching me typing merrily along. Eventually, he'll take a break, and that's when I'll finally escape this house. I don't need long, just 5 minutes or so. Probably less than that, since I already used my spare sheets to make the noose last night. I'm escaping for real this time. As a child, I was prone to waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. I could feel the echoes of a noise that I couldn't recall, a silence that reminded me of something deafening, but there was never anything there. At first, I would simply try to return to sleep, but found myself unable to. At some point, I would roll out of my bed, pitter-patter down the hallway, and try to wake up my brother so I wouldn't be alone in the dark. No matter how loud I yelled or how hard I hit him, he would never wake up. Eventually, I would give up, crawl into bed with him, and fall back asleep myself, comforted by his presence. I was just a little kid who looked up to his older brother, and I believed that he could protect me from anything, even in his sleep. As an adult, the problem persists. However, there is no one here to comfort me now. I live on my own, no family in the area, and no girlfriend to speak of, but I still find myself waking up in the dead of night at least once a week. It is no longer to a silent sound that I can't recall, but instead to the cries of a screaming baby just one house over. I don't mind it so much. I know it must be more of a hassle for the parents than it is for me, but it can be tiresome. Instead of tossing and turning in bed, I brew myself some hot cocoa, add in just the smallest spike of Crown Royal whiskey, then make my way to my computer chair. There, I enjoy an hour or two of warm conversation on 4chan before the fuzzy feelings of sleep invite me back to my bed. When I first awoke last night, I had no reason to think that this was any other than business as usual. If the baby had been crying, I seemed to have just missed it, but it wasn't something I gave much thought to. It was a bit earlier than usual, about 2 AM, and I stayed at my computer until almost 6. Sleep was not calling my name, but I knew if I didn't return to bed, then there wouldn't be another chance until the following night, as I had plans to meet my friend for a trip to the beach. So I crawled into my bed, pulled the covers up over me, and let myself be comforted by the waves of warmth that followed. As was typical, I found myself rolling over here and there while waiting to succumb to my tiredness. But it never came. Rolling around quickly became tossing and turning, and I found myself constantly checking my phone. Outside, the sun had still not risen, something that began to confuse me as 8 AM rolled around. I had to wake up in an hour or so anyway, so I figured I might as well get an early start and take a shower. Before heading into the restroom, I stopped to look out the blinds of my window, and was surprised to see there wasn't even a crack of dawn in the distance. I mused over whether or not I'd missed something important, as if I could drunkenly forget daylight savings in the dead of summer. The thought of it made me laugh. That stopped when I returned from my shower, however. It was almost 9 AM now, but the sun still wasn't up. I flipped open my phone with frustration and began to Google search for my time zone, thinking that my Android's internal clock had simply messed up. But the internet showed the exact same time I was seeing on my device. This led me on a hunt across the house, checking the time on every piece of technology I had. Everywhere I looked, I found the same answer, from the computer in my office to the old watch I'd buried at the bottom of my junk drawer. When flipping through the channels of my television, everything seemed to still be playing late-night programming. There was no early morning news, no talk shows, and no traffic or weather reports. Instead, every station was playing classic Looney Tunes, syndicated family sitcoms, and the kind of infomercials people only witnessed when no one else is awake. I took to the internet, scouring every social media platform I could find to see if anyone else was noticing this too. Facebook had updates, those midnight thoughts of people who stayed up a bit too late. But they all ended right before I woke up. I tried replying to posts and reaching out on Messenger, but no one got back to me. They didn't even leave me unread. Next, I tried my cell phone. I started with texts, but I was too impatient to wait for a response. I began to call every single number I had, even hotlines and businesses, but no one ever answered. I left messages everywhere, begging them to talk to me, begging them to tell me what was going on. But no matter what I threw into the void, no one answered. I even placed my call to the local police station, first the non-emergency line, but then 911 when I only found an answering machine. Even there, I was greeted with an automated message, however. After hours of harassing people online and on my phone, it was now well past noon. I had checked my windows regularly to see if anyone else on the street was awake, but if they were, they never left their houses or even turned on the lights. I didn't blame them. I was scared to leave too, but at this point, I had exhausted all my other options, and so I donned my shirt, slipped on my sandals, and made my way onto the street. There is something unsettling about trying to leave your house late at night. Despite the darkness, however, this wasn't night. It was technically now afternoon, though that fact only made it more intimidating to step out into the dark. I considered bringing some sort of weapon, but going and knocking on neighbors with a crowbar in hand probably wouldn't get me invited in. I began my search 2 doors down, where I was on relatively good terms with the man who lived there. We were the only two on the block who lived without families, just 2 single men in their smaller homes with spare rooms. There was an unspoken understanding between us that we reached out to each other first when in need of anything. Most of the families surrounding us had children after all, and were less likely to have the time or resources to help. His name was Kenneth, and he had knocked on my door some months ago in the middle of the night. He had hurt his hand pretty badly and didn't think he'd be able to work the steering wheel on his own. As such, he owed me an understanding reaction for knocking on his door if he wasn't already awake. But he didn't answer the door. I tried knocking on his windows and garage before giving up, but there was no response there either. I moved on to the house between us and immediately rang the doorbell. Again, no answer. I continued up and down the block, knocking on every door and window that I could. I gave up trying to be quiet, on trying to only alert the person in the house, but I never heard a single noise in return. Even the house next to mine returned nothing but silence when I began beating my fist against the door. I couldn't believe it. This family had an infant son who cried at all hours of the night, yet he had no reaction now. In my frustration, I began kicking around their trash cans, trying to cause some sort of commotion to get anyone's attention, but to no avail. I returned to Kenneth's house, this time ready to let myself in. His entrance was locked, but he was definitely the kind of man to forget about his back door. I let myself in, not bothering to sneak around or tiptoe, as I wanted to alert him to my presence if it turned out he was actually home. I made my way to the end of his house, fully expecting to find an empty bed in an empty room. But it wasn't empty. There he was, just sleeping in bed. His hair was a tad bit messier than usual, and it appeared he was naked, if the discarded boxer shorts on the floor were any indication. But he was there, and seemed perfectly fine. I said his name. I went from soft to shouting in a matter of seconds, unable to understand why I didn't wake him up before with all of my yelling and knocking. Even at this close proximity, he remained asleep, however. But what if he wasn't asleep? A chill ran through me as the thought entered my mind. I rushed to the side of his bed, checking for a heartbeat or trying to wake him up. I shook him, I screamed, I even tried hitting him, but nothing woke him up. His heart beat faster and his breath became heavier, but he stayed unconscious. Even opening his eyes with my hands had no effect. I practically threw him across the room in my attempt to break him out of his slumber, but he fell without any resistance, completely limp. He was a living corpse, unable to react to anything. But was he the only one? I made my way out of his house, grabbing a spare object on my way. A frying pan that Kenneth had left on the counter. I crossed his yard directly into our neighbours, to the family with a screaming baby that had now become silent, and began to smash at their sliding glass door with my pan to create an entrance. I needed to see the parents, the children, the dog, to see if one of them would wake up. But none of them did. The parents shared their bed, their daughters were tucked in, and just like Kenneth, I was unable to wake them. I made my way to a room at the end of the hall, one I knew must house their infant son, since he was the only one I hadn't seen yet. He had a pulse and a heartbeat, just like the others, but he stayed asleep no matter what I did. I had dark thoughts of using the frying pan to bash his head in, to dare him to move, dare him to end this insane prank that the whole town seemed to be playing on me, to cry like he did every other night. But I stopped myself. Instead, I was the one who cried. It wasn't manly, it wasn't smart, but it was what I did. I just sat there in that little boy's room and cried, not knowing what else to do. Even calling the police had just led to an answering machine. What else was there? I was all alone in the dark of night. At least, that was what I thought, before hearing a noise from behind me. I froze, equal parts excited and terrified at the prospect that someone else might be awake. I looked around, trying to figure out where it had come from. I was certain it had to be in the house. Then I heard the noise again, and a feeling of familiarity began to creep over me. It was a sound I could never describe, one that I could never remember. Yet somehow, it was one I could never forget. It was the sound that woke me up each night as a child, the sound that faded away as I returned to consciousness, leaving me to think I only imagined it in the silence. And it was in the room with me. I turned slowly to see the thing that made the sound behind me, barely visible from the shadows of the little boy's closet. It didn't look like a person, and yet it wasn't a monster either. It was impossibly tall, with arms even longer than its legs. It had to hunch to stop its head from pushing straight through the ceiling, and it smiled from ear to ear. No, that wasn't a smile. It didn't have cheeks or skin on its face. It just had teeth. Teeth that stretched from one ear to the other to make it look like it was smiling. But it wasn't. It reached across the room from the little boy's closet, its fingers finding my face, from almost a foot away from its palms, and it began to search me. It touched every muscle, every pore, every cell in my skin as it explored my features as if it were blind. But it was staring right at me with its dark eyes. This was the thing that woke me up at night. The thing that woke up this little boy, that made him cry out in the darkness because of what he had heard, or perhaps even seen. I could feel it in his touch, his loneliness. It had followed me throughout my life, shrieking its strange shriek in the silence that somehow only I could hear, daring me to wake up, daring me to notice him. And I finally did. Today, it got me to look him in the eyes and share in the horror of the deafening shrieks it made with its teeth somehow slammed together while it searched my face. The little boy woke up too, crying just like he did every other night. The creature in the closet turned away from me, its fingers no longer caring to explore me, and instead focused on that poor little boy. I wanted to get in the way. I wanted to yell or scream or hit this monster with a frying pan. But I just ran. I ran away from the room, from the house, from the street, and ran until I couldn't run anymore. The baby's cries suddenly stopped before I was out of earshot. I don't know why, and I don't think I want to. I just hoped it was that he was like everyone else, that he just went back to sleep. But I don't think that's how this works. It has now been over 24 hours. The sun was supposed to rise again, but I know it won't. In every house on the street I broke into, I found someone sleeping, but I didn't try to wake them up. The farther I went, the more I began to fear that this was everywhere, that this pattern of living corpses would stretch on forever. My tiredness comes and goes. Sometimes I feel like I'm on the brink of passing out, and I welcome it. Then I hear the thing shrieking in the distance, and I'm brought back to a lucid state. No matter how far away I get, I can still hear it, and it's getting closer. As I write this, I'm on the edge of town. I found an unlocked door and let myself in, needing to refresh myself with a shower and get some food. I doubt the owner will ever wake up, but in case he does, I'm writing this note for him. I wish I could write more, but I know that the creature is coming for me. I was careful sneaking in here, but no matter how far I go or how quiet I am, it does seem to find a way to catch up with me. I have decided to steal this man's key and take his car. I'm not proud of this action, but it seems to be the only way I'll be able to get to the next town over without crossing paths with that monstrosity again. I've decided to head north, to my brother's town. I do not think he'll be awake, but that has never been the case when I sought his comfort in the night. Instead, I just hope to find him asleep. Perhaps if I spend the night in his bed, I'll fall asleep as well, like I did when we were children. If this message does manage to be found, I hope its story can help others. On those nights where you awaken before the sun comes up, where you could have sworn you heard something, but find yourself surrounded only by silence, know that you aren't crazy, and whatever you do, go back to sleep. If you can. Perhaps if I spend the night in his bed, I'll fall asleep as well, like I did when we were children. I've been here since I was 2 years old, and by all accounts, I had a normal upbringing. That's owed to the fact that this is an altogether normal place. The people work in other nearby towns or craft wares here that they sell in those aforementioned places. Lives lived here are all those of typical small town residents, save for one aspect. a law that has been around long since before the town itself came into existence. A law that was set in place by unknown peoples at an unknown time. A law that has been tirelessly enforced by all peoples who have called this place home since. A law that has been abided by all who set foot in this place, except one. The law is simple to abide. Never touch the water. All children who are brought up in Humming Lake, which, by the way, is a colloquial name, are taught from the youngest ages to never touch the lake itself. For me personally, I never knew why the law was put in place, nor did my parents, nor theirs. The reason for the law and the consequences that would arise from breaking it has been lost to history. Simply put, it was a rule that is always followed, an inherent regulation which we all abided, however blindly. You might ask, well, why would you live in a lake that you apparently cannot enjoy? And it's a fair question. The reason is that along with that law being passed down, so too has been the residents of Humming Lake's unwavering protection of the lake. For us, the lake has always been treated as a decoration, a massive idyllic painting on display at the edge of the northernmost residents' backyards. And besides that assumed responsibility, it's simply a wonderful place to live. Out here, the nature around us is part of our town itself. Beautiful views, hiking, camping, rock climbing. It all amounts to an ideal, simple place to live for people seeking a simple way of life. We're about 40 minutes from a larger town, so while secluded, we aren't totally disconnected from the rest of the world. We just don't go in the lake. Last summer, we found ourselves under the oppressive thumb of an overwhelming heat wave, as it surely isn't difficult to imagine the seductive gazes from our curiously dark, yet still glistening water were frustratingly tempting. But still, the townspeople of Humming Lake obeyed our cardinal law. It was easy enough. Other summers had proven similarly unbearable, and we made it through. Above-ground pools provided the same respite that cold showers and sprinklers did, but for 8-year-old Rodney Hartle, such substitutions weren't enough. For Rodney, the siren song of the 1.7-acre lake was too alluring to resist. While spending the afternoon running around with friends in the Danforth's backyard, which, after a small ditch, led directly into the lake, under the watchful eye of their parents, Rodney went inside through the back door to use the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, while Cal Danford manned the grill, he saw in his periphery a shirtless Rodney Hartle sprinting from the front yard down the side of the house. It took Cal a moment to realize what was happening, and by the time he did, it would soon prove to have been a moment too late. In a split second, the spry 8-year-old had breezed by him, all while screaming in the kind of defiant voice only a child can truly muster, "I'm going swimming." Everyone's heads turned with faces of abject terror as Cal dropped the spatula to the ground and tried as he might, the only person with even a hope of catching the rebellious boy before it was too late. The rest of us watched with wide eyes as Rodney took step after rapid step with every intention of plunging himself into that forbidden abyss. He took a barely noticeable larger step over a shallow ditch, and in 2 more steps he would be feeling the water that none of us had ever felt against his skin. Were it not for Cal Danforth. His long strides caught up to Rodney Hartle, and he stretched his arm out, just able to hook around Rodney's waist. But it was too late. The force behind Rodney's dash pulled Cal with it, sending the two tumbling down. Cal's entire right side became soaked in the impermissible waters, while Rodney wound up on his hands and knees. The rest of us stayed frozen in apprehensive anticipation as Cal scrambled to get himself and Rodney back on the grass. Amber Hartle screamed and buried her face in her husband's shoulder as we all waited for whatever unspeakable horror was surely about to befall the man and the boy by the water. And, in many of our minds, us. But nothing happened. As the two sat, terrified on the grass, just out of reach of the first man-made ripples humming Lake had seen in innumerable eons, Jim Hartle began screaming at his son, tearing himself away from his wife, who desperately tried to hold him back to no avail. Jennifer Danforth hurried over to her husband with towels and dropped them, then quickly stepped back. Jim grabbed a towel on his way over and used it to snatch his son up. Rodney attempted to wrap his arms around his father, frightened at everyone's reaction and his dad's own ire. But Jim pushed his son off of him at the very last moment, sparing himself from getting any of the water on him. Cal dried himself off, wisely telling everyone to stay away from him. It seemed like an eternity that we all stood there. The burgers that had been on the grill were charred to a crisp as we watched intently, half at the lake, the other half at the only two people who had touched it in our lifetime. But nothing happened to either. Cal Danforth and Rodney Hartle dried off, with the latter being taken home by his parents, the former then politely asking his guests to return home as well. I left Cal with a sincere, "Call me if you need anything," and went home. And for the next 10 days, everything was as it always was. Rodney Hartle was kept under a closer eye than he had been, but after a week's grounding and a stern talking to, so too was his life back to normal. On that 10th night, however, while John Darby and I sat on his back deck, overlooking the lake, cracking our 7th beer each, a rustling came from the trees over to our right, the ones just past Cal Danforth's house. John and I each turned a bit and watched as something emerged from the shadows, lit only by the cloud-covered moon behind it. We joked that Rob LeGrasse, the closest thing we had to an archetypal town drunk, had gotten lost from his way from the bedroom to the bathroom and was returning from defiling the side of a tree. But the longer we watched, the less it looked like Rob LeGrasse, the less it looked like anyone we knew, the less it looked like an actual person. It lurched along in a broken gait, taking one step in the same time any able person would take 5. Whatever it was grossly thin, leaning slightly to the front and to the side. Its gaunt, skeletal arms dangled freely, hanging nearly to its bony knees. We watched as the silhouette of this hellish-shaped monstrosity trudged along at its own leisurely pace. As our eyes adjusted to whatever it was we were looking at, we saw thin, black protrusions poking out from its pitch-black shape, as well as the fact that it was dripping. John and I both rose to our feet as the thing continued its slow march towards Cal Danforth's house. John ran inside, telling me in a half-breath that he was grabbing his gun, and moments later he returned with a hunting rifle for himself and a pistol for me. We each took slow steps towards Cal Danforth's, and even at our slowest, we were moving just a bit faster than this thing that came from the trees. "Stop right there," John yelled out. The thing didn't obey John's order. It was as though it didn't hear him at all. John loaded a bullet into the chamber of his gun. "You hear that? I said stop." Still, the thing didn't appear to have heard any of it, although this time, as it made its slow way across the Danforth's yard, coming up on the grill, it stood up straight. We were now able to see the thing's height in its entirety, and it stood conservatively at 7 feet. Perhaps it was adrenaline that kept me from hearing it. Perhaps it was my inebriation. Perhaps again it hadn't happened until this moment, but as it stood up, it made a stomach-churning cracking noise, as if its bones were all resetting. That noise persisted as it took its next step, and the one after that, and every step thereafter. Each time it lifted one of its feet off the ground for one of its heavy, short steps, It sounded like countless sets of knuckles cracking for the first time in years. John told me to run and grab his flashlight from inside the back door. I returned moments later with a high-powered handheld floodlight and turned it on, bathing the Danforth's backyard in light and giving us our first real look at the thing from the trees. Its skin was smooth, a dark, murky grey. The protrusions we'd seen in the silhouette were revealed to be twigs and sticks clinging to its body, and while it possessed no hair, part of its body was splayed with what looked like seaweed. "You asshole, I'll shoot you!" John screamed, and a moment later, a light turned on near the front of the Danforth abode. The thing still paid us no mind. Another light turned on, this time in Cal's kitchen, which is situated near his back door. "Cal, stay inside!" I yelled. "What the hell is that thing?" John whispered to me. I offered no speculation. "What the hell are you guys doing?" We heard Cal call out from his open kitchen window. "There's some damn thing in your yard, man, heading straight for you." As John yelled back, the thing stopped. Its bones sang their crunchy song as it turned around and faced the water. There was a deafening silence that lingered between myself and John, the lanky creature, and Cal Danforth. What finally broke that silence gives me chills just thinking about it now. We were still a fair distance away from it, so its features weren't readily apparent, but from what I could see, its eyes were little more than sunken holes in its face, and its mouth stretched much farther up the cheek than any normal person. And then, it opened that mouth. It opened an average amount, like your mouth or mine would open when we spoke, but then, accompanied by the sickening crunch of snow being packed under a boot, its jaw unhinged. All the while, water spilled from the openings in its face. It then began making sounds. They weren't words, that was clear, even despite the fact that it was talking with a mouthful of water. It was undulating. The sounds it made came from deep within its throat. Horrible, ghastly, terrifying sounds. John aimed his rifle at the grey creature and prepared to shoot. But I think he was as curious as I was regarding what this strange being was trying to communicate, and to whom. After a few more seconds of those hellish noises emanating from deep inside the thing's stomach, it stopped, and for a few fleeting moments, the only sounds I heard were my breath, my heartbeat, the soft whistling of a light breeze, and the invisible cicadas chirping their midnight song. But then the cicadas stopped, and it was that silence that made my heart sink to my stomach. That absence of all sound that registered in my brain as a signal that something was very, very wrong. And after a single moment of that silence that felt like an eternity, the lake responded. In that moment I learned from whence Humming Lake had gotten its colloquial sobriquet. It didn't have a source, at least one that I could discern as I stood there, but a distinct hum simply materialized in my ears. It surrounded us, and it sounded as though it were coming from behind me, in front of me, on both sides of me, from under me, and from above me, and from within me, and without me all at once. It was low, as if someone with a deep voice was simply going, I can't say for certain, but at that moment I looked at the lake, and it seemed darker. There was always an uncharacteristic dimness to the body of water, a sort of absence of the colour that might come to mind when one thinks of such a geographic feature, and more of a deeper blue, especially towards the centre of the small inland sea. Even under the moonlight, the lake seemed to swallow all light, and appeared a pitch-black pit of uncertainty. And that pit hummed, and then it stopped, replaced then by the abnormal figure in Cal Danforth's backyard and its guttural nonsense. The cicadas returned as the creature and the lake finished their indiscernible conversation, with the former turning back towards Cal. A small man, but with the courage and brashness of 100 larger men, Cal Danforth yelled out for John not to shoot it, and that he would take care of it. After disappearing into his house for a moment, and while the dripping, grey mass of bones and smooth skin made 2 more of its crooked, audible steps towards his home, Cal returned with a metal baseball bat. John and I watched, he through the iron sights of his gun, and me through my disbelieving eyes, as Cal Danforth stepped out through his back door, ranting and raving about how, quote, some messed up cripple wasn't going to threaten him. "You want to come onto my property?" he shouted rhetorically. "Think you're going to come onto my property and do something?" He clearly hadn't thought of what to say beforehand and was winging it in the moment. But it didn't matter what he said. Cal approached the lumbering beast, baseball bat cocked back and ready to swing. But it didn't matter. With a speed it hadn't exhibited until then, it stretched out its lanky arm and rammed 2 of its thin, tendril-like fingers that I would swear got longer at its whim, underneath Cal Danforth's jaw, up through the fleshy part underneath his mouth, and pulled the left side of the lower half of his jaw off. It happened in the blink of an eye, with an ease akin to a giant brushing away a fly. This thing had torn skin and snapped bone, leaving Cal Danforth standing in stupefied shock as the lower half of his face hung to one side, a mess of blood and viscera and a lower set of teeth displaced from their rightful fixture on Cal Danforth's visage. He stood there, silently, as the creature retracted his hand and flung it up once again, much in the same way it had the first time, but now without the impediment of a lower half of Cal's face to slow its thrust. Its fingers, longer again yet, plunged into the top of Cal's mouth, but this time they didn't retract. This time I watched as Cal's body went limp, held up only by the unnatural strength of its killer, and his eyes began bleeding. John and I too were in shock, and he snapped out of it first. He yelled as he began firing his weapon at the thin, murderous beast, the deafening bangs of his gun shaking me from my stupor. I began firing at it too, and after my second shot, it dropped Cal to the ground. Our shots didn't seem to affect it at first, but the more John unloaded into it, it looked to be putting up its arms, though it seemed not in defense, but in annoyance. Even still, it essentially ignored us. It resumed its slow, laborious gait, seemingly aiming to go around Cal's house. In that stressful time, I wasn't sure where its destination might be. John quickly ran the few yards back to his home and disappeared for the briefest of moments inside before returning with a machete. I voiced my concern, noting that a bevy of bullets hadn't been able to harm it. But still, John persisted. He made a wide berth around the thing, machete in hand, and was nearly to the front of Cal's house when John made his move. He swung the machete, cutting cleanly and easily into its head, splitting it from ear to misplaced jaw point, and he continued hacking away at it, with an apparently endless supply of water seeming to splash against the ground, and against John. The thing collapsed to the ground in a puddle, its entire body turning to water as it perished, dousing John and soaking his shoes and the grass they stood on. Yeah, the drunken John shouted. "You see that, man? You see that?" He stopped speaking abruptly and stood up perfectly straight, dropping the machete to the ground with a light splash. Then he turned back, first towards what I thought was me, but I would soon realize was the lake. "Johnny?" I asked meekly, as my friend started taking rigid steps. He walked right past me in jerky, unnatural motions. I called out to him several times, each time ignored. I watched helplessly as John walked down the grass and right past me, as though I didn't exist. When I realized he was walking towards the lake, I ran to try stop him, but whatever force was compelling him to walk to the lake compelled me to stop. I wasn't capable of moving, unable to stop my friend. I was forced to watch as John slowly walked into the lake, first up to his ankles, then his knees, then up to his waist. And then he stopped. He stood there for what felt like an eon, and without any indication that it was about to happen, John Darby was ripped underneath the surface of Humming Lake. The same moment he was under was the moment I was freed from whatever it was that was keeping me in place, and not a moment later did that hum return. Only this time it was loud enough to hear a mile away. Other people had come to their houses to see what all the commotion was about, and one by one, people saw Cal Danforth's mangled corpse and asked me what had happened, a question to which I didn't truly have an answer. The hum raised in volume, and before long, glass started shattering, and then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. And moments later, from the trees on either side of the 4 lawns that sat on the part of Humming Lake came more monstrosities. All of them had humanoid shapes as vague as the first of their kind that had arrived, but their limbs were all mangled, misshapen branches jutting out from their emaciated trunks, and all of them dripped the same water as their fallen associate. There must have been at least 30 of them, and all of them started towards us with the same hurrieless stroll. Just as I was about to address the rest of my fellow townspeople, something was launched from the lake, landing on John Darby's yard, and then a second something landed not 3 feet away from it. I picked up John's flashlight and cautiously walked over to whatever it was. Upon shining the light of the unsolicited gifts from Humming Lake, I saw that John Darby had been returned to us. He was split at the torso, missing his left arm, and had the clear absence of a head, with maybe 3 inches of his spine peeking out through the cranial wound. Jess Randolph screamed. Mike Ward vomited. I nearly passed out. But a message I needed to get to the townspeople kept me conscious. "Hey!" I shouted, then lowered my voice to a hushed whisper. "I think they're coming for the Hartle kid." The threat of unspeakable horrors befalling a child was enough to kick everyone into gear. Myself and 3 others began running to the Hartle's house, while 3 others who had joined the ruckus stayed behind to combat the creatures from the lake, against my strongest objections. As we ran, we began hearing the screams of our unfortunate, bull-headed neighbours, and I looked behind me at the angular, hobbling shadows slowly but surely swarming them turned my legs to rubber and nearly made me fall. Our town doesn't have a typical structure. It's more or less just an area where houses are sporadically placed, seemingly at random, with a single road that leads out into the rest of the world. We ran through yard after yard until finally we stepped foot onto the one belonging to the Hartles. Jess and I pounded on the front door, screaming for the Hartles to wake up, and after a few moments, the lights inside the house began turning on. Brian Hartle opened the door in a half-asleep rage with a "what the hell" to greet us. We told him that something was coming for his son as the result of young Hartle's failure to adhere to the law that had overshadowed the town of Humming Lake since long before any of us came into existence. Naturally, the elder Hartle expressed his willingness to shoot whatever that something might be, but I told him it would be a fruitless endeavour. I made the decision that Rodney needed to be hidden somewhere. I told Brian to take his family and drive far and fast away from Humming Lake. And so we went back to the Hartle's house while the patriarch woke up his wife and son. I peered out from the front window and saw in the distance the limping, jagged silhouettes heading our way, and yelled to the family to hurry. And at the same moment, me, Bill Dyer, Jess, and Mike heard the shower turn on. Fearing that we didn't adequately express the urgency with which they needed to be moving, Jess and I ran through the living room and turned down the hall, where we saw all three Hartles standing in fear, all three of them wondering who turned their shower on. And then, to mine and Jess's right, the kitchen sink turned on at full blast. "Is that?" Jess started, but she didn't need to finish. Not a moment later did the flow of water become too strong, sending the faucet soaring into the kitchen ceiling. The water was dark and murky, the unmistakable water of Humming Lake, not the clear well water the town had come to rely on. The knobs were next, landing on the now wet linoleum with a tin ring from each. The Hartles yelped when similar sounds came from the bathroom, the showerhead and bathroom sink faucet, and all the corresponding knobs bursting from their right places, flooding the bathroom with a forbidden liquid. After a moment, that very same water began pooling out of the bathroom and into the hallway. "Jump over it, we have to leave now," I yelled. The family obliged, and all three of them made it to the living room without so much as a drop of water on them. Brian grabbed his keys from the bowl on the small table at the end of the hallway, and we made our way outside, where our hope was crushed. The lights on all the houses we could see were on, and coming from inside the houses were shouts of anger, fear and confusion, as well as water. So much water. It came from under all the Hartles' neighbours' doors, and before long it came from the Hartles' house too. We did our best to avoid it, but Mike Ward wasn't lucky. As he tried to step over a stream of water, he tripped, landing hands and face first into a shallow river. Over him, Bill Dyer similarly stumbled, ending up on his backside, soaked. Jess yelled at them to run the other way, so as to not risk us getting wet, and we wished them luck in a single breath. I looked behind us and saw the Hartles' car with water surrounding it on the ground below. Then I saw them. The creatures had made their way up the neighbourhood, with some breaking off from their groups to go inside the houses belonging to whom I can only assume were those not lucky enough to avoid the fountains the lake had created from their fixtures. Finally, we reached our destination, which was 3 houses down from the Hartles. Bob Harrison's house. Bob was in the middle of reshingling his roof and had what we hoped to be our saving grace: a ladder already set up against the back of his home. With the water closing in from 3 sides, our only route was to hope and pray that the spots in Bob's backyard that we took weren't yet soiled by the lake water coming from his and the other houses. Brian and Rodney over his shoulder, and only moments before we reached the ladder, his foot made a loud squelch. Before I even realized what had happened, Brian grabbed me, flipped me around, threw Rodney over my shoulder. He told me to go, and that he was going to climb the lattice on the next house over. Rodney climbed the ladder first, then Jess, then Amber Hartle, then me. As we climbed to the roof, I looked over and saw Brian sloshing through Bill's yard and over to the side of Hal Chalmers. Once we made it to the roof, I kicked the ladder to the ground. I can't be certain how long it was, but we were safe for a few minutes. We took the time sitting in the half of Bob Harrison's roof that was shingled to try to regroup, but none of us could come up with a plan. All the while, there was a cacophony of fractures and cracks and splinters and breaks, blended with the close and distant screams of the unfortunate residents of Humming Lake surrounding us, and before we knew it, the lake's grotesque agents were shambling to the ground below. We were surrounded by the swamp of lake water to the back and sides, and by the slick, grey, jagged beings to the front. There was a brief standoff, wherein we on the roof simply watched in terror as the creatures below congregated with a single goal in mind. The silence was haunting as they looked up at us, and that silence was only broken when one of them raised its arm, with all the creaks and cracks that accompanied its movement. It pointed to the 8-year-old His mother yelled down they weren't going to take a son, as any mother would, at which point the creatures craned their crooked necks and arched their mangled backs to face the direction of the lake, now roughly 2 blocks away. One of them spoke loudly in its indiscernible language, and once it had said its piece, they all made the turn back towards us, spine tingling for us and spine shattering for them. Then, the lake replied. The hum came from all around us, steadily raising in volume. The glass on several more houses shattered, and it became disorienting. While the rest of us covered our ears, Amber Hartle released the sun and stood up. "What are you doing?" Jess yelled out, but Amber didn't respond. Amber simply stood up and took 3 steps forward, the last of which sent her tumbling off the roof to the ground, a fall that culminated in a sickening crunch that I was thankful I didn't have to see the visual for. "Oh my god," Jess yelled, looking past me to our right. We had been so focused on what was going on in front of us that we had nearly forgotten about the just now becoming a widower Brian on the other roof. 2 of the lake's emissaries had wandered their jagged wonder 2 houses down. Brian too blindly walked down the roof, and we watched helplessly as he went headfirst over the edge. But instead of simply hitting the ground below, one of the creatures reached his hand up, which went through Brian's skull and down the side of his face, throat and chest, and caught him, then simply tossed his limp cadaver to the grass. Jess and I sat there in horror, shock, unable to move, while Rodney wrapped his arms around Jess, sobbing, presumably at the revelation that he was now an orphan. The lake then spoke again, but this time was less booming. It was hard to describe a hum, but whereas before this moment the lake's tone had been menacing, it now sounded almost calming. It hummed its hum, then quieted, never fully stopping, and instead of being replied to by the monsters it sent to do its bidding, a simple response came from Jess's lap. "What?" Rodney said. The hum continued, and so too did his exchange with the boy. "I don't wanna. Why? Will my mom and dad be there?" "No," Rodney cried. "No, I won't." The creatures below all screamed. From deep in their stomachs, by way of their throats, they all screamed and shouted in tones entirely foreign to the human ear. The hum joined them, returning to its horrible booming roar. Rodney buried his face in Jess's shoulder, sobbing. The noise was overwhelming, and I could almost feel the headache materializing in my forehead. And in an instant, the beast stopped, and the humming returned to a tolerable level. At the same time, Rodney stopped crying and tried to push away from Jess, but she held on to him. I only saw his face for a moment, but in that moment, I saw that all emotion, all life had left him. Everything that made little 8-year-old Rodney himself, all the adventurousness, the personality, the hopes, the dreams, all of it was gone. The moment I saw his face was when he pushed his head away just enough to get into position, and then he sank his teeth into Jess's throat, tearing away a chunk of skin and sinew and sending blood flooding down her neck. In an instant, Rodney had turned around and was walking down the roof. As I did my best to stanch Jess's wound, I watched Rodney step down the shingles and topple forward and squinted my eyes as an inherent reaction to the blood-curdling sound I was expecting to hear. But I didn't hear that sound. Instead, the humming stopped, and I heard the sounds of one of the creatures vocalizing. And in reply, I heard Rodney. I can't be certain of what he said, but it was something along the lines of, "Okay, let's go." And then they all began walking back towards the lake, the lake's envoys with their lumbering gaits and Rodney with his sure-footed 8-year-old steps. They walked and walked and walked until they were enveloped in the shadows and out of sight. I tried my best to help Jess, but I'm not a medical professional. I used my shirt to keep pressure on the wound, but within minutes, she was dead. I stayed up on Bob Harrison's roof for the next 16 hours, with Jess's dead, bloody corpse roasting in the summer sun not 3 feet away from me. After a time, people started coming out of their homes, carefully avoiding the spots on the ground still damp with the lake's vengeance. They used plywood and furniture and vehicles to create bridges for those who were trapped, myself included. 27 bodies were pulled out of the neighborhood's flooded houses in the coming weeks. We crafted waterproof suits and footwear to traverse our town until such a time as the water dried up or was otherwise cleared out. When the lake claimed its revenge, it resulted in the most harrowing 30 minutes of my life. It was an hour, roughly, of chaos, death, confusion and sorrow. But it put one thing into perspective. The one thing that so many of us had pondered for so long. The answer to the question that so many residents of Humming Lake had asked for so long, but for which none of us had ever dared seek. That half hour of dread gave us the reason for our town's oldest law, the source of which had been lost to time itself. Never touch the water. My name is Clayton Miller. I'm a 25-year-old college student studying field biology, hence why I'm in this mess right now. I've always been interested in plants and how they work ever since I was little, but what really got me into it was my grandma. She used to make her own jam from the various berries that grew around her property. They were mostly raspberries, chokecherries, and wild strawberries. It was fascinating to learn the medicinal properties of plants, how to make ointments, and how to identify each plant. Enough about that, I'm getting off track. Since I'm taking a class in field biology, most of our lessons are held outside, and we're also required to do our own research during our free time. That's where my story begins. June 5th wasn't a very busy day for me. I only had 2 classes that day. Both happened to be in the morning, so I had a lot of time to kill. Bored out of my mind, I decided that it would be good to get a head start on my journal assignment, which consists of going outside and identifying 20 plants. And believe me when I say, there was a lot to write down. I wasn't the only one who thought about getting started. There were at least 10 other people outside on campus. If I know one thing about college, accidental plagiarism is still plagiarism. So I instead headed in the direction of the town's camping site. Surely there'll be people there, but I'll be able to find a lot more interesting plants in the woods than on the immaculate lawns of the college. Now, the hard part. Trying to find a secluded place away from all the campers. It took about an hour before I found a good spot to do my assignment. I sat down and pulled out my journal and plant index book. Within the first few minutes, I've already identified my first plant. Half an hour later, I managed to put a pretty big dent in my assignment and was about to pack up and leave when I noticed something just a few meters from me. It was a flower that I've never seen before. Its petals a vibrant red like fresh blood, the leaves a deep indigo and had little white hairs. I walked over to it and knelt down. I opened my backpack and took out my plant index book. I looked through the book twice, and I couldn't find a page about a blood-red flower with fuzzy indigo leaves. I took a picture of the plant in hope that my professor might know what plant it is. He did not know what kind of plant it was, and wanted me to show the class where I found it. So we went to the camping grounds and directly to where I took the picture. There were more of the flowers, like a crap ton of them. Something felt off. Plants don't just sprout overnight. Even if they do, They can't bloom on that same day. Everyone gawked at the plants. The professor warned everyone not to touch them, just in case they're part of the stinging nettle family or poison ivy family. I watched as most of the girls took out their phones and snapped pictures, while the guys curiously stared at the flowers. I think I also heard someone mention that the leaves reminded them of a type of marijuana strain. Everything was fine until some of the others started to mess around. One of them shoved another guy a bit too hard, which resulted in the guy to fall onto the plants. I prepared myself for some sort of agonized scream, or maybe blisters would spontaneously appear on the guy's arm. But nothing happened. That is, until a few days later, when they found the same guy dead in his dorm room. Bloody red flowers with fuzzy indigo leaves sprouted from his flesh. Turns out, he's not the only one. There were about 5 more cases. All have one thing in common: the blood red flowers. Most of the cases come from people who went camping. Others were about house pets. There's even one where an old hermit who lived in the outskirts of town was found dead in his home. He's been dead for a week. They could barely recognize the poor guy because his entire body was covered in these plants. The damn plants even started to sprout from the floorboards and walls of his house. I don't know what's going on, but I'll keep you updated. I just hope this is not how the world ends. Imagine the world ends by some flower. When I mentioned the picture of the flower, one of you asked for a picture, but unfortunately, my phone was confiscated by the CDC. Why would they confiscate it? I have no idea, and I really don't think they work for the CDC. They were very unprofessional, and they weren't very cautious about the flowers. I watched one of them just rip one of the flowers off the deceased cat and haphazardly stuff the thing into a Ziploc bag. Not only that, but they were very aggressive towards everyone in town. We've been put under quarantine, and a curfew was placed to keep any rowdy group of teenagers from being the next victim of the plant. Of course, that didn't stop them, and there have been 10 new cases, each victim in a different state than the others. One of the victims had more flowers than the others, while another one had the things sprout from the lining of their esophagus. There's also a rumor I heard that the people that work for the, quote, CDC had planted those things as some sick experiment. Maybe they want to know how fast this plant can spread, or maybe they just want the whole world to burn, literally. A rumor is a rumor. A high school friend of mine had intercepted one of their conversations on his little sister's baby monitor. Turns out, they're as clueless as we are about this plant. Maybe even more, since they've lost a few members to it. A breach of protocol, they called it. They burned their bodies along with the other deceased. The smell of burnt flesh is not very pleasant, and the smell seemed to cling to the air. If you ask me, I think it was a terrible idea to burn the bodies. Most seeds need heat to germinate, and since we know nothing about this plant, they could have aided the plant to sprout more. Just a day ago, I witnessed the saddest, most painful thing. My neighbor's dog, Benny, limped pitifully down the street with the flowers poking out underneath his coat. He left a trail of blood, and I think a chunk of his flesh fell off. The poor guy was in pain, and I cried. He must have been so scared and wondered why he was in so much pain, why his family refused to ease his pain. I'm tearing up as I type this down. I wanted to go out there and put him out of his misery so bad that I hadn't noticed that my hand was on the doorknob of my front door. I think he passed that night, because his agonized howls and whimpers stopped. Benny's family must be heartbroken and probably feels guilty for not helping him. I hope he knows that his family couldn't help him, even if they so desperately wanted to. Yesterday, I saw Benny. At least I think it was him. There were too many damn flowers for me to make a solid confirmation. He walked aimlessly up and down the street. but his movements were not fluid and seemed jerky and awkward. There were more reports of people seeing neighbours or family pets up and about. It makes me wonder if the people in the morgue have started to walk around too. This whole situation reminds me of the game The Last of Us, but they don't seem aggressive and no one said anything about the corpses attacking. Maybe they're alive. Maybe this plant is like a parasite and is living off of these people. Who knows? It can be a parasite that just looks like a plant. I'm not sure what to do anymore. It seems everything has fallen apart. I don't know how I can make it through this. How is anyone supposed to make it? We're not allowed outside, and it seems the situation had gotten worse ever since those imposters had shown up, if you ask me. I think they're spreading this thing around the town. Last night, I heard someone outside of my house. They were looking for something because their flashlight beam shone through my bedroom window. They walked to the edge of my house a few times before they left. They might have planted one of those flowers on the side of my house, or maybe they were trying to find a way to get the plant inside my home. My suspicions had been confirmed this morning. I was woken up by a shrill scream at 4 in the morning from my neighbour. I quickly peered outside to see Miss Wheeler ran down the street with a flower protruding from her eye. She screamed and screamed until her screams were stopped short by a loud bang. Someone had either shot her or she caused a traffic accident. The latter is unlikely, but not impossible since we're under a very strict quarantine. Maybe this is their way of keeping this whole thing from becoming a nationwide panic or outbreak. Whatever way you look at it, it's pretty messed up and uncalled for. I've tried to call the police, but the emergency line is down because they're all busy. Something big has happened overnight, and I have no idea what's going on. The power seems to be down. Luckily, I have my old phone and laptop fully charged. I have to shut both devices down to conserve battery. There's more screaming. Damn, I totally forgot about Benny. He's not on my lawn anymore, but I can see his blood trail. It leads out onto the street and disappears around the corner. If this is some sort of zombie apocalypse, we're all screwed. I'm going to stay away from the windows for now. I don't know if those plants are out there. I can't see the ground to see if I can spot those blood-red petals. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared. Beyond terrified. Damn, I have to go. There's someone outside. I'll try to keep you all informed. I've been hearing gunshots more frequently. There's been a few people at my door today. They'll beg me to let them in, but I can't risk being infected by those plants. A group of looters had also tried to scope out my place. Luckily, Benny hadn't travelled that far and seems to keep returning to my yard. I've even seen Miss Wheeler stumble by my house a few times, the lower part of her face covered in those plants. I know it's dangerous to peek outside, but I need to keep a close eye on those two. My old phone is at 47%. The power is not back on, and I'm running low on food. I should have bought groceries before all of this happened. I've lost contact with my friend, Jordan, the guy that intercepted the walkie-talkies. The last conversation we had, he planned to get across the county to get me out of this town. I told him it was a suicide mission, but he insisted. I just hope he has enough common sense not to come here. Yet, I wonder how the imposters haven't been infected yet. They walk around with no protective gear and carry the plants around. I've seen Miss Wheeler and Benny around lately. They'll stand on my front lawn, and then they'll leave when the sun sets. It's a lot quieter at night. Not a lot happens at night, except for the occasional patrol of the imposters. I think they've planned to flush anyone in hiding out, since more and more of them are scoping out houses. I've successfully moved locations and made sure to cover every inch of my body. I've also ditched the clothes I've worn and found some new ones in the house I managed to break into. The whole right side of my house was covered in those flowers. I'll burn the place down when I find the supplies to do so. Not many cars have gasoline in the tanks, since someone already siphoned them. I'll have to find alcohol, which shouldn't be that hard to find. I've ran into my friend Jordan. I'm glad he made it, but it appears the plants have made it past the county line and is slowly spreading. He ran into one of the imposters, although they didn't attack or do anything. He said the person just stared at him and walked away. They must have thought he was already infected and didn't want to waste their time on him. There's also a group of people on the other side of town. Jordan thinks it's a good idea to join their group. I think otherwise. Who knows who's infected or not? Jordan has been acting weird lately. He hasn't eaten for the past 2 days. He keeps telling me that I need the food more than he does. Not only that, but he keeps picking at his skin. I think he might be infected after all. I plan to leave during the night. I can't risk it. Jordan hasn't been sleeping. I can't find the right opportunity to escape. He's keeping a very close eye on me. I have to be more careful. I've left my laptop back in my house, so I only have my old phone on me right now. I think there might be a generator a few houses down. I'll try to talk Jordan into moving locations. My phone is fully charged again. I don't have much time. Jordan refuses to sleep and still won't eat. I found some melatonin earlier today. I'm going to crush them and put it in his water. Hopefully, it'll get him to sleep. I wish I had something more stronger than these. These will have to do for now. I managed to escape. I can't believe the melatonin worked. But I'm not out of trouble yet. I've got a long way to go before I make it out of this place. Just one step at a time. I can't rush things or I'll risk my safety. So far, the imposters' numbers have dwindled. They might think everyone is infected and they're on the way to the next town. There's a bar just a few blocks away. I'm positive there's enough alcohol to burn this place down. I just hope this plan of mine won't complicate things more. If the fire does help these things, then it's all over for us. I managed to get a few bottles of vodka from the bar. I found a lighter and gauze. The fire will grab the attention of the infected and the imposters. It'll give me enough time to run in the other direction, and hopefully I'll be able to make it. I just pray that this plan of mine won't fall flat and give away my presence. There's also a chance I won't make it out alive. There's this burning sensation on my back and ankles. I've tried everything to get the sensation to go away. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This will be my last update. I found one of those plants sprouting from my ankle. I tore the thing out, but it's no use. There's more of them. They're on my back and the nape of my neck. It feels as though my skin is on fire. I can feel the roots burrow further into my flesh. It hurts so much that I can barely type. Any slight movement sends wave after wave of pain. I can hear Jordan calling out my name. I can also hear screams as another group of survivors are captured. I think I'm the only one that's left. There's so much I wanted to do. I want to stop all of this before it's too late. Damn, it feels like my hands are on fire. If you guys see a flower with blood red petals and fuzzy indigo leaves, run. Take your family and leave immediately. Don't pack anything, don't say goodbye to your friends, just run and don't stop. I've got the Molotov ready. My name is Clayton Miller. I'm a 25-year-old college student studying field biology. I think I've found something that will end the world. I'm being stalked by the Hollow-Out. At least, that's what I call it. I only became aware of it last year, and I might never have known if it wasn't for the old lady on the subway. A cartoonish rendition, really. Blue cotton dress, silver hair, a pale and wrinkled face framed by a headscarf. There was nothing that should have seemed out of place. And yet, the longer I looked, the more off she felt. We were the only two on the subway that night. The car was filled with an ominous green glow, complemented by an occasional flash of blue light from the tunnel outside. The old woman was sitting opposite me, several rows down, looking straight forward. Her head snapped in my direction, and I suddenly looked to my feet, feeling awkward for staring. But after a few moments, I braved another sideways glance. Yes, there was something off about her. The way things just look off, even when you can't put a finger on it. Something about her face. The way it sagged in all the wrong directions. Or perhaps the way it was pale and moist. All tricks of the lighting, I told myself. The overhead light cast wicked shadows from her features, deepening her eyes into sockets that seemed almost infinite. When the train slowed to an eventual stop, I felt relieved because I was beginning to creep myself out. The doors hissed open, and I moved past the old woman, refusing to look at her for fear of making it awkward again. A hand flew out and grabbed my wrist. She held me there for a moment, the two of us staring at each other. Her grasp was icy cold and clammy, but she held tight, almost painfully so. Her offness was no more discernible at this range, but there was a lumpiness to her face that didn't set well with me. She raised a knobby, arthritic finger toward the seat I'd just left. My wallet was over there. In my haste to leave, it must have fallen out of my pocket. "Oh, thank you," I said, my heart beating rapidly in my chest. At last, her cold clench relinquished, and I retrieved my wallet from the seat. Stepping off the subway was like getting a breath of fresh air. It seemed 20 degrees warmer outside. When I looked back at the subway car, I expected to glimpse the old lady one last time, but she wasn't there. If she'd followed me out, I hadn't seen her. It wasn't until late that night, tossing and turning sleeplessly in bed, that I realized what had been the most unsettling about the woman's face. There were harsh rims around her eyes, where her pale flesh became somehow different, as if her face had only been a mask, and the eyes peering out, bright and knowing, belonged to another person. It sounded crazy at the time. After a week had passed, I convinced myself that the old woman's face had simply seemed strange in the creepy subway light. After a month, I'd reduced the experience to nothing more than my own late-night chills. But just when I was beginning to forget the whole thing, the same oddities appeared in someone else. Mr. Morrison was the high school chemistry teacher. He was balding and old and had never been married. Probably not by choice, by his own ratty appearance. His face was dominated by glasses and a mustache. It was his class that my classmates dreaded the most because his lectures were near intolerable. His voice was monotonous, and I swear the clock on the wall slowed to a crawl in each chemistry period. On this particular day, though, Mr. Morrison was less talkative than usual. He hardly uttered a word, and when he did speak, it sounded different. It was unmistakably his voice, but there was a strain to it, as if something were tugging at his vocal cords, playing them like instruments, commanding them to work. Mr. Morrison's back was turned, and he spent most of the class copying our textbook onto the chalkboard. It wasn't the usual format of his class at all. When he walked, his movements were jerky and crooked. In the back of class, Beth raised a hand and said, "Mr. Morrison, are you feeling okay?" "I'm just fine," he said. Each word sounded like it caused him a great deal of pain. "May I be excused?" I asked, having no intention of using the restroom. I wanted to get as far away from his classroom as possible, because just looking at Mr. Morrison was starting to make me sick. "No," barked Mr. Morrison suddenly, aiming a curled finger at me. "Stay after class, Michael. We need to talk." Behind his glasses, Mr. Morrison's eyes had the same mask-like appearance the old woman's had. There were circles around them, and the eyes inside were bright and uncanny. They were not Mr. Morrison's eyes. "Yes, sir," I said softly. But as soon as the bell rang, I vanished into the crowd of exiting students and hurried out of the building. Instead of going to my next class, I waited for Mr. Morrison and followed him at a distance when he finally left the school. His legs twisted and limped as he walked, his feet turning inward or splaying to the side. He staggered like a zombie, fell against the building, straightened, and continued forward. I followed him along the side of the school and watched him disappear around the back. Where was he going? The parking lot was out front, and there was nothing back there to interest him, or so it would seem. Peering around the corner, I saw something I will never forget until the day I die. At first, all I saw were dumpsters, and then I found him. Mr. Morrison was on the ground, but he was no longer the plump man he once was. He was deflated and hollow, a human husk. A sack of flesh that had been emptied of all bones and blood and tissue. His eyes and mouth were gaping holes that stared at me as though in a perpetual scream, as if whatever had been piloting his vacant body had crawled out and slithered away. There were no signs of the thing. The next thing I knew, I was running home as hard as I could. I had gotten about 2 blocks before my sides began to ache, and 3 before I was out of breath. When I couldn't run any longer, I paused on the sidewalk, hands on my knees, wheezing and gasping for breath. I looked over my shoulder, but no one was following me, which was good, I resolved, because my assailant could be anyone. This was a conclusion I'd come to in a mere 10 minutes after seeing Mr. Morrison. Assuming this thing had killed him, and, dare I say it, hollowed him out, it had crawled inside his body, either through the mouth or somewhere else, and operated his body like some sort of machine, like a Halloween costume. It had used his arms and legs, and even his vocal cords. It had been capable of forming words, which meant it was smart, and therefore dangerous. Of 2 things I was absolutely certain: that this creature could therefore become anyone, and that it was, for some unknowable reason, trying to get close to me. I had theories, of course. Perhaps the first night on the train it had sensed that I was scared and figured I knew what it was, so it decided I needed to be eliminated. Killed. Yes, that was a likely theory. Or maybe, I thought with a shudder, I had unknowingly encountered it before and angered it in some way then. I should have called the police, but after I found Mr. Morrison's hollowed corpse, the trauma was enough that I tried to forget the whole thing. His body was found the next day, and a closed casket funeral was held a few days later. After a month, I was still having nightmares of Mr. Morrison's gaping face holes staring right back at me. Even more disturbing was that the creature, a thing I called the Hollow Out, was nowhere to be found. You may think that's a good sign, but to me, it was nothing but prolonging the time I'd have to wait until our next encounter. I was sure it would turn up again, and after a month, I was tired of checking the eyes of my friends and family to make sure they were themselves. At any moment, I expected someone's mouth to drop open and birth some monstrous entity. The distance I put between myself and others began to put a damper on my social life. I spent long hours locked in my room, ignoring my mother's knocks on the door. I shied away from my friends at school and flinched when anyone touched me. I ignored calls and texts and found comfort in my own solitude. I'd become something of a hermit and dreaded the day I would let my guard down long enough for the hollow out to get close to me again. The day came when I was walking home from school, as per usual, holding the straps of my backpack as I strolled along the sidewalk with my head down. And as I went, I heard this pattering, like plastic scraping the concrete. I turned to see a dog about 10 feet back, small claws clicking on the ground as he walked. He stopped when I did and sat patiently, staring at me and panting. He was a brown Labrador by the looks of it. Thinking such an animal could be nothing more than harmless, I continued forward. The plastic clicking continued. I turned again, and the lab stopped. Closer this time, tongue out, shoulders heaving. "No," I said, purely annoyed that this dog was going to follow me home. "Stay. Good dog." I continued walking and had almost made it to the corner when I noticed the clicking again, uneven and drunk. I turned and found the dog directly behind me, no more than 3 feet away. He sat still, looking up at me, and that was when I noticed how strange he was. His body was lumpy, one ear crinkled, skin sagging in some places, but the eyes were bright and intelligent, almost human. There were circles around them where the dog's flesh met a tender redness, and I suddenly felt sure that the thing looking out at me was not a dog at all, but wearing one instead. That was when it smiled at me. I could have sworn it did, and I noticed the tongue hanging out of its mouth was all too long and pointy. The dog drooled and huffed, and when its mouth opened, the teeth inside were far too sharp. I turned on my heels and ran, but the clickety-clack of its feet was growing louder, gaining on me. There was an awful, wet ripping noise, as if the creature decided its four-legged suit was too much of a hindrance and it needed to be unrestrained to catch me. I didn't dare look back to see what this thing looked like. I ducked into an alley and scrambled up and over a chain-link fence, and though I was sure I had lost it, I didn't stop running for a long, long time. It had done it, I thought. At long last, it had found me. What followed was a series of encounters over the next few weeks, each more narrowly escaped than the last. I began to see the hollow out everywhere. The cashier lady at the grocery store, the mailman, a neighbour watering his lawn, a dental assistant, passerby on the street, kids at school I'd seen but never talked to. I encountered it so often that I began to wonder if there was more than one. But no, I concluded. I could sense there was only one hollow out. My certainty was illogical, but those same blue eyes existed in every hollow person. I started following obituaries in the newspaper. Shortly after each of my encounters, the hollowed person would show up dead. The paper never mentioned it, of course, but I knew the bodies turned up deflated and empty, found by some unsuspecting person. My stalker switched bodies so often that it seemed he never used one for more than a day. All this death to get closer to me. What did it want from me? When would it end? Did it want to merely kill me? Or, I thought with a shudder, wear me like the rest? My paranoia had grown to such a degree that I boarded up my bedroom windows and latched my door shut with a deadbolt. I'd never owned a gun, so I kept a buck knife stored in my nightstand, along with a microwave I'd installed in the corner. I hoarded cans of food and kept bowls and plates nearby. I'd also brought up 3 big jugs of water, probably meant for office schoolers. I knew the supplies wouldn't last me forever, but I hoped it would be long enough to get my bearings. After skimming that day's obituary for yet another victim of the hollow-out, I caught sight of myself in the full-body mirror on the back of my door. My hair was tangled, my eyes baggy, sweat stains spreading on my shirt. It dawned on me just how stressful this had been. The whole ordeal was taking a toll on my mental and physical health. Next to me, my phone pinged, displaying the 47th unread message I had in the past week. There was a soft knock at the door, so soft I almost hadn't heard it. "Michael, are you in there?" It was my mother's voice. I hesitated, then called, "Go away, I don't want to talk right now." From the other side of the door, "Michael, I'm worried about you. The school's called and said you weren't there again. What's going on?" There was a sniffle, which made my heart melt a bit. "I wish I could tell you," I said, choking back my own tears. "But I can't. I just can't explain what's going on right now. It's not safe." There was a crying outside my door now. It was soft, but I could hear it. Could the hollow-out mimic crying so well, I wondered? As clumsy as it was, I doubted so. Emotions getting the better of me, I decided it would be safe to open the door just a crack, leaving the deadbolt latched. I opened the door until the chain was taut. It was dark in the house beyond, but I could clearly see my mother standing there. There were tears on her cheeks. "Oh, Michael," she said, "you look terrible." "I know I do," I said, and then we both stifled laughter, because I did look awful. It was a relieving, human moment. She looked like herself. I unlatched the deadbolt and opened the door. She didn't lunge at me or tear me out of my skin. Instead, she said, "What on earth have you done to your room? I wish I could tell you, but it wouldn't make sense to you. Maybe someday, but not right now. I know this will be over soon. What's happening right now is only temporary." I felt what I said was true, but didn't mention that the situation might just end in my death. My mother examined the microwave, the boarded windows, the newspapers sprawled on the ground. Then she looked at me. "You know, I'm always here for you, Michael, whenever you need me. I know it's been tough without your father, but you can always talk to me when you need to." "I know, Mom." She wiped her nose and ran a hand through her blonde hair. "You're all grown up now, and handsome. You look just like him, your father. I don't understand what's going on with you right now, but we'll get through it together, okay? I'll always love you." She was moving towards me, bending to my level. "Do you love me too, Michael? Don't you love me too?" "Of course I do," I said. She was crying now. Real tears cascaded down her cheeks in streams. "Oh, come here, sweetie." She leaned in and embraced me. I expected the worst, but it was just a hug. I felt myself relax a little. In my ear, she said, "Say you love your mother." "I love my mother," I said. But her eyes were never blue. I swung the buck knife forward into her shoulder. I'd been aiming for the chest, but missed. She recoiled with a painful gasp, standing at full height and glaring at her wound. A crimson shape began to crawl outward from the knife, seeping through her shirt and dripping to the ground. Then she looked at me, with tears brimming her wide eyes, a look of horror and confusion plastered to her face. For a moment, it seemed like she wanted to say something. Then she collapsed to the floor. There was nothing graceful about the way she fell. It was like a sack of bricks tumbling down. She sprawled on her stomach, head twisted to one side, limbs at crooked angles. There was a brief pang in my gut, brought on by a fear that I had just committed matricide. It looked like her. It talked like her. I felt my stomach lurch with a sickening dread at the thought that it had been her all along. Had my paranoia finally gotten the best of me? Had I just killed my own mother? Her fingers began to twitch, and her body started to shudder, slightly at first. Then her arms and legs were thrashing, and her head was shaking back and forth. She crawled to her hands and knees, drooling and convulsing, eyes rolled back in her head, her slobber mixing with blood on the ground. She reached up, grabbed the hilt of the knife, and ripped it from her shoulder. Red, spider-like appendages shot out of her back. The flesh suit of my mother crumbled away, and a raw, blooded thing rose upward, screeching an awful screech, a sound so loud that I clasped hands over my ears and cringed. The creature was so horrifying to look at that I understood why it needed to hide itself in the bodies of others. There was something unnatural about seeing it out of a host, the way a crab or turtle must look without its shell. The form reminded me of a mantis, but the eyes were human, bright and blue. I cowered in absolute horror, unable to look away. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. That was okay, because the monster, wounded by the knife, had no interest in killing me. Instead, it smashed the boarded window and, though it was impossibly large, contorted itself through the hole. It had grown dark outside, and the hollow-out vanished into the night. Pulling myself back to my senses, I ran to the window. The creature had already gained much distance, scrambling awkwardly across the surrounding rooftops, leaping from house to house. When it finally disappeared from view, a final shriek of anger and pain echoed through the night. That was the last I saw of the hollow-out, although I'm sure it will return. And though I'm living with my aunt and uncle, mourning the loss of my mother, I know that it is still out there somewhere, searching for me, contorting itself into bodies that are far too small, speaking with throats that are not its own, and peering out with eyes that do not belong, perfecting its talent until the mimicry is indistinguishable from the person. So be careful. If the people around you start acting weird, if they look or sound off, you might be dealing with someone far more dangerous. I'm simply waiting now, waiting for it to return for one final showdown, in which one of us will die. I've got my uncle's shotgun, and I spend long nights pointing it at my bedroom door, waiting for the knob to turn. Until then, I'm being stalked by the hollow-out. At least, that's what I call it. I have always been a sick child. It was never bad enough to warrant a trip to the hospital, but it was always something that was hanging over me. I was smaller and less energetic than most kids my age. While they preferred to run around and play outside, I chose to stay inside and read. The slightest bit of activity was enough to exhaust me for days on end. It wasn't a bad life, but I can certainly see how it made me into the introverted person I am today. I took comfort in books, and I experienced the world through them. It wasn't until I turned 23 that I began to question myself. Everyone around me seemed to be getting married and settling down, but I wasn't. I had a few work friends, but no one who I really hung out with in my free time. My family was gone. I lost my father at a very young age to a heart attack brought on by a life of high cholesterol, and my mother passed away shortly after I graduated college from an extremely malignant form of pancreatic adenocarcinoma. My mother clung on to life for a few weeks before her body shut down. I remember my last memory of her in the hospital. She was so thin that it looked like the slightest breeze would take her from me. Her eyes were bright and feverish, and her skin was yellowed like the pages of an old book. The palliative, Demerol, they were giving her to ease her into her final moments robbed her of any coherent last words. She just stared at me with her glassy eyes as the end came for her. I clutched her hand in mine, but it was like she wasn't even there. I told her I loved her. She didn't respond. She just closed her eyes and let everything go. I decided that it was time for me to do the same. I had no close family nearby or any real friends. I was alone in the world. I put in my 2 weeks' notice at the small company that was gracious enough to hire me, fresh-eyed out of college, and left town shortly after my mother's funeral. In all honesty, I didn't want to stay there any longer. Everything reminded me of what was gone and what I was missing out on. After selling our house and settling the matter of a will, I had enough to get far away. I chose the countryside. I wanted to be alone with my thoughts for a while. I felt like I needed some time to work through everything and decide on my next course of action. My inheritance afforded me that privilege. In hindsight, I realized that this was the worst possible choice in my life. Living alone with only my thoughts to keep me company, a mile away from my closest neighbor, only served to deepen my sense of isolation. I was alone in my thoughts, and I quickly realized that none of them were good. I think my mental state only quickened my descent into sickness. Everything began when I noticed a small mass on my upper left arm, just underneath the skin. The growth was about the size of a pea, and I could move it around under my skin about 1/4 of an inch or so in each direction. At first, I told myself that it was just a fatty deposit and nothing to be concerned about. Under palpitation, I experienced a slight discomfort, but nothing more than when manipulating any other section of my body. It wasn't until I noticed that it was slowly growing that I began to get concerned. I eventually broke down and went to see a doctor who assured me it was likely lymphoma or xanthoma, and was nothing to be concerned about. He reassured me that it was more likely a symptom of high cholesterol rather than a sign of cancer. He explained that while my family history and genetics had given me a bad hand, that didn't necessarily mean I couldn't live a long, healthy life. I was still unsure about the lump, which led me to asking if we could biopsy it. He reasoned that there was no real need to do so, that they were harmless. Since the mass was movable under my skin, that meant that it was encapsulated and was likely benign. He said that getting a sample would only confirm what we already knew and would cost me about $400. He advised me to cut back on my red meats and to come back if I noticed any change in the lipoma. I thanked him and left the hospital feeling comforted. That reassurance lasted about a month. For the first days, I was constantly poking and prodding the small lump. After about a week, when I was confident that the mass hadn't grown, I went back to my usual life of solitude. I woke up late every morning and read. I did some minor chores around the house and thought about what direction I wanted my life to go in and what field I wanted to work in. Sometimes I would go days without talking to anyone. Looking back, I now realize how unhealthy it was to isolate myself after my mother's unexpected death. I was stagnating, and I didn't even realize it. After about a month of getting my lipoma checked out, I began to experience a stinging pain in my upper left arm. That discomfort brought back the memory of my visit to the doctor. The mass on my arm was now dime-sized. I could still move it, but now the slightest touch felt like I was being poked with a needle. I left it alone for a few days, hoping against hope that this was all my imagination running rampant, but the pain continued. I think some sad part of me thought that it would go away if I ignored the issue long enough. To be honest, I was afraid of going back to the hospital. That was partly due to the fact that I was afraid of what the diagnosis would be. A growth can be a symptom of cancer. My mother's experience in the hospital also kept me from going. I lived with a slowly growing mass for about a week before I realized how dire the situation was. It wasn't until I woke up one night with a stinging pain in my arm that I decided to go back to the doctor. I rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom to look at my arm. I figured that I had slept on my arm wrong or possibly struck it against something, and that was what was causing me pain. I realized I was wrong when I flipped on the light switch and saw a small bit of caked blood around the area on my upper arm. I hopped into the shower to wash away the silver dollar-sized splotch of blood and had a startling realization. There was a fingernail sticking out of my arm. At first, I thought that I had inadvertently rolled over and accidentally jabbed and clipped a toenail into my skin. But as I went to pull it out, I experienced a sudden tearing pain that actually made me gasp. It felt like I had grabbed a nerve ending and pulled on it. I rinsed off the area and examined it. The nail appeared to be sticking out of my skin rather than piercing it. When I painfully shifted the lipoma, the nail wiggled and receded further into my skin as if it was part of the mass itself. I made up my mind then and there to go to the doctor first thing in the morning. At first, the doctor tried to rationalize it the same way that I did. He said it was likely a lipoma, and my constant worrying was just making it more pronounced. It wasn't until after I showed him the area that he began to take me serious. He concluded that the skin ruptured outward instead of inwards, which meant that it had come from under my skin and poked out. I asked if he would excise the lump so we could examine it, and he agreed due to possible risks of infection and identifying the cause for the growth. I turned down his offer for general anesthetic. He tried to convince me that it would be easier with one, but I asked for a local anesthetic instead. I remembered my mother's final words. Even if it was going to be a simple procedure, I didn't want to experience anything like that ever in my life. A part of me realized that it was my fear of being in the same situation as her that made me so stubborn about the anesthetic. After he explained the procedure to me and its risks, I followed him into an operating room, lay down on the table, and waited for him to begin. I did my best to look away while he worked. I imagined turning my head to see what was happening, only to sneeze into the open wound or faint from the mere sight of the surgery. I did gather enough courage to look towards the end. I looked up into the mirror to see about an inch of skin peeled away with a slight red mass beneath it. It didn't look nearly as grotesque or sickening as I thought. Instead, it looked clinical and clean. He set an object in the tray and proclaimed, "I think I got it. Now, let's see what we have." I heard him drop the heavy tweezers on the ground as if something had shocked him. I went to look, but he told me I needed to stay still until he could suture the area up. He reassured me that the utensil had just slipped out of his hands and it was nothing to be worried about. I waited for 10 agonizing minutes of uncertainty as he sutured the area and swabbed it down again with betadine. When he finished, I sat up and looked at what he had set in the tray. It was a greyish mass that was about the size of a misshapen marble. Through the antiseptic scent of the hospital, I smelled something like spoiled meat. I felt my stomach turn as the realization that this had been inside me and had just begun to rot. One end terminated in what looked like a fingernail that had broken through my skin. It wasn't until he asked me if I knew what the term fetus in fetu meant that I connected all the macabre pieces of the jigsaw. Fetus in fetu, a parasitic twin. We went into the examination room where the doctor explained what he thought was happening as he gave me a complete look over. He posited that I had started off with a twin, but somewhere along the way I had absorbed my twin into my body. It had likely siphoned off nutrients, which explained my lethargic activity and smaller stature when I was younger. He assumed that the mass had been reabsorbed by my body over the years, and there was likely nothing left except that small piece we had just removed. However, as he palpated my back and his face turned cold, I knew that that was not what had happened. The doctor said he felt something just above my right kidney and that exploratory surgery was necessary. He told me that the sooner they performed the surgery, the better. I agreed, and he asserted that I would need to be completely anesthetized for the operation. It was then that I was forced to accept my worst fear. I would have to be sedated, like my mother was. I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but my doctor explained that this was a life-threatening issue that needed to be resolved. I eventually relented and consented to the surgery. I spent a sleepless night in the hospital with my stomach growling at me the entire time. I prayed it was my stomach growling at not having eaten all day, rather than the partially formed fetus of my twin inside me. The anaesthetist arrived about an hour after I woke up and talked me through the process step by step. She put the needle in my arm and connected it to an IV bag. She asked me if I was ready, and I nodded, terrified about what was happening and horrified about my prognosis. She told me everything was going to be alright, and then hung the IV bag filled with saline, Ativan, and an anesthetic. My last coherent memory before going under was of my mother and her final moments. What happened next was the worst 5 hours of my life. I remember hearing music in my daze. At first, I thought the surgery was over, until I heard the surgeon talking over the music, asking for a retractor to hold the surgical area open. I had two horrifying thoughts in that moment. The first being that Nicki Minaj's Anaconda was one of the most discomforting songs to hear playing in an operating room. The second was that I was going to be conscious for the entire surgery. They had taped my eyelids shut, so I couldn't see anything, but I heard everything. As I laid there, unable to move, during the gruff chorus of X Gon Give It To You by DMX, the head surgeon asked if what he was seeing was really what made up the mass. I heard one of the assisting nurses gag as he set the excised material into a pan. She excused herself, and someone joked that she wasn't good when situations got hairy. The people around him groaned at the pun until they showed me what they had extracted. I was in surgery for 5 hours, conscious and paralyzed for the entire experience. Luckily, I felt nothing, but I heard every joke, jab, and bit of gossip. I heard the sizzle as the bovie cut and cauterized my wound at the same time. Those 300 minutes were the most excruciating moments of my life. It felt like I was on that table for an eternity listening to music, puns, and the sound of my own operation. The worst part of it was the realization that I couldn't see what they were doing, and I had to imagine what was happening to me. My faculties returned a while after surgery. I didn't say anything to the attending nurse. I wanted to believe that what had happened hadn't actually occurred. The nurse was hesitant to show me what they removed, but I explained that I needed the closure. She told me the surgeon would show me when he gave me an update. I waited for 30 minutes, imagining the horror that they had removed from me before he arrived. He took me to a back room where he showed me the mass floating in formaldehyde. It was the size of a baseball and covered with hair, tiny teeth, and graying flesh. It looked like something pulled straight from John Carpenter's The Thing. He told me the surgery had been a success and they had removed most of the growth. He reassured me when he noticed my concern by explaining that a small mass had fused to my spinal column in utero and that it would be dangerous to attempt to remove it. He explained that my body had walled it off to encapsulate it and there was no danger. To attempt to remove it could have left me paralyzed from the waist down. I thanked him and recuperated in the hospital for a few days until I was able to go home. As soon as I got home, I looked into the mirror. There was a small line of stitches in my stomach and a divot on my back where they'd removed my parasitic twin. I just wanted to put everything behind me and forget about what had been growing and rotting inside me. I wanted to forget about what I remembered from the surgery. I failed both of these fronts. I spent the next month in a chemical daze. The doctors prescribed me Oxycontin for the pain. At first, I was hesitant to take it given my history, but the pain soon forced my hand. To be honest, it was pleasant. It felt like a ball of warmth at the center of my core that spread throughout my body 30 minutes after I took a dose. Those 4 weeks drifted by as a fuzzy and warm memory without anything interesting happening. It was so pleasant that I even pestered the doctor for another regimen of Oxycontin under the It was about 2 weeks after I finished the bottle that odd things began to happen. At first, I assumed my increased appetite was just me getting back to a normal diet after surgery and a month of opioids suppressing my hunger. However, I was eating more than usual. Usually, I would cook myself something to eat and sit down with a book. As I got lost in the book, I would eat. Sometimes I would finish a couple of chapters before I realized that I had eaten multiple plates of food. I didn't think anything of it. I just assumed that the excised mass had cleared up some space in my stomach. The stomach pains were harder to explain away. I eventually broke down after the pain continued and went to see the doctor. He felt the area and we talked for a while before he explained that it was likely a side effect of the repeated opioid usage. He said it was common for prolonged usage to cause feelings of nausea, discomfort, and sometimes even anhedonia. He looked at me in a way that implied I was going to ask for another prescription. I wasn't, to be honest, but the implication was enough to keep me from pressing the issue. I agreed with his explanation and left without discussing my discomfort any further. The discomfort continued for a few weeks before the breaking point. I woke up in the middle of the night screaming in agony. There was a sharp pain in my side, and in my confusion, I came to a sleep-addled conclusion. I had been stabbed. I looked frantically around my room for any sign of an intruder, but there was nothing. I made my way to the bathroom to look at the area. I wished that I had been stabbed. Instead, there was a quarter-sized chunk of skin missing from my back. I had been bitten. There was no mistaking the wound for anything else. I could see the area where teeth had scraped and cut into my skin, as if it had been pinched and torn into a ragged hole from the inside. I tried to block out the memory of what the mass that was removed from me looked like. It was an amalgamation of hair, greying flesh, and teeth. I won't lie, I had a complete mental breakdown when I connected all of the dots. I curled up in the fetal position and began to weep uncontrollably. It was too much. A reoccurring thought bounced around in my head like butterflies in the stomach. Why me? I started to have a panic attack on the cold tile of the floor. Why me? I began hyperventilating and couldn't catch my breath. Why me? I think I went crazy at this point, because the next thing I heard was, "It's okay. We're going to be okay." I looked around, half expecting someone to be in the bathroom with me, but no one was there. It wasn't until the voice repeated those words that I realized where it was coming from. It was coming from the hole in my back. Whatever was inside me was talking to me. I got up. I had to go to the hospital. I was having a psychotic episode and likely suffering from another mass. As I headed towards the door, it spoke again. Its voice no louder than the wheezing of a respirator. "Don't go. They hurt me." I don't know why I responded. If I had to guess, I would blame it on the ridiculousness of the situation and my complete mental breakdown moments earlier. Something was growing inside me like the creature from Alien that could talk. I should have sprinted to the nearest hospital screaming, but instead, I spoke in a shaky, uncertain voice. I have to. You're hurting me. If I don't, you might even kill me. What if I didn't? I can shift while I grow. I can make it so it doesn't hurt until I'm ready, and then we can work together to make it as painless as possible so we both can live. Ready for what? Until I'm strong enough to leave your body. Right now, I'm not strong enough to survive outside you. I just need you to sustain me for a few months. Please, they'll kill me at the hospital. Brother, I can be your friend. I want to be with you. I don't want you to be lonely. Please don't kill me. To be completely truthful, I don't know what made me agree. I can only try to explain my mindset at the time. I had just had the worst experience of my life in a surgery room. If I had it my way, I would never return to a hospital ever again. I didn't want a repeat of what happened to me the first time occurring again. I also didn't want to relive the memories of my mother's glassy stare as I held her hand and waited for her to die. The thing growing inside me had promised it wouldn't hurt me. I don't know, but listening to that quiet tone was reassuring. It spoke in a way that reminded me of dogs whimpering and babies crying. The voice sounded weak and scared. I promised that I wouldn't go to the doctors. I think those reasons were what made me agree to the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. The first few days were the most awkward moments I had ever experienced in my life. Every now and then, I would feel it shifting inside me and apologizing when it moved in a way that brought me discomfort. It explained that the surgery had only mangled it. It would need some time to heal and regrow, as it was still in the fetal stage and could produce fetal stem cells to regenerate. It held up its promise, and the pain I had been experiencing for weeks went away. A large part of me was still driven to go to the doctor and have my parasitic twin removed. I think the only thing preventing me from doing that was how frightened the voice sounded and the realization that I would be murdering a living, breathing person. It wasn't until dinner one night that I felt any real sense of connection with it. I had just sat down to have a cheap microwave dinner when the voice spoke. "What are you doing?" I was taken aback, as it had previously only spoken when it was apologizing for shifting. I responded that I was eating and reading a short story. "We can remember it for you wholesale from an anthology." From an anthology. He asked me to read the story to him, and I did. I would read a paragraph to him in between each bite of food. When I finished both the meal and the story, he asked if I could read another story. We spent the entire night reading and discussing various stories. As I enjoyed multiple genres, I read a wide range of stories to the voice as it quietly listened. It wasn't until the sun crept in through the blinds that I realized how much time had passed. I had lost track of time while talking to my twin. We had read dozens of short stories and spent hours talking about the ones we liked the best. I went to bed after I promised my companion that we would continue this later. It became a daily fixture of our lives. Sometimes the voice would talk to me as I did chores or cooked a meal. I would always sit down for the meal with a book, and I would read aloud while I ate. Sometimes I would have to stop and explain an event to them, but most times they just listened quietly and waited patiently. Afterwards, we would discuss our feelings on the book, or what we thought was going to happen. A sad part of me realized that this was the closest thing I had to a friend in almost a decade. I found myself looking forward to the discussions we would have after each meal. One night, a few weeks after their discovery, I heard the voice talking to me. I can only assume it thought I was sleeping when it spoke those words. I had been asleep until I felt them shift inside me. What had once unnerved me now reminded me of a baby turning in their mother's womb. The voice twisted in my stomach and began talking. Soon, I'll be with you. Soon, I'll be able to touch you with my own hand. Soon, you'll love me. I was so lonely all those years. No one to talk to. Now, I want to experience the world with you. I want to feel the sun on my skin and the wind in my hair. I want to be by your side. I kept those words to myself. A sad part of me realized that I now wanted the same thing. I wanted to be able to look at them while we talked. I wanted to take them outside and show them the world. I wanted a friend. Those words filled me with a warmth similar to Oxycontin and made me realize how lonely and depressed I had actually been up to that point. I had no one I could talk to, no one I could relate to. Now, I had a friend. Those words were lies. Subterfuge to convince me that it actually cared about me and make me suffer through the growing pains. The veneer of fraternity and friendship slowed off to reveal the decay underneath. I woke up early one morning to find that the owner of the voice had gone still inside me. It was asleep. I quietly made my way to the bathroom to do my morning duties when a macabre whim drove me to look at my back. The small hole in my back had almost quadrupled in size since it first spoke to me. I had treated and disinfected the fistula in the hopes that I could slide them out of the canal when they were strong enough to survive outside. Through the fistula, I caught my first glimpse of my twin as it slept inside me. It is not my twin. It's not even human. It has multiple eyes on its face that look more like a fly than a human. It is still in the process of development, and in the 30 or so holes that pocked its face, only a dozen were filled with actual eyes. Its skin is cracked, mottled, and grey like maggoty pork, with tiny hair like cilia breaking through its body. The thing's mouth looks like a lamprey eel, a concentric circle of needle-sharp teeth with a grotesque, sucking appendage in the center. I stared in horror for a few minutes before I realized that it was starting to stir. I moved away from the mirror and did my business before it could fully wake up. I left the bathroom knowing that this thing was not to be trusted. It had grown faster than any organism should. In a few weeks, it went from the size of a softball to the size of a watermelon. It is swollen like a cancer inside of me, and only now do I realize how thin I've actually become due to it siphoning off my nutrients. I don't know where I contracted this thing. It isn't an absorbed fetal twin. It is a parasitic entity growing within me, looking to be birthed into this world so it can infect others and perpetuate the cycle. It'll find the weak-willed, the weary, the wretched, and it will take advantage of them. It will promise them false friendship and hollow hope as it incubates inside them. It is not human. It is nightmare incarnate. How else could it regrow so quickly after being torn out of me by doctors? The growth they removed was a bud, likely ejected to seed another part of my body. I can now feel dozens of other loans in my arms, legs and groin, embryos in development. I am a hive. Now, its every movement sends waves of agony through me. It is strong enough to survive on its own, and it doesn't need its wretched host anymore. I try to hide the pain for fear that it will realize how much of an advantage it actually has now. I know that the time of parturition is soon upon us, and there is only one choice left. It will likely kill me on its way out to prevent me from trying to stop it. It is too late to go to the hospital. I am beyond help. The creature will realize what I am trying to do and stop me. It will either twist and constrict my spine, leaving me as a paralyzed nest for it, or simply debilitate me with pain until I can't move. Both are less than pleasant options. Even if I could make it to the hospital to remove them, what's to stop the host from casting off more migrating buds to grow into those fiendish things? It wants out, and I can't allow that. I have my own option. The thing likely won't see it coming until it's too late. Wonder why I'm writing this. I also wanted to write. I spent so much of my life reading that this seems like a logical progression. I don't know if that's irony, or if it's just the fumes from the gasoline I poured around the house that have now soaked into the rug, coating the walls and furniture getting to me. But it seems comical that the only piece I write is basically my suicide note. I have to share this story before I strike the match. I can feel it stirring inside me as the fumes permeate the house, unaware of what I'm planning. This thing, it breathes, it bleeds, it breeds, and soon it'll burn. We'll burn. I know what will happen when the end comes, and it tries to break free and wriggle out of my shredded body. I'll hold it to me in my final moments. It'll likely snap my spinal cord like a dead branch and paralyze me from the waist down. My legs won't matter though, as I have no intent on escaping. It'll scream, seethe, and shriek as the flames crackle and snarl around us. I will look into its horrifying visage, and I will smile. Even if its maliciousness made flesh, it is still my only friend left in this world. As the flames lap at us, I'll press it against me and whisper platitudes into its malformed ear. I'll tell it about how lonely I'd been since my mother died. I'll tell it how glad I was to finally have a true friend that understood me. As we burn together, I'll tell them how much I love them. The ocean has its silent caves, deep, deep, quiet and alone. Though there be fury in the waves, beneath them there is none. Over the course of the last few weeks of training, I'd memorized nearly every facet of the Tuscany. Every dial and every readout and every knob and screen and nuance of structure. And the quality of the personal submarine's craftsmanship never ceased to astound me. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, this little beast, designed with such care that even the equipment on the hull could withstand more water pressure than the sea could muster up at any achievable depth. It was my Pegasus, my Trojan horse, my very own Apollo 11, and inside this matrix of layered syntactic foam, I would follow the ballast to the gratuitous and unexplored depths of Higgins Moor. I began the separation sequence, and the deep diver fell away from the escort and dipped beneath the surface of the Pacific with silence and grace and a few knots of speed. And then I was consumed in a whole new world, albeit one I'd frequented, that of the sea. Schools of fish swam on by me, and when their cloud passed through a sunbeam, it glinted silver, and beneath them swam rays that rolled their wings to the beat of the current. And out on the rocks crawled the crustaceans, and sat the plant life that spruced up all the whitewashed stones there like holiday ornaments. But I had an appointment to keep, and the oxygen tank was a demanding clock, so I dove right on past the old reef and out into the open waters where the seabed couldn't be seen for many, many miles yet. The moor, Reuben had said. 50,000 feet below the surface, Booker. 50,000. Do you know what that means? Means it's a whole hell of a lot deeper down there than the Challenger Abyss. He nodded at that. Are you ready to make history? Was I? I thought I was. I'd prepared for this lonely dive and nothing else, for some years now. It was the culmination of a lifetime of work and study in the field, and so tight was its grip on my mind that I often dreamed of it in my sleep, of what I'd find at the bottom, and what it would mean, and what monstrous things might take offense to my presence there. No, I shoved that thought aside. Tuscany was all the protection I needed in that regard. It offered technology on the bleeding edge in lieu of a heavy hull, and that was enough to withstand enough water pressure to crush bones beneath skin and inches of steel. What animal had jaws more powerful than the ocean itself at fathom? So I hit the thrusters, and down I went, like a bullet to the pitch. I eyed the depth meter as much as I did the sea. 100 feet, 200. Sharks and turtles and uncountable fish swept past me. 300 feet, 500 feet, 700, 1,000, 1250. The inverse height of the Empire State Building. 1,500, 16. The water began to blur and grain up and darken as the sunlight struggled to push on through. 2,000, 25, 3,000, 32. Where the light no longer shines. And soon, all the light I had to spill glow to the path ahead and down were the lights of the Tuscany. I continued the descent for hours. The pressure meter ticked up in spasmic bursts, but up it went. Up, 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 soon taking past the point where the weight of the sea would have crushed the steel of another vessel. 1 mile down, 1.3, 1.6, where even sperm whales hit their lowest dive. I can now claim with confidence that no mammal on Earth was as deep down at that very moment as myself. And still I dove. 2 miles, 2.1, 2.2. The water was as black as space now, except for where the light of the Tuscany pierced through it, and the thickness of the fluid made it look like ink or oil or some kind of alien sludge that smeared up against the reinforced windows and slimed its way across the hull. Things were tight down here, despite the vastness of it all. Yet still I dove. 13,000 feet, the abyssal zone. Pressure stands at 11,000 psi. I saw an angler float by, and it was startled by the sheer volume of light spread by the Tuscany that dwarfed its own bioluminescent glow. It swam away, and I dove further. 15,000 feet, 3 miles, 3.1. Now, things get interesting. Mankind had visited these depths almost infrequently enough to count the expeditions on a single pair of hands. I was now ranked among the illustrious few explorers, and although I wasn't the first to hit these marks, I'd hit the deepest one yet before this journey was over. I was determined, and I was capable. So I checked the depth chart. 16,281.4 feet. Nearly halfway to the world record. The Tuscany continued its dive. 20,000 feet. The Hadal Zone. Pressure here is 1,100 times what it is at the surface. 22,000 feet. 26, 29,000. The height of Mount Everest. 30, 30.5, 31. The same distance from the surface as a commercial airliner at the peak of its flight. The Challenger Deep. What had previously been the lowest recorded place on the seabed sat at roughly 36,000 feet below the surface, in the depths of the Mariner Trench. No light from the sun had ever come close, and to the best accounts, life existed here, but only sparsely, and the pressure is unspeakable. But I was going somewhere vastly deeper, even than that. All we know is we found a canyon, Ruben had said. Dwarfs the grand sitting dead center in the Pacific seabed, about 1,200 kilometers west of Hawaii, and another 900 south, and near, as we can figure, some 50,000 feet straight down. 36,000 feet. I was now tied for the world record. 50,000 feet? Why the hell are we just now seeing it? 36.5. I did it. My heartbeat swept up to a faster rhythm. I was officially a world record holder. No human being in recorded history had ever been as deep below the surface as I was at that very moment. New seabed scanning technology helped, gave us a more detailed topographical map of the hydrosphere than we ever had before, and once we got back the results, we took a look, and there it was, just waiting for us, inviting us down. 37. So what's down there? 37.3. Hell, Doctor. If we knew that, we wouldn't be sending you, would we? 37.9. I suppose not. 38. 38.5. The awful spirits of the deep hold their communion here, and there are those for whom we weep, the younger, the bright, the fair. Higgins Moor. According to the best information available to me at the time of departure, is a pit, roughly a full kilometre across. It begins at approximately 46,000 feet below the surface and is estimated to bottom out at Higgins Deep, a small valley that sits at its base, some 5,000 additional feet below that. The moor is the largest and deepest such formation in the hydrosphere, and yet its dimensions and location are the only things concretely known about it. That, of course, is where myself and where the Tuscany comes in. 43,000 feet down, I hit the floodlights underneath the Tuscany, and the glow washed over an alien landscape that likely hadn't seen light in over 1 billion years. There were mountains here. Mountains, ones that rivaled the Alps, and wild arches and plateaus that stretched far off to a murky horizon before being shrouded by seawater. I even saw life down here in the depths. A squid-like thing of simply monstrous size swam on by my boat. It stopped for a moment, and during that moment I thought it might take offense to me. But after looking hard at the Tuscany and brushing a tentacle down the port side, it swam off in search of other things. Atta girl. I descended further. 44,000 feet. 45. And then, all of a sudden, there it was. The moor. My mouth hung by the jaw as the sheer scope of the beast came into view. It was a breathtaking sight to behold, a monstrously large and equally dark hole in the crust of the earth that plummeted in inconceivable fathoms. I descended a bit further, 45.5, 46,000 feet, and Tuscany fell into its yawn. Somehow, things were even blacker in the depths of the thing, even though the sunlight had long since been blotted out. 46.5, 47, 47.2. I began to become aware of a low current pulling me downward. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was unexpected, and it was therefore alarming. And yet, I couldn't bear to pull myself back up. Not yet. I'll turn around if it gets bad. So, I went down, deeper and deeper and deeper still into the cavern. 48,000 feet, 48.5, 49, 49.1. And then I saw it. A glow. I squinted and dimmed my lights to confirm the intuition. What in the name of God? It was there indeed. A dim, reddish purple, then green, then purple again, and then blue, floating on a mist of current some few thousand feet down. I resumed the dive to chase it. 49.5, 49.7, 49.9. The glow, whatever it was getting deeper and wider and brighter. Soon, it filled up the whole path down and ahead. I dimmed the Tuscany's underlights to their lowest setting, and by 50,000 feet, I could see that the glow was coming from somewhere, not directly beneath me, but off to the left and around a wide corner. The cave isn't a straight pit, and sure enough, the hole bottomed out here, and then opened up to its left. Holy God, holy God. It was a cavern chamber, at least a kilometre up and deep and side to side and across, and only the enormity of its radius maintained the darkness of it, despite the presence of thousands of floating bioluminescent pods that pulsed purple and green and blue and red and dimmed in interim. I took the Tuscany in deeper, and her cameras were to life. Calmly and wearied, seamen rest beneath their own blue sea. The ocean solitudes are blessed, for there is purity. The cavern became darker still when the pods faded into the water behind the ship, but there were more things to be seen here than rocks. Tuscany, about a quarter hour after entering the chamber, soon floated on by a bizarrely rope-like plant of utterly impossible size, one that appeared to nearly stretch across the height of the cave and grew wider at the base, although the bottom of it was shrouded in blackness. I took the submarine in for a closer inspection and hit the lights to their fullest setting. Clack. My heartbeat slammed. There were suction cups on it, each one as big as the Tuscany herself, and they writhed and pulsed across and down the full length of what was now very clearly a tentacle. In a panic, I shoved the Tuscany back and away from the thing, but when I tried to turn her around, the base of the hull collided with the beast and stuck fast to one of the cups. I gunned the thrusters and could hear a wet tearing sound as the machine ripped itself free from the cup's grasp. But then the tentacle came to life. It whipped and whirled and smacked around the cavern and pressed itself to the roof, and then it fell down, deep beyond where the darkness blanketed the floor. Come on, baby. I hit the thrusters again, and the Tuscany rocketed off the way it came, through the darkness and off towards the pods, whose glow I hoped would afford me an opportunity to shut the lights off the ship and make my escape. If I were so lucky. But very soon I began to hear and feel the movement of something unspeakably titanic rolling across the floor of the chamber. It rumbled and thundered and shuddered and shook, and soon clouds of dirt and rock flew up out of the black pitch, and I could hear boulders smack against the ceiling of the cave before sinking again to where they'd been. Damn! The sound had erupted across the entire breadth of the cave at once. My eardrums nearly burst, and likely would have, had it not been for the muffling of the explosion provided by the walls of the Tuscany. The submarine shook too, but she held up her integrity well enough for me to fly on past the floating pods, some of which were now knocked about on their sides and rolling